The Empress of Fuyao seeks a master. At the Dao sect, atop Changsheng Peak, Lu Xuan stood before a humble thatched cottage, feeling deeply troubled. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had inherited the legacy of his late master and ascended to the position of Peak Master. At Changsheng Peak, however, from the moment he assumed this role, a disciple collecting system had manifested, stipulating that his first disciple must be the Empress in order to activate it. Was this not an unkind jest? In this realm, the cultivation levels were divided into Qi Refining, Xian Master, Xian Teacher, Xian Spirit, Xian King, Great Xian King, Xian Emperor, Xian Sect, Xian Venerable, Xian Saint, Holy King, and Great Emperor. It was noteworthy that the sect leader of the Dao sect was merely at the Holy King level, while the original Lu Xuan was a cultivation failure, stuck at the Qi refining stage. His capabilities were even inferior to those of the outer disciples had it not been for the blessings left by his benefactor master. He would have been expelled from the Dao sect long ago. For years, Lu Xuan had attended the disciple recruitment events of the Dao sect, yet not a single person had chosen to take him as a master. Moreover, his name had spread far and wide, and now many elders of significant factions were cautioning their juniors. Under no circumstances should you go to Changsheng Peak. Absolutely do not take Lu Xuan as your master. Otherwise, you shall be doomed for life. Thus, even fewer dare to approach him as a potential master. Lu Xuan sighed. Recently, the Dao sect's entrance examination had concluded, and tomorrow marked the disciple recruitment gala. Would anyone choose him as their master? At that moment, a divine rainbow shot forth from the distance. Boom! An elder in gray robes descended upon Changsheng Peak, his expression stern as he addressed Lu Xuan with utmost seriousness. Master Lu, you have not accepted a disciple for 6 consecutive years. According to the rules of the Dao sect, should you fail to recruit a disciple for 7 years in a row, you shall be stripped of your position. Are you aware of this? Lu Xuan replied, I am aware. The elder's expression grew complex as he continued. Master Lu, should you be removed from your position, your cultivation and talent do not meet the requirements of an outer disciple. Given your performance over the years as a peak master, according to the Dao sect's regulations, you will be expelled from the sect. Are you aware of this? Lu Xuan's face twitched. I understand. Expelled from the Dao sect. This felt akin to a heartless betrayal. The elder nodded and took to the air, leaving without a backward glance. Master Lu, I wish you luck at tomorrow's recruitment gala. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Lu Xuan furrowed his brow. How could he possibly recruit a disciple? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. By using spirit stones, his master had bequeathed him a wealth of cultivation resources, of which he had only utilized a fraction over the years. Tomorrow's recruitment event was his final opportunity. He had long ceased to expect the Empress as a disciple. Securing any disciple would suffice to preserve his position. He refused to believe that, with such an abundance of cultivation resources, he could not attract at least one talented individual, let alone a failure. With this thought, Lu Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning to his abode with newfound confidence to await the disciple recruitment event. The following day, the Dao sect's disciple recruitment gala commenced, igniting excitement for 100,000 miles around. The Dao sect, with its ancient and illustrious history, had witnessed the rise of great emperors and had weathered a cataclysm of ancient proportions, emerging resilient and unwavering, with profound foundations. The Dao scripture, as the sect's foundational text, was among the few imperial-level scriptures in the southern wilderness, ranking within the top 10. Thus, the Dao sect had long been revered as a sacred ground for cultivation in the southern wilderness. Today, countless youths who had passed the entrance examination gathered in the square, hoping to be selected by the powerful spiritual peaks. The multitude of young aspirants surveyed their surroundings, their hearts swelling with anticipation as they beheld the grandeur of the Dao sect. Majestic spiritual peaks rose like sentinels, their air thick with spiritual energy, swirling with purple mist that coalesced into substance. Above these peaks, numerous abodes were nestled amidst the billowing clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. In the distance, trial towers and various secret realms, dazzled with vibrant Dao patterns, shimmering like stars, exuding an aura of immense power that could be felt even from afar. The entire Dao sect radiated a magnificent presence, bathed in a crimson glow, an awe-inspiring sight. Mountains intertwined and rivers flowed. The Dao sect spanned tens of thousands of miles, a vast expanse. At this moment, auspicious beasts soared through the skies, their melodic calls clearing the minds of the crowd, bringing a sense of tranquility and joy. Amidst the throng, a stunning maiden clad in a fiery red gown captured the gaze of all. Her face was exquisite and delicate, her long legs like flawless jade. Pillars, and even the gentle breeze, could not conceal her captivating figure. Countless young cultivators were entranced by her beauty. She was Ji Fuyao, the top performer of this examination. Ji Fuyao's cultivation reached the mid-level of Great Xian King, surpassing all others in this examination, even eclipsing the outer elders of the Dao sect. Her incredible talent had resonated with the sect's treasured artifact, the Dao Bell. The ancestral masters of the Dao sect were stirred, proclaiming her as an onsen 1,000 years genius. Although the recruitment gala had yet to commence, Ji Fuyao had already become the object of desire among numerous peak masters. At that moment, a young man, dressed in fine robes, holding a folding fan, approached Ji Fuyao with charm and grace, offering a warm smile. "Miss Fuyao, I am Lin Feng, the heir of the Lin family." "Leave." Before he could finish, Ji Fuyao coldly interrupted him, slowly closing her eyes and completely disregarding the young man. She was the Empress of the Fuyao Dynasty. 3,000 years prior, the Fuyao Dynasty had clashed with another powerful faction, and with treachery from within, it had led to the dynasty's downfall, resulting in countless casualties among her followers, rivers of bloodshed. She had utilized ancient secret arts to reincarnate, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, this ancient secret art bore flaws, leaving her body with many defects, her soul shattered, and her foundation incomplete. The Dao sect's foundational scripture, the Dao scripture, was renowned for aligning with the heavenly path, capable of perfecting one's foundation and mending the soul. Should one grasp its ultimate truths, they could even step into the legendary realm of extreme Dao. This was why she sought admission to the Dao sect. She yearned for vengeance. She aspired to rise anew. With her innate talent, she was confident she could earn the qualification to cultivate the Dao scripture. Soon, streaks of divine rainbows appeared in the sky, dazzling like the Milky Way, the pressure of holy kings enveloping the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The sect leader and numerous peak masters gradually descended upon the square. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes flickered, realizing that the ancient ancestors of the imperial realm would likely not make an appearance today. As a dominant force in the southern wilderness, the Dao sect was far from simple. Although the sect leader was merely at the holy king level, countless imperial-level giants were likely in seclusion. The Dao sect remained aloof and low-key, abstaining from the power struggles of the southern wilderness. Thus, imperial ancestors seldom revealed themselves unless stirred by significant events. At that moment, the disciples were filled with excitement, the atmosphere charged with fervor. "Silence." The sect leader waved his sleeve and spoke slowly. "The Dao sect's disciple recruitment gala officially begins. You may now choose your spiritual peak to join." As his voice fell, the youth erupted with enthusiasm. "I wish to join the Pill Peak. I want to become an alchemist. I wish to join the Sword Peak. I wish to join the Body Refinement Peak." In an instant, the youths surged toward the various spiritual peaks in a frenzy. Only the area where Lu Xuan stood remained desolate. Not a single soul approached him. Some peak masters looked at Lu Xuan with mocking smiles, relishing the spectacle. "If Lu Xuan manages to recruit a disciple today, I shall eat 10 pounds of dung." Lu Xuan has gone 7 years without accepting a disciple. It is only right that he leaves the Dao sect. Indeed, in previous years, during trials with other powerful factions, those holy figures would always use Lu Xuan to mock our Dao sect. But such occurrences shall cease from now on. This moment, Lu Xuan began his final struggle, exclaiming, "If you acknowledge me as your master, you may utilize all the cultivation resources of my Changsheng Peak. You all must know that my esteemed mentor left behind a wealth of spirit stones and elixirs. As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Both elders and disciples turned their gazes toward Lu Xuan. For a fleeting moment, silence reigned. Then, the atmosphere erupted with commotion once more. Yet, not a single individual approached Lu Xuan. Instead, the younger disciples began to point and mock him. This is hilarious. When I participated in the assessment, my clan's elder warned me never to join Changsheng Peak. Otherwise, I would be doomed for life. What does this even mean? My father told me that if I were to join Changsheng Peak, he would break all 3 of my legs, alas. This Lu Xuan, whose cultivation is inferior to ours, dares to take on disciples. If I were him, I would have left the Dao sect long ago to avoid this humiliation. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xuan's expression turned dark. What the hell? Even after pulling out all the stops, no one was willing to join Changsheng Peak. With a sigh, Lu Xuan resolved to depart from this place. It appeared that no one wished to acknowledge him as their master. At that moment, a soft voice pierced through the clamor. I am willing to join Changsheng Peak and acknowledge Lu Xuan as my master. As the words fell, an uncanny silence descended upon the arena. An audible pin drop could be heard. For the speaker was none other than the remarkable Ji Fuyao, who had stunned the entire Dao sect by securing first place in this assessment. Everyone was left astounded. Surely they had not misheard. Ji Fuyao intended to join Changsheng Peak. The sect leader stood dumbfounded, staring in shock at Ji Fuyao, while he and the other saints were still deliberating on who would take Ji Fuyao as a disciple. She had boldly declared her intention to join Changsheng Peak. Lu Xuan turned around, utterly stunned. What the hell? Isn't this Ji Fuyao, the one who ranked first in the assessment? He had heard a bit about her. She wants to acknowledge me as her master? Is this for real? At that moment, the sect leader and others rushed to Ji Fuyao's side, hastily intervening. Fuyao, you must not. Ji Fuyao remained unfazed, her eyes shimmering with determination. Sect leader, my mind is made up. The sect leader was left speechless. This child, if Lu Xuan becomes your master, your cultivation might plummet. Lu Xuan's expression darkened. That's saints from the Sword Peak, Pill Peak, and Misty Peak began to voice their concerns, urging Ji Fuyao, child, if you join Changsheng Peak, you will squander your talent. Lu Xuan is not even capable of understanding his own cultivation, let alone guide you. Acknowledging him as your master is sheer folly. Lu Xuan is leading disciples astray. However, Ji Fuyao merely tilted her snow-white neck slightly and shook her head, directly approaching Lu Xuan to perform the rite of apprenticeship. Master, I bow to you. In truth, she had long since determined to join Changsheng Peak. She harbored too many secrets. Should she join another saint's sect, they would inevitably be uncovered. Moreover, acknowledging Lu Xuan as her master, in her heart, was merely a formality, for she understood that Lu Xuan's cultivation was inferior to even that of an outer disciple, meaning he could not truly govern her, thus granting her complete freedom. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accepting the Empress Fuyao as your disciple. Reincarnation of the Empress recultivating. Activating the invincible disciple system. Estimated time, 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. What? Ji Fuyao is actually the reincarnation of the Empress. Witnessing Lu Xuan's reaction, the sect leader and others were rendered speechless. The sect leader quickly donned a smile. Lu Xuan, Fuyao, is young and lacks understanding. She wishes to become your disciple, but you can refuse. Instantly, the other saints surrounded Lu Xuan, shouting in unison. Lu Xuan, quickly refuse her. The disciple, Fuyao, is indeed formidable. Numerous sages surrounded Lu Xuan, but he simply smiled, stating that he could not refuse. The sect leader's countenance darkened. Lu Xuan, are you afraid of being expelled from the great Dao sect for failing to recruit a disciple? Lu Xuan denied it. The sect leader offered, I can amend the rules of the great Dao sect for you. I grant you the privilege of remaining the peak master of Changsheng Peak regardless of whether you have a disciple or not. Therefore, you no longer need to accept Ji Fuyao as your disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Lu Xuan, wondering if he would finally relent. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. I must accept Ji Fuyao as my disciple. At these words, a divine light flickered in Ji Fuyao's eyes, and her gaze towards Lu Xuan shifted subtly. Despite the pressure from numerous peak masters, Lu Xuan remained steadfast. She harbored too many secrets, which she had sealed with ancient techniques during the entrance examination to only reveal the talents and strengths that she wanted the great Tao sect to perceive. If she were to become a disciple of another sage, those secrets might be exposed. With this in mind, Fuyao bowed to the sect leader and the others before turning to Lu Xuan. Sect leader, esteemed peak masters, my mind is made up. Master, let us return to Qingxian Peak. Lu Xuan agreed. Very well. Hold on. The crowd immediately blocked Lu Xuan and Fuyao's path. Peak Master Lu, Fuyao cannot become your disciple today under any circumstances. However, Lu Xuan's stance only hardened. She must become my disciple. In an instant, Lu Xuan directly confronted the sect leader and the others. After a moment of silence, the sect leader looked at Lu Xuan with a serious expression. Lu Xuan, Fuyao is a peerless genius, the likes of which our sect has not seen in a millennium. She will be the cornerstone of our sect for 10,000 years to come. This is not a trivial matter. Your strength is inferior to even outer sect disciples. How can you possibly teach Fuyao well? The crowd lamented and nodded in agreement. They couldn't comprehend why Lu Xuan was so insistent on accepting Fuyao as his disciple. Lu Xuan replied with a solemn expression, Sect leader, who says I cannot teach her well? The sect leader shook his head inwardly. Since Fuyao was determined to become Lu Xuan's disciple, he had to start with Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, in that case, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's make a wager. In 1 month, there will be an inter-sect competition. If Fuyao doesn't win first place, then you will no longer be Fuyao's master, and Fuyao will join another spiritual peak. Upon hearing this, Fuyao immediately transmitted her voice to Lu Xuan. Don't agree. Those true disciples are all above the profound sovereign realm. I am only a great profound king. I don't have the absolute certainty to take first place within a month. Lu Xuan remained indifferent and confidently stated, I accept. In 1 month, I will have Fuyao suppress the younger generation of the entire great Tao sect. As soon as these words fell, the crowd was stunned, looking at Lu Xuan in disbelief. Was he serious? Where did his confidence come from? Fuyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes flashing with divine light, glaring at Lu Xuan, her chest heaving with anger, her face flushed red. The sect leader and the others almost burst out laughing. Very well. Peak Master Lu, since you were so confident, how about I add some difficulty for you? Lu Xuan remained calm and composed, spreading his hands and saying, I don't mind. The sect leader smiled. Within this month, Fuyao can only use the cultivation resources of Qingxian Peak and cannot use any other cultivation resources of the great Tao sect. Agreed. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Looking at Fuyao. Disciple, I have great confidence. What about you? Fuyao was on the verge of collapse, biting her delicate lips, her chest rising and falling, stomping her feet in frustration. She was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. She was starting to regret becoming Lu Xuan's disciple. This was clearly a trap set by the sect leader, but Lu Xuan had foolishly accepted it. In this month, the sect leader would definitely provide those true disciples with numerous opportunities, and she would probably be even less of a match for them. Fuyao was on the verge of tears. The corners of the sect leader and the others' mouths couldn't help but turn up. Lu Xuan looked at Fuyao. Fuyao, let's return to Qingxian Peak. Flames flickered in Fuyao's eyes. Her fiery red dress accentuated her exquisite figure, but her composure had already shattered. She could only silently follow Lu Xuan away. Watching Lu Xuan's back, a gray-robed disciple muttered softly, hilarious. Although Fuyao is a genius, I think her brain isn't working too well. She actually chose a good-for-nothing as her master. Before he could finish speaking, Fuyao suddenly vanished from her spot, appearing directly in front of the gray-robed disciple, her gaze icy. What did you say? Fuyao's anger had already reached its peak, with no outlet for release, and now she had completely lost control. Boom! An intense divine light erupted from Fuyao's body, and a violent power surged forth. The terrifying pressure was as deep as the sea, directly crashing down on the gray-robed disciple. The gray-robed disciple's face turned pale with horror. Fuyao's strength completely surpassed his own. In an instant, he was suppressed to the ground, bleeding and unable to move. Seeing this scene, the sect leader and the others were immediately stunned. Lu Xuan was also taken aback. His disciple, Fuyao, was truly formidable. At this moment, another black-robed youth angrily shouted, Fuyao, in broad daylight, are you trying to kill a fellow disciple? Before he could finish speaking, Fuyao extended her slender hand, and a terrifying force pressed down on the black-robed youth's head. Fuyao frowned slightly. You talk too much. You should kneel as well. Thump. The black-robed youth was directly suppressed to the ground, unable to resist. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even the sect leader was shocked. This Fuyao was too domineering. How dare she act so brazenly in front of so many people? Was she not afraid of them suppressing her? Lu Xuan inwardly praised. As expected of the ascendant Empress Fuyao, her domineering presence is unparalleled. Suddenly, several outer sect elders rushed out, pointing at Fuyao and shouting angrily. Fuyao, remember, you are not yet an official disciple of the great Dao sect. How dare you be so presumptuous today with the sect leader present? Fuyao remained silent, extending her slender hand, and a divine light like a vast ocean swept out, directly falling on the heads of the outer sect elders. Then all of you should kneel. The outer sect elders roared, gritting their teeth, and their spiritual energy surged, trying to resist. But it was useless. Although they were all in the great profound king realm, Fuyao completely outstripped them. Thump, thump, in an instant. The outer sect elders knelt on the ground in humiliation. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was stunned. Fuyao's power was too overwhelming. The sect leader's eyes were profound, and he was more pleased than surprised. It seemed that Fuyao had held back during the entrance examination. For a moment, the arena was filled with kneeling figures. Under Fuyao's pressure, they felt as if they were carrying a giant mountain on their backs. Unable to even lift their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was a complete and utter domination. The outer sect elders' faces were flushed with shame. They had knelt before a disciple in front of so many people, which was too humiliating. Such a thing had never happened in the great Dao sect before. At this moment, Fuyao, dressed in a fiery red dress, had a face that was exquisitely beautiful and delicate, but also extremely cold. She emanated a faint divine light, and an obscure power was constantly flowing within her. At this moment, she looked like a goddess descending to the mortal world, high above and looking down upon all living beings. Fuyao gazed at the suppressed crowd and said indifferently, "My choices are my own affair, and it is not for you to comment on." As soon as these words fell, many elders and disciples were shocked. Lu Xuan smiled faintly, admiring Fuyao greatly. Everyone looked at Lu Xuan, whose smile made them feel like he was gloating. They all despised him. At this moment, the sect leader slowly walked out. At this point, he had to end this farce. It should be known that Fuyao had resonated with the great Dao bell and had gained the attention of the old ancestor. The old ancestor had repeatedly emphasized that she must be brought into the great Dao sect. Thus, it is imperative to instill in Fuyao a sense of belonging to the grand Dao sect. He had witnessed the recent events where that outer disciple had spoken out of turn, inadvertently igniting Fuyao's wrath. The sect leader revealed a gentle smile, approaching Fuyao. "Fuyao, let this matter pass. For the next month, you shall temporarily train with Lu Xuan, and we shall not intervene. Are you satisfied?" Fuyao's exquisite visage softened, her brows unfurling as she nodded slightly. "There is one more matter," she stated. The sect leader chuckled, "Speak freely." Fuyao cast a glance at the elders and disciples kneeling before her. "Sect leader, I do not appreciate others speaking ill of me, or my master." The sect leader immediately rebuked, apologized to Fuyao and Master Lu. "From this moment forth, no one shall dare to speak ill of Master Lu and Fuyao." Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples trembled in fear, kneeling before Lu Xuan to apologize. Fuyao, "Master Lu, I am sorry I was wrong. I will not do it again." Witnessing this, Fuyao withdrew her imposing aura, offering a slight bow to the sect leader. "Thank you." She then turned to Lu Xuan. "Master, shall we return?" The sect leader reminded her, "Fuyao, do not forget to collect your assessment rewards and complete your sect registration at the Grand Dao Hall." Fuyao replied, "Understood, sect leader." Lu Xuan and Fuyao slowly made their way down the mountain. Observing the retreating figures of the two, the elders and disciples finally sighed in relief, having been profoundly intimidated by Fuyao. Yet, the sect leader's attitude was equally intriguing, clearly indicating his high regard for Fuyao. Soon, the crowd cast aside the recent turmoil and resumed their endeavors in joining various spirit peaks. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan guided Fuyao up the mountain. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Disciple, you performed admirably just now." Fuyao furrowed her brow. "How is it that you say disciple so effortlessly?" Her temper flared once more. She had already conveyed to Lu Xuan to refuse the wager, yet he had disregarded her. Surely, Lu Xuan would not genuinely consider himself her master. Ji Fuyao's eyes sparkled like fierce flames as she inquired, "Why did you agree to the sect leader's request? Are you so confident in me?" Lu Xuan chuckled. "Not at all. I possess confidence in myself. Trust me, within a month, I shall elevate you to the foremost position among the younger generation of the Grand Dao sect." Ji Fuyao appeared perplexed. She was no longer inclined to converse with Lu Xuan. Instead, her thoughts drifted back to her earlier confrontation with the outer elders and disciples. Her decisive action had served a dual purpose, establishing her authority, engaging the Grand Dao sect's attitude towards a prodigy of her caliber. The outcome had left her thoroughly satisfied. It seemed that the Grand Dao sect indeed afforded certain privileges to geniuses. Ji Fuyao understood her own worth. She was the catalyst that resonated with the Grand Dao sect's treasured artifact, the Grand Dao Bell, and had likely attracted the attention of individuals at the ancestral level. She was acutely aware of her value. She was leveraging the Grand Dao sect, just as the sect was leveraging her. Contemplating this, Ji Fuyao turned her gaze toward Lu Xuan. "In this month, I know how to cultivate. However, I also hope that you will enhance your own cultivation, master." The final word, master, was almost bitten off as Ji Fuyao uttered it. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. How has my disciple turned the tables to admonish me? This simply would not do. The hierarchy of master and disciple must not be muddled. Yet, Lu Xuan refrained from contesting her. Currently, his influence was minimal. But once the system was fully activated, she would realize that choosing him as her master was the wisest decision of her life. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao ascended to Changsheng Peak. Rich in spiritual energy and adorned with stunning scenery, a waterfall cascaded down from the mountain's summit. At that moment, as the first rays of sunlight broke forth, a layer of mist enveloped Changsheng Peak, creating a breathtaking sight. Ji Fuyao selected a cave dwelling for herself and proceeded to set up various seals and prohibitions. Subsequently, she approached Lu Xuan's cave, presenting him with a jade slip. "This slip contains some of my cultivation insights. I am aware of your modest talent, but do not despair. As my master, I hope you will strive to improve." Lu Xuan accepted the jade slip, feeling somewhat speechless. Had the roles reversed? Was his disciple now instructing him? This was unacceptable. Ji Fuyao stated, "Master, I shall first head to the Grand Dao Hall to collect my assessment rewards and complete my sect registration. I hope you will commence your cultivation." Lu Xuan nodded. Very well. No sooner had Ji Fuyao departed than the system's voice slowly resonated. Ding! The Invincible Disciple Collection system has been successfully loaded. Lu Xuan sprang up from his bed in astonishment, eager to explore the system. Chapter 3. At most, 3 days of dishwashing. Invincible Apprentice System. Host receives double the apprentice's cultivation and comprehension. Lu Xuan was elated. This meant that his apprentice's cultivation was equivalent to his own, and his apprentice's insights were also his, but doubled. Lu Xuan understood. He could simply relax while his apprentice toiled away. "Fuyao, I'm sorry." With a thought, Ji Fuyao's information panel appeared. First apprentice, Ji Fuyao. Realm, Mid-Great Xian King. Physique, incinerating celestial body, lesser completion. Comprehension, path of spiritual fire, lesser completion. Other, damaged foundation. Injured spirit. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, announcing the commencement of doubling Ji Fuyao's cultivation and comprehension. Instantly, Lu Xuan's body froze as he experienced a dramatic transformation within. An incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy coursed through his limbs, assaulting his dantian like a tidal wave. His cultivation soared relentlessly. Qi Refining Realm. Xian Warrior Realm. Late Great Xian King. Peak Late Great Xian King. Finally, Lu Xuan's cultivation stabilized at the initial Xian Emperor Realm. The spiritual energy within him surged like a mighty river, resembling a turbulent ocean. His dark hair danced wildly, and an aura of an emperor emanated from him, profound and immeasurable, creating an intense pressure. As Lu Xuan prepared to examine his body, insights into the path of spiritual fire suddenly flooded his mind, reaching a state of greater completion. Slowly extending his right hand, a terrifying spiritual fire blazed forth, constantly changing its form, responding to Lu Xuan's will with unparalleled intensity and overwhelming power. Lu Xuan extinguished the spiritual fire, his face flushed with excitement. He had doubled Ji Fuyao's cultivation, propelling him into the initial Xian Emperor realm. Likewise, he had doubled Ji Fuyao's comprehension of the path of spiritual fire. Lu Xuan hailed the system as heaven-defying. This was only the beginning. As long as Ji Fuyao's cultivation advanced and she gained insights, he would receive double the benefits. Currently, he only had one apprentice, but if he were to acquire thousands upon thousands of apprentices in the future, wouldn't he ascend to unimaginable heights? The mere thought filled him with anticipation. Soon after, Lu Xuan composed himself and turned his attention to his system panel. Host name, Lu Xuan Realm. Initial Xian Emperor Realm. Host realm is undetectable by others unless actively displayed. Apprentice, Empress Fuyao Comprehension. Path of Spiritual Fire, Greater Completion. Lu Xuan nodded, satisfied. The fact that others couldn't perceive his realm meant he could continue to relax within the Great Tao sect. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the apprentice recruitment task. You have been awarded an apprentice recruitment gift pack. Open it? Lu Xuan exclaimed excitedly. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 3-hour 1-star Great Emperor Experience card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Heavenly Grade Foundation Restoration Pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining half a Jiao Dragon Meat. As the announcements faded, these rewards materialized within the system space. With a thought, Lu Xuan summoned an ancient jade slip into his hand. By simply channeling spiritual energy into it, he could ascend to the 1-star Emperor realm for 3 hours. A fine treasure, Lu Xuan mused as he stored the ancient jade slip away, intending to use it as his trump card. Next, Lu Xuan examined the Heavenly Grade Foundation Restoration Pill. 9 halos shimmered around the pill, resembling radiant stars. An incredibly profound aura permeated the surroundings, and the power it contained was vast and immeasurable. Lu Xuan felt a sense of clarity and unparalleled comfort just from inhaling the emanating energy. The system prompted. This is a Heavenly Grade Foundation Restoration Pill with 9 pill halos. Consuming it will instantly repair any damage to the foundation. Lu Xuan remarked, impressive. He then turned his gaze toward the Jiao Dragon Meat within the system space, questioning, what are the effects of this Jiao Dragon Meat? The system responded, this is Xian Venerable Grade Fire Jiao Dragon Meat, containing a massive amount of spiritual fire energy. It is a potent supplement for fire attribute cultivators, capable of enhancing their cultivation. Lu Xuan nodded, understanding how to utilize these rewards. After some deliberation, Lu Xuan felt a pang of hunger. Checking the time, he murmured, it's almost mealtime. I was wondering what to eat today, so I'll try the Jiao Dragon Meat the system awarded. With that, Lu Xuan headed toward the thatched hut, his kitchen. He retrieved a portion of the Jiao Dragon Meat, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. It's been a while since I've had braised pork. I'll make some braised meat and give it a try. With a cleaver in hand, Lu Xuan diced the Jiao Dragon Meat into bite-sized pieces while starting a fire and preparing the ingredients. Great Tao Hall. The sect leader, cloaked in secrecy, quietly entered and approached an elderly man in gray robes. Elder Mu, when Fuyao comes to complete her sect entry procedures, please withhold the entry examination rewards for the time being. The gray-robed elder, his eyes clouded, nodded faintly, very well, I understand. The sect leader sighed softly. Not only must Ji Fuyao not win first place in the inter-sect competition a month from now, but she must also be excluded from the top 10. The gray-robed elder responded. Today, Ji Fuyao casually suppressed a group of outer sect elders. It seems she held back during the entry examination. I believe it is necessary to give the other true disciples a head start. The sect leader nodded. A head start is essential. A genius like Ji Fuyao must not be buried in Lu Xuan's hands. The gray-robed elder suggested, sect leader, if you have the opportunity, have a heartfelt conversation with Lu Xuan. If he were willing to relinquish her, that would be for the best. The sect leader replied, I will. With that, the sect leader's figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, Ji Fuyao had already ascended the steps of the Great Tao Hall, preparing to complete her sect entry procedures and claim her entry examination rewards. Clad in a fiery red dress, Ji Fuyao's slender legs ascended the stairs. A gentle breeze caressed her, revealing the alluring contours of her perfect figure. Her starry eyes sparkled, and her delicate, exquisite face appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting. Upon seeing Ji Fuyao's arrival, the numerous disciples felt as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Their eyes unable to look away, they cleared a path for her. Ji Fuyao walked to the depths of the hall, where a very old, gray-robed elder sat before an ancient stone table. His figure was hunched, and the gray robe hung loosely on his frame. When he saw Ji Fuyao, his clouded eyes instantly cleared, and he said with a smile, Fuyao, the sect leader has already instructed me. These are your belongings. With that, the gray-robed elder pushed a jade token forward, his face beaming. This is your identity token. You can drip a drop of blood onto it to bind it to yourself. This token will record your contribution points and serve as your identification. Congratulations, Fuyao, you have officially become a disciple of the Great Tao Sect. Fuyao extended her slender hand, picked up the jade token, and bowed respectfully to the gray-robed elder. Elder, what about my entry examination rewards? The rewards for this entry examination. First place receives a drop of Jiao dragon blood. Her physique was the incinerating celestial body, and she cultivated fire attribute techniques. A drop of Jiao dragon blood would greatly enhance her cultivation. The gray-robed elder smiled. The sect leader specifically instructed that due to Peak Lord Lu's wager, this drop of Jiao dragon blood will be given to you in a month. Upon hearing this, Fuyao was stunned. The sect leader is definitely doing this on purpose. How detestable. This is all Lu Xuan's fault. If Lu Xuan hadn't agreed to that wager, this wouldn't be so troublesome. With no other option, Fuyao accepted the identity token, bowed respectfully to the gray-robed elder, and walked out of the hall. She thought to herself, now that the Jiao dragon blood reward has been withheld, I'll have to use other fire attribute substitutes. But no matter what, I must win first place in the inner sect competition. At that moment, at the entrance of the hall, a man in brocade robes, holding a folding fan, exuded elegance. His gaze lingered on Fuyao, and he said with a smile, Miss Fuyao, what a coincidence. I am Lin Feng, the young master of the Lin family. I surmise that in regards to this wager, you, esteemed Miss Fuyao, need not harbor any trepidation, given your inherent aptitude. However, Fuyao's exquisite eyes furrowed, her countenance betraying a hint of displeasure. Avant! She exclaimed. Lin Feng, undeterred, pressed forward, lightly brandishing his fan and forcing a smile. Fuyao, perchance we could engage in profound discourse and exchange insights over the course of this month. Before he could complete his proposition, Fuyao extended her slender hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. Bang! Lin Feng was propelled several yards away, landing heavily on the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Fuyao coldly declared, henceforth, I desire not to have you within my sight. The onlookers were visibly taken aback. Fuyao's actions were excessively domineering, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Lin Feng wore a bitter expression, vowing never to provoke Fuyao again. Ignoring Lin Feng entirely, Fuyao ascended into the air and soared towards Changsheng Peak. She was currently incensed. Due to Lu Xuan's bet, she had not only forfeited a month's worth of cultivation resources, but also had her dragon blood confiscated. Shortly thereafter, Fuyao, adorned in a fiery red dress that accentuated her peerless grace, alighted upon Changsheng Peak. Presently, Lu Xuan was occupied with chores within the thatched hut. Wisps of smoke curling from the chimney. Fuyao gazed at the hut, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Lu Xuan was actually cooking? Cultivators were supposed to abstain from mundane sustenance, so why was he engaging in such a commonplace activity? Intrigued, she hastened to the entrance of the hut. She observed a large pot in which oil was beginning to shimmer. On a nearby wooden plank, minced spirit beast meat and an assortment of seasonings were neatly arranged. Fuyao's starry eyes gleamed as she immediately recognized the meat, which emanated intense spiritual fire energy and a rich aura. It was dragon meat. Where did you acquire this? She inquired. Lu Xuan was contemplating how to explain when Fuyao interjected, I know where it came from. Lu Xuan was taken aback. I haven't even said anything yet. How do you already know? Fuyao offered a faint smile, explaining that the dragon meat possessed an exceptionally potent spiritual fire energy, indicative of the profound venerable realm. Without a doubt, it must have been left behind by the previous peak master. Prior to joining the Great Tao Sect, she had thoroughly investigated Changsheng Peak. The former peak master, Changsheng Sage, had only one disciple, Lu Xuan, and upon his passing, he had bequeathed a wealth of cultivation resources. This was another reason why she had joined Changsheng Peak. She intended to exclusively enjoy these cultivation resources. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan remained oblivious to Fuyao's internal monologue. Upon determining that the oil had reached the ideal temperature, he poured the spirit beast meat from the wooden plank into the pot, initiating a vigorous stir-fry. Sizzle. Fuyao's brow furrowed slightly as she witnessed Lu Xuan's method of preparing the dragon meat, causing the energy within to dissipate rapidly. This was a blatant waste of precious resources. Fuyao tilted her elegant neck and shook her head. Allow me, she offered. Lu Xuan was momentarily stunned, questioning. Are you proficient in cooking? Fuyao responded, no. Lu Xuan. Chapter 4. completing the Dao foundation. Ji Fuyao spoke again. But I know how to prevent the inherent power from dissipating. As she spoke, Ji Fuyao extended her delicate hand and summoned a gentle spiritual fire, simultaneously tossing several high-grade spiritual herbs from her storage ring. In an instant, the medicinal power contained within the herbs transformed into radiant beams of light that surged into the dragon flesh, preventing the spiritual fire's force from leaking away. A subtle, fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lu Xuan inquired, "What purpose do these spiritual herbs serve?" Ji Fuyao explained, "One is firethorn grass, which enhances the efficacy of the fire dragon meat. The other is star glimmer grass, a cold-natured herb that can neutralize the power of the spiritual fire, ensuring the potency of the fire dragon meat does not become overwhelming. The last one is." Lu Xuan felt somewhat overwhelmed. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. There's no need for such complexity. Observing Ji Fuyao's intense concentration, Lu Xuan stepped out of the hut, reclining in the sun outside, murmuring, "I wonder how good it actually is." Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao's brows furrowed slightly as she asked, "Is this how you usually prepare spiritual beast meat?" Lu Xuan replied, "Indeed." Ji Fuyao sighed softly, realizing that over the years, Lu Xuan had squandered countless cultivation resources. Reclining on the deck chair outside, Lu Xuan basked in the sun, feeling somewhat pleased. "Having a disciple is wonderful. I no longer need to cook." Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Triggered disciple cultivation task. Within 3 days. Allow Ji Fuyao to step into the Xianwang realm. Master the path of spiritual fire to great success. Task rewards will be distributed based on completion. Lu Xuan was taken aback. Ji Fuyao was currently at mid-stage of the Great Xian King realm. 3 days to reach the Xianhuang realm was rather rushed. However, he possessed ample dragon flesh to enhance her cultivation. If that proved insufficient, there were also the pills left by his master. Even if he had to pile them up, he would forcefully elevate her realm. As for mastering the path of spiritual fire, that was easily achievable. He himself had already mastered it. With Ji Fuyao's comprehension, a little guidance would suffice. Lu Xuan felt reassured and resumed enjoying the sun. Before long, Ji Fuyao wiped the fragrant sweat from her face and brought out the prepared fire dragon meat, placing it upon the stone table before Lu Xuan. They began their meal. Lu Xuan took a bite and commented, "It's passable." Ji Fuyao huffed in annoyance. She also tried a piece of fire dragon meat, and soon the rich spiritual fire power surged into her body, causing beads of fragrant sweat to form on her brow, her breathing growing rapid. Though she had processed the fire dragon meat, its inherent strength remained overwhelmingly fierce. Suddenly, she realized that if she could not withstand it, Lu Xuan would likely be in trouble. She quickly glanced at Lu Xuan, only to be stunned. He seemed completely unaffected, not even a bead of sweat on his brow. Why could she no longer sense Lu Xuan's realm? Lu Xuan smiled gently. "Disciple, what's the matter?" Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed. She found herself unable to perceive Lu Xuan clearly. However, she did not dwell on it further, continuing to consume the dragon meat while refining the spiritual fire's power. She estimated that the strength contained within this plate of dragon meat was several times that of a single drop of dragon blood. The issue of withholding the dragon blood had been compensated by Lu Xuan. Soon, Ji Fuyao finished her meal and looked up to find Lu Xuan had already finished and was now leisurely sunbathing in the deck chair. At that moment, Lu Xuan turned to her, gesturing toward the bowls and chopsticks on the stone table. "Disciple, please wash the dishes." Ji Fuyao was quite displeased. She was an empress. When had she ever been ordered around like this? Did Lu Xuan really think of her as a disciple? Just then, Lu Xuan suddenly recalled something. Opening his right hand to reveal a heavenly grade Dao Foundation pill resting in his palm. "Oh, right, disciple, take this pill." Ji Fuyao stood frozen in place. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief as she recognized, this is the heavenly grade Dao Foundation pill. She immediately identified it, having once purchased a single pill at an exorbitant price in her past life. The aura was unmistakable. Wait a moment. Ji Fuyu gazed at the 9 ripples of medicinal essence on the Dao Foundation pill, feeling a wave of shock. The pill she had purchased in her previous life had only 3 ripples. Yet, this one before her had 9. A top-tier heavenly grade. She realized that this Dao Foundation pill was of immeasurable value, enough to stir a storm of bloodshed in the southern wilderness. How could Lu Xuan possess such a defiant pill? Her shattered Dao Foundation could certainly be restored with it. This pill was of utmost importance to her. Thinking of this, Ji Fuyao's gaze deepened, her delicate body trembling. Master, this is an exquisite Tao Foundation pill. Lu Xuan smiled lightly, placing the Tao Foundation pill into her slender hand. Fuyao was momentarily stunned. It was far too precious. Lu Xuan dismissed it casually. What is so precious about it? I have plenty of good things here. Now, go wash the dishes. After a brief silence, Fuyao bit her delicate lip. I'll wash, but only for 3 days. She stowed away the heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill and began tidying up the dishes. This Tao Foundation pill was far too valuable. It could mend her Tao Foundation wounds. She had to accept it. Originally, she had intended to use the Great Tao Scripture to restore her Tao Foundation after joining the Great Tao sect. But now with the heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill, she would not be content with merely mending her Tao Foundation. She aimed to utilize the Great Tao Scripture to forge the legendary Perfect Tao Foundation. A Perfect Tao Foundation. She never expected to have stumbled upon a glimmer of opportunity. However, Fuyao felt a tinge of doubt. Did Lu Xuan truly not realize the preciousness of this Tao Foundation pill? Such a level of elixir was absolutely of sect-defining caliber. Just then, Lu Xuan's voice drifted over. Disciple, remember to cook every day. Fuyao was about to refuse when Lu Xuan pulled out a large piece of dragon meat and placed it on the stone table. Fuyao swallowed her words. For 3 days. I'll cook for 3 days and wash dishes for 3 days. Lu Xuan replied nonchalantly, as you wish. He knew that after 3 days, there would be more system rewards. At that time, Lu Xuan smiled faintly. By the way, Fuyao, you are currently at the Great Xian King realm, but those true disciples are at the Xian sect realm. You must not slack off. Starting tomorrow, make sure to seize the time to cultivate. With that, Lu Xuan departed. Watching Lu Xian's retreating figure, Fuyao's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. Her master was not the useless person the rumors suggested. The external rumors were unfounded. Soon, Fuyao tidied up the hut and returned to her cave dwelling. Extending her delicate hand, she unleashed countless brilliant ceiling formations, sitting cross-legged to calm her mind. A hint of cold elegance appeared on her beautiful, delicate face, and beneath her fiery red long dress, her curvaceous figure could not be concealed, forming a perfect silhouette. She began to recall the events of the day. Originally, she had thought that joining the Qingshan Peak would allow her to take charge of everything. However, she had not anticipated that Lu Xuan was far from simple. She vaguely remembered that when she ascended the mountain with Lu Xuan, she could sense his realm, but upon returning, she could no longer discern it. Moreover, he had casually gifted her the top-tier Tao Foundation pill. Was there something amiss with this Tao Foundation pill? Considering this, Fuyao altered her spiritual formula, employing an ancient secret technique to probe the Tao Foundation pill. The 9 ripples of medicinal essence flowed like shining stars, and the mysterious, obscure aura surged, revealing the path and resonance contained within the exquisite pill, which held terrifying, unparalleled power. After a moment, Fuyao's brow relaxed. This Tao Foundation pill posed no issues. Enough of this, she thought. Let me consume this heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill first. Upon this realization, Fuyao invoked ancient secret arts, an endless and profound aura swirling around her. She adjusted her state to perfection and swallowed the Tao Foundation pill. With a soft sound, as the heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill entered her mouth, an incredibly pure medicinal power surged into her, causing her delicate body to tremble. An exquisite sensation instantly intertwining throughout her being. The heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill exuded an unfathomable essence of Tao and rhythm, already melding into Fuyao's very blood. In that moment, a mysterious energy baptized her body, as transcendent forces continuously circulated within her. Fuyao entered an extraordinarily peculiar state. She quickly gathered her thoughts, striving to comprehend the profundities of the heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill. This was an unparalleled elixir, entirely beyond the realm of common understanding. Even Fuyao was uncertain what transformations her body would undergo. As Fuyao focused her consciousness inward, she was taken aback. Radiant marks, like divine rainbows, intertwined ceaselessly within her blood and meridians, flashing in her lungs and reflecting in her marrow. Her inner world resembled a vast domain, with the power of the heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill illuminating the heavens like countless stars. Amidst this resplendent radiance, her Tao Foundation emitted an exceedingly brilliant light, akin to a colossal sun blazing through the firmament, refining the very canopy of the sky. Magnificent! Fuyao could not help but exclaim. Such a phenomenon had only manifested when she ascended to the sage realm in her previous life. This Tao Foundation pill was not only repairing her foundation, but also enhancing her physique, transforming everything from her blood to her bones, from her meridians to her lungs. The value of this Tao Foundation pill exceeded her wildest imagination. Ji Fuyao recalled that the myriad paths of the Tao lead to the ultimate destination, all converging despite their differences. As the saying goes, all roads lead to the ultimate truth. Any path, if pursued to its zenith, would resonate with the heavenly principles and harmonize with the cosmos. This heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill had already reached the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, thus triggering the extraordinary phenomena within her. At this moment, her damaged Tao Foundation was continuously mending, radiating an exquisite brilliance, transitioning from ruin to completeness, from dullness to a dazzling clarity. Within Ji Fuyao, her bones were being tempered, resonating with a rhythmic clangor. She was astounded. This was the Tao and rhythm refining her. Her blood surged like mighty rivers, shimmering with strange Tao patterns. This was also the imprint left by the Tao Foundation pill. Her lungs pulsed with unprecedented vigor, each heartbeat seeming to align with the great Tao, leading her to grasp a nearly perfect breathing technique. In this instant, Ji Fuyao was astonished. Was this the effect of the heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill? Her comprehension was ascending. Her meridians were being transformed. Her Tao Foundation became flawless and immaculate. Her hair sparkled with brilliance, and her body radiated an unparalleled, sanctified light, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Her skin grew increasingly fair and delicate, reminiscent of a newborn infant. A tremendous wave surged within Ji Fuyao's heart. She was undergoing a metamorphosis. Several hours elapsed. Ji Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, her starry pupils gleaming. Her Tao Foundation had been completely restored, radiating a dazzling light, like a bright moon illuminating her inner world. Ji Fuyao was somewhat stirred. Her aptitude now surpassed her previous life by an immeasurable degree. Hope rekindled within her heart. Re-emergence. In this life, she would ascend to greater heights. Ji Fuyao murmured. Merely consuming the Tao Foundation pill had yielded such formidable results. Once I commence cultivating the Great Tao Sutra, I shall forge the perfect Tao Foundation. The perfect Tao Foundation. Should I succeed in forging the perfect Tao Foundation, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation in this life. She brimmed with confidence. Furthermore, her Fuyao Dynasty would rise again. The last time the dynasty was subjected to a bloody purge, her 3 chief subordinates managed to evacuate some elites, who now lay concealed within the southern wilderness, awaiting her summons. Ji Fuyao's heart surged with emotion as she bit her lip. Once I attain the profound sect realm, I shall contact my former subordinates. A moment later, Ji Fuyao circulated her spiritual incantation, intending to assess her cultivation speed. Her cultivation method was a 1-star Emperor tier technique, the Profound Fire Sutra. Instantly, an immensely vast spiritual energy surged into her dantian. Ji Fuyao was somewhat astonished. With her Tao Foundation replenished, her cultivation speed had increased tenfold. This time, her apprenticeship to Lu Xuan had inadvertently brought her such immense benefits. Such an opportunity was truly heaven-defying. She suddenly surmised that Lu Xuan's request for her to cook was likely a pretext for bestowing upon her an apprenticeship gift. My master is so considerate. A warm current coursed through Ji Fuyao's heart. A profound curiosity about Lu Xuan arose within her. Ji Fuyao parted her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes swirling with intrigue. Lu Xuan, what secrets do you conceal? However, the Tao Foundation pill could also have been left behind by a previous peak master. I shall observe for a few more days. With that, she retrieved the identity token she had received at the Great Tao Hall. Her divine sense probed into it, and a majestic, overbearing voice filled her sea of consciousness, as mystical and abstruse forces surged, as if traversing time and space, declaring with a resounding voice, those who enter the Great Tao sect must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, vowing never to betray the Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyao knew that this was a grand undertaking by the Great Tao sect, employing ancient secret methods to have disciples make an oath to heaven. This ancient secret method was exceedingly difficult to break. Once the oath was sworn, she would be a disciple of the Great Tao sect in this life. Even if she were to restore the glory of the Fuyao Dynasty and become the Fuyao Empress, she would still be a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyao understood that this was not exactly a restriction, for the Great Tao sect transcended the conflicts among cultivators in the southern wilderness. And once disciples cultivated to the profound saint realm, they could freely choose to remain in the Great Tao sect or return to their own forces. Even if they left the Great Tao sect, they would still be members of the sect. This was also the reason why the Great Tao sect had stood firm in the southern wilderness for countless epochs. Fuyao had already made her decision. Join the Great Tao sect, for she needed the Great Tao Sutra to forge the perfect Tao foundation and enter the legendary supreme path. She directly recognized the identity token as her own and swore the oath to the heavenly Tao. Above Azure Profound Peak, a brilliant divine radiance shattered the tranquility of the void. The heavens and earth rumbled, and faint thunder rumbled. The oath to the heavenly Tao was established. Upon witnessing this scene, the sect master and others within the Great Tao sect secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fuyao had finally recognized the identity token as her own. She had officially become a disciple of the Great Tao sect. As for the inner sect trial a month later, the sect master and others were confident. They had already given those true disciples and inner sect disciples special training, determined to severely crush Fuyao this time. While cultivation talent was important, a good master was equally important. A good master could guide cultivation, yielding twice the results with half the effort. But with Lu Xuan as a master, it was the opposite. Meanwhile, Fuyao put away her identity token. She couldn't wait to begin cultivating. Fuyao exhaled like an orchid, her slender hands transforming, her dark hair gently swaying, as she began to circulate her cultivation incantation, refining the power of the flood dragon meat. At the same time, she also took out some high-grade spirit stones and piled them in front of her. Soon, a faint divine radiance flowed over Fuyao's body, incomparably crystalline, and even her hair became translucent, her cultivation foundation constantly increasing. At this moment, Lu Xuan was in his cave dwelling, leisurely reclining on a millennia-old profound ice bed, reading a book suitable for all ages, a scandalous chronicle of the cultivation world. Lu Xuan burst into hearty laughter. How delightful! Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lu Xuan's ears. The host's eldest disciple, Fuyao, is cultivating, initiating synchronization of cultivation foundation. Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. He felt a wave of numbness throughout his body. It was the constant influx of spiritual power, impacting his limbs and bones. Within his dantian, an incredibly vast spiritual energy was continuously gathering. Lu Xuan couldn't help but be astonished. Fuyao's cultivation speed was too fast. The cultivation foundation like a small stream impacting his meridians, somewhat invigorating. Cultivating while lying down. The corners of Lu Xuan's mouth slightly lifted. This feeling was truly amazing. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. The host's eldest disciple, Fuyao, is comprehending the Tao of spiritual fire, initiating synchronization. Lu Xuan extended his right hand, and a spiritual fire slowly burned. He felt himself becoming more attuned to spiritual fire. Lu Xuan had already mastered the Tao of spiritual fire, and after mastery came perfection. Then great perfection. His mastery of spiritual fire was advancing towards perfection. My disciple, keep it up, Lu Xuan said with a smile. He changed his posture and continued to lie down and read, in high spirits. With each breath, his cultivation foundation increased. His comprehension of the Tao of spiritual fire also improved. Soon, night fell, and Lu Xuan went asleep on time, waking up in the middle of the night. He casually checked the system, synchronizing the cultivation foundation of the eldest disciple, Fuyao, synchronizing the comprehension of the Tao of spiritual fire. Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. Fuyao was so diligent, still cultivating late at night. He hadn't been exploiting his disciple. It was all her own volition. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xuan continued to sleep. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lu Xuan woke up leisurely. The system was synchronizing cultivation foundation again. A moment later, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into Lu Xuan's body, and his realm directly broke through to the mid-stage of the profound Emperor realm. Lu Xuan was stunned. What the heck? Overnight, he had directly broken through a small realm. What did this mean? One must know that even the geniuses of the Great Tao sect needed several months to break through a small realm in the profound Emperor realm. Moreover, no matter how fast his realm improved, there were no side effects. There was no need to worry about an unstable realm or an unstable foundation. It was all about peace of mind. Lu Xuan checked Fuyao's stats. Fuyao, late-stage Great Profound King, Great Perfection. Tao Foundation, already replenished. Not bad. Fuyao has already taken the Heaven-tier Tao Foundation pill, and it seems to be working well. Lu Xuan muttered. Fuyao was indeed a reincarnated empress. Her cultivation speed was truly too fast. He remembered that when he had first transmigrated, he had tried to cultivate, but unfortunately, the original owner's talent was too poor. And after a month of hard work, he hadn't even improved by a single layer in the chi refining realm. He had directly given up and chosen to lie flat. But now, overnight, his profound emperor realm had actually improved by a small stage. Too terrifying. The disciple is working so diligently. When the system rewards arrive in 3 days, I shall surely reward her handsomely. Lu Xuan felt a surge of joy as he conjured a flowing white robe around himself and made his way to the mountaintop spring to wash his face. There, he discovered Ji Fuyao already preparing a meal in the humble cottage. Clad in a striking red gown, her figure was exquisite, her elegance unparalleled. Her ethereal beauty illuminated the modest dwelling. Ji Fuyao's delicate hands were tirelessly chopping fire dragon meat on the wooden board, her concentration evident. Lu Xuan reclined on a lounge chair in front of the cottage, basking in the sunlight. Disciple, do make the meal a bit more casual, Ji Fuyao remarked. I promised to cook for 3 days and shall not take it lightly. Lu Xuan could only chuckle in response. Before long, Ji Fuyao began heating oil. Her graceful hands raised as a surge of spiritual fire erupted, gently warming the dark iron pot. With a sizzle, Ji Fuyao frowned slightly. Her mastery of spiritual fire had improved overnight, resulting in an intense flame. The fire dragon meat nearly caught ablaze. Quickly, she tossed several stalks of cold star grass into the pot to temper the fire's potency, followed by a few additional spiritual herbs. Lu Xuan recalled the fire dragon meat from the previous day, and, to be honest, it was not particularly delectable. While the spiritual fire within was preserved well, the flavor left much to be desired. The essence of a meal lies in its taste. Though the spiritual fire's essence was merely diminished, if it turned out bland, it would be a loss indeed. Contemplating this, Lu Xuan advised, Disciple, utilize the seasonings nearby. Forgo those spiritual herbs. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled. But my spiritual fire's intensity is too wild. If I omit those herbs, the essence of the fire dragon meat will diminish excessively. Lu Xuan casually shrugged. Then control the fire. As Ji Fuyao was about to voice a complaint, a flash of insight struck her. Was Lu Xuan offering her guidance? She understood. Control the fire. Having attained a minor proficiency in the path of spiritual fire, she realized that to achieve mastery, she must not only enhance the fire's power, but also learn to master its control. Once she adeptly managed the flames, she could step into the realm of true mastery. With this thought, Ji Fuyao ceased adding spiritual herbs and focused intently on controlling the flames. She had relied too heavily on the strength of the herbs. This was indeed a form of shortcut. Chapter 6. How did Ji Fuyao begin to contemplate? Ji Fuyao, feeling a stir in her heart, murmured to herself. She realized that she could rely not on the power of spiritual herbs, but solely on her mastery of fire control to ensure that the essence of the fire jiao meat did not dissipate. What seemed to be mere cooking was, in truth, an exercise in fire manipulation. She began to immerse herself in this understanding. Fragments of memories from her past life emerged like shadows in a mist, gradually illuminated by the sunlight. She grasped a thread of truth. Soon, her fire control became increasingly adept, no longer needing the power of spiritual herbs. She could sustain the potency of the fire jiao meat. Ji Fuyao exhaled a long breath. Her mastery of spiritual fire had once again ascended. She had attained enlightenment. Lu Xuan's guidance had been perfectly timed. Although she was an empress, being embroiled in her own affairs meant it would take her time to uncover this truth on her own. Lu Xuan's casual hints had led her to a sudden realization. Ji Fuyao felt it necessary to pay closer attention to Lu Xuan's words. Though they seemed casual, they concealed profound meanings. At that moment, a sound echoed in Lu Xuan's ears. Ding! Ji Fuyao is comprehending the path of spiritual fire, and synchronization is occurring. Lu Xuan was astonished. Truly, she is my disciple. Even while cooking, she is gaining insights. Could she be the innate culinary prodigy? Indeed, indeed. From now on, let Fuyao take charge of the cooking. While Lu Xuan reveled in his thoughts, Ji Fuyao suddenly spoke. Master, thank you for your guidance. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Guidance? What guidance? Ji Fuyao continued. Master, I now understand that your request for me to cook had deeper significance. Oh, Lu Xuan scratched his nose. Deeper significance? He had simply wanted Fuyao to prepare the meal. Wasn't he that the purpose of having a disciple? Ji Fuyao smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like stars. Cooking necessitates the use of spiritual fire. You wish for me to comprehend the power of spiritual fire, leading to its mastery. Lu Xuan. Really? Was that truly my intention? Seeing Lu Xuan's astonished expression, Ji Fuyao found it amusing. Still playing coy, she was puzzled. With such skill, why was Lu Xuan so modest? Ji Fuyao added, to master the path of spiritual fire requires exceptional fire control skills, which is precisely what cooking demands. Thank you, master. Lu Xuan felt a bit dazed. How did Ji Fuyao come to such conclusions? He couldn't help but find her endearing. Ji Fuyao beamed, nodding knowingly at Lu Xuan. Her gaze shimmering. Master, the meal will be ready shortly. Her eyes seemed to convey, Master, I know you harbor secrets. For all these years, you have been misunderstood. Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. Soon, Ji Fuyao placed 2 plates of spiritual beast meat on the stone table. After tasting a bite, Lu Xuan gave a thumbs up, declaring it far superior to yesterday's fare. Ji Fuyao's cheeks flushed. Is it delicious? Lu Xuan replied, you need more practice. Ji Fuyao. In a moment of silence, Ji Fuyao suddenly realized that Lu Xuan was encouraging her to continue practicing fire control. Warmth spread through her heart. Lu Xuan's guidance was so unremarkable, so casually spoken. While it seemed to address flavor, it was, in fact, about fire control. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes sparkled as she began to eat. Lu Xuan consumed his meal quickly, soon reclining in his chair to bask in the sun. Ji Fuyao savored her food slowly, contemplating Lu Xuan's earlier words. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of spiritual fire erupted from her, its power rising fiercely, sometimes raging, sometimes flickering like a flame. Ding! The host, Ji Fuyao, is comprehending the path of spiritual fire, beginning synchronization. The system's voice resonated. Lu Xuan was taken aback again. Another realization? The disparity between them was infuriating. He recalled his own training. When he sought comprehension, it felt akin to deciphering a foreign text. Such was the chasm of talent. However, now, why bother with personal comprehension when he could let his disciple achieve it instead? Lu Xuan felt immense satisfaction. Several hours later, Ji Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, her expression radiating joy. The spiritual fire within her gradually retracted, clearly indicating her advancement towards mastery. But Lu Xuan's progress was even greater. Ji Fuyao smiled at Lu Xuan, her starry eyes gleaming with gratitude. Lu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Fuyao began to tidy up the utensils, entering the cottage to wash the dishes. Just then, a divine rainbow shot through the distant void, aimed directly at Changsheng Peak. The aura emanating from this divine rainbow was terrifying and vast, resonating throughout the heavens, causing the world to tremble with its might. Boom! A middle-aged man in a gray robe landed on Changsheng Peak. He was none other than the sect master of the Great Tao sect. The sect master, with a square face and a hint of righteousness between his brows, approached Lu Xuan slowly, exuding the aura of authority. He had come to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Lu Xuan. Even now, he could not fathom why Lu Xuan had taken Ji Fuyao as his disciple. He had promised Lu Xuan that he could amend the regulations of the Great Tao sect, allowing him to remain as the peak master without needing to take on disciples. He was perplexed. Elder Mu had also suggested that the sect master converse with Lu Xuan, prompting his visit. However, upon seeing Lu Xuan lounging in a rocking chair, the sect master shook his head. Sigh. Lu Xuan remains unchanged, still neglecting cultivation, spending his days idly. How unbecoming. He had hoped that taking on a disciple might inspire some transformation in Lu Xuan. Wait. The sect master suddenly froze in place. His gaze shifted towards the cottage. What did he see? Ji Fuyao was washing pots and dishes. No way. The sect master was utterly flabbergasted. Why did Lu Xuan have the audacity? Fury surged within him. Ji Fuyao's talent for cultivation was unparalleled in a millennium for the Great Tao sect, even resonating with the sect's precious artifact, the Great Tao Bell. And now, Lu Xuan was allowing Ji Fuyao to waste time washing dishes? Was this not sheer absurdity? Lu Xuan, you must explain yourself. The sect master rolled up his sleeves, thundering in rage, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. Lu Xuan paused, calmly looking at the sect master. Explain what, sect master? The sect master pointed toward Ji Fuyao in the cottage, utterly exasperated. How can you let Fuyao do such menial tasks? You are squandering her talent. I expected you to guide her, or at the very least, provide her with your cultivation resources. Yet, you have her doing these trivial chores? While Lu Xuan pondered how to respond, Ji Fuyao interjected, Sect master, Please do not blame my master, I volunteered. Volunteered? The sect master was rendered speechless. He glanced between Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao, utterly dumbfounded. Ji Fuyao was actually defending Lu Xuan? Why? The sect master was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Fuyao, are you saying that you willingly chose to do these tasks? Please don't tell me you've started eating with Lu Xuan too. The sect master looked at Ji Fuyao, seeking any sign of hope. Ji Fuyao, with utmost sincerity, replied, I have. The sect master's face flushed crimson with rage as he stomped his foot on Changsheng Peak, roaring, "Ah!" The mountain trembled as if it had sunk hundreds of feet. He felt utterly distraught. He longed to give Lu Xuan a good thrashing. In the entire Great Tao sect, only Lu Xuan had not undergone fasting. Now, he had led Ji Fuyao astray as well. Was this not a blatant misguidance of disciples? At that moment, Ji Fuyao remarked, Sect Master, this is, in essence, a form of cultivation. This constitutes cultivation? What exactly had Lu Xuan done to so thoroughly convince Ji Fuyao? The sect master frowned deeply, casting an incensed gaze upon Lu Xuan. He promptly seized Lu Xuan and entered the cave dwelling. I demand an explanation. The two sat facing each other at a wooden table. The sect master's ire only grew as he surveyed the calligraphy and landscape paintings adorning the table. These were all the frivolous works of Lu Xuan over the years. He averted his gaze, unwilling to grant them a second glance. These were merely the idle creations of Lu Xuan's aimless existence. Just then, Lu Xuan spoke calmly, Sect Master, rest assured, Fuyao is cognizant of her actions. The sect master's brow furrowed slightly. A question arose in his mind. Ji Fuyao did not appear to be coerced in any way. Could cooking and washing dishes truly be a form of cultivation? He refused to believe it. Where, then, lay the crux of the matter? Ji Fuyao clearly held Lu Xuan in high esteem. Could there be a hidden history between them? Hold on, the sect master interjected abruptly, his eyes narrowing. Lu Xuan, what of your cultivation level? He realized he could not perceive Lu Xuan's cultivation base. Lu Xuan replied, I have concealed it. The sect master nearly chuckled. You, a mere chi refinement cultivator, need to conceal your cultivation? Lu Xuan was rendered speechless. The sect master continued, Did Fuyao teach you a spiritual incantation for concealment? It must be of high caliber, capable of evading my detection. Lu Xuan remained silent. Why did the sect master also enjoy flights of fancy? He was at a loss for words. Should he reveal that he was at the profound emperor realm? But even a profound emperor was insignificant before the sect master. A saint king. Perhaps it was best to continue developing in secret for a while. Lu Xuan poured a cup of tea for the sect master, whose demeanor softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to exercise patience. He would allow Lu Xuan to indulge in his whims for this 1 month. Lu Xuan inquired curiously, Sect Master, does your visit concern a particular matter? He knew that the sect master had not visited Changsheng Peak since his master's passing. He would not visit unless there was a reason. The sect master's gaze was intense as he turned to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, your master, Changsheng Saint, made numerous contributions to the Great Tao sect. After his passing, our Great Tao sect would naturally not allow his disciple to feel abandoned. And you are Changsheng Saint's only disciple. However, your cultivation talent is limited, and you have likely endured harsh words over the years, causing you distress. Alas, I, too, have been negligent, failing to provide you with adequate care. Lu Xuan took a sip of tea, offering no response. The sect master continued, Lu Xuan, are you aware that if you had failed to recruit a disciple this time, I had already arranged a fallback for you? Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. Is that so? The sect master produced a jade seal and placed it before Lu Xuan. What is this? Lu Xuan slowly picked up the jade seal, examining it closely. It was a low-grade spiritual artifact, appearing immensely heavy, with 4 characters inscribed upon it in spiritual, Great Fuyao Dynasty. The sect master smiled faintly. Originally, after you were expelled from the Great Tao sect, I would have instructed an elder to arrange for you to go to the mortal Great Fuyao Dynasty, to become a secular emperor. You would have enjoyed a life of wealth and splendor, with a harem of 3,000 concubines, indulging in the pleasures of the mortal world. Chapter 7. The Disciples' Daily Mental Gymnastics. You shall revel in a life of affluence and be surrounded by a harem of 3,000 beauties, thus thoroughly enjoying the pleasures of the mortal realm. The sect master's voice resonated like celestial music. Lu Xuan was taken aback. Heck, that could actually work. A harem of 3,000 beauties, easily attainable. The sect master frowned. What are you grinning about? Lu Xuan replied, I'm so delighted that I've forgotten my home. The sect master shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. Truly, he is beyond redemption. Lu Xuan is incorrigible. The sect master continued, very well. Let you blunder about this month. Let Fuyao take a longer, more circuitous route, that she may comprehend the significance of a good mentor. If, within a month, Fuyao fails to secure the first position in the inter-sect competition, she shall be banished from Changsheng Peak. Is that amenable? Lu Xuan chuckled. And if she achieves first place? The sect master shook his head. Impossible. Even setting aside the preeminent disciples, Fuyao would likely be outmatched by the top inter-sect disciples. You must understand that the most formidable disciple in this competition has already reached the late stage of the profound sect realm. Fuyao is merely a great profound king. What chance does she stand? There is a gulf of 2 major realms between them. The sect master patted Lu Xuan's shoulder, said no more, retrieved the jade seal, and departed. Shortly thereafter, the sect master arrived at the Grand Dao Hall and recounted the incident of Fuyao washing dishes to Elder Mu. Elder Mu was flabbergasted. Such a thing occurred? The sect master shook his head repeatedly, saying, I cannot fathom why Fuyao holds Lu Xuan in such high regard. Elder Mu furrowed his brow, his turbid gaze directed toward Changsheng Peak. He suddenly inquired, do you believe Lu Xuan might be concealing his true abilities? The sect master chuckled dismissively. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Elder Mu fell silent. That was true. What did Lu Xuan know about instructing disciples? The sect master said, very well. I have discerned that Fuyao has already reached the late stage of the great profound king realm. Elder Mu's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, like deep ravines. He was somewhat astonished. Did Fuyao conceal her cultivation during the entrance examination? Is this her true level? The sect master smiled. Likely so. Elder Mu stroked his beard, his expression grave. This girl harbors secrets. However, my Grand Dao sect has never feared secrets. Now that Fuyao has sworn a heavenly Dao oath, she is a member of my Grand Dao sect. We shall not only refrain from prying into these secrets, but also safeguard them for her. The sect master nodded. Indeed. Changsheng Peak. Fuyao had long returned to her cave dwelling to resume her cultivation. She was simultaneously refining the flood dragon meat and absorbing high-grade spirit stones. A torrential surge of spiritual energy swirled around her, forming a miniature vortex. Fuyao's cultivation was steadily advancing. She had already devised a cultivation plan for herself, first to elevate her realm, then to immerse herself in the fire abyss secret realm of the Grand Dao sect to consolidate her cultivation, fortify her realm, and temper her divine soul. A month was more than sufficient for her. She was determined to secure first place in the inter-sect competition. Now that her Dao foundation had been restored, she would despise herself if she failed to achieve first place. How could a reincarnated empress stoop to mediocrity? With this in mind, Fuyao composed herself, sat cross-legged, and donned a fiery red phoenix robe that billowed ethereally. A faint, divine radiance emanated from her, making her appear otherworldly and profoundly mystical. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan was lounging in his cave dwelling. The system's voice chimed, ding. Host's eldest disciple, Fuyao, is enhancing her cultivation, commencing synchronization. As the voice faded, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to manifest, coursing through Lu Xuan's limbs and bones. Within his dantian, the foundation of his cultivation was steadily augmenting. Lu Xuan stretched languidly. It seems Fuyao is cultivating again. Now that Fuyao is already at the late stage of the great profound king realm, she will undoubtedly break through to the profound sovereign realm within 3 days. Solid. Moreover, given Fuyao's cultivation speed, it would be more than just the initial stage of the profound sovereign realm. Lu Xuan couldn't help but marvel. To be so exceptionally gifted, yet so diligent. It makes me feel rather awkward. Truly, she is my disciple. Savoring the ever-increasing spiritual energy within his body, Lu Xuan leisurely perused a book. As night deepened, Lu Xuan sensed that his cultivation was still rising. He yawned and drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, Fuyao had directly broken through to the initial stage of the profound sovereign realm, and he had advanced to the late stage of the great profound sovereign realm. Just a step away from the profound sect realm, Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. So fast. The thought of himself snoring away while Fuyao diligently cultivated made Lu Xuan feel. This feeling is truly wonderful. Lu Xuan emerged from his cave dwelling and saw that Fuyao was already preparing a meal. He casually glanced at Fuyao's mastery of fire control. It was already exceedingly skilled, not far from the pinnacle. Lu Xuan mused. It seems the nurturing task is nearing completion. How effortless. Lu Xuan lay down outside the thatched hut, watching the clouds drift across the sky, feeling a sense of serenity and contentment. Before long, Fuyao brought out the meal. Time to eat. Fuyao was in high spirits. In just 2 days since joining the sect, she had entered the profound sovereign realm. This rapid cultivation was inextricably linked to that heavenly-grade Tao Foundation pill. With this in mind, Fuyao suddenly turned to Lu Xuan, her expression earnest, and said, "Master, thank you for your assistance." Lu Xuan was taken aback. He said casually, "It was nothing." He thought to himself, "She should be thanking me. After all, I didn't do anything. I just lay here." Fuyao's eyes shimmered with divine light, and wisps of hair brushed against her alabaster forehead. She insisted, "Master, that heavenly-grade Tao Foundation pill has granted me a transformative effect, and you have also guided me in the Tao of spiritual fire, both of which have greatly benefited me. This is a debt of profound gratitude. In this life, she would go even further." Lu Xuan chuckled. "Keep up the good work." Fuyao smiled radiantly. "I will. My Tao of spiritual fire is still a bit lacking. I need to gain a deeper understanding." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan extended his right hand. A wisp of gentle flame appeared in his palm. This spiritual fire was amorphous, yet possessed a concentrated essence. At Lu Xuan's command, the spiritual fire would become incredibly violent, then exceedingly gentle. Fuyao was utterly stunned. This was the manifestation of the pinnacle of the Tao of spiritual fire. As expected, her master was not a good-for-nothing. Lu Xuan smiled faintly, feigning an air of mystery. "Do you understand?" In truth, he had no idea how to guide her. But he believed that, with Fuyao's talent, she would undoubtedly find a glimmer of insight. His Tao of spiritual fire, in essence, mirrored what Fuyao would comprehend in the future, merely a more advanced version. Fuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight. She understood. The essence of the pinnacle of spiritual fire lay in controlling it at will, shaping it as one desired. She had just sensed that Lu Xuan's Tao of spiritual fire resonated with her own, as if they shared the same origin. That feeling was all too familiar. Could it be that Lu Xuan and she were cultivating the same technique? No. Even if they were using the same technique, it wouldn't be so similar. It must be that her master had deliberately conjured this spiritual fire to guide her. It must be so. With this in mind, a tidal wave of emotion surged within Fuyao's heart. Her master was too formidable. Subsequently, Fuyao sat cross-legged, began to contemplate the Tao of spiritual fire. She was only one step away from mastering the Tao of spiritual fire. There was still a thin membrane that needed to be pierced. But Lu Xuan had undoubtedly shown her the path to break through. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day later. A spiritual fire emanated from Fuyao, its power soaring into the sky. She extended her jade hand and gently waved it, and the power of the spiritual fire became exceedingly gentle. Her mastery of fire control was effortless. Fuyao's path to spiritual fire allowed her to directly step into the realm of spiritual fire mastery. Ding! Synchronizing the insights of my eldest disciple, Fuyao. As this was a double acquisition, Lu Xuan's comprehension increased significantly. He was one step closer to the perfection of the spiritual fire path. Once again, he had surpassed Fuyao by a version. At this moment, Fuyao slowly opened her starry eyes, her delicate form quivering slightly as she spoke. "Thank you, master." Lu Xuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "You need not be so formal." Fuyao responded with a charming smile and a nod. In her heart, she couldn't help but reflect that this time was indeed a serendipitous encounter, having found such an exceptional master. A single word from you is worth more than months of arduous cultivation. Numerous images flooded Fuyao's mind. She began to savor every word Lu Xuan had spoken. While cooking, Lu Xuan would often engage her in casual conversation, which she had previously taken for granted. Now, she suddenly realized that his seemingly casual remarks were, in fact, guiding her. Fuyao murmured to herself, "It is certain that Master S' understanding of spiritual fire surpasses my own. But by how much? He is guiding me." After a moment, Fuyao regained her composure and said, "Master, I shall return to consolidate my understanding." Lu Xuan nodded. "You may take a suitable rest now. The cultivation task has already been completed. Tomorrow, you will be able to collect your rewards." Lu Xuan felt quite relaxed. However, Fuyao shook her head. "Time waits for no one. I must seize the opportunity to cultivate." Lu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Subsequently, he felt his own cultivation steadily rising within him. A refreshing sensation surged through his limbs, akin to a dragon roaming the seas, colliding with his meridians. Lu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. To take in disciples like Ji Fuyao is truly remarkable. She is so dedicated. On the third day, after Ji Fuyao finished her final meal and washed the dishes, her cheeks flushed slightly. Master, I have fulfilled my promise. Are you satisfied with these 3 days? Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan immediately understood. Ji Fuyao no longer wished to cook. He gazed thoughtfully, satisfied, yet not entirely. Ji Fuyao was taken aback. What do you mean? She sensed that Lu Xuan's words were profoundly enigmatic. Lu Xuan feigned profundity and said meaningfully, Fuyao, do you truly believe I asked you to cook? Ji Fuyao furrowed her beautiful brows, her mind racing to comprehend Lu Xuan's deeper intentions. What could it mean? After a moment, she realized. Cooking, after all, necessitates the use of the spiritual fire path. Furthermore, it could enhance her mindset. She fell into deep contemplation. She was a sovereign empress. And even in reincarnation and recultivation, she harbored boundless pride, which made her look down upon others, causing a slight restlessness within her. However, the past was the past, and the present was the present. In this life, she had yet to reach the imperial realm. She needed to transform her mindset. Lu Xuan continued. What pleases me is that although you do not enjoy cooking, you remain quite focused. What displeases me is that your skills still require improvement. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao seized upon the key phrase. Needs improvement. Must practice. To tread the path of cultivation anew, she must cast aside her arrogance and adopt the humility of an apprentice. She understood. Ji Fuyao looked at Lu Xuan and softly said, True masters often possess the heart of an apprentice. Master, is this what you wish to teach me? Lu Xuan was momentarily stunned. Is it? He thought, I am not. Nor have I ever claimed to be a master. He had merely spoken casually, wishing for Fuyao to continue cooking for him. If Ji Fuyao refused, he could still persuade her once the system's rewards were distributed tomorrow. Yet, why had Ji Fuyao suddenly begun to overthink? He felt utterly bemused. Chapter 8. If the master were to witness this, it would be of little consequence. Observing Ji Fuyao's earnest demeanor, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Why had his disciple begun to engage in self-persuasion once more? However, the expression on Lu Xian's face conveyed an entirely different meaning in Ji Fuyao's eyes. She smiled lightly, realizing that she had seen through her master. Since entering Qingxian Peak, Lu Xuan had been guiding her with patience and wisdom. He was indeed a great teacher. Recalling this, Ji Fuyao promptly declared, Master, as long as I remain at Qingxian Peak, I will continue to prepare meals. Lu Xuan was at a loss for words, simply responding with a single word, good. Ji Fuyao smiled gently. Master, I shall continue to cultivate diligently. In the upcoming days, I will venture into the Fire Abyss secret realm to enhance my combat prowess and solidify my foundational cultivation. Lu Xuan replied, Excellent. Follow your plan. After a respectful bow, Ji Fuyao was about to depart when Lu Xuan suddenly said, Before you go to the Fire Abyss secret realm tomorrow, stop by my cave. I have a gift for you. Ji Fuyao was taken aback. A gift? Master, I do not require anything else at the moment. Her foundational cultivation had already been completed, and she possessed her own cultivation techniques, ranked at the 1-star imperial level. Currently, she lacked for spirit stones and needed nothing additional. Lu Xuan replied, You'll understand when the time comes. After pondering briefly, Ji Fuyao acquiesced, Very well. The following day, Lu Xuan experienced another surge in his cultivation foundation. Over the past 3 days, Ji Fuyao's cultivation had skyrocketed to the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm, while Lu Xuan himself had entered the early stage of the Xianzong realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple development task. Cultivation surpasses the Xianhuang realm. The path of spiritual fire has reached great completion. Due to the host exceeding expectations, the rewards have been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a substantial amount of cultivation foundation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star imperial level technique, Heavenly Burning Technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6-star imperial level alchemical furnace, Heaven Swallowing Furnace. Additional reward. Immunity to all methods. Any cultivator whose cultivation is lower than that of the host will find all their attacks ineffective. As the voice faded, a torrent of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xuan's body, akin to a flood crashing into his internal world. With his dantian emitting a rhythmic sound of flowing energy, Lu Xuan's cultivation was steadily increasing. Moments later, he was but a step away from the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm. Lu Xuan smiled, quite satisfied. He began to inspect the other rewards. With a mere thought, a jade slip containing the heavenly burning technique appeared in his hand. A 6-star imperial level technique. Lu Xuan glanced through it briefly. This technique was extraordinarily formidable. Once cultivated to completion, it could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas, with offensive power that defied the heavens. However, he realized that he could never practice it himself. He could simply lay back and allow it to be bestowed upon Ji Fuyao, for this technique suited her perfectly. Next, Lu Xuan examined the heaven-swallowing furnace. It was an ancient alchemical furnace, sealed yet still displaying brilliant patterns of Tao flowing across its surface, both obscure and mysterious. This was a 6-star imperial-level treasure, containing immense Tao and rhythms, harboring a certain enigmatic power. Were it not for the sealing power of the system, taking out this alchemical furnace would likely have resulted in an extraordinary phenomenon in the world. Lu Xuan contemplated. Ji Fuyao's alchemical talent was not exceptional. To have her engage in alchemy would be a waste of time. It was best to let professionals handle their specialties. Thus, it would be better to gift this furnace to another disciple. The thought of alchemy brought a slight smile to Lu Xuan's lips as he recalled a classic he had read on Blue Star. He chuckled softly. Could it be that I will truly take on this disciple? He then inquired, can I take on a second disciple now? The system responded. The disciple-taking task has not yet been triggered. Not triggered? Lu Xuan questioned. How does one trigger it? The system replied, it will be soon. Lu Xuan mused that the system indeed had its limitations. Otherwise, if he were to recruit disciples indiscriminately, regardless of their talents, merely through sheer numbers, his cultivation would surely soar. He was already quite content with his current situation. He stowed away the heaven-swallowing furnace, his heart brimming with anticipation. Second disciple, come to me soon. Next, Lu Xuan began to examine immunity to all methods. This was an additional reward from the system. Lu Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. It meant that any cultivator weaker than him would find their attacks rendered completely ineffective. Was this not akin to possessing a divine artifact? Lu Xuan chuckled to himself. I must remain humble. I am merely at the Xianzong realm, and there exist great emperors in the South Wilderness. His spirit soared, and he couldn't help but marvel at how considerate this unbeatable disciple recruitment system was. Investing in disciples was a guaranteed return. Lu Xuan swiftly sent a sound transmission to Ji Fuyao, summoning her to his side. Soon, Ji Fuyao entered Lu Xuan's cave dwelling. The cave was rather unadorned, furnished with only a bed of mysterious ice, a wooden table, a few wooden chairs, and some simple utensils. This simplicity endeared Lu Xuan to Ji Fuyao even more, as it exuded the aura of a true master. As she approached the wooden table, she noticed a poem scrawled by Lu Xuan. A faint smile graced her lips as she read, the world is vast, a well-est dark pit, a white dog on yellow, a swollen sight. 1 crows and a peck, 2 crows and a pair, 3 calls summon the sun, banishing stars and moonlight. Awaking from deathly illness, I rise to roam. A line of geese flies south, 2 roasted ducks head north. Where is the spring's essence found? Beyond the mountains, green hills abound. A moment of spring night is worth a fortune, while the clear moon and spring water flow over stone. Then she noticed some paintings on the wooden table. Jiang Taigong electrofishing, Hui shoots the sun, and Zhuge Liang skillfully borrows the east wind. Ji Fuyao was momentarily stunned. These artworks were indeed abstract. Truly, her master had a unique and distinctive style. She murmured, I never expected my master to have such hobbies. Clearing his throat, Lu Xuan remarked, just some casual sketches. Ji Fuyao suppressed a smile. Lu Xuan continued with a grin, Fuyao, the gift I have for you is a cultivation technique perfectly suited for you. Ji Fuyao smiled and politely declined. Master, I already possess my own cultivation technique. She was aware that her technique was a 1-star imperial-level fire technique, Xuanhua scripture, which was immensely compatible with her. In the South Wilderness, imperial-level techniques were extraordinarily precious. If her 1-star imperial-level technique were to emerge, it would surely incite chaos throughout the land. She could hardly believe that Lu Xuan possessed a technique of a higher grade. With a flick of his thought, Lu Xuan produced the jade slip containing the heavenly burning technique, offering it to Ji Fuyao with a gentle gesture. You may take a look. With a swish, Ji Fuyao accepted it, initially disinterested, but soon delved into it with her spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, she froze in place. The 6-star imperial level technique, heavenly burning technique. As her spiritual consciousness stirred, a vision unfolded before her, an ethereal figure bearing the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that surpassed her previous life's pinnacle. She could not discern its face, but behind it, boundless spiritual flames surged and roared. The power to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas, permeating the cosmos, transforming the realm into a sea of spiritual fire. The voice of this ethereal figure gradually emerged. Heavenly burning technique. As cultivators, we defy the heavens in our pursuit. The journey is long and arduous. Yet we must possess the ambition to soar and the resolve to burn the heavens. As the voice echoed, the figure waved its sleeve, unleashing a tremendous offensive force that echoed through the realms, akin to stars igniting and vast domains boiling, a terrifying spiritual fire soaring into the sky, coalescing into a profound realm of understanding. Heaven may burn, seas may boil. The figure transformed into the master of spiritual fire, standing within an infinite realm of flames, gradually fading from view. In a fleeting instant, a surge coursed through Ji Fufeng's consciousness, drawing her back from an otherworldly vision. She had assimilated the inheritance of the heavenly flame incineration art. Within moments, her brow was beaded with perspiration, her vermilion phoenix robes clinging to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her lithe physique trembled as a maelstrom of emotions surged within her. The magnitude of this technique was astounding, seemingly tailored for her very essence. She was, after all, the embodiment of the heavenly flame sacred physique, a 6-starred emperor-ranked technique. Where had her mentor procured such a treasure? To her recollection, the southern wastelands had not borne witness to such a technique for millennia. Its value was immeasurable, rivaling even the Grand Dao canon within the Grand Dao sect. Overwhelmed with fervor, Ji Fufeng gazed upon Lu Xuan, her mentor. Lu Xuan responded with a smile, remarking that the technique seemed particularly suited to her, suggesting she dedicate herself to its cultivation. A wave of warmth washed over Ji Fufeng's heart, rendering her speechless. As a reincarnated empress, she possessed the unwavering resolve of a seasoned expert. Yet, she found herself deeply moved. Lu Xuan had only accepted her as a disciple 3 days prior, and already he had bestowed upon her such an extraordinary technique. Compared to the heavenly flame incineration art, the profound flame scripture she had previously practiced paled in significance. From this moment forward, she would undoubtedly devote herself to mastering the heavenly flame incineration art. A sense of gratitude welled within her. Her curiosity towards Lu Xuan intensified. To effortlessly produce a heaven-tier supreme-grade Dao Foundation pill and bestow a 6-starred emperor-rank technique, his depth of resources was unfathomable. As for Lu Xuan's strength, he was likely a high-starred great emperor. The Grand Dao sect was unexpectedly home to a supreme expert. However, Ji Fufeng pondered. What did Lu Xuan seek to gain by accepting her as a disciple? She could not fathom his motives. Perhaps this was the essence of a mentor, selfless dedication. Lu Xuan smiled, encouraging her to proceed, confident in her ability to cultivate the technique without his direct guidance. Ji Fufeng hesitated, inquiring if she could seek his counsel should she encounter difficulties in her cultivation. Lu Xuan affirmed, granting her leave. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Ji Fufeng's eyes as she nodded, stowing away the ancient jade scroll, preparing to depart. Suddenly, her gaze fell downwards. Alas! In her absorption during the comprehension of the heavenly flame incineration art, her vermilion robes had become saturated with perspiration, clinging to her form. She had been oblivious to this. A blush crept across Ji Fufeng's countenance as she glanced towards Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, feigning indifference, averted his gaze. A surge of warmth coursed through Ji Fufeng's heart once more. Yet, upon reflection, she reasoned that it mattered little if her mentor were to witness her in such a state. After all, he was a man of impeccable virtue. Lu Xuan chuckled, urging his disciple to hasten her cultivation of the new technique. With a gentle nod, Ji Fufeng promptly departed. Upon returning to her abode, Ji Fufeng resolved to alter her plans. She would first cultivate the heavenly flame incineration art before venturing into the fire abyss secret realm. However, prior to that, she deemed it necessary to cleanse herself. With a mere thought, Ji Fufeng shed her fiery red robes, revealing her exquisite shoulders. Her smooth, alabaster skin exuded a delicate fragrance. Her shapely, slender legs swayed as she gracefully stepped into the bath. Steam enveloped the air, partially obscuring her flawless form. Her body radiated a faint divine aura. Appearing utterly pure, in a short while, Ji Fufeng had prepared herself. She commenced her cultivation of the heavenly flame incineration art, seated in a meditative posture. Her fiery red robes could not conceal her curvaceous figure. Her delicate hands moved in intricate patterns as she chanted incantations. A surge of formidable spiritual flame energy erupted from her form, rapidly spreading outwards. The essence of supreme annihilation solidified around Ji Fufeng, causing the temperature within her abode to skyrocket. The terrifying spiritual flame pierced through the seals and restrictions of her abode, soaring into the heavens. This was, after all, a 6-starred emperor-ranked technique. As Ji Fufeng initiated her cultivation, her heavenly flame's sacred physique resonated perfectly with the technique, inadvertently triggering a profound resonance. Instantly, the entirety of Azure Summit was engulfed in soaring spiritual flames, resembling a colossal sun rising and illuminating the firmament. The terrifying force emanating from Azure Summit surged outwards towards the surrounding spiritual peaks, forming a blazing wave, engulfing the terrain in flames. A celestial phenomenon. The entire Grand Dao sect was immediately roused. Chapter 9. The Master guides her. The celestial anomalies unfolding in this realm are utterly terrifying. An overwhelming aura of dread has emerged, a force of unparalleled lethality that seems poised to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. The magnificent will of spiritual fire expands outward for dozens of miles, akin to a tidal wave. The skies darken, and the firmament trembles. The temperatures surrounding Qingxian Peak rise dramatically, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. In an instant, the entire Dao sect is set in motion. Nearby spiritual peaks flare with intense heat, resembling a sea of flames, prompting numerous sages to intervene and subdue this terrifying spiritual fire. Countless elders and disciples are left in astonishment, all gazing towards Qingxian Peak. What has transpired? Soon, the sect leader and others are alerted. Countless thoughts and senses probe towards Qingxian Peak. Many sage kings and sages are struck with awe. An extraordinary celestial phenomenon has been summoned by Qingxian Peak. The minds of the sect leader and others continue their investigation. They swiftly uncover the seal set by Ji Fuyao. Although their strength would allow them to easily breach the seal, they refrain from doing so. It is evident that Ji Fuyao has gained profound insights into her cultivation technique. Such realizations are so otherworldly that they have directly invoked a celestial anomaly. Meanwhile, the sea of spiritual fire above intensifies, as if it seeks to refine an ethereal shadow, casting its glow upon the heavens. Deep within the endless sea of flames, resplendent divine brilliance surges, an overwhelming momentum gradually manifesting as a distinct Tao and force. A tempest of emotions surges within the sect leader and others. What extraordinary talent for cultivation is this? It is known that only after entering the Xian Saint realm can one truly grasp the Tao and force. Indeed, many Xian Saints may never gain the opportunity to comprehend it throughout their lifetimes. What level of cultivation does Ji Fuyao possess at this moment? The sect leader turns to the numerous sages of the Pill Peak, inquiring if they have discerned anything given their profound understanding of spiritual fire. The sages of Pill Peak are visibly astonished. At such a young age, Fuyao has touched upon the essence of Tao and force, a talent worthy of an emperor's stature. The prospect of an imperial figure emerging from the Dao sect fills the sect leader and others with tremendous excitement. Should Ji Fuyao ascend to the quasi-emperor level, she would undoubtedly become a revered ancestor of the Dao sect. The hearts of the assembly swell with pride, their admiration for Ji Fuyao deepening. Suddenly, a sage from Pill Peak speaks. From today's celestial anomaly, it is clear Fuyao concealed her true capabilities during the sect's assessment. Now I understand why Ji Fuyao chose to apprentice under Lu Xuan. She likely harbors some secrets she fears we might uncover. A sage from Miao Peak observes gently, alas. This child, our Dao sect is home to many powerful emperors, yet most are either in seclusion or slumber. Even if Fuyao possesses the demeanor of an emperor, we do not covet the secrets she may hold. The sect leader clarifies, regarding the secrets surrounding Fuyao, the ancestor already investigated during her assessment, there are no issues. Furthermore, she is now a disciple of our Dao sect, having pledged a heavenly oath and will not betray us. The assembly nods in agreement. Indeed, within our Dao sect, there are many disciples of varying powers and backgrounds. If we were to scrutinize each one, our sect would have long ceased to exist across epochs. The sect leader commands, "You must never pry into Fuyao's secrets." The assembly responds, "Understood." A moment of silence ensues. The sage from Pill Peak nods. acknowledging Fuyao's meticulous nature and her desire for a tranquil place to meditate. However, how do we explain Lu Xuan's insistence on taking her as a disciple? The group falls into silence, unable to comprehend. What can Lu Xuan possibly teach? Many sages remark, after the inner sect trials, let us ensure Fuyao distances herself from Lu Xuan. His bad habits could negatively impact Fuyao's future cultivation. The sect leader agrees, indeed. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their company. Being near Lu Xuan could affect Fuyao. The assembly nods in unison. This time, Fuyao has summoned a celestial anomaly, further validating her extraordinary talent for cultivation. It has nothing to do with Lu Xuan. Such a prodigy should not be squandered under his influence. At that moment, a sage in gray robes suddenly remarks, "What is Lu Peak Master doing now?" The sect leader replies, "Let us see." At this moment, Lu Xuan lies leisurely upon the Xian ice bed, feeling the depth of his cultivation steadily increasing, a wave of excitement surging within him. Ding! The host's grand disciple Ji Fuyao's cultivation is on the rise, synchronizing. Ding! Synchronizing comprehension of Finchen-ju. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surges like a mighty river, relentlessly impacting Lu Xuan's limbs and bones. Refreshing. After practicing Finchen-ju, Ji Fuyao's cultivation speed has multiplied several times. Lu Xuan cannot contain his joy. This investment proves to be a guaranteed profit. Providing valuable resources to his disciple is akin to doubling the benefits for himself. He simply needs to recline and do nothing, effortlessly ruling without intervention. Most importantly, he does not need to motivate her, for she is already diligently striving. What a relief! With these thoughts, a subtle smile plays on Lu Xuan's lips, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Observing this scene, the sect leader and others feel their expressions darken. They can no longer bear to watch. Is it appropriate for a master to lie idle while his disciple toils in earnest? They ponder. What happened to the promise of teaching her? You seem to be doing nothing. The sage from the Array Peak furrows his brow in confusion. What is Lu Peak Master smiling about? A sage from Pill Peak winces, I cannot say. Perhaps he recalls something amusing. The assembly thinks. We could hardly resist the urge to reprimand Lu Xuan. They had hoped he would amend his ways, yet this is the outcome? Just this. The group feels a surge of frustration. They cannot help but think how fortunate it was that Chen Changsheng departed early, lest Lu Xuan drive him to madness. The sect leader sighs. Actually, a few days ago, I had a conversation with Lu Xuan. This fellow has become unexpectedly stubborn, refusing to let Fuyao leave. Let us endure him for another month. The assembly shakes their heads, acknowledging the necessity of this course of action. Not long after, the celestial anomaly summoned by Ji Fuyao gradually dissipates. Elder Mu, with a serious expression, inquires, "Do you think Ji Fuyao has a chance of securing first place in this intersect trial?" The sect leader responds, "Unlikely. In this intersect trial, the strongest true disciples are at the late stage of the Xianzong realm. Even if Ji Fuyao enters the Xianzong realm, she cannot compete with them. Moreover, it is impossible for her to reach that level within a month, unless Lu Xuan frantically feeds her elixirs to boost her cultivation." The assembly nods, hoping Lu Xuan does not ruin Ji Fuyao's foundation in his eagerness to win. The sect leader furrows his brow during this time. Ensure you guide the inner sect disciples and true disciples. Fuyao must place within the top 10 in the inner sect trials. The assembly replies, "Understood." A few days later, atop Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyu sits cross-legged in a flowing crimson gown, a soft glow radiating from her. Slowly, her starry eyes flutter open. Over the past few days, she has diligently practiced Finchen-ju, refining her internal cultivation base once more. Her cultivation has now reached the late stage of the Xianhuang realm. Yet the benefits do not end there. The spiritual energy within her dantian has become several times purer. This signifies a substantial increase in her offensive capabilities. Furthermore, she has inadvertently grasped a trace of the Tao and force of spiritual fire. In her previous life, she only achieved this after entering the Xian Saint realm. In just a few days, she has undergone another transformation. The more she cultivates, the more she recognizes the terrifying aspects of Finchen-ju. Truly, it is a 6-star imperial level technique. In comparison to her 1-star imperial level technique Xian Huijing, the difference is like that between heaven and earth. The disparity between imperial level techniques, even just 1 star apart, is monumental. Suddenly, Ji Fuyao recalled that when she summoned the celestial phenomena, the sect master and others extended their consciousness, only to halt before the seal she had laid down. She exhaled in relief. This time, she had merely exposed her innate talent, but her identity should remain undiscovered. it is essential to note that her reincarnation and cultivation pertain to ancient secret arts. If she were to be targeted, even the most formidable emperors of the southern wilderness would take action against her. After all, the method of reincarnation and cultivation is exceedingly defiant, and the strongest are eager to seize it at all costs. However, she mused, with a master as mysterious and powerful as hers, what would it matter even if the mightiest of the southern wilderness descended? After a moment, Fuyao gathered her thoughts and slowly rose. In the time that followed, she needed to venture into the fire abyss secret realm of the Dao sect. She was aware that her foundation of Dao had been restored, yet her divine soul remained incomplete. During her recent days of cultivation, she had begun to perceive the repercussions of her soul's incompleteness. The spiritual flames within the fire abyss secret realm could refine her soul, making it the perfect opportunity for her. Furthermore, during this period of seclusion, her internal cultivation base still lacked solidity. Within the fire abyss, she could harness the power of the spiritual flames to fortify her foundation, refine her soul, and comprehend the essence of the spiritual flames, truly a threefold gain. Contemplating this, Fuyao willed forth her identity token. As her consciousness delved into it, she immediately discerned the location of the fire abyss secret realm along with some descriptions. After stowing the token, she suddenly realized that she had not seen her master for quite some time. A warm surge welled up within her, and she found herself missing her master. Though less than a month had passed since she became a disciple of Lu Xuan, he had already occupied a significant place in her heart. The impression her master left was unlike anyone else's, uncontentious, composed, and enigmatic. Fuyao recalled that during her days of cultivation, she had not prepared a meal for Lu Xuan. A twinge of guilt and regret arose within her. After all, she had promised him that she would cook as long as she was on Changsheng Peak, before heading to the fire abyss secret realm. I should prepare a meal for my master, she murmured to herself. Soon, Fuyao stepped out of her dwelling and made her way to the thatched cottage. She paused momentarily, for Lu Xuan was already reclining on a sunlit chair outside, basking in the warmth. A gentle smile graced her lips. Her master remained unchanged. Wait. It seemed she had never witnessed him in the midst of cultivation. She was curious. Just how many stars did Lu Xuan possess as an emperor? Stretching lazily, Lu Xuan remarked with a smile, "Disciple, your cultivation has improved significantly over these past few days. However, do not forget to solidify your foundation amidst such rapid advancement." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Fuyao's eyes, and her heart stirred slightly. Indeed, her master had noticed it at once. "Master, I will soon venture to the fire abyss secret realm to solidify my cultivation and refine my spirit, while comprehending the power of the spiritual flames," she declared. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. "Indeed, the fire abyss secret realm of our Dao sect is tailor-made for you." With an expression of apology, Fuyao said, "Master, I am sorry. I forgot to cook during my recent days of cultivation." "Not a problem," Lu Xuan replied with a smile. "While meals are significant, your cultivation is equally vital." Fuyao chuckled softly. Indeed, for her master, meals held great importance, standing alongside cultivation. "Master, I shall go prepare a meal now," she said. Lu Xuan tossed her a jade slip. "Fuyao, this slip contains various recipes with different flavors. Let us try something new today, as the constant stir-frying has become rather monotonous." Upon receiving the jade slip, Fuyao delved into it with her consciousness and was astounded. The slip contained an abundance of culinary techniques, categorized with precision. Many of them were utterly unfamiliar to her. Stir-frying, steaming, boiling, twice-cooked, oil-braised, cold-tossed. She marveled at her master's profound mastery over the art of cooking. She pondered that these diverse cooking techniques must hold profound secrets. While they seemed unrelated to cultivation, they were, in fact, deeply interconnected. This was her master's guidance. Chapter 10. My master is occupied. Fuyao's beautiful eyes shimmered with divine light. The great Tao is simple, and all Taoists share a common origin. Even cooking is a form of cultivation. After all, she had gained many insights into spiritual fire during her time in the thatched cottage. Fuyao's slender fingers trembled slightly as she sensed the jade scroll's immense value, containing profound mysteries of the Tao. She couldn't help but marvel at her master's painstaking efforts. With this in mind, Fuyao earnestly said, "Master, I will diligently comprehend the techniques within the jade scroll." As she spoke, she began preparing the ingredients. Lu Xuan smiled and continued to recline outside the cottage, quite pleased with his disciple, Fuyao. In just a few days since becoming his disciple, Her cultivation had already reached the late stage of the profound Emperor realm, and Lu Xuan himself had directly advanced to the middle stage of the profound sect realm. Moreover, Fuyao's mastery of spiritual fire had also improved significantly, along with her comprehension of the heavenly flame incineration art and a hint of the Tao and momentum of the spiritual fire path. In short, Fuyao had gained a great deal, but Lu Xuan's gains were even greater. Inside the cottage, Fuyao cooked with utmost sincerity and care, taking her time. Lu Xuan was somewhat surprised by the unusual slowness. He got up and looked into the cottage, where he saw many dishes arranged on the wooden table. Lu Xuan was puzzled. One can't eat so much in a single meal. Fuyao smiled and replied, Master, I'm going to the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm to consolidate my cultivation and will probably be gone for some time. I'm making these for you in advance. Lu Xuan was immediately stunned. On the table were dishes of many flavors, stir-fried, kung pao, twice-cooked, sweet, and sour. Each dish was neatly arranged. Fuyao had placed sealing restrictions on the dishes, so they only needed to be heated with spiritual fire when the time came. Lu Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. Fuyao has been so thoughtful. Fuyao smiled sweetly. Master, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Lu Xuan nodded. All right. He continued to recline. Before long, Fuyao brought out the dishes, and they began to eat together. On Azure Profound Peak, a gentle breeze stirred, and Fuyao's dark hair fluttered as she ate, a faint smile on her face. By Lu Xuan's side, her heart was clear and at peace, a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. Master is so kind, Fuyao said. Master, after we finish eating, I'll go to the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Her cultivation speed was too fast, and she needed to use the power of the Fire Abyss to consolidate her foundation. At the same time, the injuries to her soul could also be healed through the tempering of spiritual fire. Lu Xuan nodded and reminded her, the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm is quite dangerous, so you must be careful. Your identity token contains information about the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Familiarize yourself with it beforehand. Fuyao tilted her head slightly. Master, I understand. After eating, Fuyao went into the cottage to wash the dishes and pots. Once everything was prepared, she bid farewell to Lu Xuan. Master, I'm going to the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Lu Xuan nodded. Go. Fuyao nodded gently, rose into the air, her fiery red dress fluttering, and a divine rainbow flashed in the sky as she gracefully flew toward the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Watching Fuyao leave, Lu Xuan slowly returned to his cave dwelling. He was looking forward to Fuyao's gains in the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. The Fire Abyss Mystic Realm was a trial ground of the Great Tao sect, consisting of 3 levels. The first level was for those below the middle stage of the Profound Sect Realm. The second level was for those from the Profound Sect Realm to the Profound Saint Realm, and the third level was for those above the Profound Saint Realm. The spiritual fire in the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm had many uses. One could comprehend the power of spiritual fire, temper one's physical body, refine one's soul, and consolidate one's cultivation. Here, many elders and disciples were constantly entering and exiting the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm entrance, making it a lively place. Just then, Fuyao gracefully descended, her fiery red dress trailing behind her. Her stunning beauty captivating all who saw her as she stood in the air above the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Looking down, she saw that the earth was sunken in the fire abyss, and spiritual fire rose up, revealing a terrifying underground world. Within the mystic realm, the burning spiritual fire constantly intertwined and split, creating an imposing aura, forming strange patterns as if they were alive. A powerful heatwave surged, and a force capable of incinerating all things filled the heavens and earth. Soon, a disciple noticed Fuyao and exclaimed in surprise, Fuyao, I didn't expect her to come to the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Some newly initiated disciples were shocked. Wait, how did Fuyao reach the late stage of the Profound Emperor Realm? Wasn't she a great profound king before? Several elders narrowed their eyes, inwardly shaken. This cultivation speed is even faster than that of our sect's top disciples. In an instant, a considerable commotion arose at the entrance of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Many elders sent messages to the sect master and the peak masters. The sect master and others immediately sent a wisp of their divine sense to probe Fuyao. The sect master's expression was grave. Fuyao's realm is somewhat unstable, and her soul also has injuries. No wonder she wants to come to the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. The Misty Peak Master frowned. Fuyao's realm has risen too quickly. Haste makes waste. The Pill Peak Master revealed a look of concern. Could it be that Lu Xuan gave Fuyao pills, forcibly raising her realm? The sect master's face darkened. Why did he agree to that ridiculous bet in the first place? If her realm was truly raised by pills, wouldn't it harm Ji Fuyao? At the same time, Ji Fuyao slowly walked toward the entrance of the Fire Abyss mystic realm, where she saw a tall stone tablet standing, majestic and ancient, reaching into the clouds. Fire Abyss Mystic Realm Rankings. The tablet was engraved with the records of disciples of different realms in the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Profound Emperor Ranking. Fang Yan reached 60 miles into the first level of the Fire Abyss. Profound Emperor Ranking. Luo Lingkong. Highest number of Fire Abyss first-level fire beasts killed in a single day. Profound Emperor Ranking. Ji Fuyao glanced at it indifferently, noting the records. At that moment, the sect master's voice entered Ji Fuyao's mind. Fuyao, according to the rules of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm, once you set a new record or break an existing one, the will of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm will bestow a spiritual fire tempering and baptism. This tempering will greatly benefit your physical body, soul, and cultivation foundation. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao said, "Thank you for the reminder, sect master. That is precisely why I have come." She was here to break records. She desperately needed this spiritual fire tempering and baptism. The sect master couldn't help but ask Fuyao, "When you left, was Lu Xuan still reclining?" Ji Fuyao hesitated for a moment and said, "My master is busy with his own affairs." The sect master's face twitched. Busy with his own affairs? Besides eating and reclining, what else could he do? Did Lu Xuan think he could improve his cultivation by reclining? The sect master sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about Lu Xuan. Fuyao, the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm is dangerous. You must be careful." Ji Fuyao nodded. The peak masters smiled, all eagerly anticipating Ji Fuyao's performance in the first level of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Before long, Ji Fuyao's fiery red dress fluttered as she rose into the air and directly entered the first level of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Boom! Ji Fuyao's divine sense extended. And as far as her eyes could see, the power of spiritual fire surged. Incredibly intense waves of fire soared into the sky, forming pillars of fire. These spiritual fire powers constantly intertwined and split, unleashing a heaven-burning power, as if all things in the world could be evaporated and incinerated. In the far distance, extremely dense spiritual fire powers transformed into several giant wheels, reflecting in the void, a breathtaking sight. And this was only the first level of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Ji Fuyao directly rose into the air, flying toward the deepest part of the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Many disciples were drawn to her, following behind Ji Fuyao. They were eager to know how far Ji Fuyao could penetrate into the first level of the Fire Abyss. Currently, the record for the Profound Emperor Realm in the Great Dao Sect was held by Fang Yan at 60 miles. After an hour, Ji Fufeng had already ventured 10 miles into the blazing Abyss Secret Realm. She pressed on. 20 miles, 30 miles, 60 miles. After half a day, Ji Fufeng had reached 70 miles. She shattered the record for the Profound Sovereign Realm in one fell swoop. The disciples were astounded. To recall, the previous record holder, Fang Yan, had spent half a month to reach 60 miles. Yet, Ji Fufeng accomplished this in half a day. The disciples exclaimed, "Quick, inform the peak masters." They immediately retrieved their transmission jade slips to relay the news to the sages of the various peaks. At that moment, a deep voice echoed within the blazing Abyss Secret Realm. Ji Fufeng, for surpassing Fang Yan's record in the Profound Sovereign Realm, is granted the baptism of spiritual fire. As the voice faded, a celestial river of spiritual fire cascaded from the void, engulfing Ji Fufeng. Arcane and profound energies surged, and resplendent Tao patterns flickered incessantly. Ji Fufeng's delicate frame trembled as the mystical power of the spiritual fire refined her spirit, tempered her flesh, and fortified her cultivation. Her radiant eyes shimmered with divine light as her spirit was purified and gradually restored. She sat cross-legged, her fiery red dress cascading around her. The contours of her exquisite figure veiled in a faint divine glow as she resisted the surrounding fiery domain. Pearls of sweat trickled down Ji Fufeng's face as her body quivered, her delicate lips pressed together in perseverance. The spiritual fire's refinement and restoration of her soul brought agony akin to a swarm of insects devouring her. Her body was drenched in sweat, and the scarlet dress clung to her jade-like skin, revealing tantalizing curves. Ji Fufeng persevered through the ordeal. At the same time, Lu Xuan was reclining comfortably on his Xian ice bed, leisurely perusing his storybook. "Ding, your eldest disciple, Ji Fufeng, has gained insights into the power of spiritual fire. Synchronization initiated. Chapter 11. The Sovereign is furious with Lu Xuan. Ding. The host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, has gained an insight into the power of spiritual fire. Synchronization begins. Lu Xuan felt a stirring in his heart as he slowly opened his right hand. He stepped directly into the path of spiritual fire, reaching the realm of perfection. A gentle wisp of spiritual fire began to rise in his palm. Though it appeared soft, its core was intensely fierce. This was the essence of the perfected realm. The might of the spiritual fire was restrained, manifesting at will, as its blazing power returned to nature. Lu Xuan tucked away the spiritual fire, shifted his position, and continued reading. He had to admit that Ji Fuyao's talent was extraordinary. He eagerly anticipated how much her cultivation and understanding of spiritual fire would enhance during her time in the Fire Abyss secret realm. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Fire Abyss secret realm, Ji Fuyao's baptism and refinement of spiritual fire had concluded, yielding immense rewards. She pressed deeper into the first layer. As she ventured further, more fire beasts emerged, their forms grotesque, engulfed in raging flames, akin to small mountains advancing toward her. Each fire beast wielded power comparable to that of a Xian Emperor realm cultivator. These fire beasts charged at Ji Fuyao like a stampede, with her delicate hand outstretched. The power of spiritual fire surged forth as she struck with a single blow. Boom! A vast number of fire beasts were reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, the surrounding disciples were astounded. How could it be so effortless? When they were in the Xian Emperor realm, slaying a single fire beast required tremendous effort. In that moment, she resembled the sovereign of the fire domain, her tender lips parting slightly. Annihilate. It was as if her words held the weight of law. Wherever Ji Fuyao went, countless fire beasts disintegrated into spiritual fire, vanishing into the air. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, these fire beasts stood no chance against her. A day later, an ancient voice echoed throughout the Fire Abyss secret realm. Ji Fuyao had shattered the previous record by slaying over 345 fire beasts in a single day. A new benchmark. A cascade of spiritual fire descended, radiant patterns swirling, enveloping Ji Fuyao. Upon witnessing this, the hearts of many disciples surged with tumultuous waves. Ji Fuyao had once again broken the Xian Emperor realm record. She had slain over 10,000 fire beasts, which was more than tenfold the previous record set by Luo Lingkong. When had the fire beasts become so weak? They quickly relayed this news to their respective sages and the sovereign. The sovereign and others were utterly astonished. What is a genius? This is a genius. The sovereign felt a surge of joy. Truly, she was a prodigy that resonated with the great Dao Bell. Such performance would rank among the finest in the history of the great Dao sect. The Sword Peak sage remarked that, at this rate, Fuyao might very well break through to the Xian sect realm within the Fire Abyss. Gasp. The sovereign and others inhaled sharply. In just a month, she had progressed from the great Xian King realm to the Xian sect realm. Such an acceleration in cultivation speed was terrifying. The sovereign's expression tightened. He realized he needed to inquire with Lu Xuan to determine if he had given Ji Fuyao any elixirs, for how else could her cultivation speed be so rapid? Old Mu said, "Ask away. If Lu Xuan is indeed forcefully boosting her cultivation, we should have a countermeasure prepared." The sovereign promptly set off for Changsheng Peak. Upon arrival, he found Lu Xuan reclining on a lounge chair, a faint smile adorning his face. Ding. The host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, is enhancing her cultivation. Synchronization begins. Ding. The host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, is comprehending the power of spiritual fire. Synchronization begins. With these announcements, an incredibly pure stream of spiritual energy surged into Lu Xuan's body. Simultaneously, his mastery of spiritual fire also ascended. Lu Xuan felt elated. His eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, was indeed remarkable, with such high talent and diligence, and he merely lay back, enjoying the fruits of her labor, which left him with a tinge of guilt. Gurgle. Lu Xuan rubbed his belly and glanced at the sun's position, murmuring, "It's time for a meal." He entered the thatched cottage, reheated the dishes Ji Fuyao had prepared in advance, and set them on the stone table to eat. The aroma wafted through the air. Lu Xuan savored his meal with delight. Ji Fuyao's culinary skills had improved significantly. In due time, she would surely be ready to graduate. At that moment, a brilliant divine rainbow surged from the distance, heading toward Changsheng Peak, accompanied by a terrifying pressure from the Saint King realm. The sovereign landed heavily upon Changsheng Peak. Seeing Lu Xuan dining, the sovereign's ire boiled over. Eating. Aside from sleeping, all Lu Xuan did was eat. This was his daily routine. Fuming, the sovereign marched toward Lu Xuan. While his disciple toiled in the fire abyss secret realm, Lu Xuan was here indulging himself. Was this how a master should behave? Lu Xuan. The sovereign ground out, each word dripping with fury, his eyes ablaze. Lu Xuan blinked in surprise, setting down his chopsticks. The sovereign had arrived. The sovereign confronted Lu Xuan, an expression of exasperation etched on his face. Do you know what your disciple has accomplished in the fire abyss secret realm? Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, checking Ji Fuyao's status. No injuries. Moreover, her cultivation and comprehension were continually rising. She was safe. Lu Xuan was perplexed. What was the sovereign's intent? Seeing Lu Xuan's bewilderment, the sovereign hissed. Ji Fuyao has shattered 2 Xian Emperor realm records in the fire abyss secret realm. Lu Xuan nodded. That's excellent. The sovereign's brow furrowed even deeper. What do you mean excellent? Did you teach her? Does this have anything to do with you, Lu Xuan? The sovereign probed. With her cultivation speed being so rapid, did you give her any elixirs? Lu Xuan paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. She indeed consumed a heavenly grade Dao Foundation pill. Had the sovereign discovered something? At that moment, the sovereign's expression darkened. His worst fears had been confirmed. Fuyao's cultivation had indeed been artificially inflated by elixirs. Damn Lu Xuan. He truly felt the urge to strike Lu Xuan. Was this not merely leading a disciple astray? Just then, Lu Xuan rose and headed toward the thatched cottage. Sovereign, would you like to eat? Fuyao prepared a feast for me before she left. The sovereign followed, perplexed. What do you mean? Lu Xuan pointed to the numerous dishes on the wooden table. Smiling as he explained, Fuyao made these meals for me before heading into the fire abyss secret realm. What? The sovereign was left speechless, astonished by Lu Xuan's nonchalance. Ji Fuyao is your disciple, not your cook. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lu Xuan. Was he not wasting Ji Fuyao's talent? He found himself grappling with an unsolvable dilemma. Why was Ji Fuyao so willing to cook for Lu Xuan? What could Lu Xuan possibly offer her? Surely, this man was using the legacy of the Qingxian saint to deceive Ji Fuyao. The more he contemplated, the more furious he became, his face growing darker. Just bear with Lu Xuan for another half-month. The sovereign silently admonished himself to suppress the urge to strike Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan scratched his nose, puzzled. Sovereign, why does your expression look so grim? Ah! The sovereign stomped his foot in frustration, bellowing. He was at his wit's end. He could not remain on Qingxian Peak for another moment. Half a month. Just hold on for another half-month. In the next instant, the sovereign abruptly turned and took to the skies, transforming into a divine rainbow that vanished into the void. Seeing this, Lu Xuan was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? What happened to the sovereign? Did something urgent arise? Shrugging off his confusion, Lu Xuan returned to his meal. Meanwhile, the sovereign entered the great Dao sect, seeking out Old Mu. The sovereign's expression was grim as he confronted Old Mu. It appears as suspected, Lu Xuan gave Fuyao elixirs, which is why her cultivation speed is so astonishing. The elder statesman sighed. Indeed, her power is built upon elixirs. The sect leader responded. It seems we must devise a cultivation regimen to solidify Fuyao's power. Relying solely on the fire abyss secret realm and her own devices is far from sufficient. The elder's eyes gleamed with profound insight. A solid foundation of cultivation is paramount. It must be firmly established, never superficial. After the inner sect trials, you shall personally guide Fuyao. The sect leader solemnly agreed. Very well. In the days that followed, the disciples once more bore witness to Ji Fuyao's prodigious talent. The will of the fire abyss secret realm resounded ceaselessly. Ji Fuyao slays a profound sect realm fire beast, setting a new record for the profound sovereign realm, bestowing spiritual fire tempering. Ji Fuyao's mastery of spiritual fire shatters the profound sovereign realm record, bestowing spiritual fire tempering. Ji Fuyao. A litany of record-breaking announcements echoed throughout the realm, leaving the disciples in stunned disbelief. Is Ji Fuyao defying the heavens? She's broken yet another record. She has single-handedly claimed all the records in the profound sovereign realm and established several new ones. Upon learning of this, the sect leader and others were both elated and troubled. They rejoiced in Ji Fuyao's extraordinary talent for spiritual fire, but were vexed by Lu Xuan's inaction as her master, spending his days in repose. They lamented his misfortune and were indignant at his lack of ambition. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyao had reached the vicinity of the entrance to the second level of the fire abyss. Some of the core disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "Junior sister, Are you planning to enter the second level of the Fire Abyss? Fuyao inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. The first level of the Fire Abyss no longer posed a significant challenge to her. She intended to venture into the second level and harness its power to break through to the profound sect realm. Several disciples interjected, Junior Sister Fuyao. To enter the second level, you must defeat the Guardian Fire Beast. With your current strength, it is simply impossible. Indeed, even mid-stage profound sect realm disciples struggle to defeat that Guardian Beast. Fuyao smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, esteemed senior brothers. I am well aware of my limits. Soon after, Fuyao stood before the Guardian Fire Beast of the second level. The beast was colossal, resembling a small mountain, engulfed in terrifying flames and adorned with enigmatic Tao patterns. Its eyes were as large as cartwheels, and its gaping maw was filled with countless fangs interwoven with spiritual fire, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. This was the Guardian Fire Beast. Defeating it would grant passage to the second level of the Fire Abyss. The Guardian Fire Beast licked its lips, slowly rose to its feet, and gazed at Fuyao with a hint of bewilderment. I sensed that someone was slaughtering my Fire Beast kin with abandon. I did not expect it to be merely a profound sovereign realm cultivator. Fuyao's star-like eyes shimmered as she calmly stated, You are no match for me. The Guardian Fire Beast was taken aback. It scrutinized Fuyao from head to toe, exclaiming, You are but a callow youth in the profound sovereign realm. I have guarded this place for millennia and have never encountered such an arrogant disciple as yourself. Chapter 12. Speak less, act like an expert. The Guardian Fire Beast chuckled softly. The sect leader had already commanded it not to lay a hand on Fuyao. Otherwise, it would have had no patience for such futile conversations and would have dispatched her with a single strike long ago. Fuyao replied coolly, I have made my move. The Guardian Fire Beast shook its massive head, dismissing Fuyao entirely. Go ahead, strike, it retorted. Without hesitation, Fuyao invoked the Heavenly Flames technique. Boom. The power of spiritual fire erupted across several miles, transforming the surroundings into a swirling vortex of flames. The terrifying force coalesced, akin to scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. A colossal palm imprint bore down upon the Guardian Fire Beast. In an instant, the beast's gaze sharpened. It roared in fury, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. What level of technique is this? The Guardian Fire Beast bellowed as it began to gather the power of the Fire Abyss, forming an indestructible shield of spiritual fire. But it was futile. Crack, crack. Not only did the impenetrable shield shatter, but the entire massive body of the Guardian Fire Beast disintegrated into countless fragments. A swift annihilation. Witnessing this spectacle, numerous disciples stood frozen in astonishment. The world around them sank into an eerie silence. Fuyao had effortlessly defeated the Guardian Fire Beast with a single blow. It was worth noting that even their combined efforts might not have achieved such a feat. The technique Fuyao unleashed was simply terrifying. Many disciples were momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, Fuyao had already vanished into the first layer of the Fire Abyss. Boom. In the second layer, Fuyao felt her breathing quicken. The spiritual fire here was exponentially more powerful than in the first layer. She seated herself cross-legged, her flowing crimson dress dancing with the spiritual fire winds. With delicate hands, she manipulated the spiritual seals, retrieving a collection of top-quality spiritual stones to break through to the Xianzong realm. The ferocious spiritual energy gathered around her, gradually forming into a colossal storm. Days later, Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, emanating a formidable pressure characteristic of the Xianzong realm. With a mere thought, the surrounding spiritual fire energy receded like a tide. The Xianzong realm. Fuyu sighed inwardly, surprised at her rapid ascent. Within less than a month of entering the sect, she had directly stepped into the Xianzong realm. If she were to credit anyone for this achievement, it would undoubtedly be Lu Xuan. The heavenly grade Supreme Tao Foundation elixir and the 6-star imperial level techniques had granted her a rebirth. Fuyao calculated the time. In 3 days, the inner sect trials would commence. This journey had yielded immense rewards. Next, she intended to delve deeper into the second layer, aiming to break several records within the Xianzong realm. Meanwhile, a storm had already engulfed the Tao sect. Fuyao's single strike had annihilated the guardian beast of the first layer of the Fire Abyss. Moreover, she had shattered several records of the Xianzong realm. This news spread rapidly throughout the entire Tao sect. The event was simply extraordinary. She was merely a new disciple. It was noteworthy that for thousands of years, no disciple at the Xianhuang realm had managed to slay the guardian fire beast. On the Fire Abyss Secret Realm leaderboard, all records held by Xianhuang realm disciples were now attributed to Ji Fuyao. Xianhuang leaderboard, Ji Fuyao, entered the second layer of the Fire Abyss. Xianhuang leaderboard, Ji Fuyao. Single strike annihilation of the first layer guardian fire beast. Ji Fuyao's achievements within the Fire Abyss Secret Realm were nothing short of dazzling. However, soon news emerged from the second layer of the Fire Abyss. Ji Fuyao had again shattered several records of the Xianzong realm. The sect leader and others were left in astonishment. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Such talent could not be squandered under Lu Xuan's guidance. In an instant, the sect leader and the various peak masters felt a protective instinct towards Ji Fuyao, praising her profusely. Heaven bless our Dao sect. With such an astonishing prodigy, we must ensure her complete rise. With only 3 days until the inner sect trials, Fuyao would finally be free from Lu Xuan's tutelage. However, the sect leader felt no anxiety regarding the upcoming trials. Given Ji Fuyao's remarkable achievements within the Fire Abyss, where she could harness the power of spiritual fire due to her fire affinity and techniques, her combat prowess would significantly diminish outside the Fire Abyss. Thus, the sect leader looked forward to the inner sect trials with great anticipation. 3 days. Ji Fuyao would depart from Changsheng Peak. Simultaneously, her reputation soared among the disciples, her rapid growth far surpassing her peers. Ji Fuyao's prowess eclipsed many inner sect disciples, positioning her to rival the true disciples. Those who had entered the sect alongside her wore bitter expressions, feeling somewhat overshadowed by Ji Fuyao's extraordinary talent, which shone even under the tutelage of a seemingly inept master like Lu Xuan. The inner sect trials in 3 days would be the stage for Ji Fuyao and the true disciples. In truth, not only the newly admitted disciples, but even the inner sect and true disciples felt a wave of pressure. The various spirit peaks of the Dao sect had begun to stir. Without the need for the peak masters to exert pressure, a fervor for cultivation swept through the sect. Many inner and true prodigies possessed pride and integrity. How could they allow a newly initiated junior sister to surpass all records of the Xianhuang realm and even break the records of the Xianzong realm? What would that mean for their dignity as senior brothers and sisters? Indeed, some top true disciples were preparing to emerge from their seclusion. Upon hearing of Ji Fuyao's remarkable feats within the Fire Abyss Secret Realm, their eyes burned with fierce determination, radiating an aura of battle. They were all talented prodigies, proud and resolute. How could they allow Ji Fuyao, this newcomer, to overshadow them? Ji Fuyao? Quite interesting. It had been decades since such a genius had appeared. Junior Sister Fuyao, I eagerly anticipate your performance in the intersect trials. The Dao sect buzzed once more. Waves of excitement surged among the disciples. It was easy to imagine how intense the competition would be in the intersect trials in 3 days, with so many top true disciples emerging. Meanwhile, on Changsheng Peak, Lu Xuan remained oblivious to these developments. He only knew that Ji Fuyao had already broken through to the early Xianzong realm. Her cultivation was now but a step away from the late-stage perfection of the Xianzong realm. Furthermore, Ji Fuyao's mastery of spiritual fire had also seen tremendous growth. Lu Xuan's own understanding of the path of spiritual fire was nearing completion. Ding. Synchronizing the cultivation of the host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. Ding. Synchronizing the understanding of spiritual fire of the host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. The system's voice was simply delightful. A day later, a figure clad in a flowing crimson dress descended upon Changsheng Peak. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes sparkled, her robes failing to conceal her exquisite form. Her long, slender legs gracefully moved towards the thatched cottage. Lu Xuan lay back on a recliner, basking in the sun. Disciple, the inner sect trials are in 2 days. Why have you returned early? Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly. I encountered some bottlenecks. 2 days isn't enough, so I returned early. Lu Xuan replied nonchalantly. Is it regarding the path of spiritual fire? He had sensed that Ji Fuyao's progress in this aspect had stagnated. Now that she had reached a significant level in the path of spiritual fire, she still had a long journey ahead to attain perfection. At this stage, comprehension was essential. Without it, she would undoubtedly find herself at a standstill. Ji Fuyao smiled sweetly. Master, let's not discuss that for now. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. Ji Fuyao diligently began to gather ingredients. Upon returning to Changsheng Peak, she felt a sense of something different, an endearing warmth. Even she was somewhat surprised. After all, she had lived 2 lives, yet she could still experience such emotions. Upon reuniting with her master, she felt an unusual sense of relaxation wash over her. No longer preoccupied with the matters of cultivation or thoughts of avenging the Fuyao Empire, her mind entered a tranquil state. She was now certain that Lu Xuan was undoubtedly a formidable force, a powerhouse at the Emperor realm. Contemplating this, Ji Fuyao glanced out the window and beheld Lu Xuan lounging leisurely in a recliner, as if transcending the mundane. It was astonishing that after all these years, the Grand Dao sect had failed to notice him. This only served to amplify her admiration for Lu Xuan's strength. At that moment, Lu Xuan slowly rose and peeked into the cottage. He observed Ji Fuyao with utmost seriousness as she tossed in chunks of meat, followed by spices. Her control over the spirit fire remarkably precise. Stir fry. Lu Xuan chuckled. Disciple, there's no need to be so meticulous while cooking, just be more natural. He found her cooking style reminiscent of a robot, somewhat rigid, likely due to her lack of practice. More training was indeed necessary. Suddenly, Ji Fuyao paused, contemplating the notion of being more natural. A flash of insight struck her mind. She had always been attentive to Lu Xuan's words, sensing that they were laden with hidden guidance. Now, he was undoubtedly imparting wisdom once more. Buzz. Ji Fuyao experienced a sudden enlightenment. To transition from the realm of great accomplishment to that of perfection in the art of spirit fire, one must master the essence of nature. What is nature? It is the ability to release and harness at will, to act freely and spontaneously. The path of spirit fire should embody the unity of human and fire, rather than human domination over spirit fire. She recognized the crux of her misunderstanding. It was essential to feel the spirit fire with her heart and to invoke it naturally, rather than through deliberate control. With this realization, Ji Fuyao's delicate hands began to dance gracefully, and the energy of the spirit fire shifted abruptly. At first glance, it appeared chaotic, yet it was gravitating toward the path of nature. An indescribably profound aura emanated from her, enveloping her in a moment of enlightenment. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Ji Fuyao has begun to comprehend again. What a surprise. Ding. The system's voice chimed, indicating that the comprehension of Ji Fuyao's spirit fire path was on the rise, synchronizing in real time. A slight smile graced Lu Xuan's lips as he reclined back into his chair. This is what talent looks like. Achieving enlightenment simply through cooking. As he felt the progression of the spirit fire path within him, Lu Xuan reveled in a sense of satisfaction. Before long, Ji Fuyao's momentum subtly stilled, signaling the conclusion of her enlightenment, coinciding perfectly with the completion of her cooking. She placed the dishes on the stone table, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Master, thank you for your guidance just now. Lu Xuan was momentarily stunned. Ji Fuyao beamed. Master, without your pointers earlier, I would not have attained such insight. I now understand the direction toward perfection in the spirit fire path. The path has been laid. It is merely a matter of time. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Had he truly offered guidance just now? Never mind, he thought. It's best to say little and maintain the facade of a master. Nodding lightly, he gestured for her to serve the meal. Chapter 13. The Dragon Guard of the Fuyao Dynasty. Ji Fuyao smiled. She observed Lu Xuan, who exuded the demeanor of a formidable warrior. In that moment, Lu Xuan's standing in Ji Fuyao's heart rose significantly. At that juncture, Lu Xuan remarked, Indeed, the taste of the food has improved. Ji Fuyao's cheeks flushed, and she earnestly replied, I will continue to strive for excellence. After her recent epiphany, Ji Fuyao felt confident that her strength could further ascend within the next 3 days. Upon finishing her meal, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave dwelling to resume her cultivation. She sat cross-legged, and with a mere thought, a faint divine radiance enveloped her. Circles of spiritual fire danced around her like flowing water. Since joining Qingxian Peak, her cultivation had progressed at an astonishing rate. It appeared that her plans would need to be expedited. Ji Fuyao had long resolved that upon entering the Xian sect realm, she would leave the Dao sect to seek her former allies and commence preparations for the resurgence of the Fuyao Dynasty. Little did she anticipate that she would enter the Xian sect realm in less than a month, far earlier than anticipated. In her previous life, during the dire straits of the Fuyao Dynasty, Ji Fuyao had made the resolute decision to sever ties with 3 powerful factions, ensuring that they preserved the majority of their elite forces to evade the catastrophe. At that time, she understood that fighting to the death would yield no fruit. She could only regroup and rise again. Extending her delicate hand, Fuyao summoned an ancient token, the Fuyao Ling. 3,000 years prior, she had informed the three great factions that, upon her successful reincarnation, she would summon them using the Fuyao Ling. This was their token of trust. The ancient token shimmered with a golden hue, adorned with intricate golden patterns, and inscribed with the ancient characters for Fuyao. Brilliant lines of light surged across it, embedded with formidable seals that contained the dragon vein power of the Fuyao Dynasty. With a thought, the ancient token levitated, and a faint trace of dragon power emerged. Fuyao's delicate form trembled slightly. That familiar sensation. Nanhua, the Empress Fuyao has returned. Fuyao spoke slowly, her gaze filled with a regal disdain, radiating the aura of an exalted empress. Soon, a plan took shape in Fuyao's mind. After the intersect trials, she would undertake an intersect mission for the Dao sect and reach out to her former allies. The first faction she intended to contact was her Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard. These individuals were utterly loyal to her, each having sworn oaths to follow her. Fuyao knew that for 3,000 years, they had awaited her return. As for the other two factions, she would delegate the task of contacting them to the Dragon Guard. She had complete trust in their capabilities. With this thought, Fuyao invoked the ancient secret method to activate the Fuyao Ling, directly reaching out to the Dragon Guard of the Fuyao Dynasty. An enigmatic aura surged forth. As the ancient technique traversed boundless space, sending ripples toward the location of the Dragon Guard. Meanwhile, deep within the Haiyan Mountains of Nanhua, amidst numerous powerful spirit beasts, both half-emperor and quasi-emperor rank beasts were abundant. It was a land fraught with danger. However, in the midst of these perilous grounds lay a secluded area, seemingly cut off from the world, dotted with hundreds of rudimentary structures. The inhabitants here appeared amiable, each engrossed in their own tasks. Some polished their long spears, which gleamed with a sacred pressure. Others gazed into the void, lost in thought, tears streaming down their faces. Some sat cross-legged, engaged in meditation. These individuals were shrouded in mystery. At the heart of this community stood an ancient altar, towering several meters high, covered in dust and fallen leaves, yet the intricate ancient patterns etched upon it remained visible. These patterns intertwined in a profound manner, as if the altar had not been activated for millennia. Surrounding the altar were several figures. To the east, a hunchbacked old woman in gray robes gazed up at the altar with murky eyes, her body releasing a soft sigh, lost in contemplation. To the west, a bare-chested man with graying temples wielded a primitive axe, chopping wood with raw strength. Suddenly, the ancient altar radiated a brilliant light, an obscure and mysterious aura swirling outward, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling glow. Instantly, every gaze in the community shifted toward the altar. With bated breath, everyone trembled with anticipation. The rugged man was taken aback and dashed toward the altar. The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity as she stood upright, her previously hunched frame now straightening. Boom! The sound of footsteps thundered forth as thousands of figures surged from the peculiar structures, their formidable presence overwhelming, converging as one. They stood in perfect unison. At this moment, the gray-robed old woman and the rugged man stood before the crowd, gazing reverently at the altar. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The brilliance emanating from the altar intensified, yet it did not pierce the heavens, for an enigmatic formation had appeared above, sealing off the space. Not a whisper of this aura could escape. As they beheld the radiant light atop the altar, excitement surged within the hearts of all. Why? They had awaited this moment for 3,000 years. Indeed, they were the Dragon Guard of the Fuyao Dynasty. During the cataclysmic battle 3,000 years prior, Empress Fuyao had divided her elite forces into 3 factions, and these Dragon Guards had sought refuge in the Haiyan Mountains, concealing themselves for 3 millennia. Over this time, they had become the sovereigns of the Haiyan Mountains. Yet, such dominion mattered little to them. They were waiting for news of the Empress Fuyao's return. Now, the altar resonated. At long last, this signaled that Empress Fuyao had successfully reincarnated and was now using the Fuyao Ling to contact them. They were the Dragon Guard. Their very existence was to obey the commands of Empress Fuyao. Otherwise, they were mere shells of their former selves. In an instant, the gray-robed old woman's eyes glistened with emotion as she gazed at the altar, her voice trembling. "Your Majesty, is it truly you?" "It is I." A woman's voice echoed. Thud, thud. In an instant, everyone fell to their knees, akin to a dark cloud gathering. "We welcome your majesty, the Empress, back," they chanted in unison, their voices swelling with an overwhelming aura that coalesced into a formidable battle spirit. The gray-robed old woman exclaimed with fervor, "Your Majesty, how fare you?" The voice responded, "It has been 3,000 years. I have finally succeeded in reincarnation. I have cultivated for 16 years and have now entered the Dao sect." Stepping into the Xian sect realm. The Xian sect realm. Entering this realm in just 16 years. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. What extraordinary talent in cultivation. Truly, the Empress Fuyao is unparalleled. However, upon considering the Empress's entry into the Dao sect, the gray-robed old woman recalled something. She understood that the ancient secret method was incomplete. Achieving rebirth was already a feat against the heavens, but clearly, the Empress's body still harbored some issues. Otherwise, she would not have entered the Dao sect. With this thought, the gray-robed old woman cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, is there anything we can do for your body?" A voice belonging to a woman declared, "You need not worry. I will resolve these matters. In due time, I shall contact you. For now, please reach out to the other two major factions." The elderly woman clad in gray responded, "As you command." Beside them, a rugged man spoke, "Your Majesty, I." His voice faltered, and a stream of clear tears cascaded down his face. The woman's voice softened, "Wang Man. Qing Yin, you have worked tirelessly over the years." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the dragon guards brimmed with tears. In that moment, they felt truly alive. The grievances of the past must not go unavenged. With the return of Her Majesty, the time has come to act. The elderly woman in gray remarked, "Your Majesty, we are deep within the Black Flame Mountains. Should you descend upon the Black Flame Mountains, we will be there to meet you." The rugged man's gaze grew resolute as he stated, "Your Majesty, I shall immediately contact the other two factions to ascertain their current circumstances." The woman's voice replied, "Very well." A brief silence ensued. Then, the woman proclaimed, "In this life, I am confident I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. My promise remains as steadfast as it was 3,000 years ago. Upon my return, I shall restore the glory of the Fuyao Dynasty, rising in the southern wilderness to become a supreme, hegemonic power." As her words echoed, the dragon guards trembled with fervor. The rugged man bellowed, "To restore the glory of the Fuyao Dynasty, we are willing to brave fire and water for your Majesty, without hesitation." The crowd roared in unison, their voices like thunder. "To restore the glory of the Fuyao Dynasty, we are willing to brave fire and water for your Majesty, without hesitation." The woman's voice responded, "Excellent. I shall not betray your trust." In that instant, the dragon guards were imbued with a fierce combat spirit. Moments later, the light above the altar faded. The elderly woman in gray and the rugged man exchanged a glance, each seeing the flame of excitement reflected in the other's eyes. How could one not be exhilarated by the return of their empress? At that moment, the elderly woman said, "Aside from our dragon guards, we have had no contact with the other two factions for a millennium. I wonder what their condition may be." The rugged man furrowed his brow. "Are you worried that after 3,000 years, these individuals may betray Her Majesty?" A hint of concern flickered in the elderly woman's eyes. After all, it had been 3,000 years, and our enemies are overwhelmingly powerful. The rugged man snorted coldly, a glint of murderous intent appearing in his gaze. "Those who dare betray Her Majesty shall have no reprieve from my wrath." The murderous intent was palpable. The elderly woman nodded in agreement. Soon, the two gathered their forces and conveyed essential instructions. Several hours later, dozens of formidable dragon guards emerged from the depths of the Black Flame Mountains, setting forth in search of the remnants of the Empress's former allies. Utilizing ancient secret methods of communication, they vowed, "Your Majesty, once we establish contact with the other two factions, we will relay the information to you at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 14. Look, you are anxious again. "Your Majesty the Empress, once we establish contact with the other two factions, we shall relay the information to you at the earliest opportunity." Upon hearing this, Fuyao's eyes shimmered with brilliance. It has been 3,000 years since the fall of the Fuyao Dynasty. During that fateful battle, her three subordinate factions escaped and concealed themselves in the southern wilderness. They have now made contact with the Imperial Dragon Guard. What of the other two factions? Once the inner sect trials conclude, she shall depart the sect to reunite with her former comrades. After a brief moment, Ji Fuyu stored away the Fuyao token and commenced her cultivation. Earlier, while in the thatched cottage, Lu Xuan had imparted insights into the path of spiritual fire, and she had gained new understandings. Boom. Ji Fuyao activated the burning heaven art, simultaneously comprehending the essence of spiritual fire while cultivating. The potential of her burning heaven's sacred body surged wildly. Terrifying flames erupted around her, and the intense heat radiated outward, causing the temperature within the cave to rise sharply. Ji Fuyao murmured, her mastery of spiritual fire reaching perfection, attuned to the natural order. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lu Xuan leisurely perused a tale. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding! The host's primary disciple, Ji Fuyao, is currently cultivating. Synchronization in progress. Ding! Synchronizing Ji Fuyao's understanding of spiritual fire. As the voice faded, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged through Lu Xuan's limbs, bringing a refreshing sensation. His cultivation soared. Insights into the path of spiritual fire continued to accumulate. As Lu Xuan felt the foundation of his cultivation swell within his dantian, he mused privately, the feedback from just one disciple's cultivation and insights is so formidable. What about the second and third disciples? Wouldn't that be extraordinary? With this thought, Lu Xuan inquired, System, when shall I recruit the second disciple? The system replied, Host. See how anxious you are again. Lu Xuan. Concurrently, at other spiritual peaks of the Great Path sect, numerous elite disciples emerged from their seclusion, declaring their intent to participate in the upcoming intersect trials. These elite disciples all possessed late-stage cultivation in the profound realm, some even achieving peak perfection. Ji Fuyao's astounding performance in the Fire Abyss secret realm had stirred these disciples from their quietude. As prodigies of the Great Path sect, how could they allow a newly initiated junior sister to overshadow them? At the mysterious peak, a realm shrouded in ethereal mist, countless exquisitely beautiful female disciples sat cross-legged, cultivating in the spirit pool. Through the steam and haze, alluring silhouettes could be glimpsed, each woman appearing as though she had stepped from a painting. Their alluring forms and perfect curves faintly discernible amidst the fog. Suddenly, an incomprehensibly profound aura spread across the heavens and earth, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Whoosh! A blaze of light erupted, revealing an enchanting woman floating gracefully, petals cascading beneath her, each one shimmering with brilliance. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long legs glided as she ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit pool. In an instant, all the female disciples bowed in reverence, and with a mere thought, light garments wrapped around their delicate forms. Greetings, Senior Sister Lu Xuan. Senior Sister Lu Xuan has emerged from seclusion. The stunning woman smiled faintly. I have heard that a junior sister named Ji Fuyao has joined the sect during this time. It is a pity she did not come to my mysterious peak. The disciples eagerly recounted Ji Fuyao's achievements. Lu Xuan nodded, her presence commanding, I understand. Disciples of the mysterious peak, follow me to shatter Ji Fuyao's records. With that, she stepped onto the petals and departed, a breathtaking brilliance shooting forth into the distance, headed for the Fire Abyss secret realm. Soon, many exquisite female disciples followed Lu Xuan in pursuit. At the body refinement peak, within a cave overgrown with weeds, a terrifying force surged outward, shattering years of silence as the cave's door swung open. A bearded young man emerged, his bare upper body emanating a golden glow, mysterious patterns flowing across his skin, exuding an aura of profound mystery. With each step he took, the ground trembled, and the world within him resonated with the sound of crashing waves. This was the culmination of body refinement, his blood surging like tidal waves. In an instant, the entire body refinement peak was abuzz. Countless disciples exclaimed, Senior Brother Fong, Yen has emerged. One disciple looked up and said, Senior Brother, Ji Fuyao has shattered your records on the first and second layers of the Fire Abyss. Fong Yen chuckled, glancing at the disciples. I have not ventured into the Fire Abyss for some time. Yet how could the records of the first and second layers be overshadowed by a newly initiated junior sister? Disciples of the body refinement peak, follow me to break Ji Fuyao's records. In the next moment, Fong Yen stomped down, causing the ground to quake, and he soared into the air, a radiant path emerging beneath him as he sped toward the Fire Abyss secret realm. Instantly, the disciples of the body refinement peak were astonished, all following suit. Hundreds of figures burst forth from the peak. At the sword peak, a resounding sword cry pierced the air, and terrifying sword energy radiated outward. The disciples of the Sword Peak looked in shock towards a cave, senior brother Luo Lingkong's dwelling. Someone gasped, "This is the Ninefold Sword Sect realm." Ninefold Sword Sect. In the next instant, a young man in a green robe emerged, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes radiating a subtle sword intent as he stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the disciples below. Buzz! Buzz! In that moment, the spiritual swords at the waist of numerous disciples trembled in resonance with Luo Lingkong's sword intent. Everyone stood in awe. It is known that senior brother Luo Lingkong had only been in seclusion for 2.5 months. Yet he had ascended from the 5-star sword sect to the 9-star sword sect. This was truly extraordinary. Undoubtedly a genius of the sword path. Luo Lingkong bowed respectfully towards his master's cave, then smiled lightly. "Junior sister Ji Fuyao, you are intriguing. Our great path sect has produced another prodigy." A disciple of the mystic emperor realm respectfully said, "Senior brother, the records you set on the first and second layers of the fire abyss have been broken by junior sister Ji Fuyao." "I see." Luo Lingkong nodded. "Disciples of the Sword Peak, follow me to rewrite the record board." Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in cheers. Boom. With a mere thought, Luo Lingkong took flight on his sword, soaring towards the fire abyss secret realm. Moments later, hundreds of radiant figures soared from the Sword Peak, the disciples flying closely behind Luo Lingkong. In an instant, the Great Path sect was abuzz, led by elite disciples. The prodigies from every peak entered the fire abyss secret realm. Upon learning of these events, the sect master and others beamed with delight. He remarked to the other sages, "Ji Fuyao has ignited the fighting spirit of these elite disciples. It seems this intersect trial will be fiercely competitive." The other sages concurred, "This time, with Lu Xuan's wager, he is certain to lose." Laughter erupted among them. The sect master nodded, "I shall convey this news to Lu Xuan. He is at Qingxian Peak, oblivious to the happenings beyond the peak, likely unaware of anything." The sages chuckled lightly. Indeed, Lu Xuan's role as a master is quite the story. Soon, the sect master sent a message to Lu Xuan. "Lu Xuan, good news." Lu Xuan paused, shifting his position on the ice bed. "Sect master, what good news?" The sect master replied, "Fuyao has shattered numerous records in the fire abyss secret realm, prompting elite disciples from many spiritual peaks to emerge from seclusion, all eager to break those records." Lu Xuan paused for a moment, pondering the nature of this so-called good news. The sect master continued, stating that this time, the elite disciples would also participate in the intersect trials. Thus, should you lose this wager, Lu Xuan remained composed, asserting that Fuyao would undoubtedly claim the first position. The sect master merely chuckled, cutting off the transmission. Moments later, Lu Xuan conveyed this information to Ji Fuyao. She smiled radiantly, declaring, "Master, I shall certainly secure the first place in the intersect trials. I will not let you down." Lu Xuan nodded affirmatively. "Very well." The light in Ji Fuyao's eyes shimmered with determination. She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance during this time." Lu Xuan smiled, responding, "In truth, I have done very little." Ji Fuyao felt a warmth in her heart. Her master always remained so humble. What could he mean by having done nothing? Setting aside the heavenly Grade Tao Foundation pill and the 6-star Imperial level techniques, even the subtle guidance she received on Qingxian Peak had greatly benefited her. She understood acutely that her decision to join Qingxian Peak was extraordinarily wise. In just 1 month, her capabilities had undergone a significant transformation. She could hardly imagine the heights she would reach under Lu Xuan's continued tutelage. With this thought in mind, Ji Fuyao refocused her spirit and resumed her training. At this pace, she would reach the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm by the time of the intersect trials. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan lay leisurely on his bed, reveling in the ever-increasing depth of his cultivation as spiritual energy surged through his limbs, filling him with a delightful sensation. He could not help but reflect on Fuyao's fervent dedication to her training. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Lu Xuan silently wished that all his future disciples would share Fuyao's zeal for training true cultivators. In the Fire Abyss secret realm, the power of spiritual flames surged violently, transforming into towering fire pillars that illuminated the vast expanse with intense radiance, a fearsome aura radiating in all directions. Lu Xuan, adorned in a long gown, gracefully stepped upon the shimmering petals, her perfectly curved silhouette captivating all as she made her entrance into the first layer of the Fire Abyss secret realm. The gathered disciples gasped in awe. "It's senior sister Lu Xuan." Lu Xuan smiled enchantingly, acknowledging everyone with a gentle nod. Boom. Subsequently, the elite disciples from the Body Refinement Peak, Feng Yin, and Jian Peak, Luo Lingkong, also arrived. Lu Xuan surveyed the crowd, her gaze captivating, proclaiming, "After the inner sect trials, I shall request Master to allow Sister Fuyao to join me at the mysterious peak for her training." Feng Yin boomed, "No way. Your mysterious peak has already taken most of the female disciples. My Body Refinement Peak has not received a female disciple in ages. Sister Fuyao belongs to us." Lu Xian's eyes glimmered with intensity. The peaks seemed to tremble with her indignation. "Do you truly believe it's suitable for Sister Fuyao to pursue the path of body refinement?" Feng Yin huffed in response, choosing silence. Moments later, Lu Xuan, Luo Lingkong, Feng Yin, and the other elite disciples ascended to the second layer, while the other prodigies of the Xian Huang realm dashed through the first layer. Within half a day, a prodigy of the Xian Huang realm had traversed 73 miles in the first layer of the Fire Abyss secret realm, breaking Ji Fuyao's record. Chapter 15. The dazzling entrance of Lu Xuan. In the following events, numerous prodigies of the Xian Emperor realm engaged in frenzied slaughter of fire beasts within the first layer of the Fire Abyss secret realm. The inner disciples watching were left utterly astonished. The once formidable fire beasts appeared pitifully weak. Within a single day, some individuals had annihilated over 30,000 fire beasts. The talented disciples were driven into a frenzy, causing the fire beasts to materialize too slowly to defend themselves. The will of the Fire Abyss intervened promptly, declaring that due to the excessive depletion of fire beasts, no new ones would manifest in the first layer for 3 days. The disciples were left in shock. Under the provocation of junior sister Ji Fuyao, the talented individuals had descended into utter madness. Meanwhile, top disciples such as Feng Yin, Luo Lingkong, and Lu Xuan had already entered the second layer of the Fire Abyss, aiming to break Ji Fuyao's record. At the entrance of the second layer, the guardian fire beast, annoyed by the slaughter of its kin, felt disheartened. All these fire beasts were products of its own power. Normally, it could maintain a balance of strength amidst the disciples' killings. Yet the current frenzy had left it weakened, requiring a period of recuperation. Have they gone mad? Soon, a disciple from the Sword Peak soared down on his sword, gazing down at the guardian fire beast, and casually declared, "I shall strike." The guardian fire beast, lying on the ground with its massive head resembling a small hill, emanated waves of terrifying spiritual fire. Its eyes opened wide like bronze bells as it slowly replied, "Proceed." Suddenly, a sword chi transformed into a rainbow, shooting forth. In response, the guardian fire beast rose up and swiped at Luo Lingkong with one massive paw. In the next instant, the guardian fire beast was cleaved in two by the sword chi. Instant kill. A faint smile appeared on the sword cultivator's face. Had the guardian fire beast weakened? Or had I grown stronger? I believe it is the latter. With that, he stepped into the second layer of the Fire Abyss. As soon as the sword cultivator departed, a resounding boom echoed as the guardian fire beast, harnessing the power of the Fire Abyss's will, reformed its massive body. Just then, a woman clad in a flowing white dress descended gracefully, her delicate feet treading upon radiant flowers. With a gentle wave of her slender hand, she offered no chance for the guardian fire beast to speak, unleashing a surge of divine light. Before the guardian fire beast could react, it found itself imprisoned by an invisible force, transforming into a flurry of spiritual fire petals. It attempted to resist, but to no avail. Die. The woman from the misty peak smiled sweetly, stepping upon the vanquished body of the fire beast as she entered the second layer. After several breaths, the guardian fire beast reformed once more, now filled with rage. How could this be? With so many of its kin dispatched, it now possessed less than half of its usual strength. Under normal circumstances, it could easily handle these prodigies of the Xian Emperor realm. Yet now it found itself at their mercy. Flames billowed from its nostrils as it contemplated sending a message to the sect leader, hoping to halt the disciples' onslaught. However, another figure rushed in with reckless abandon. Indeed, a disciple from the Body Refinement Peak. This young man, bare of shirt and radiating brilliant golden light, shattered the ordinary fire beasts that approached him with each step. He stood before the guardian fire beast and suddenly clenched his fist. Crack! A smile crept onto the young man's face as he unleashed a powerful punch at the guardian fire beast. Boom! The force of his strike reduced the guardian fire beast to a burst of firelight, dissipating it completely. The young man's expression remained unfazed as he strode into the second layer of the fire abyss. In the air, the guardian fire beast reappeared, its voice echoing with resentment. What the hell? Who have I wronged? Is everyone here just to practice on me? Moments later, several more figures descended. It noted numerous top disciples lining up, eager to obliterate it. Without so much as a greeting, they struck. Guardian Fire Beast, annihilate. 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 Before it could fully materialize, it was obliterated once again. The Guardian Fire Beast was left in despair, utterly broken. It decided to flee, abandoning its post at the entrance to the second layer of the fire abyss. I no longer wish to guard this accursed entrance. Let whoever desires it take my place. The disciples stood in stunned silence. The Guardian Fire Beast had actually retreated? Upon learning of this, the sect leader and others burst into laughter. Such an occurrence had truly never happened before. Meanwhile, Feng Yan, Lu Xuan, and Luo Lingkong had shattered Ji Fuyao's record in the second layer of the fire abyss. As a result, Ji Fuyao's name was ousted from both the Xian Emperor and Xian sect rankings. All her records were obliterated. Upon learning of this, the sect leader nodded slightly. It seemed the inner sect trials were secure. Feng Yan boasted, I wonder if junior sister Fuyao can breach my defenses? Luo Lingkong, unfazed, proclaimed, with my sword drawn, I am invincible. The title of number 1 in the inner sect belongs to me. Lu Xuan smiled enchanting. It has been long since I have acted. I find myself rather eager this time. The sect leader felt confident and sent a message to Lu Xuan, informing him of the events transpiring within the fire abyss. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xuan's smile widened. The Guardian Fire Beast had suffered greatly. When mealtime arrived, Lu Xuan shared the news with Ji Fuyao. Uffed. Ji Fuyao stifled a laugh. It appears those top disciples possess considerable strength to break my Xian sect records. Lu Xuan shrugged, but my disciple is even stronger. It should be noted that since Ji Fuyao returned from the Fire Abyss secret realm, she had scarcely paused from her training apart from preparing meals. Last night, she had advanced to the mid-stage of the Xian sect realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan had directly ascended to the first level of the Xian sovereign realm. In just 1 month, his cultivation had surged from the Qi refining stage to the Xian sovereign realm. In the Xian sovereign realm, one commands the power of heaven and earth, able to touch a sliver of earthly force. For other cultivators, upon entering the Xian sovereign realm, comprehension becomes paramount. Solely increasing one's cultivation can lead to stagnation, hindering progression to the Xian saint realm. What does it mean to be a saint? One must understand their own path. Thus, in the Xian sovereign realm, comprehension outweighs mere cultivation, serving as a foundation for the Xian saint realm. In fact, the moment Lu Xuan ascended to the Xian sovereign realm, he sensed a slight coolness at the crown of his head. He had touched a thread of heavenly power. Yet, he chose not to pursue further comprehension. What was the point of laboring over such trivialities? After all, he had a disciple to cultivate. With this thought in mind, Lu Xuan gazed at Ji Fuyao with admiration. Disciple, you have performed splendidly at Changsheng Peak during this time. I am very pleased. Ji Fuyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled gently, warmth blooming in her heart. Her master bestowed upon her a feeling of pure warmth, something she had never experienced in her previous life filled with bloodshed. The month spent at Changsheng Peak had passed swiftly. It felt like home, and her mindset had become clearer and more serene. Though she did not slack off in her training, her temperament was no longer as impatient as before. This state of mind had eluded her in her previous life. Yet here at Changsheng Peak, she had achieved it. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes sparkled as she smiled radiantly at Lu Xuan, increasingly intrigued by her enigmatic master. She mused to herself, there is so much I need to learn from master. Lu Xuan chuckled softly. What is my disciple contemplating now? I am all too familiar with that expression of hers. Ah, this girl. That evening, Ji Fuyao set numerous seals and restrictions within her cave dwelling, the splendid spiritual patterns swirling in a mysterious manner. She retrieved the Fuyao token, directly invoking the ancient secret arts. The contact with the Imperial Dragon Guards commenced. Wang Man and Qing Yan, have you uncovered any intelligence regarding the other two factions? Shortly after, a rugged voice resonated. Your Majesty the Empress. We have established communication with one of the factions. The other remains unresponsive due to its considerable distance from the Black Flame Mountains. The speaker was none other than Wang Man, the leader of the Dragon Guards. Ji Fuyao nodded, continuing, Wang Man, which faction have we contacted? We have reached the Qingqing, the Yi family. Wang Man replied. Over the past 3 millennia, they have become the dominant power in Qingqing, though they have maintained a low profile. We have gauged their loyalty. They are unequivocally devoted to Your Majesty the Empress. Furthermore, We have informed the ancestral elder of the Yi family about your reincarnation, and they are already preparing to welcome your return. Fuyao inclined her snow-white neck, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Well done. At that moment, another Dragon Guard leader, Qin Yan, inquired, Your Majesty, when will you descend upon the Black Flame Mountains? Fuyao replied, In just a few days. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the inner sect trials. Once the trials conclude, I shall undertake the sect mission and proceed to the Black Flame Mountains. Both Qin Yan and Wang Man were filled with excitement, their voices trembling as they anticipated the imminent appearance of the Empress. The 3,000-year vigil had led to this very moment. Fuyao reassured them, Very well. I will contact you when the time comes. The two leaders responded in unison, Understood. The following day, the inner sect trials of the Great Tao sect began, creating a sensation throughout the sect. Countless spiritual peaks shimmered with radiant Tao patterns, intertwining like a magnificent galaxy. In the void above, numerous auspicious, sacred-level beasts soared, their wings spread wide as they emitted harmonious sounds, gliding through the skies, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Elders and disciples took flight, streaks of divine rainbows shooting forth, illuminating the air. The martial arena was soon filled with disciples from various spiritual peaks, abuzz with discussions about the trials. Do you think Brother Fang Yin will be first, or will it be Brother Luo Linkong? Sister Lu Xuan is formidable too. What about Sister Fuyao? If she can break into the top 30 of the trials, it would be quite astounding. Just then, a young man in gray robes descended from the sky, emanating a formidable aura, golden light radiating from his form. Each step he took resonated with the sound of crashing waves from within his inner world. Some disciples gasped, Brother Fang Yin from the body refinement peak has arrived. Fang Yin, renowned as the invincible force beneath the Xianzun realm within the Great Tao sect. In the next moment, a symphony of sword cries echoed through the air as hundreds of figures transformed into shooting stars, racing towards the martial arena. They were the disciples of the Sword Peak, soaring gracefully on their swords, captivating the attention of many female disciples. Leading them was the prodigious swordsman, Luo Linkong. Luo Linkong offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Greetings, everyone. It has been too long. Numerous disciples chimed back, Brother Luo Linkong. Moments later, Lu Xuan from the misty peak descended, treading upon countless shimmering petals, exuding an ethereal aura that left many male disciples in awe. Soon after, the sect master and various peak masters arrived. The sect master scanned the surroundings. Where's Lu Xuan? Has he not yet arrived? The master of the Dan Peak chuckled, as useless as ever. After a considerable time, a cloud of mist floated in, upon which Fuyao and Lu Xuan appeared. Fuyao donned a flowing crimson gown, her beauty striking, her form embodying an exquisite silhouette that stirred the hearts of many disciples. Lu Xuan stood lazily beside her, dressed in white, smiling down at the elders and disciples. Greetings, everyone. It has been quite a while. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. An awkward silence ensued. The sect master's expression twitched. Lu Xuan, please hurry. Everyone is waiting for you. Lu Xuan replied, Understood. In no time, Lu Xuan and Fuyao landed in the martial arena, where the gazes of the crowd fell upon Fuyao, astonished. In just a few days, has Fuyao experienced another breakthrough? She has now reached the mid-stage of the Xianzong realm. The sect master mused inwardly. How many pills has Lu Xuan fed her? Simply forcefully stacking her cultivation. Oh. Chapter 16. Fuyao's decisive victory. The sect leader and peak masters furrowed their brows, casting stern glances at Lu Xuan. The rate of his disciples' advancement, from Great Xian King to the mid-stage of Xian Master Realm within a month, was astonishing. Such rapid progress could be detrimental. How many elixirs had Lu Xuan fed Fuyao to achieve this? Observing their expressions, Lu Xuan flashed a radiant smile. The sect leader grimaced, inwardly acknowledging the boy's audacity. Shortly thereafter, the sect leader ascended into the air, and with a sweep of his sleeve, commenced the announcement of the inner sect trials regulations. This inner sect trial comprises 10 platforms, and you shall be divided into 10 groups for competition. The top 10 will receive rewards ranging from 1 million to 100,000 contribution points, respectively. The top 3 shall be awarded a sacred weapon of attack, and the victor shall receive a quasi-emperor tier cultivation technique. The disciples were stirred with excitement. The rewards for this trial far surpassed those of previous years, particularly the grand prize. Lu Xuan, Luo Linkong, and other disciples were visibly moved, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a resounding crash, the 10 platforms descended, stirring up clouds of dust. The sect leader commanded the disciples to collect their assigned tokens, prompting a surge forward. Fuyao received her token, designating her to Platform 1 with the number 9527. Lu Xuan surveyed the scene, noting the formidable disciples gathered at Platform 1. Fang Yin of the Body Refinement Peak, Luo Lingkong of the Sword Peak, and Lu Xuan of the Misty Peak. It seemed the majority of prodigious talents were concentrated there. Lu Xuan could only lament this arrangement. Surely, the sect leader was being deliberately provocative. The disciples were taken aback by the seemingly volatile allocation. With so many exceptional disciples on Platform 1, it was bound to be a clash of titans. The other disciples assigned to Platform 1 shook their heads, contemplating withdrawal. What chance did they stand? Once all the disciples had received their tokens, the sect leader declared, his voice resonating like thunder, "Let the inter-sect trial commence." Battles erupted across the 10 platforms, particularly on Platform 1, where the pinnacle of inter-sect talent clashed. Soon, it was Fuyao's turn, generating a palpable buzz. This was her inaugural battle, and everyone was eager to witness her true strength. A young man landed on the platform, smiling at Fuyao. "Junior sister, please enlighten me." Whispers rippled through the crowd, identifying him as Situ Kong, the foremost inter-sect disciple. He had already reached the late stage of the Xian Master realm and was rumored to be promoted to a true disciple after the trial. Some disciples shook their heads, lamenting Fuyao's misfortune in facing such a formidable opponent in her first battle. Lu Xuan, however, simply smiled. "Go." Fuyao inclined her head and gracefully ascended to the platform. "Begin," announced the elder. Fuyao acted swiftly. Before Situ Kong could react, she extended a delicate hand, unleashing a wave of force. Situ Kong's expression twisted in horror, but it was too late. He was sent hurtling off the platform, crashing to the ground, coughing up blood, and losing consciousness. Silence descended upon the arena. Everyone was stunned. Fuyao had defeated Situ Kong with a single move. Lu Xuan chuckled, "Well done, disciple." The crowd rolled their eyes, inwardly scoffing at his pride. Nearby, Lu Xuan and Fang Yin regarded Fuyao with intense interest, their eyes burning with eagerness. "Junior sister, I look forward to crossing swords with you." Fuyao nodded. Likewise. The trial continued. Next up on Platform 1 was the sword prodigy, Luo Lingkong, eliciting gasps from the female disciples. Dressed in a green robe, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sword intent permeating the air. His opponent, a gray-robed disciple from the Sword Peak, bowed respectfully. "Senior brother Lingkong, I know I am no match for you, but I wish to understand the extent of the gap between us." Luo Lingkong nodded. "Then, by all means, make your move." The gray-robed disciple bowed again and reached for his sword, but he froze, unable to draw his weapon. In the face of Luo Lingkong's sword intent, he was powerless. The crowd was astounded. Was this the true disparity between swordsmen? Before such overwhelming skill, one was denied even the right to draw their blade. The disciples marveled at Luo Lingkong's power. "The gray-robed you've conceded defeat. Senior brother, I yield." The fighting on Platform 1 remained intense. The true disciples were simply too powerful, their strength overwhelming. Lu Xuan's illusions, Luo Lingkong's sword intent, Fang Yan's impenetrable defense. The disciples were in awe. This was the power of true disciples. Later that day, the most anticipated battle began. Lu Xuan versus Fuyao. All eyes focused on Platform 1. The question on everyone's mind: how long could Fuyao withstand Lu Xuan's illusions? Fuyao, clad in a fire-red dress, ascended to the platform, her slender legs like jade pillars. Lu Xuan followed, her feet stepping on blossoming petals. The two women exchanged smiles, their beauty captivating the audience. The sect leader turned to Lu Xuan. "Lu Xuan, how many breaths do you think Fuyao can last?" Lu Xuan replied calmly, "Fuyao will win." The sect leader shook his head. Lu Xuan's illusions are formidable. Even Luo Lingkong must take them seriously. Lu Xuan merely smiled. The elder on Platform 1 announced, "Begin." Lu Xuan smiled alluringly, her eyes flashing strangely. "Junior sister Fuyao, be wary of my illusions." Fuyao nodded. Lu Xuan extended her hand, and a mysterious power enveloped Fuyao, drawing her into the illusion. Fuyao did not resist, willingly entering the illusory realm. The illusionary power began to coalesce, and Lu Xuan's technique attempted to create an illusion reflecting her opponent's deepest desires. Fuyao smiled faintly. "Desires, I certainly have them." As Fuyao's desire was revealed, Lu Xuan sensed it. "Junior sister has lost," Lu Xuan murmured. But in the next instant, her expression changed. Her pupils dilated in horror. Lu Xuan coughed up blood as Fuyao's desire proved to be an unfathomable abyss, her illusions unable to construct a reflection of it. Lu Xuan's mind was overwhelmed and severely injured. The illusory power collapsed, like countless mirrors shattering simultaneously, and Fuyao vanished. In an instant, she materialized beside Lu Xuan, offering her support. Disbelief flickered in Lu Xuan's eyes as she conceded, "Junior sister, I am defeated." The audience was stunned, incredulous that Lu Xuan had fallen to Fuyao. How could this be? Fuyao had secured another swift victory. Lu Xuan's techniques were notoriously elusive, posing a significant challenge even to Luo Lingkong. How had Fuyao so easily dismantled the illusion? The sect leader and others narrowed their eyes, the brevity of the battle obscuring any discernible clues. Could Fuyao possess a hidden advantage that specifically countered Lu Xuan's abilities? Subsequently, Fuyao escorted Lu Xuan off the dueling platform. Lu Xuan offered a charming smile, revealing teeth as white as snow, and remarked, "Fuyao, with your extraordinary talent, Changsheng Peak is not the place for you. It will only stifle your potential." Fuyao replied earnestly, "My master is exceptional. I will not leave him." Her words left the crowd astounded. Had Fuyao failed to recognize Lu Xuan's true nature after all this time? He was, after all, a mere good-for-nothing. What could Lu Xuan possibly impart? The sect leader stared at Lu Xuan in disbelief, who responded with a radiant smile. The sect leader's expression darkened, warning, "Lu Xuan, do not attempt to renege on our agreement when the time comes." Lu Xuan nodded, retorting, "Sect leader, remember those words yourself. With my guidance, my disciple is performing exceptionally well. Securing first place is practically guaranteed." The crowd cast disdainful glances at Lu Xuan. What did Fuyao's performance have to do with him? Had he truly taught her anything? The sect leader's face twitched, realizing that he had inadvertently allowed Lu Xuan to boast. The battles on Platform 1 resumed. And soon it was Fuyao's turn once more, this time against Fang Yan. This match was another highly anticipated clash. Fang Yan of the body-tempering peak was hailed as invincible beneath the Xuanzuan realm. Fuyao, the dark horse of the competition, had yet to reveal her full capabilities. Could Fuyao extend her undefeated streak? The disciples were filled with excitement, her performances having been nothing short of astonishing. She had faced formidable opponents, yet had emerged victorious in both encounters, dominating each one. Senior brother Fang Yan's body tempering is nearly complete. I wager that Fuyao will be unable to penetrate his defenses. Boom. Fang Yan stomped heavily on the ground, landing on the dueling platform like a cannonball. Golden light emanated from his body, incredibly radiant. He clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles, and awaited Fuyao's arrival. Fuyao ascended the platform gracefully. Fang Yan gazed at her intently, acknowledging, "Junior sister, I have watched your battles. You are formidable. I will give my all. But if you cannot withstand it, you must concede early." Fuyao smiled enchantingly, retorting, "The same goes for you, senior brother." Fang Yan paused, then erupted in laughter. His path of body tempering was not about defensive entrenchment, but rather a fierce, aggressive assault. The ultimate defense was merely his trump card. The sect leader and others were concerned. Fang Yan's offensive power was immense, his fighting style characterized by unrestrained, overwhelming force. They hoped that Fuyao would not be injured. At that moment, the elder announced, "Begin the match." As the words faded, Fang Yan charged forward, leaving a golden trail in his wake. He unleashed a punch, the force and momentum of which were overwhelming. The air crackled with explosive energy as his fist turned golden. Fuyao moved as well. She extended her slender hand, channeling the power of the blazing heaven art, and a torrent of intense spiritual fire converged in her palm. She met Fang Yan's attack head-on. Fist and palm collided, the crimson glow of spiritual fire clashing with golden blood energy. Boom! Fang Yan was sent flying backward. Chapter 17. The Empress's Identity Revealed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What? Fuyao had sent Fang Yan flying with a single palm? In the next instant, their astonishment deepened. Fuyao danced gracefully, like a startled swan. And with each strike, Fang Yan was forced to retreat continuously. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang. A look of disbelief spread across Fang Yan's face. He could not withstand her power. Realizing this, Fang Yan made a swift decision and activated his trump card, as solid as a rock. Suddenly, a phantom of a mountain formed on the competition stage, with Fang Yan standing firm like an immovable giant. With a grave expression, he confidently declared, "Junior sister, I never expected your offensive power to be so formidable. I must resort to my secret weapon. No one below the Xianzun realm can break through. If you cannot breach my defenses in 3 moves, then you must concede." Before he could finish, Fuyao struck. Heavenly Flame's decision. An endless surge of spiritual energy erupted from Fuyao. The power of spiritual fire roared, radiating a brilliant light that spilled forth in all directions. The mastery of spiritual fire at the great accomplishment level, combined with the offensive might of a divine tier technique. In the blink of an eye, the torrential flames engulfed the entire competition stage, drowning Fong Yan's summoned apparition. Crack! Crack! Fong Yan's giant mountain phantom shattered into fragments. His body was flung from the stage like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Severely injured, Fong Yan is defeated. Witnessing this scene, the arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in shock at Fuyao. How could this be possible? Fong Yan's body refinement secret technique was exceptionally powerful, reputed to be unbreakable beneath the Xianzun realm. Yet today, he had been defeated by Fuyao. Moreover, there was a difference of 2 minor realms between them. Descending upon the upper realm, she had crushed him. A colossal wave surged within everyone's hearts. Fuyao's strength surpassed all expectations. The sect leader glanced at the scorched Fong Yan on the ground and immediately instructed, "Quickly take Fong Yan back to the body refinement peak for treatment." Soon, several disciples carried a stretcher to take Fong Yan away. At this moment, Fuyao undoubtedly became the most radiant presence in the arena. Many turned their gazes toward Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan appeared calm, as though everything was within his anticipation. Observing this, the crowd felt an inexplicable anger rise within them. Once again, Lu Xuan was putting on an act. Just then, Luo Lingkong stepped forward from the crowd. "Junior sister Fuyao, you may rest. My next battle is with you." Fuyao replied, "No need for rest." The crowd was slightly taken aback. Hadn't she just fought Fong Yan? Luo Lingkong, surprised, said no more. He gracefully ascended to the competition stage. "Junior sister, I shall only strike once. If you can withstand it, I will admit my defeat." As his voice fell, a stir rippled through the disciples of the Sword Peak. Could it be that senior brother Luo Lingkong was going to unleash that one strike? That battle was known as the strongest sword strike, requiring all of Luo Lingkong's sword energy. Once unleashed, it could not be retracted. Suddenly, the Saint of the Sword Peak exclaimed, "Luo Lingkong, no? Fuyao may not withstand that strike." The sect leader frowned, wanting to prevent this battle. Fuyao conceded this match. He understood the terror of Luo Lingkong's strike, known as the Instant Void Sword. A single strike could determine life and death. Luo Lingkong turned to Fuyao, seeking her response. Fuyao smiled. "Senior brother, unleash your attack." The sect leader sighed, looking at Lu Xuan with concern. Lu Xuan remained unfazed, exuding calmness. The sect leader's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Luo Lingkong would lose? At that moment, on the competition stage, clang, Luo Lingkong drew his sword. The sword energy surged like the mighty rivers, an overwhelming force swirling around him, forming a vortex. He was on the brink of the Sword Zun realm. In an instant, the swords of the sword cultivators in the arena began to tremble. All swords bowed in submission. Swish. Luo Lingkong struck at Fuyao. The sword energy transformed into a long rainbow, surging forward as if it could pierce through the heavens, directly hurtling towards her. This strike illuminated the world and tore apart the firmament. Fuyao extended her delicate hand and directly activated the Heavenly Flame's decision. Boom. An unparalleled surge of spiritual fire erupted violently, forming a tempest of flames. Fuyao's figure slowly rose into the air, standing amidst the boundless realm of fire, like the sovereign of spiritual flames. In an instant, the sword energy arrived. It sliced into the fiery realm as silently as a cow sinking into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. Fuyao soared into the void, gazing down at Luo Lingkong, refraining from further action. For after Luo Lingkong unleashed this strike, he had become exceedingly feeble. At that moment, he had lost the composure of a sword cultivator. His ultimate strike had not even stirred a ripple. Luo Lingkong looked up at Fuyao, bewildered. "Why?" Fuyao replied coolly, "In the way of the sword, one must regard life and death with indifference. If you are unconvinced, then fight. Your sword technique possesses formidable killing power, but when you executed this strike, you lack the conviction of life and death." Upon hearing this, Luo Lingkong's mind went blank. He had not poured his all into that strike. He lacked conviction. Thank you. I concede. Luo Lingkong bowed to Ji Fuyao and slowly descended from the competition stage, feeling somewhat despondent. Witnessing this scene, the arena fell into a deep silence. The sect leader and others were left speechless from shock. They had all underestimated Ji Fuyao. Even the prodigy of the sword peak, Luo Lingkong, had lost. Other true disciples were likely no match for Ji Fuyao. In the arena, all the disciples quietly watched Ji Fuyao, their minds swirling with thoughts. Who could have anticipated that the inner sect trial would become Ji Fuyao's personal stage? Her performance was simply dazzling, like the brilliance of the sun and moon. She completely overshadowed the other talents. In the subsequent battles, Ji Fuyao continued her winning streak. No one could rival her. Ji Fuyao claimed first place in the inner sect trial. Returning to Lu Xuan's side, Ji Fuyao smiled and said, "Master, I have not disgraced my mission." Lu Xuan replied with a faint smile, "Continue to strive." Half a day later, the inner sect trial concluded. Everyone awaited the sect leader to announce the results. However, the sect leader found himself in a dilemma. The bet had turned in Lu Xuan's favor, as Ji Fuyao had secured first place. He struggled to accept this outcome. Such extraordinary talent made it difficult for the sect leader to entrust her training to Lu Xuan. Over the past month, Lu Xuan had employed some rather unorthodox methods to forcibly elevate Ji Fuyao's realm. It was uncertain what else he might do in the future. Nevertheless, Ji Fuyao's victory was now a fact. The sect leader found himself caught in a quandary. At that moment, Lu Xuan casually remarked, "Sect leader, please announce the results of the inner sect trial." The sect leader's thoughts were complicated as he looked at Lu Xuan. "Fuyao secured first place. But it has little to do with you." Lu Xuan retorted, "Nonsense. Clearly, it is due to my excellent teaching." This statement drew a chorus of jeers from the crowd. Humph. Everyone turned to Lu Xuan, unsure of how he could muster the audacity to say such a thing. The many peak masters wore dark expressions. Over the past month, they had visited Changsheng Peak multiple times. Each time, Lu Xuan was either lounging about or asleep. What kind of teaching was that? He had completely coasted to victory. Lu Xuan was taken aback, sensing the sect leader's demeanor. Surely he wouldn't try to renege on the bet. He frowned. "Sect leader, please announce it quickly." Hearing this, the crowd looked at Lu Xuan with complex expressions. Ji Fuyao's talent was extraordinary, and her power was undeniable. In just a brief month, one ascended from the realm of the great Xian king to that of the Xian sect, an evident result of alchemical augmentation. This is akin to hastening growth unnaturally. Otherwise, why would Ji Fuyao venture into the fire of his secret realm to solidify her foundation? At that moment, several esteemed disciples emerged, their expressions grave as they addressed Fuyao. "We advise you to seek a different mentor. Your innate talent and strength are apparent to us. The path of cultivation is not a matter of mere days, but rather a gradual progression, not one of voraciously consuming elixirs and artificially elevating your realm at the expense of your potential." However, Lu Xuan's method of securing your first place is ultimately detrimental to you. Lu Xuan was taken aback. What? How could he possibly harm his precious disciple? Realizing this, Lu Xuan feigned injury, exclaiming, "Ah, you do not understand." The disciples, filled with indignation, responded, "Lu Xuan, sect leader, what qualifications do you have to instruct Sister Fuyao?" As their voices fell, Ji Fuyao suddenly moved. She gracefully descended before the disciples, her gaze icy, and an overwhelming aura of mid-phase Xian sect power erupted from her. Boom. She directly subdued them. Ji Fuyao coldly declared, "You lack the standing to judge my master." The disciples were pressed to the ground, as if a colossal mountain bore down upon them, rendering them speechless. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere grew tense and perplexed. Why did Ji Fuyao so ardently defend her seemingly inept master? The sect leader hurried forth, waving his sleeves to alleviate the pressure. His expression was complex. He had not anticipated such an outcome. He found himself in a predicament. Should he prevent Lu Xuan from continuing his teachings? Yet, Lu Xuan had won the wager. Should he allow Lu Xuan to persist? What could he possibly teach? At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated. A terrifying aura emanated from the distance. The oppressive force of a quasi-emperor cascading toward the arena. A gray-robed specter materialized. The projection of a quasi-emperor. The sect leader and others bowed respectfully. "Ancestor." They were somewhat astounded. They had indeed stirred the ancestor's attention. The gray-robed ancestor nodded slightly, casting an appreciative glance at Ji Fuyao. "Fuyao, your performance this time has exceeded my expectations. Well done. Ji Fuyao respectfully bowed. Thank you, ancestor. The gray-robed ancestor then regarded Lu Xuan, remaining silent. Soon, the ancestor scanned the surroundings and slowly spoke, announced the results of the inner sect examination. The sect leader, with a bitter expression, hesitated, but the gray-robed ancestor interjected, allow Fuyao to cultivate with Lu Xuan. It is not unfeasible. The sect leader was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to announce the results. I declare, the inner sect trials have concluded. First place, Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyao. Second place, Jian Peak, Luo Linkong. Third place. At that moment, the gray-robed ancestor's voice resonated within Ji Fuyao's mind. Fuyao, you remind me of someone. Ji Fuyao was slightly startled. What does the ancestor mean? The gray-robed ancestor continued. In the path of spiritual fire, the name Ji Fuyao seems to bear some connection to an individual from millennia past. Chapter 18, Master. Why are you so kind to me? Upon hearing the words of the ancestor, Ji Fuyao fell into silence. She neither affirmed nor denied the statement, for it seemed the ancestor had already detected a hint of truth. She pondered what the ancestor had perceived about her. The identity of the Empress of Fuyao was secondary. The fall of the Fuyao Dynasty was merely a ripple in the vast ocean of existence in the eyes of a great power like the Dao sect. However, the secret art of reincarnation involved profound mysteries, and should it be exposed, it would likely cause upheaval in the South Wilderness, potentially invoking the intervention of even the Forbidden Zone's emperor. Contemplating this, waves of emotion surged within her, prompting her to inquire, "What have you discerned, ancestor?" The ancestor in the gray robe offered a faint smile. "Fuyao, you need not worry. If I am not mistaken, you bear some connection to the Fuyao Dynasty from 3,000 years ago. The Dao sect has stood firm in the South Wilderness for several epochs. If we cannot protect our own disciples, what claim do we have to be unyielding? You are now a member of the Dao sect. Beyond its confines, you may hold your own identity, but within the sect, you shall forever remain its disciple." Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling assured that the sect would protect her due to her ties with the Fuyao Dynasty, she respectfully bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor." The ancestor chuckled softly. "Very well. I shall inform the sect leader of this matter." Not long after, the sect leader announced the results of the inner sect trials. Tomorrow, the top 10 disciples of the inner sect trials may proceed to the Dao Hall to claim their rewards. The disciples erupted in excitement. This inner sect trial had exceeded all expectations. Who would have imagined that a newly initiated disciple could achieve first place in the trials? Such an occurrence had never transpired in the history of the Dao sect. Moreover, even the formidable Luo Linkong had failed to elicit Ji Fuyao's true capabilities. What was her limit? Moments later, the ancestor in the gray robe departed without delay. Lu Xuan turned to Ji Fuyao with a smile. "Fuyao, let us return." Ji Fuyao slightly inclined her graceful neck, linking her arm with Lu Xuan's. "Very well, master." With a delicate gesture of her hand, a cloud of mist appeared. Standing atop this mist, Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao floated towards Qingxian Peak. Witnessing this, the onlookers sighed wistfully. Lu Xuan would still be Ji Fuyao's master. They were puzzled by the ancestor's earlier agreement to continue in that role. How absurd. Despite Lu Xuan winning the wager, they could not accept it. Not at all. At Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyao arrived at Lu Xuan's cave dwelling and looked earnestly at him. "Master, tomorrow, I may undertake a task to train outside the sect." Lu Xuan nodded. "That is acceptable." Ji Fuyao's face flushed slightly as she continued. "Master may have already guessed that I harbor some secrets. When the time is right, I shall reveal them to you." Lu Xuan replied casually, "No matter. Proceed according to your plans. However, before you leave, I will accompany you to the Dao Hall to exchange for some treasures. This way, you will have means of self-protection when you depart from the sect." Ji Fuyao nodded. "All right. Thank you, master." The next day, Lu Xuan awoke to find his cultivation had increased significantly. It appeared Ji Fuyao had been diligently practicing through the night. He stepped out of the cave to wash his face in the mountain stream, and then reclined on a sunlit chair before his hut. Before long, a fiery figure approached from a distance, gliding towards Qingxian Peak. A melodious voice rang out. "Master, good morning. I just came from the Dao Hall where I received the rewards for this inner sect trial and the entrance examination." Lu Xuan acknowledged with a nod. "Good." Ji Fuyao landed gracefully on Qingxian Peak, beaming as she approached Lu Xuan. "My identity token now holds 1 million contribution points. Additionally, I have acquired a sacred weapon. The Fire Shadow Spear. I have also selected a sacred tier technique, the Xian Fire Transformation. Lu Xuan remarked, excellent. For your subsequent cultivation, follow your own plan. Ji Fuyao inclined her neck slightly in agreement and returned to her cave dwelling, where she began to organize her recent gains. In a month, she had progressed from the Great Xian King realm to the Xian Sect realm. Her foundation had been solidified, and her mastery of the path of spiritual fire had matured. She had also obtained a 6-star imperial level technique. The rewards were bountiful. Regrettably, she found that her contribution points fell short for exchanging the Dao Sutra. The sutra comprised 3 volumes, with the first alone requiring 8 million contribution points. She would need to accumulate points for some time. Nonetheless, she felt quite satisfied with her current achievements. Next, she could accept the task and then head to the Black Flame Mountains to connect with the Imperial Dragon Guards and the Qingqing clan. Immediately, Ji Fuyao inscribed numerous seals and prohibitions within her cave. She took out the Fuyao Order and activated an ancient secret method to contact the Imperial Dragon Guards. A mysterious and obscure power circulated, and voices of Commander Wang Man and Qing Yin emanated from the Fuyao Order. Your Majesty, the Empress, Ji Fuyu responded today. I shall proceed to the Black Flame Mountains. From my observations, it will take several days to reach there. Wang Man exclaimed excitedly, Your Majesty. We should have personnel patrolling the perimeter of the Black Flame Mountains. If you arrive, send us word immediately, and we will come to your aid. As for the Qingqing clan, we have already made contact. However, they have a request. They must witness the Fuyao Order and your presence to swear an oath to continue their loyalty to you. Your other faction has yet to respond to us. Once this matter is settled, we will go there personally to handle it. Ji Fuyao replied, understood. Qing Yin added, Your Majesty, the Black Flame Mountains are essentially our territory. Should you arrive, we will activate the ancient formation to ensure no word leaks out. Ji Fuyao nodded. I am aware. Moments later, she stored away the Fuyao Order. In a few days, she would reunite with her old comrades. She felt a twinge of anticipation in her heart. Not long after, Lu Xuan conveyed a message to Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, since you are departing, let us first go to the Dao Hall to exchange some treasures. Ji Fuyao expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. She promptly exited her cave. Lu Xuan smiled. Let us go. Ji Fuyao took hold of Lu Xuan's arm, and a divine rainbow appeared beneath their feet as they soared towards the Dao Hall. Outside the Dao Hall, Ji Fuyao and Lu Xuan landed with a thud. Nearby disciples looked on in astonishment at Lu Xuan's presence. Had he come to the Dao Hall as well? In their memories, Lu Xuan had spent the last 6 or 7 years confined to Qingxian Peak, only emerging for the disciple recruitment event. As Lu Xuan walked through the crowd, some disciples stiffened and bowed awkwardly. Sect leader Lu. Sect leader. Their emotions were complex. The former useless sect leader had now risen in status due to Ji Fuyao. The saying the master elevates the disciple rang true. Previously, they had often ridiculed Lu Xuan, but now they dared not utter a word of mockery, for the fear of being suppressed on the spot by Ji Fuyao was too great to bear. This was a difficult reality for them to accept. Soon, Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao entered the Dao Hall and approached Elder Mu directly. Elder Mu, I wish to exchange for some items. Elder Mu was about to inquire if Lu Xuan had contribution points, but recalled that Lu Xuan's master had left him nearly tens of millions of contribution points upon his demise. Elder Mu furrowed his brow, gazing at Lu Xuan with murky eyes, and withdrew an ancient jade tablet. What would you like to exchange for? You may check it within the tablet. Lu Xuan accepted the tablet, but did not examine it. Instead, he declared, the first volume of the Dao Sutra. As his voice fell, Elder Mu was taken aback, and Ji Fuyao trembled slightly. Could it be that Lu Xuan was exchanging this for her? A moment of silence ensued. Elder Mu cast a glance at Lu Xuan, inquiring, Are you certain you wish to exchange for the first volume of the Dao Sutra? It requires 8 million contribution points. Lu Xuan produced his identity token, revealing over 20 million contribution points within, an impressive display of wealth. Elder Mu, please proceed with the deduction, Lu Xuan replied. Elder Mu accepted the token, an obscure and ancient energy swirling in his hand. In an instant, a divine radiance emerged, the jade slip containing the techniques of the first volume of the Dao Sutra. With a serious expression, Elder Mu warned, This jade slip can only be viewed by one person, and it will be incinerated after reading. Such knowledge must not be lightly shared. The technique bears the imprint of the imperial realm, preventing practitioners from passing it on to others. Lu Xuan nodded and accepted the jade slip. Understood. Elder Mu was aware that Lu Xuan had exchanged this for Ji Fuyao. At that moment, Lu Xuan turned to Ji Fuyao, saying, "Fuyao, this jade slip contains treasures you may choose from." He placed the treasure exchange jade slip in her palm. Ji Fuyao extended her consciousness and was immediately enveloped by a magnificently vast ethereal space filled with countless spiritual artifacts, spirit herbs, sacred weapons, and talismans. There were even imperial weapons. However, the contribution points required for those imperial weapons were exorbitantly high, starting in the tens of millions. Ji Fuyao selected several sacred-grade talismans, spending 1 million contribution points. Lu Xuan shook his head, saying, "That's too little." Ji Fuyao felt embarrassed to continue selecting. Consequently, Lu Xuan directly exchanged for Sacred King and semi-imperial grade talismans for her, along with several defensive treasures. Elder Mu stood in astonishment, wondering if Lu Xuan intended to arm Ji Fuyao to the teeth. Before long, Lu Xuan handed Ji Fuyao a storage ring. This should suffice. Ji Fuyao was momentarily taken aback, a warm current surging within her. Lu Xuan had purchased an abundance of life-preserving items. He had spent an additional 6 million contribution points. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by her master's generosity, Lu Xuan smiled. "All right, Fuyao, let us return." Just then, Elder Mu, puzzled, remarked, "Hey, Lu Xuan, what about your cultivation?" Lu Xuan hesitated for a moment. He had concealed his cultivation level with the system. Unless he chose to reveal it, others could not perceive it. "I have hidden it," Lu Xuan explained. Elder Mu's face twitched. "What use is it for a qi refining stage cultivator to hide their cultivation? Are you trying to pose as a master?" However, he soon realized that it must be a high-level concealment technique imparted to Lu Xuan by Ji Fuyao, one so profound that even he could not see through it. The ancestor had already informed him of Ji Fuyao's connection to the 3,000-year-old Fuyao Dynasty. They now speculated that Lu Xuan might also have ties to the Fuyao Dynasty. Otherwise, why would Ji Fuyao go to such lengths to protect him? Considering this, Elder Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Lu Xuan, you may leave now." With that, Lu Xuan took Ji Fuyao and departed. However, at that moment, Ji Fuyao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Earlier, even Elder Mu had failed to discern Lu Xuan's cultivation level. It was important to note that Elder Mu was a quasi-imperial being. Clearly, her master Lu Xuan was an emperor. Ji Fuyao's delicate lips parted slightly as she smiled faintly, linking her arm with Lu Xuan's and thinking to herself, "Master, you truly conceal your depths." Soon, Ji Fuyao and Lu Xuan returned to Changsheng Peak. Lu Xuan directly handed the jade slip containing the techniques of the first volume of the Tao Sutra to Ji Fuyao. Her delicate hand trembled as she stood in a daze. This is the first volume of the Tao Sutra. She had joined the Tao sect solely for the Tao Sutra. And to her astonishment, she had acquired the first volume in just a month. This was worth 8 million contribution points. Lu Xuan chuckled. "Fuyao accepted. If you comprehend the mysteries of the Tao Sutra, your future achievements will be incalculable." Ji Fuyao felt a stirring in her heart, her voice trembling as she asked, "Master, why are you so good to me?" Chapter 19. Hunting Ji Fuyao. "Master, why are you so kind to me?" Lu Xuan responded with a gentle smile. "Because you are my disciple." It was a remarkably profitable investment. Kindness towards his disciple translated directly into kindness towards himself, a win-win scenario. He could become stronger effortlessly, merely by providing his disciple with cultivation resources. A truly idyllic existence. Ji Fuyao's delicate frame trembled slightly. "Just because I am your disciple. Is that the only reason?" she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In her previous life, she had been the Empress of the Fuyao Dynasty, and had never experienced such warmth. In this life, someone was treating her with such kindness, and the sensation was profoundly moving. Lu Xuan chuckled softly. "Actually, venturing out for some experience would be beneficial. Go ahead, don't worry about me." Ji Fuyao's face shone with radiance, her beauty captivating. She nodded. The thought that Lu Xuan would be without her cooking filled her with a sense of apology. Her departure would likely last for some time. With this in mind, Ji Fuyao approached the humble cottage. "Master, let me prepare a meal for you before I leave." Lu Xuan agreed. "Very well." This time, Ji Fuyao poured her heart into the cooking. Smoke gently curled from the chimney of the cottage. Lu Xuan reclined on his lounge chair, basking in the warm sunlight. It was a life of pure contentment. Soon, Ji Fuyao, having brushed back her dark hair, brought out the steaming dishes. "Master, the meal is ready." Lu Xuan nodded and settled himself at the stone table. This is quite good, he remarked after taking a bite. Fuyao offered a gentle smile. She recalled that the first time she had cooked for Lu Xuan, his assessment had been merely passable. At the time, she had harbored a sense of defiance towards him. But now, she was completely won over. In her previous life, she had never felt this way. Fuyao resolved in her heart that beyond Qingxian Peak, she was the Fuyao Empress, but before her master, Lu Xuan, she would always be a disciple. Fuyao began to eat as well, noting that the food was indeed far superior to what she had prepared in the past. A warm feeling enveloped her heart as she watched Lu Xuan savor the meal. Master, she thought, I would like to stay on Qingxian Peak and cook for you, but I have my own matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I will certainly return. Shortly after, Lu Xuan finished eating and returned to his lounge chair. Fuyao smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling like the stars. She ate slowly, wanting to linger on Qingxian Peak for as long as possible. An hour later, Fuyao emerged from the cottage, casting a reluctant glance at Lu Xuan. Master, I must take my leave. I am going to accept a mission and will be away for a month. Lu Xuan waved with a smile. Even when you are away, do not neglect your cultivation. Fuyao's heart warmed at his words. Even at this moment, her master was concerned about her cultivation. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Master, I will not fall behind in my cultivation, Fuyao said earnestly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes full of determination. She turned and a divine rainbow appeared beneath her feet, carrying her into the sky toward the mission hall. Watching Fuyao's departing figure, Lu Xuan thought to himself that, given her character, she would not neglect her cultivation, and he had already reminded her. Soon, Fuyao arrived at the mission hall, which was teeming with people, including both disciples and elders. Within the Great Tao sect, contribution points were a form of currency. Whether exchanging them for cultivation techniques and treasures, purchasing pills, or issuing missions, contribution points were essential, and the sect's missions in the mission hall were the quickest way to earn them. Fuyao's arrival caused quite a stir among the disciples. Just yesterday, she had won first place in the intersect trials. Was she already heading out without rest? Junior sister Fuyao is here to accept the mission? So quickly. Shouldn't junior sister Fuyao consolidate her cultivation first? I wonder if I could team up with junior sister Fuyao? Several core disciples approached Fuyao. Junior sister Fuyao, is this your first time accepting a mission? Why not join me for a team mission? Fuyao smiled faintly. Thank you, senior brother, but I prefer to do missions alone. She was using the mission as a pretext to go to the Black Flame Mountains, and there was no way she would travel with others. She needed to accept a mission that would take her far from the Great Tao sect. Seeing Fuyao's rejection, the core disciples left, sighing. Junior sister Fuyao is truly an unattainable ice beauty. Fuyao turned her gaze to a massive stone wall, which glowed with a brilliant light. It contained missions issued by the sect, as well as by some elders and disciples. There were many different types of missions, including gathering spiritual herbs, hunting spiritual beasts, and exploring secret realms together. Soon, Fuyao selected a mission to hunt spiritual beasts, kill 3 Xuanzong realm firemane beasts. Contribution points, 6,000 to 10,000, depending on the beast's cultivation level. Nearby, many disciples were watching Fuyao. Seeing her accept the mission, they were surprised. One of the core disciples approached her and said, Junior sister Fuyao, I suggest you don't take this mission. You may not know about the firemane beasts. This mission requires 3, but firemane beasts like to gather in groups. To hunt them, you will have to face dozens, even hundreds. Fuyao smiled. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. In her previous life, she had attained the Tao through spiritual fire, and she was very familiar with fire-type spiritual beasts. She was intimately familiar with firemane beasts. Killing them would be as easy as killing chickens. The core disciple sighed softly and said nothing more. Fuyao left and went straight to the sect's teleportation array. After spending 2,000 contribution points, Fuyao stepped into the long-distance teleportation array. This time, she would travel through many places before finally arriving at the Black Flame Mountains. Rumble. A surge of divine light erupted, and the power of the teleportation array spread in all directions. Fuyao's figure disappeared from the Great Tao sect. She had secretly contacted the Imperial Dragon Guards, who were already preparing to meet her near the Black Flame Mountains. She was about to see her old subordinates again. Imperial Dragon Guards. Qiqing, ye family. Fuyao was filled with emotion. 3,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. She wondered how they were doing. On Qixin Peak, Lu Xuan reclined on his lounge chair, enjoying the scenery. Without the system notifications of increasing cultivation, he felt a bit empty. He had grown accustomed to having someone else on Qixin Peak, and now that Ji Fuyao was gone, it felt a bit lonely. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Your eldest disciple is cultivating, synchronizing cultivation. Instantly, the cultivation within his body began to increase again. Lu Xuan was surprised. Fuyao is cultivating even when she's away. Not long after, Lu Xuan rubbed his stomach. He was hungry. Looking at the position of the sun, he realized it was time for a meal. As he muttered to himself, Lu Xuan approached the cottage. With Fuyao gone, there's no one to cook for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the system chimed. Ding! Triggered a disciple recruitment mission. Lu Xuan was stunned. Finally, his second disciple was coming. When the time came, with 2 disciples providing feedback on their cultivation, his own cultivation would increase twofold. But he was still far from invincible, so he would continue to lie low for now. Ding! Please go to Changsheng, Yi family. To recruit a disciple. Limited time task. Enlist Yi Chun, the heir of the Yi family, as your second disciple within a month. Upon successful apprenticeship, a system reward will be granted. Lu Xuan inquired, curious, about any available information on Yi Chun. After a moment of silence, the system responded, Yi Chun, the 16-year-old heir of the Yi family in Changsheng. 6 years ago, his cultivation plummeted to the 3rd level of qi refining. In infancy, Yi Chun was betrothed by the Yi family's patriarch and the Nangong family's patriarch to Nangong Baixue, his fiancée Yi. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan froze, utterly astonished. Heavens! Isn't this the quintessential protagonist template? Surname Yi. Cultivation inexplicably declined. Betrothed in infancy, the buffs are fully stacked. A faint smile played on Lu Xuan's lips as he sensed a familiar trope unfolding. However, he was intrigued by the story's potential trajectory. Will Nangong Baixue choose to break off the engagement, or will she broaden her horizons? A wave of anticipation washed over Lu Xuan, and he felt an irresistible urge to journey to Changsheng immediately. I must witness my second disciple, Yi Chun. Nevertheless, duty calls for sustenance first. In high spirits, Lu Xuan indulged in a sumptuous meal, relishing the prospect of acquiring another disciple. The rate of my cultivation will increase exponentially. His heart brimmed with contentment. Just then, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky, accompanied by the overwhelming pressure of a Saint King realm cultivator. Boom! The sect master, clad in a gray robe and wearing a grave expression, descended upon Qingxian Peak. Lu Xuan was taken aback. Why has the sect master returned? The sect master, observing Lu Xuan leisurely dining, was overcome with exasperation. The only idler in the great Dao sect. While Ji Fuyao cultivates incessantly and has departed the great Dao sect on a mission, Lu Xuan remains unchanged. With a hint of displeasure, the sect master announced, Lu Xuan, Ancestor Changsheng wishes to see you. Lu Xuan was momentarily stunned. Ancestor Changsheng? I have had no contact with him for years. Without allowing Lu Xuan time to ponder, the sect master seized him. A divine rainbow materialized beneath their feet, whisking Lu Xuan away toward a secluded area within the great Dao sect. The air thrummed with Daoist inscriptions, and potent energies coursed through the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of profound mystery. After traversing a formation barrier, the sect master set Lu Xuan down. Before them stretched verdant mountains and a gently flowing stream. At the riverbank, an elderly man in a gray robe sat fishing. Lu Xuan, you have arrived, the gray-robed man said without turning around. The sect master informed Lu Xuan, this is Ancestor Changsheng. You encountered him after the inner sect trials that day. Lu Xuan approached cautiously and greeted, greetings, Ancestor Changsheng. The gray-robed man addressed the sect master. You may leave us now. Allow us to have a proper conversation. The sect master bowed respectfully and departed. Ancestor Changsheng scrutinized Lu Xuan with narrowed eyes. And after a moment, he chuckled. Lu Xuan, why do you persist in concealing your cultivation? The world believes you are merely at the qi refining stage. Chapter 20. Yi Chun, the second disciple. Lu Xuan, why conceal your cultivation? The world knows you are at the qi refining stage. Lu Xuan. The ancient Azure founder smiled faintly and shook his head. A moment of silence ensued. The ancient Azure founder sighed softly. Your master, the Azure Saint, has great expectations for you. Do you know that? Lu Xuan nodded, recalling some past events. His master, the Azure Saint, had been extremely concerned about the original owner of this body. The ancient Azure founder continued. The sect master mentioned your situation to me previously. I have no demands of you, except that you do not interfere with Ji Fuyao's cultivation. Can you do that? Lu Xuan thought to himself that he had always taught by non-action, having done nothing at all. There was no question of interference. The ancient Azure founder smiled. I heard that Fuyao has been cooking for you? Lu Xuan replied, a few times. The ancient Azure founder nodded slightly. Presumably, there is some connection between you and her. The Tao of Heaven has its own destiny. Perhaps Ji Fuyao is destined to become your disciple. Lu Xuan nodded, understanding yet not fully comprehending. At that moment, a spiritual fish took the bait. The ancient Azure founder released the fish back into the stream. If I am not mistaken, Ji Fuyao should be related to the Fuyao Dynasty that was annihilated 3,000 years ago, the ancient Azure founder said pensively. Lu Xuan responded, Fuyao has not mentioned this to me. The ancient Azure founder's gaze deepened. 3,000 years ago, the heavenly Luo Hall launched an expedition and destroyed the Fuyao Dynasty. Overnight, the dynasty collapsed, and the Fuyao Empress perished. Since then, for 3,000 years, there has been no news of the Fuyao Dynasty. Lu Xuan frowned slightly. The heavenly Luo Hall. The ancient Azure founder nodded. The heavenly Luo Hall has a notorious reputation in the southern wilderness. Every target they set their sights on has met with destruction. Lu Xuan inquired, how does the strength of the heavenly Luo Hall compare to that of the Great Tao sect? The ancient Azure founder replied, 3,000 years ago. They were naturally inferior to the Great Tao sect, but in these 3,000 years, the heavenly Luo Hall has grown considerably stronger. Lu Xuan was taken aback, meaning the heavenly Luo Hall now possessed the strength to contend with the Great Tao sect. Lu Xuan asked, if the heavenly Luo Hall were to discover Fuyao's existence, wouldn't she be in great danger? The ancient Azure founder chuckled, if the Great Tao sect cannot even protect its own disciples, how can it stand in the southern wilderness? However, he did not reveal to Lu Xuan that he was merely a quasi-emperor incarnation. The Great Tao sect possessed many Emperor realm experts, most of whom were in secluded cultivation. Even if the heavenly Luo Hall mobilized its main hall and all its branch halls, the Great Tao sect would not be afraid. During this millennium, it was up to him and Elder Mu to protect the sect, which was sufficient to handle minor disturbances in the southern wilderness. The Great Tao sect was far from as simple as it appeared. It was only because the Great Era had not yet arrived, and the Great Tao sect had always been aloof and uninvolved in the power struggles of the southern wilderness, that there was no need for so many Emperor Realm ancestors to emerge. The ancient Azure founder continued, Lu Xuan, rest assured. The Great Tao sect will never abandon any of its disciples. Lu Xuan nodded, understanding the ancestors' attitude towards the Fuyao Empress. The ancient Azure founder turned to Lu Xuan. Extend your hand. Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. Was the ancestor going to examine his background? However, due to the system, his cultivation was already concealed. As long as he did not reveal it, no one could detect it. With this in mind, Lu Xuan extended his right hand. A wisp of the ancient Azure founder's divine sense probed into Lu Xuan's palm. After a moment, the ancient Azure founder shook his head faintly. Your aptitude is still so poor. No wonder you have been unable to enter the profound scholar realm for so many years. Poor talent is one reason, but laziness is the main reason. Lu Xuan's face twitched. The ancient Azure founder said, all right, that's all. I just felt that regarding Ji Fuyao's matter, as her master, I should inform you of the sect's stance. Lu Xuan replied, thank you, ancestor. The ancient Azure founder nodded. In the future, do whatever you want in the Great Tao sect. There is no need to be restrained. Lu Xuan was taken aback. What did he mean? The ancient Azure founder smiled. In any case, as a chi refining cultivator, you cannot cause much trouble. Now that you are Fuyao's master, you should also exercise some of the rights of a peak lord. Lu Xuan nodded. Thank you, ancestor. Soon after, the sect master arrived once more. The ancient Azure founder waved his sleeve lightly. Take Lu Xuan back. Do not restrain Lu Xuan in the future. The sect master paused slightly and nodded. Yes, ancestor. I understand. Soon, the sect master returned Lu Xuan to Azure Peak and returned to the ancestor's side. The sect master asked curiously, ancestor, did you discover anything unusual about Lu Xuan? The ancient Azure founder shook his head. No, he is still a good-for-nothing. The sect master could not help but smile, wondering what Lu Xuan was trying to achieve by concealing his cultivation. The ancient Azure founder did not want to dwell on it. Let him be. At that moment, the sect master's communication jade trembled. He took out the communication jade and probed it with his divine sense. A hurried voice transmitted, Sect Master, Ji Fuyao. We lost her. The sect master frowned slightly. You, a Saint Realm expert, lost track of a profound sect realm cultivator? This time, Upon learning that Ji Fuyu was going out to perform a mission, he had specifically dispatched a profound Saint Realm Elder to protect her in secret. But he did not expect them to lose her. The voice was somewhat silent. The ancient Azure founder said faintly, "Forget it, let Ji Fuyao go. She is not as simple as we see her." The sect master put away the communication jade, harboring doubts. The Empress of the Fuyao Dynasty, known as the Fuyao Empress, attained the Emperor realm through the Tao of spiritual fire. Ji Fuyao's name was too similar to hers, and she also possessed the spiritual fire constitution. What was the connection between them? The ancient Azure founder said, "In the future, give Fuyao more freedom. She knows what she is doing." The sect master nodded, "All right." Azure Peak. Lu Xuan made some preparations and descended the mountain. He could not wait to go to the Yi family in Azure City to see his second disciple, Yi Chun. Lu Xuan headed straight for the Great Tao Sect's teleportation array. Seeing Lu Xuan appear, many elders and disciples were shocked. Lu Xuan was actually going out? Unbelievable. What could a chi refining cultivator do outside the Great Tao Sect? It was unprecedented. Everyone was astonished. Someone informed the sect master of this matter. The sect master waved his hand, "Let him be." The ancient Azure founder had already said that there was no need to restrain Lu Xuan. As for Lu Xuan's safety, he was not worried at all. This kid was very timid and possessed all of the Azure Saints' wealth, including talismans and powerful puppets that could even deal with profound saints. Thus, Lu Xuan's departure from the Great Tao Sect only caused a small ripple. Then, no one paid attention to it. This was Lu Xuan's first time using a teleportation array. It was somewhat dizzying. The terrifying spatial power constantly flowed and rotated, making Lu Xuan feel very strange. He was slightly excited, eager to see his second disciple, Yi Chun, although they had never met. He could already sense that familiar aura from Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, come into your teacher's bowl quickly." Several days later, Ji Fuyao traveled through several teleportation arrays and finally arrived at Luoshui City, the city closest to the Black Flame Mountains. Along the way, she sensed a profound saint following her in secret. She guessed it was an elder of the Great Tao Sect. Most likely, the sect master was worried about her safety and sent a saint to protect her. But this time, she was going to the Black Flame Mountains to rendezvous with the Imperial Dragon Guards, so she naturally could not be exposed. Therefore, Ji Fuyao secretly activated a secret technique and shook off the saint of the Great Tao Sect. After several days, she took a brief respite before hastening towards the Black Flame Mountains. Yet, during her rest, she did not neglect her cultivation. "I wonder how my master is faring now," Ji Fuyao murmured to herself as she walked through the bustling streets of Luoshui City, heading towards the outskirts. The city was teeming with practitioners. A constant flow of comings and goings, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of blood from spirit beasts, indicating that many were seasoned hunters from the Black Flame Mountains. As Ji Fuyao emerged in Luoshui City, she shone like a star in the night, instantly captivating the attention of many. Never had they witnessed such an enchanting beauty. Dressed in a flowing crimson gown, her stunning visage and graceful attire accentuated her perfect curves. Her delicate, fair skin resembled fine jade, and her long legs stood like exquisite pillars, capable of mesmerizing all. Yet, within her gaze lingered a chilling detachment from the mortal realm. In the shadows, a scarred man scrutinized Ji Fuyao, noting the absence of any guardians at her side. A glimmer of greed ignited in his eyes as he licked his lips, exclaiming, "This girl from the Xianzong realm is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. It has been ages since I indulged in the company of a woman. She shall be mine." Another burly man with a thick beard scoffed, observing Ji Fuyao's flawless silhouette. This woman clearly lacks experience. To dare traverse such a perilous place as the Black Flame Mountains alone? What naivety! Soon, Ji Fuyao stepped beyond Luoshui City, making her way toward the Black Flame Mountains. She had already activated the Fuyao Order. The leaders of the two imperial dynasties, Long Wei and Qin Yin, had responded. "Your Majesty, we shall come to your aid immediately." At the entrance of the Black Flame Mountains lay a bustling marketplace where practitioners frequently traded spoils from their hunts. As Ji Fuyao passed through, her crimson gown resembled a blazing flame, her aura radiating a divine brilliance, akin to a blossoming lotus that seemed entirely out of place among the bloodthirsty hunters of the Black Flame Mountains. In an instant, she garnered countless gazes. What a beautiful woman! Several men approached Ji Fuyao, their eyes gleaming with interest. "My lady, this must be your first venture into the Black Flame Mountains. It is perilous. Why not join our party?" Ji Fuyao, however, dismissed them entirely, striding past without a word. Witnessing this, the men were incensed. A mid-level Xianzong. And yet she dares to be so audacious. Realizing this, they charged towards her, leering with ill intentions. If you remain silent, we shall take it as your consent. The surrounding practitioners sighed softly, pitying the girl. What a shame. These men belong to the Black Wolf mercenary group. Once they set their sights on someone, calamity is sure to follow. She may face a fate of unspeakable horror. Suddenly, Ji Fuyao extended her delicate hand, her face marred by a hint of disdain. With a swift motion, a terrifying surge of spiritual fire erupted forth, engulfing the men like a tempest. Their screams echoed momentarily before they were reduced to ashes. Without a backward glance, Ji Fuyao stepped into the mouth of the Black Flame Mountains. The marketplace fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixated on Ji Fuyao's retreating figure. How terrifying! In a single motion, she had dispatched those troublemakers, her expression unwavering. Meanwhile, a group of practitioners who had followed her from Luoshui City halted, witnessing the scene unfold. Some chose to retreat, while others remained unperturbed. The scarred man, with a sinister grin, addressed those hesitating. Pathetic cowards. No matter how strong she is, she remains merely Xianzong. We are Xianzun. To die beneath a peony is to be a ghost in style. Such a stunning beauty, if we miss this chance, it may never come again. With that, he cast a ring towards a nearby stall, demanding, "Bring me 10 Xiantier dragon summoning pills. I am ready for a 3-day and 3-night battle." The stall owner retrieved a vial of pills, grinning as he said, "Once consumed, these pills will ensure you cannot stop indulging. You are in for a treat. I see the red flush upon your brow. Your vitality is robust. Are you preparing to break through to Xiansheng?" The scarred man laughed heartily. "Indeed, my right eyelid twitches today. Good fortune is surely upon me. With this woman's arrival, it is a divine gift, a double blessing. Today, I shall make her bleed." As his words fell, those nearby exchanged startled glances. Recognizing him as the notorious lecher of the Black Flame Mountains, responsible for countless tragedies among women. Moments later, the scarred man, accompanied by several followers, stealthily trailed Ji Fuyao, licking his lips in anticipation, muttering, "I adore spirited women. Such a conquest shall be most delightful." Chapter 21. Those who threaten the Empress shall perish. Shortly thereafter, just outside the Black Flame Mountains, Ji Fuyao came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes, glacial and penetrating, scrutinized the dense thicket behind her. With a voice as frigid as the winter wind, she commanded, "Emerge from your hiding places." As the words echoed, the scarred man and his cohorts, their eyes gleaming with avarice, emerged from the shadows, their lips curled into lecherous grins. "Fair maiden," the scarred man began, his voice dripping with vile intent. "Rather than meet your end within the maw of some savage beast, why not satiate the desires of us brothers? What say you? Rest assured, a beauty such as yourself will be treated with the utmost tenderness. We wouldn't want to inflict any discomfort." A chorus of repulsive laughter ensued. Repulsed, Ji Fuyao prepared to unleash a sacred-grade talisman. Knowing the perils of her journey, Lu Xuan had equipped her with an arsenal capable of repelling even a demi-emperor. But before she could act, a cataclysmic surge of power descended from the heavens. The oppressive aura of a quasi-emperor. No, a demi-emperor. A vast, boundless pressure, akin to an unfathomable abyss, crashed upon the world, causing reality itself to calcify. The scarred man and his ilk, utterly aghast, craned their necks skyward. What in the heavens is transpiring? How could such a formidable being appear in the outer reaches of the Black Flame Mountains? Thwack! A crimson axe materialized in the firmament, its aura of savage brutality piercing the very heavens. It hurtled toward the group with the finality of a headsman's blade. In an instant, the heads of the scarred man and his cronies were severed from their bodies, arcing through the air like grotesque projectiles. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Crimson ichor erupted in violent sprays. "Those who dare covet her imperial majesty shall meet their end." A voice of glacial finality boomed. In the next heartbeat, several figures descended before Ji Fuyao with earth-shattering force. Thump, thump. The figures prostrated themselves before her. Ji Fuyao, her alabaster neck inclined slightly, scrutinized the newcomers, her eyes shimmering with divine light. "Rise, Wang Man, Qingyan. You have arrived." A wave of emotion washed over her. After 3 millennia, she was reunited with her dragon guards. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Man, the dragon guard commander, and Qingyan trembled with emotion. The others, too, were visibly shaken, their eyes fixed upon Ji Fuyao. "It is indeed her imperial majesty's aura." "Your majesty." Your Majesty. The words caught in their throats, a lifetime of longing distilled into tears streaming down their faces. When the Fuyao Dynasty crumbled, it was the Empress herself who stood against 3 Grand Emperors of the Skynet Hall, ensuring the escape of the 3 great factions. The secret art of reincarnation was a gamble, one they knew the Empress might not win. Yet, after 3 millennia of agonizing wait, the Empress had returned. She had prevailed. Qing Yan, wiping away her tears, spoke, Your Majesty, shall we return to our domain within the Black Flame Mountains? Ji Fuyao nodded in assent. Wang Man, gripping his blood-soaked axe, wiped it clean. Turning to a black-robed demi-emperor at his side, his face contorted with murderous intent, he commanded in a voice like splintering ice. Dispose of those vermin from whence they came. The black-robed demi-emperor bowed. As you command. Ji Fuyao, accompanied by Qing Yan and the others, ascended into the sky, embarking on their journey into the depths of the Black Flame Mountains. The black-robed demi-emperor, cloaked in shadow, departed from the mountains, his heart a crucible of malice. Malice. Those who dare covet her imperial majesty shall perish. It did not take long for him to unravel the events that had transpired. The black-robed demi-emperor arrived at the Black Wolf mercenary group's territory. Boom. With a mere gesture, a terrifying palm print descended, blotting out the sun. Countless cultivators were reduced to crimson mist, their screams echoing in the air. The crushing force of a demi-emperor, like a cataclysmic deluge, swept across the land, leaving devastation in its wake. Annihilation. Cries for salvation reverberated like thunder. Captain, save us. We are under attack. We are no match for them. From the depths of the Black Wolf mercenary group's domain emerged a middle-aged man, his temples streaked with gray. His gaze, frigid and menacing, locked onto the black-robed demi-emperor. Who are you? Has the Black Wolf mercenary group wronged you in some way? The man's face was a mask of consternation. The black-robed demi-emperor replied with glacial indifference. You have offended someone you should not have. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in confusion. The Black Wolf mercenary group had amassed a multitude of enemies. Which particular cur had provoked this demi-emperor? Damn them all. The middle-aged man forced a smile. Esteemed one, I am willing to offer half of the Black Wolf mercenary group's resources. Before he could finish, the black-robed demi-emperor struck again. Another palm descended. The power of a demi-emperor was irresistible, causing the very heavens to tremble. A maelstrom of terrifying spiritual energy crashed down upon the Black Wolf mercenary group's territory. Boom. The Black Wolf mercenary group was obliterated. The black-robed demi-emperor intoned, Those who dare covet her imperial majesty shall perish. Those who dare covet her imperial majesty's power shall be destroyed. The cataclysmic tremors reverberated throughout the region, startling the cultivators in the vicinity of Luoxue City. They gazed in horror at the devastation that had befallen the Black Wolf mercenary group's territory. The pressure of a demi-emperor. What kind of entity have they provoked? Meanwhile, the black-robed demi-emperor entered Luoxue City. The Wang family, annihilated with a flick of the wrist. The Li family, obliterated with a mere gesture. Why? They were the families of the scarred man. The black-robed demi-emperor sneered before vanishing into the shadows. That her imperial majesty should be accosted by such vermin upon her return. To think, this occurred within the Black Flame Mountains, our Dragon Guard's domain. The city lord of Luoxue City, paralyzed with terror, cowered within his manor, unwilling to emerge. He knew that the power emanating from the Black Flame Mountains had acted. Within this realm, only a select few, including the city lord, were aware of a forbidden force residing within the Black Flame Mountains. How many there were, how powerful they were, remained a mystery. Only after the black-robed demi-emperor departed did the city lord dare to emerge. He knew that a tempest was brewing within the Black Flame Mountains. Within the Black Flame Mountains, in the Dragon Guard's domain, Commander Wang Man unleashed the beast horde. In an instant, spirit beasts below the demi-emperor realm erupted into frenzied chaos, surging toward the Black Flame Mountains like a tidal wave. A stampede of unparalleled ferocity. The area was being purged. The return of the Fuyao Empress was of utmost importance, and no misstep could be tolerated. Soon, the black-robed demi-emperor returned, informing Wang Man, Commander, the matter has been resolved. Wang Man gave a curt nod. Qing Yan activated the seals and enchantments that permeated the land. The entirety of the Dragon Guard had gathered before the altar. Ji Fuyao, adorned in a phoenix robe the color of wildfire, radiated peerless beauty. Her face was etched with the majesty of an empress as she surveyed her ranks. 3,000 years had passed. Time had weathered the Dragon Guard, leaving them aged and weary. Commander Wang Man's temples were now streaked with gray, his face lined with the passage of time. Qing Yan, once a valiant war goddess, had become an old woman, her skin no longer supple, marked by the relentless march of years. As for the other dragon guards, she recognized many familiar faces. 3 millennia was an eternity, even for saint kings and demi-emperors. Yet, her dragon guard had remained steadfast, awaiting her return. A surge of emotion coursed through Ji Fuyao's heart as she spoke softly. Your dedication has been a beacon in the darkness. Wang Man and Qing Yan understood her sentiment. Wang Man roared with laughter, pounding his chest. Your Majesty, what matters a touch of frost upon our temples? You have returned. The Fuyao Dynasty shall rise again, reborn from the ashes. Qing Yan's eyes, once clouded with age, cleared. Her withered skin began to slough off, revealing a second bloom of youth. She practiced the withered tree art, enduring a prolonged and somewhat despairing wait, which caused her condition to deteriorate. However, with the Empress's return, her obsession dissipated in an instant. A tremendous aura erupted from Qing Yan, indicating a significant advancement in her cultivation. At that moment, the other dragon guards emitted resounding battle cries, their fighting spirit surging like a mighty river, gathering relentlessly. The momentum of the Imperial Dragon Guards shifted dramatically. Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, her eyes shimmering with brilliance as she murmured, "They have returned. They have all returned." Commander Qing Yan and Commander Wang Man began to report on the situation of the Changsheng Yi family. Your Majesty, the Changsheng Yi family has maintained a low profile for a millennium, yet their potential is regrettably limited, with some quasi-emperors and semi-emperors having perished. Nevertheless, the Yi family still boasts 3 quasi-emperors. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao nodded. This situation was already quite favorable. 3,000 years was an eternity. Those aging quasi-emperors and semi-emperors simply could not endure. The Fuyao Dynasty remained unyielding. Yet it was gradually withering away. Commander Wang Man's expression shifted slightly as he continued. As for another faction, we are unaware of their circumstances. Our recent summons have received no response. As his words fell, a terrifying killing intent erupted from the Dragon Guards. Should this faction dare to betray Her Majesty the Empress, there would be no mercy. Ji Fuyao frowned slightly and calmly instructed, "Continue to establish contact." Commander Qing Yan respectfully stated, "The ancestral elder of the Changsheng Yi family wishes to see you personally to pledge continued loyalty." Ji Fuyao replied, "Very well. I will cultivate in the Haiyan Mountains for a time before visiting Changsheng and the Yi family." Commander Wang Man solemnly added, "Your Majesty, there have been some recent developments concerning the Yi family." Ji Fuyao's brow furrowed slightly. "Oh." With a grave expression, Commander Wang Man explained, "In a few days, the Yi family will hold a clan assembly. The former heir, Yi Chun, experienced a sudden decline in cultivation 7 years ago, leaving even the ancestral elder Yi Beichun at a loss. He will be challenged for the position of heir." A sudden decline in cultivation? Yi Beichun, a quasi-emperor, could not resolve this? Ji Fuyao pondered, yet concluded, "My master will surely have a solution, though he is aloof from worldly affairs. I do not know if he would be willing to intervene." Commander Wang Man continued, "Another matter concerning the Yi family also pertains to Yi Chen. His fiancée, Negon Bai Shui, intends to withdraw from the engagement." A gentle expression crossed Ji Fuyao's face, her eyes sparkling. "Once the Yi family submits, I shall seize the opportunity to inquire with my master. Perhaps he may be inclined to assist." The others nodded in agreement. Before long, Ji Fuyao, Qing Yan, Wang Man, and the others entered a pavilion and took their seats. Curious, Qing Yan asked, "Your Majesty, how has your time at the Great Tao sect been?" All eyes turned toward Ji Fuyao. It was known that the Great Tao sect was a dominant force in the southern wilderness, far exceeding the pinnacle of the Fuyao Dynasty in its heyday. With the Empress now affiliated with the Great Tao sect, it was indeed fortuitous. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. The Great Tao sect is as rumored, transcending the conflicts of the southern wilderness. I have met an elder who seems to have sensed some clues. Yet he also clarified that the sect does not concern itself with the identities of its disciples. Upon hearing this, Wang Man and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their adversary, the Tianluo Hall, was far too formidable. Over these 3,000 years, the Fuyao dynasty had stagnated and even declined significantly. While the Tianluo Hall had absorbed several major factions, its strength multiplying exponentially. The mere thought of the Tianluo Hall brought forth fierce expressions of wrath among Wang Man and the others, their killing intent palpable. The vengeance for the Fuyao Dynasty's downfall had never faded from their memories over the past 3 millennia. Hatred burned like a raging fire, consuming them for 3,000 years. Revenge had become their unwavering obsession. However, remaining rational, Wang Man solemnly advised, "Your Majesty, we must proceed with caution. The Tianluo Hall has risen too swiftly over these 3,000 years. They are no longer the same." Ji Fuyao's eyes ignited with fierce flames, and she nodded, "Rest assured. This time I shall venture further." The group felt a surge of excitement. "Your Majesty, have you gained some fortuitous encounters at the Great Dao Sect?" Ji Fuyao affirmed. "I have already taken refuge at Qingxian Peak." Qing Yan was somewhat astonished. "Your Majesty, who is your master?" Chapter 22. The Yi family, subordinate to Ji Fufeng. "Your Majesty, is your mentor." The visage of Lu Xuan materialized before Ji Fufeng's eyes as she articulated softly, "Lu Xuan, Wang Man, Qing Yan." And the others were taken aback, a name stirring familiarity. They nearly blurted out their surprise, but restrained themselves, recalling him as the seemingly inept peak master from the desolate southern wastelands. Lu Xian's name resonated throughout the southern wastelands, and even they, nestled within the Black Flame Mountains, had heard of him. Now, the Empress herself revered Lu Xian as her mentor, her reverence and awe palpable. Could it be that Lu Xian was, in reality, an unparalleled powerhouse? At that moment, a faint smile graced Ji Fufeng's flawless countenance, reminiscent of events at Qingxian Peak. Even now, she couldn't decipher Lu Xian, yet she sensed his unwavering dedication to imparting his knowledge. With a solemn expression, Ji Fufeng addressed the assembly, "My mentor. I cannot fathom him. Henceforth, regard my mentor Lu Xian as you would me. Show him utmost respect, as you command." The decree was etched into their minds. An imperial tutor. A wave of astonishment washed over Wang Man and Qing Yan. They had witnessed an expression of reverence and respect on the Empress's face, something they had never seen before. Clearly, the Empress's mentor was formidable. A collective anticipation arose within them, a desire to behold the Empress's mentor. They speculated about Lu Xian's true strength. Was he a multi-starred great emperor? Ji Fufeng offered a gentle smile, cautioning, "By the way, my mentor Lu Xian is rather unassuming. To outsiders, he may appear as a good-for-nothing, but he remains unperturbed. A month ago, I was merely at the Great Shen King realm. But after a month of cultivation with Lu Xian, I ascended to the Xuanzong realm. When you encounter him, ensure you extend proper courtesy." Intrigue deepened among the ranks. Such an existence in the cultivation world, transcending worldly concerns, unaffected by personal gain or loss. And he had enabled the Empress to reach the Xuanzong realm in a single month. Their eagerness to witness Lu Xian's prowess intensified. Ji Fufeng smiled. "There will be opportunities in the future. I accepted a mission from the Great Dao Sect to eliminate spiritual beasts, spanning a month. For now, I shall cultivate in the Black Flame Mountains. After some time, I will journey to Qingcheng, to the Yi family." "As you command," came the unified response. Shortly after, Wang Man and the others discreetly withdrew from the pavilion, leaving Ji Fufeng to commence her cultivation. Seated in a meditative posture, her shapely figure accentuated by a fiery red dress, Ji Fufeng held a jade scroll containing a cultivation technique, the first chapter of the Great Dao Sutra. Immersing her consciousness within, she began deciphering the Great Dao Sutra's spiritual incantations. The Dao that can be described is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Heaven and earth are boundless, all things are infinite. Her delicate hands danced through a series of spiritual gestures, and an aura of profound mystery enveloped her. Ji Fufeng entered an extraordinary state, surrounded by the essence of Dao and rhyme, akin to flowing water, permeating from the pavilion outward. Soon, the pavilion emanating a mystical aura, radiating resplendent divine light. The dragon guards were instantly alerted. What technique is Her Majesty cultivating? This aura. It subtly aligns with the heavenly Dao, as if reverting to simplicity. It's truly astounding. Could it be the Great Dao Sect's technique? The Great Dao Sutra? A collective astonishment rippled through the ranks. The Empress had only joined the Great Dao Sect a month ago, yet she was already qualified to cultivate its foundational technique. This was nothing short of sensational. Such techniques were typically guarded secrets. Excitement surged among them. With the Great Dao Sutra, Empress Fufeng might reach the legendary pinnacle. For 3 consecutive days, Ji Fufeng immersed herself in comprehending the Great Dao Sutra's profundities. The technique was exceedingly abstruse, and she had only grasped a minuscule portion. Yet, even this yielded immense benefits. A faint divine charm emanated from her, rendering her even more ethereal. Subtle Dao patterns faintly materialized upon her Dao foundation, the imprint of the Great Dao Sutra. Her cultivation aptitude had subtly improved, truly worthy of being the Great Dao sect's foundational technique. Ji Fufeng murmured. Next, she commenced cultivating the Skyfire art, unleashing the full potential of her Skyfire Saint physique. In an instant, a massive influx of spiritual energy surged into her body, causing her aura to skyrocket, accelerating her cultivation exponentially. Her goal was to reach the late-stage perfection of the Xuanzong realm within the month. Lu Xuan, having spent several days in transit, heard the system notification, ding. Host's eldest disciple has gained insights into the Great Dao Sutra. Synchronization in progress. Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. Ji Fufeng was cultivating the Great Dao Sutra. Soon, Lu Xuan felt an unparalleled clarity, a sense of oneness with the universe. A subtle coolness emanated from the crown of his head, as if someone was bestowing enlightenment upon him. It was an ethereal sensation. He vaguely sensed an additional essence of Dao and rhyme within him. For the first time, he felt a sense of intimacy with this realm. Is this the Great Dao Sutra? Lu Xuan murmured. The Dao governs heaven and earth, subtly aligning with the heavenly Dao. Over the ensuing days, Lu Xuan underwent a transformative experience, becoming increasingly ethereal. He examined his aptitude, which remained unchanged. However, he had acquired something intangible. Keep up the good work, disciple. Lu Xuan, in high spirits, continued his journey towards Changsheng. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Host's eldest disciple's cultivation is improving. Synchronization commencing. Ding. Synchronizing spiritual fire insights. Ding. Synchronizing Great Dao Sutra insights. A surge of immensely pure spiritual energy flooded Lu Xuan's body, converging like a tempest. Lu Xuan was astonished. This time, the rate of cultivation improvement far surpassed that of Changsheng Peak. It was several times faster. The surging spiritual energy ceaselessly impacted Lu Xuan's limbs and bones, sending waves of pleasurable sensation throughout his body. Lu Xuan shuddered. It was an exquisite feeling. Perhaps Ji Fufeng was restrained at Changsheng Peak, refraining from fully utilizing her Skyfire Saint physique. Lu Xuan mused. But now, the Skyfire Saint physique is operating at full throttle. Cultivation is as effortless as eating and drinking. Lu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being a renowned physique in the cultivation world, the Skyfire Saint physique. Several days later, Lu Xuan arrived at Changcheng. Changcheng was a colossal city, its ancient and majestic walls towering high, resembling a vast domain entrenched upon the earth, exuding an aura of grandeur. Countless cultivators streamed in and out. Changcheng was remarkably prosperous. Lu Xuan spotted numerous saints and several saint kings, indicating the city's formidable strength. After paying 100 low-grade spirit stones, Lu Xuan entered Changcheng. The city teemed with pavilions, displaying a vibrant prosperity. The streets were exceptionally wide, lined with alchemist shops, technique repositories, and even pleasure houses. Lu Xuan refrained from immediately heading to the Yi family in Changcheng. He sought to gather information about the Yi family first. Before long, Lu Xuan arrived at a noodle shop, spiritual iron bull beef noodles. In this realm abundant with cultivators, it is said that this noodle shop serves noodles infused with spiritual energy, and the broth is crafted from the finest spiritual chicken. Not only is it suffused with vitality, but its flavor is also unparalleled. As a true gourmand, Lu Xuan naturally felt compelled to indulge. Upon taking a seat, a serving disciple approached and inquired, "Hello, what type of noodles would you like?" Lu Xuan glanced at the menu and replied, "The signature beef noodles, but please, no scallions." The disciple responded affirmatively. Soon, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was presented, indeed without scallions, and generously adorned with spiritual beef. As Lu Xuan savored his meal, he listened intently to the discussions around him. "Have you heard? The Yi family is about to face a significant event." "What is happening?" "In 7 days, the Yi family will hold their clan assembly. The eldest son of the great elder, Yi Liangchen, has challenged the heir, Yi Chen." "Really? How intriguing." Yi Chen was once a prodigy of Changcheng, but 7 years ago, his cultivation inexplicably plummeted and has yet to recover, remaining at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, Yi Liangchen has risen to the rank of a great mystic king. According to clan rules, the heir cannot avoid combat. How will this unfold? At this moment, Lu Xuan nearly choked on his noodles. He sensed the familiar scent of an impending drama. Turning to the speakers, he inquired, "Might you have news concerning Yi Chen's fiancée Yi Nangongbaiwe?" The group exchanged glances, chuckling softly before responding. Indeed, Nangong Baiwei intends to annul the engagement at the upcoming clan assembly. Annul the engagement. Lu Xuan was taken aback. So, Nangong Baiwei had chosen to call off the betrothal. The path ahead had narrowed. Someone asked, is the news of the annulment reliable? Absolutely. An elder from the Nangong family has already entered the Yi household to announce this. However, at the clan assembly in 7 days, Nangong Baiwei will arrive in person to present the dissolution of the engagement. Lu Xuan inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of excitement. It seemed Yichen must be quite despondent at this moment. Would he utter those fateful words? An inexplicable anticipation washed over him. Subsequently, Lu Xuan subtly probed for information about the strength of the Yi family members. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Chun's father, was a one-star mystic saint. Lu Xuan resolved to stealthily visit the Yi residence that evening to seek out Yi Chun. He possessed a black cloak left by his master, which rendered him undetectable by anyone below the Sacred King realm. As for the family's ancestor, it was rumored to be in seclusion at a hidden location. The thought of reuniting with his second disciple, Yi Chun, filled Lu Xuan with a flicker of excitement. The Yi family, situated in the northeastern expanse of Qingqing, spanned hundreds of miles, adorned with countless towering pavilions, their vibrant spiritual patterns pulsating in the shadows, while torrents of divine radiance flowed in the distance, creating a magnificent spectacle. Truly, it was a dominant force in Qingqing. At this moment, within one of the residences of the Yi family, a young man sat cross-legged. A jade pendant resting against his chest and a pile of spiritual stones before him, his expression marred by frustration. He was none other than Yichen, the heir of the Yi family. After a moment, Yichen opened his eyes in fury, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why isn't my cultivation increasing? Damn it." Chapter 23. Yichen's mother. In Yichen's eyes, two flames burned fiercely, a reflection of his unwillingness to accept his fate. Once celebrated as the prodigy of the Yi family in Qingcheng, he had ascended to the Xianling realm 7 years prior, basking in the admiration of countless cultivators. However, in a single night, his cultivation plummeted inexplicably. An enigmatic force clung to him, a force that devoured spiritual energy like a vortex. Even the family patriarch, who had examined Yichen's condition, was left helpless in the face of this mystery. The peculiar energy surrounding Yichen instilled a profound sense of dread. Even in the patriarch, who was at the quasi-emperor level, his body had become an abyss, and previous attempts by the patriarch to infuse spiritual energy had proven futile. Not even the power of a quasi-emperor could fill the void. The very essence of this force commanded respect and fear, something even the patriarch could not conquer. It was clear that the Yi family's entire foundation could not summon a true emperor to assist Yi Chun. Even if it could, the patriarch would never consent to risking the family's fate on an uncertain future. Reflecting on this, Yi Chun sighed silently. Where had this bizarre power originated? Why had it erupted so dramatically 7 years ago? He murmured to himself, the flames in his eyes flickering. 7 years had passed. Once, he was a rapid learner, advancing a minor realm each month, yet now, he remained stagnant at the 3rd level of Qi refinement for 7 long years. Was this the way his life was destined to unfold? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. He refused to accept such a life. His existence should not be confined to this fate. As a child, he had vowed to stand at the pinnacle of cultivation, looking down upon all beings. Yet, he had not even stepped into the Xianwang realm before suffering such a blow. Throughout these years, the cold glares and mockery had not extinguished his faith. Instead, they had ignited a fierce flame within him. He would surely recover. Yi Chun gazed upward into the void, his eyes resolute. He would continue to cultivate. In 7 days, the Yi family would hold its clan assembly, where the eldest elder's son, Yi Liangchun, had challenged him for the title of heir. According to the family rules, he could not refuse. It was important to note that Yi Liangchun had already reached the great Xianwang realm, while Yu Qin was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Yet, he could not afford to lose. He understood that for 7 years, his father, as the clan leader, had shielded him from immense pressure. However, as time passed, many elders began to apply their weighty demands, and even his father could no longer bear it. Yi Qin's mind echoed with the taunts and jeers. How could the heir of the Yi family be left to a waste? This was a different time from before. If Yi Chun were not the clan leader's son, but a distant branch, he would have been expelled from the family long ago. Every glory has its moment. Do not mistake the past for eternity. 7 years had passed, yet Yi Chun had not awoken from his slumber, still believing himself a genius? These words pierced his heart, lingering in his ears like an unshakable specter. After a moment, Yichun composed himself. 7 days. Time was running short. He retrieved a pile of mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them before him, continuously circulating his spiritual techniques to begin his training. But it was futile. The spirit stones dwindled, yet his spiritual energy did not grow. How sinister. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. A man in gray robes entered slowly, not disturbing Yichun. He looked at Yichun, a bitter expression crossing his face as he shook his head slightly. This man was Yichun's father, the clan leader of the Yi family. He had witnessed Yichun's struggles over the years. His heart ached, but there was little he could do. Before long, Yichun slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, the spiritual energy within him had seen no increase. The clan leader subtly shook his head, his heart aching with an unbearable pain. Seeing his father's expression stirred something within Yichun. Had his father begun to doubt his recovery? Yichun collected the spirit stones, his gaze unwavering as he looked at his father. Father, I still have time. In the challenge for the heir 7 days from now, I will win. Upon hearing this, the clan leader revealed a faint, bitter smile. Presently, Yichun was merely at the qi refinement stage, while Yi Liangqin had already reached the late stages of the Great Xianwang realm. To reach the Great Xianwang realm in 7 days, not to mention the peculiar force within Yichun remained unresolved. Even if it were, surpassing Yi Liangqin in such a short time was a mere fantasy. The clan leader hesitated, unsure whether to mention Nangong by Shui. Who would have anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Yichun's betrothed, Nangong by Shui, would choose the clan assembly to announce their engagement's dissolution? Yichun could only wonder if he could bear such a blow. He furrowed his brow, sensing his father's intentions. Father, if Nangong by Shui wishes to withdraw from our engagement, let her do so. The dissolution of their engagement would become another mountain of pressure atop the challenge for the heir. It felt like a fall from grace, reduced to a mere shadow. In the past, before his decline, Nangong by Shui frequently visited the Yi family, training alongside him. Back then, she was frail, and he would sneak into her room at night to help her strengthen her body, leaving only after she had sweated profusely. Little did he know that once it became clear he could not recover, she would be the first to abandon him. As for her, Yichun had long since extinguished any lingering affection. Instead, he harbored resentment. At that moment, Yichun inquired, Father, Nangong by Shui will certainly attend the family assembly in 7 days, will she not? The clan leader nodded. The Nangong family would be present, and so would Nangong by Shui. However, they would arrive only after the family assembly. Humph, Yichun scoffed softly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Nangong by Shui must believe I am destined to lose, that she would rather not witness my struggle. The atmosphere grew heavy, a silence enveloping the room. Father and son exchanged glances, words failing them. This was the most painful moment. Silence spoke volumes. Suddenly, Yichun declared, Father, if I lose the heir challenge in 7 days, I shall leave the Yi family. The clan leader was taken aback. Chinner, why would you say that? Yichun forced a smile. I wish to venture out and seek my fortune. I refuse to believe that in this vast south wilderness, no one can resolve this strange power. The clan leader's eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could he allow Yichun, merely at the qi refinement stage, to leave the Yi family? Yet he understood Yichun. Once he had made a decision, no one could deter him. With this understanding, the clan leader gently patted Yichun's shoulder. Very well, Chinner. It has been a long time since we shared a meal together. Let us dine today. Yichun pondered for a moment and nodded. Soon, the clan leader summoned servants to prepare a lavish feast. Spirit chicken, spirit rabbit, roasted spirit potatoes. The table was laden with delicacies. Unfortunately, Yichun had little appetite. The clan leader did not press him. He drank alone, consuming copious amounts of spirit wine. Yichun could do nothing to dissuade him. Father, please, do not drink any more. Yet the clan leader continued, cup after cup. Ultimately, he became slightly inebriated, choking back tears as he began to weep. Yichun's heart ached suddenly. He had never seen his father cry. In that moment, he finally comprehended the weight of his father's burdens. Because of him, his father had faced considerable ostracism from many branches. Realizing this, Yichun's body trembled slightly, and 2 clear tears streamed down his face. Father. His voice trembled, choked with emotion. Over the years, he had been selfish, never once considering his father's feelings. In his mind, vague images gradually came into focus at each family gathering over the past 7 years. His father had feigned ease. He looked at his father, shocked to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his father's hair had turned gray and was now speckled with white. A wave of sorrow washed over Yi Chun. He understood the countless sacrifices his father had made for him behind the scenes. Yet, what could he possibly do for his father? Perhaps leaving the Yi family would relieve his father of some burden. At that moment, the clan leader, somewhat dazed, raised his head, grasping Yi Chen's hand gently. "Chenner, no matter what, you will always be my pride." Tears streamed down Yi Chen's face, leaving him at a loss for words. The clan leader sighed, as if recalling something, and slowly spoke. "Chenner, all these years, I have never mentioned your mother. Now, I shall tell you." Buzz. Yi Chen's mind went blank. His mother. The clan leader continued. "Your mother hails from the dominant force of the southern wilderness, the Yao clan." Yi Chun frowned slightly. The Yao clan. A glimmer of nostalgia appeared in the clan leader's eyes. "Your mother was the saintess of the Yao clan. We once met in a secret realm and spent an unforgettable time together. Eventually, your mother departed. A year later, a mysterious figure in a black robe brought me a baby. That baby was you. The jade pendant you wear around your neck was given to you by your mother." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that his mother was actually from the Yao clan. He touched the jade pendant on his chest, warmth flooding his heart. The clan leader continued. "However, that mysterious figure warned me never to seek out your mother in the Yao clan, for if you did, not only would you be in peril, but the entire Yi family would likely face annihilation." Yi Chen was taken aback. The clan leader shook his head. "I had intended to inquire further from that mysterious figure, but he seemed gravely injured." After relaying this information, he vanished into thin air. Yi Chen was dumbfounded, an overwhelming tide of emotion surging within him. He had never anticipated such a hidden truth. All this time, not just he, but the entire Yi family had believed that his mother had perished. Even the ancestors who punished his father had never revealed anything about his mother. After sharing this, the clan leader appeared to have released a long-held burden, collapsing onto the table, unconscious. Observing his inebriated father, Yi Chun felt a bitter pang as he assisted him towards his chambers. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Along the way, he encountered Yi Liangchun, the eldest elder's son. Yi Liangchun was followed by dozens of well-dressed youths, all looking at Yi Chun with disdain. Yi Liangchun sneered. "Yi Chun, your time is running out. In 7 days, I shall ascend to the Xianhuang realm." As his voice fell, the youths behind him erupted in mockery. "Huh, at the family gathering in 7 days. Someone is bound to embarrass themselves. Fortunately, Nangong by Shui won't witness this fool's battle, or our Yi family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Heh, once a genius. Now even inferior to the Yi family's servants. If I were him, I would simply find a stone to end it all." Hearing their derision, Yi Chen's breath quickened, as if thousands of insects were gnawing at him. He yearned to rush forward and confront these disciples, but he restrained himself. Yi Chen turned away, supporting his father as they walked further away. Yi Liangchen watched Yi Chen's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping across his face. Inwardly, he mused, "Yi Chen, you have few days left to live. You must still be fantasizing about how to defeat me. Little do you know, at the air gathering, I will eliminate you, and your entire branch will be purged. This is all due to the impending arrival of the Yi family's powerful backing. I shall not grant Yi Chen any opportunity for a comeback." Beneath the night sky, outside the Yi family gate, Lu Xuan donned a mysterious black cloak, exuding an enigmatic power, as if cloaked in invisibility. He stepped directly through the Yi family entrance, unnoticed by the guards. Lu Xuan's aura was completely concealed. Unless the Yi family's ancestors descended, his presence would remain undetected. Lu Xuan murmured, "The treasures left by my master are indeed remarkable." Chapter 24. Accepting the second disciple. The treasures left by the master are indeed remarkable. Upon entering the Yi family estate, Lu Xuan was struck by its vastness, for as a quasi-emperor level power, it occupied a considerable expanse of land spanning hundreds of miles. In the distance, undulating peaks and rushing rivers painted a picturesque landscape. Nearby, magnificent pavilions and stately mansions dotted the grounds. Under the cloak of night, the towering structures emanated a brilliant array of spiritual patterns, exuding an intangible aura of pressure that perpetually circulated. Lu Xuan felt a surge of excitement. "Where is my cherished disciple?" He was eager to begin. As for how to win Yi Chen's trust, Lu Xuan had already devised a plan. Soon, he came upon a certain residence, the young master's mansion. A grand plaque hung above the entrance, its golden characters exuding an imposing presence. The architecture within was both majestic and exquisite, however. The sparse presence of individuals rendered it somewhat desolate. Lu Xuan understood this, for after all, it belonged to a fallen young master. After a brief glance, Lu Xuan stepped directly into Yi Chen's chamber. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of an abundant feast laid out before him. Spiritual chicken, spiritual rabbit, roasted spiritual potatoes. Not a single dish had been touched. Beside it sat a wine cup along with several bottles of spiritual wine. Lu Xuan smiled gently, realizing that he and Yi Chen shared a fateful connection. The latter had anticipated his arrival and prepared a meal for him. Feeling quite famished, he began to eat, commenting on the dishes, praising the spiritual chicken and rabbit, while declaring the spiritual potatoes to be simply exquisite. Before long, the door creaked open, and Yi Chen slowly entered. Upon seeing Lu Xuan, he froze momentarily, then retreated. Had he entered the wrong room? In the next instant, Yi Chen returned, confirming that this was indeed his chamber. However, who was this man in white robes? With striking features and an ethereal aura, he seemed to emanate an otherworldly presence, as if he were one with the very essence of the realm, akin to a celestial being descending upon the mortal plane. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and closed the door behind him. Who are you? Lu Xuan wiped his mouth and got straight to the point. Yi Chen, I am the peak master of the Dao sect, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Yi Chen was taken aback. Surely you jest. The peak master of the Dao sect would not personally come to the Yi family to recruit disciples. The Dao sect was a renowned dominant force in the southern wilderness. Even if the peak master were to recruit, it would typically be through the ancestral line. How could he possibly appear in his room, indulging in a feast? With this thought, Yi Chen's expression turned frigid. I will grant you 3 questions for clarification. Should I find your answers unsatisfactory, my family's strongmen can arrive at any moment. Lu Xuan merely smiled, responding leisurely. Yi Chen, deep down, you are actually quite eager. At these words, Yi Chen's body trembled imperceptibly. Ever since he encountered this enigmatic situation, he had felt like a drowning man desperately grasping at straws. Fortuitous encounters. His heart yearned for such opportunities, even those that seemed to descend from the heavens. Yet now, faced with this so-called chance, he found it difficult to fully believe. At that moment, Lu Xuan produced a token, the Dao token. It was indeed the token of the peak master of the Dao sect. With a whoosh, an ancient token appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the token, which bore the inscription Chen Changsheng Peak. An obscure and archaic power emanated from the token, shrouded in mystery. Lu Xuan smiled gently and suggested, infuse it with your spiritual essence and see. Though hesitant, Yi Chen steeled himself and grasped the Dao token, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it. Boom. Before him unfolded a terrifying ethereal realm, a miniature reflection of the Dao sect's vast territory, imprinted with a cosmic technique that manifested as a pattern of Dao power. Peaks rose and fell endlessly. Countless caverns stood tall, and radiant light filled the air with divine splendor, as resplendent Dao patterns intertwined and flowed. Treasures of the Dao sect appeared in succession: the Trial Tower, the Fire Abyss secret realm. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated, proclaiming the word Dao. Repeatedly, the Dao bell reverberated, and the 6 utterances of Dao echoed like thunder, incomprehensibly profound, as if embodying transcendent power, aligning with the forces of the cosmos. Surging towards Yi Chen with overwhelming force, relentlessly impacting his being. Profound. So incredibly profound. It was akin to enlightenment. Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat. In an instant, he withdrew from the Dao token's ethereal manifestation, his body drenched in perspiration. Shocked, he gazed in astonishment at the figure in white before him, now almost certain that Lu Xuan was indeed the peak master of the Dao sect. His body trembled slightly as he respectfully returned the Dao token. He could not discern the realm of the man before him, yet he understood that if this man wished him harm, it would take but a mere thought. However, he was puzzled. Why had he been chosen? At that moment, Lu Xuan extended his right hand, revealing a trace of the Dao scripture's power that began to emanate gently. An ethereal aura enveloped Yi Chen, suffusing his surroundings. Yi Chen was astounded. This energy was far too transcendent. Even in the presence of the ancestral figures, he had never felt anything like it. Senior, what is this power? Yi Chen inquired respectfully, feeling as though this force brought him immense comfort, and in an instant, he sensed a trickle of spiritual energy surging within him. Remarkable. This power could actually counteract the strange energy within him? Lu Xuan chuckled. This is the fundamental technique of the Tao sect, the Tao scripture. Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment, the Tao scripture. It is well known throughout the southern wilderness. Ranking among the top 10 imperial techniques, it is said that one who comprehends its mysteries may step into the legendary realm. As the heir of the Yi family, he was naturally aware of the prominent forces in the southern wilderness. His heart began to waver. This man in white had come specifically to take him as a disciple? Instantly, Yi Chun's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as he clasped his fists and forced a bitter smile. Senior, 7 years ago, I suddenly became afflicted with a strange power. My cultivation has since plummeted, and even our family's quasi-emperor ancestor could do nothing. What qualifications do I have to become your disciple? Yi Chun was now convinced that this man in white was undoubtedly a powerful figure of the Tao sect. While this opportunity was indeed enticing, he sought to understand the reason behind it. Lu Xuan smiled lightly, unflustered. Taking a disciple is entirely a matter of fate. I am merely wandering through the southern wilderness and happened upon Changsheng, where I learned of your plight. You and I share a connection, and thus, I wish to take you as my disciple. You must know, aside from you, I have only taken one other disciple. At this declaration, Yi Chun stood frozen in place, wandering the southern wilderness, taking disciples based solely on fate. This was undoubtedly the demeanor of a transcendent being. Moreover, he had only taken one other disciple. What high standards must he possess for accepting disciples? And he was to be the second. With these thoughts, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He speculated that perhaps this man in white was curious about the strange power within him, a power that even the quasi-emperor ancestor of the Yi family could not contend with. His father had surmised that only a true emperor could resolve it. Cautiously, Yi Chun asked, Senior, could it be that you are a genuine emperor-level powerhouse? In response, Lu Xuan simply smiled. I am not at the emperor level. Yi Chun felt a flicker of disappointment in his heart. If it were merely a matter of being an emperor, it would hardly suffice to resolve this enigmatic power. At that moment, Lu Xuan spoke languidly. However, the great emperor is my disciple. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this man in white merely spoke with humility. If even the great emperor is his disciple, how could he not possess the strength of an emperor? Moreover, he had only taken one disciple over the years. At this juncture, Lu Xuan sensed that the moment was ripe. He slowly rose, his gaze imbued with a profound brilliance as he looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, pledge yourself as my disciple. The realm of the emperor is merely the beginning. At the family assembly in 7 days, do you wish for the Yi family to witness your defeat? Can you endure the humiliation of Nangong by Shui arriving at the Yi family to revoke the engagement? Become my disciple. At the family assembly in 7 days, you will easily triumph over Yi Liangqin. Crushing Nangong by Shui will not pose a problem. Upon hearing these words, a tempest surged within Yi Chun's heart. In just 7 days, could he truly surpass Yi Liangqin? The thought of overwhelming Nangong by Shui was something he could scarcely fathom. After all, Nangong by Shui was at the initial stage of the mystic emperor realm. It seemed almost like a fanciful tale. Yet, the formidable prowess of the man in white was undeniable. With such a terrifying opportunity laid before him, how could he not seize it? This was the only lifeline available to him. With this in mind, Yi Chun knelt before Lu Xuan, respectfully performing a bow of apprenticeship. Disciple Yi Chun pays respects to master. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Very well, you shall henceforth be my second disciple. Rise. Yi Chun slowly got to his feet, his gaze ablaze as he looked at Lu Xuan. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the timed disciple recruitment task, accepting Yi Chun as a disciple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the disciple recruitment gift pack. Yi Chun felt a surge of anticipation. What could the disciple recruitment gift pack contain? Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of foundational cultivation essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-star imperial weapon, the Dao Lock. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 6-star imperial level, the Seed of Heavenly Unusual Fire, the Bone Cold Ghost Fire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a heavenly grade cleansing pill. As the voices faded, a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xuan's body, crashing against his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. A refreshing sensation enveloped him. Lu Xuan's cultivation soared, now just a step away from the second level of the mystic sovereign realm. Excited, Lu Xuan sat down to examine the system's other rewards. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stood respectfully beside him, discerning that his master was experiencing a wave of emotions and dared not intrude. Lu Xuan began to investigate the system rewards. What exactly is the Dao Lock? He murmured. The system promptly provided an explanation. The Dao Lock, in accordance with the natural order, harnesses the power of the Dao to seal enigmatic forces and ominous powers. However, the current Dao Lock is 1-star Imperial level, capable of sealing only a small amount of such powers. Lu Xuan comprehended. This was tailor-made for Yi Chun, as he harbored enigmatic power within him. Subsequently, Lu Xuan began to examine the bone-cold ghost fire. Such a familiar name, he murmured. Chapter 25, The Apothecary, Yao Yin. With a mere thought, Lu Xuan summoned a chilling, white flame that flickered in his palm, adorned with terrifying spiritual runes of confinement. The bone-cooling spectral flame, a seed of extraordinary fire. Though it was merely a seed, the power it harbored was immensely formidable. Should the seal be broken, it would likely unleash a violent surge of energy. Beside him, Yi Chun was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the spiritual fire. He observed the mysterious seals enveloping the flame, and even so, he felt a chilling dread creeping into his heart. Subsequently, Lu Xuan withdrew the bone-cooling spectral flame, revealing a pill in his hand. The Celestial Grade Bone Cleansing Pill. This wondrous elixir could refine one's essence and marrow, enhancing one's innate qualities, allowing for a complete rebirth. Yi Chun was once again astonished, for he could see several radiant auras emanating from the pill. Judging from the faint aura it released, this pill was likely of an exceptionally high grade. He swallowed hard. Lu Xuan stored the Celestial Grade Bone Cleansing Pill, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this time the reward for accepting disciples is quite generous. The system chimed in. Call me Daddy? Lu Xuan? After a brief moment, Lu Xuan collected his thoughts and beckoned Yi Chun over, smiling as he said, Yi Chun, you are my second disciple. Now, I shall present you with your initiation gift. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. Lu Xuan had already produced the Celestial Grade Bone Cleansing Pill. This is the Bone Cleansing Pill. You shall take it shortly, and I will refine your marrow to enhance your physique. Lu Xuan placed the pill into Yi Chun's hands. Yi Chun stared in disbelief, astonished by the pill. 1, 2, 9 radiant auras. Master, what grade is this bone cleansing pill? Lu Xuan replied casually. Just celestial grade, nothing special. Yi Chun's expression was one of utter incredulity. Celestial grade elixir. 9 radiant auras. That meant it was of the celestial grade 9 tier. Goodness. The entire foundation of the Yi family could scarcely trade for such a pill. Realizing this, Yi Chun hesitated. Master, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Lu Xuan chuckled. I gave your senior sister an identical pill. I cannot favor one over the other. Yi Chun's body froze momentarily. Senior sister? The senior sister was a great emperor. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Yi Chun's face reflected his indecision. Master, but... Lu Xuan interrupted. Accept it. There will be plenty more in the future. Yi Chun swallowed again. Plenty more? His master couldn't possibly be a figure of the Grand Dao sect, could he? How terrifying. Yi Chun was left with no choice but to accept the Celestial Grade Bone Cleansing Pill. Next, Lu Xuan produced the bone-cooling spectral flame once more. A chilling aura instantly engulfed the room, a frigid sensation that pierced to the bone. Just a glance made Yi Chun's heart race. It felt as if his entire being, from blood to soul, was on the verge of freezing. Lu Xuan smiled. This is your second gift. The seed of the heaven and earth's extraordinary fire. The bone-cooling spectral flame. Yi Chun was left utterly dumbfounded. The seed of heaven and earth's extraordinary fire. He had only heard of its rarity from the ancestors. It was said that some great emperors waged catastrophic wars over such flames. Lu Xuan explained, this is merely a seed. It will grow alongside you. As he spoke, Lu Xuan flicked his finger, and the bone-cooling spectral flame floated before Yi Chun. Filled with curiosity, Yi Chun examined the seed, which was now covered in seals and restrictions. Lu Xuan instructed, first, store it in your spatial ring. I will assist you in subduing it later. Yi Chun nodded with great excitement. A treasure. His master was bestowing upon him treasures. Even great emperors would covet such items. He rubbed his eyes, as if awakening from a dream. Yet this was all happening in reality. Lu Xuan smiled, producing the Grand Dao Lock. Imperial weapon, the Grand Dao Lock. With it, one can harness the natural laws and seal away malevolent forces. This was a chain several feet long, adorned with intricate, mystifying patterns, currently in a sealed state. Yet it still exuded a terrifying aura. Yi Chun's eyes widened. What? What is this treasure? The aura emanating from the chain surpassed his comprehension. Even the ancestral quasi-imperial weapon was not this formidable. Yi Chen muttered, could this be the legendary imperial weapon? His body trembled with excitement. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. The second disciple, Yi Chen, possesses a peculiar force within him. There lies a quasi-imperial remnant soul within his jade pendant, continuously battling this peculiar force. The remnant soul had been struggling against this strange power, but 7 years ago, it had become significantly weakened. Thus, Yi Chen's cultivation inexplicably plummeted 7 years ago. However, that remnant soul remained within the jade pendant, secretly protecting Yi Chen, albeit only able to absorb his spiritual energy. As the voice faded, Lu Xuan understood. No wonder Yi Chen's cultivation had suddenly declined over the past 7 years. The elderly figure within the jade pendant had been forced to act in secrecy, safeguarding Yi Chen. Lu Xuan inquired, is this remnant soul related to Yi Chen's maternal family? The system responded, how did you know? Lu Xuan smirked slightly. No explanation necessary. He turned his gaze to Yi Chen, smiling, disciple, are you ready? I am about to utilize this spiritual artifact to extract the peculiar force from within you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xuan in disbelief, his voice trembling. Master, is this true? The peculiar force. That was something even the quasi-imperial ancestor of the Yi family could not handle. Is it finally going to be resolved? Can I cultivate again? My heavens. Lu Xuan nodded at Yi Chen's enthusiasm. The next actions may cause quite a stir. With a wave of his hand, an ancient black formation plate descended around the room. Boom. With his thoughts, Lu Xuan conjured a sealing formation within Yi Chen's chamber. This was one of the legacies left to him by his master. In the next moment, Lu Xuan released a portion of the Grand Dao Lock seal. Since the peculiar force within Yi Chen was not extensive, releasing just a fragment was sufficient. With a flick, Lu Xuan infused his spiritual energy and recited an incantation. Soon, a surge of divine radiance erupted from the Grand Dao Lock, instantly binding Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen was momentarily shocked. Then, a mysterious energy emanated from the Grand Dao Lock, exquisite and profound, beginning to consume the peculiar force within Yi Chen. Black gas began to seep from Yi Chen's body. In that instant, Yi Chen felt a clarity within his heart, as if the meridians throughout his body could once again channel spiritual energy. Is this restoration? Yi Chen gazed in astonishment, realizing that this black gas was indeed the catalyst for his decline in cultivation. The black gas was exceedingly peculiar, constantly morphing into terrifying ghostly visages and other chilling forms, as if it were not of this world. The Grand Dao Lock flickered with a cryptic resonance, emitting a reverberating sound that brought clarity to the heart, directly suppressing the peculiar force. Within several breaths, the Grand Dao Lock continued to absorb the peculiar force from within Yi Chen. In that moment, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the familiar waves of spiritual energy began to flow through his entire being once more. He trembled with emotion, murmuring, it's back. Everything is back. At that moment, Lu Xuan reached out, reclaiming the Grand Dao Lock in his hand, and smiled at Yi Chen. Disciple, the peculiar force within you has been eradicated. This chain is called the Grand Dao Lock. I bestow it upon you. Yi Chen was utterly astonished. Should this treasured item also be bestowed upon him? Yi Chen inquired. Master, is this an imperial weapon? Lu Xuan replied nonchalantly, a 1-star imperial weapon, rather mediocre. The Dao Lock is particularly effective against bizarre and ominous forces. As he spoke, Lu Xuan gently pushed, and the Dao Lock directly landed in Yi Chen's hands. A brilliance flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he tenderly caressed the Dao Lock, feeling as though he were in a dream. Had he truly obtained an imperial weapon? It was worth noting that even the ancestral patriarch of the Yi family did not possess an imperial weapon, merely a quasi-imperial one. Observing Yi Chen's hesitance, Lu Xuan chuckled. Accepted. However, the Dao Lock's power is too formidable, so I have placed a seal upon it. As your strength grows, the seal will gradually lift. Yi Chen accepted the Dao Lock and nodded, saying, understood, master. Suddenly, Yi Chen respectfully knelt before Lu Xuan once more. Lu Xuan was taken aback, disciple. What are you doing? Quickly rise. Yi Chen bowed 3 times, proclaiming, Master, I pay my respects. You have granted me a second life. I never imagined that I would one day receive such a boon. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. These are trifles. As my disciple, how could I possibly mistreat you? He then stepped forward to assist Yi Chen in standing. Abruptly, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the ancient jade pendant around Yi Chen's neck emitted a brilliant light, Following this, an elderly voice, as if awakening from a deep slumber, asked in bewilderment, "What has transpired? Why has that peculiar force vanished?" The ancient jade pendant trembled slightly, emanating an incredibly terrifying wave of energy. Yi Chun was utterly stunned. What on earth is this? To his astonishment, there appeared to be a person within the pendant. Yi Chun was perplexed. Wasn't this jade pendant left to him by his mother? How could it contain such an entity? In the next moment, a strange black mist emerged from the pendant, gradually taking form into that of an elderly man clad in gray robes. Instinctively, Yi Chun prepared to summon the Dao Lock. Lu Xuan smiled gently. He is not a bizarre entity. Yi Chun fixed his gaze on the gray-robed elder, indignantly asking, "Who are you?" The elder lightly tapped his own head. "Who am I?" "Oh, I remember now. I am the elder of the Yao family, Yao Yan." Chapter 26, enshrouded in the mysterious and ominous. I am Yao Yan, an elder of the Yao clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun paused, momentarily taken aback. The Yao clan? His father had mentioned that his mother hailed from the dominant force of the southern wilderness, the Yao clan. A bittersweet expression flickered across the old man's face as he continued, "Little one, there is something I must confide in you. Your decline in power over the years is partially my doing." Yi Chun furrowed his brows in confusion. "What do you mean?" The old man in black replied. 7 years ago, I could have absorbed the spiritual energy within you, which is why your cultivation has stagnated." "What?" Yi Chun interrupted, his rage manifesting as he leapt to his feet, his face contorted with fury as he glared at the old man. He had not anticipated that the cause of his plight lay with this black-clad elder. The pent-up anger and resentment that had festered within him for 7 long years erupted forth. "How dare you?" The elder's face twitched, and he hastily interjected, "Let me explain. I have not yet finished." Lu Xuan smirked slightly, observing the unfolding drama with quiet amusement. Yi Chun, his hair standing on end, his eyes ablaze with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at the elder, unleashing a torrent of invective. 7 years. Do you have any idea what I have endured during this time? What my father has suffered because of me. Because of you, the eldest son's challenge was thrust upon me. Because of you, Nangong by Shui called off our engagement. Yi Chun's words dripped with venom as he vented his frustrations. An oppressive silence followed. The elder's expression shifted between darkness and light, and he spoke slowly. "Yi Chun, I understand your anger, but please allow me to finish." Yi Chun regarded him coldly. The elder sighed deeply and commenced his tale. 16 years ago, your mother gave birth to you. However, your existence brought punishment upon her according to the Yao clan's rules. You were deemed an abomination, targeted by other branches of the clan. To ensure your survival, your mother entrusted you to me, and we concealed our identities as we sought your father. Unfortunately, our cover was blown. We fell into an ambush, and the enemy had laid an ancient imperial array at a crucial juncture, which transported us into the ancient forbidden zone, where you became tainted by a strange power. To save you, I burned my flesh and my spirit, extracting you from the ancient forbidden zone. I expended the last remnants of my spiritual energy to suppress the strange force within you. By the time I arrived at the Changsheng family, I was utterly spent. After entrusting you to your father, I was on the verge of dissipating into the ether. Just then, the jade pendant your mother possessed erupted with a surge of power and absorbed me. At this revelation, Yi Chun stood frozen in disbelief. This Yao Yan was the black-clad figure his father had spoken of. He was the one who had saved him. At that moment, Yao Yan raised his hand, summoning a divine light. A fragmented image began to materialize. In the terrifying ancient forbidden zone, mysterious patterns swirled, morphing into grotesque shapes. The landscape appeared desolate, akin to a wasteland, instilling a sense of dread. The ground was riddled with broken peaks and dried rivers. A bizarre terrain imbued with a force that seemed to overturn the heavens. Here, the bones of saints scattered with the wind, and the aging holy kings clung to life. Faintly, one could discern the gaunt faces of quasi-emperors, behind whom lay desolate tombs. A black-clad elder traversed this nightmarish realm, cradling an infant in his arms. He was a 3-star quasi-emperor. Yet, even with such strength, navigating this treacherous terrain felt like wading through a swamp, each step fraught with peril. Beside the elder, a few other quasi-emperors and half-emperors stood resolute. The elder gritted his teeth, declaring, "I must bring Yi Chun to safety. He is his mother's legacy." Hearing this, the others fixed their determined gazes upon the infant in the elder's arms and exclaimed, "Let us burn our bodies." With that, they ignited their own flesh. The sacrificial energy formed an imperial shield, protecting the elder and the child. Moments later, They burned their lifespans and souls, ultimately disintegrating into dust, falling amidst the barren landscape. Witnessing this, the elder's face paled as he too ignited his flesh. The flames of a quasi-emperor surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a formidable force. Yet, within the ancient forbidden zone, the intertwining and convoluted powers rendered his efforts insufficient. Before long, the elder sacrificed his lifespan. Then he ignited his soul. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist descended, and the elder instinctively tightened his grip on the infant. Regrettably, a sliver of that black mist seeped through, entering Yi Chen's body. The image became hazy at this point. Yi Chen stood in profound shock, overwhelmed by despair. Even within the elder's memories, the sheer horror of that place resonated deeply within him. Here, even the mightiest of kings were reduced to mere bones. The quasi-emperors were utterly powerless against the forces of this forbidden realm. It was utterly terrifying. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Yao, what is this place? Why is it so fearsome? A flicker of trepidation crossed Yao Yan's eyes as he replied. The ancient Forbidden Zone is one of the most infamous death traps in the southern wilderness. At that moment, Lu Xuan interjected. Yao Yan, how did you escape the ancient Forbidden Zone? Your quasi-emperor body had no chance of survival. Yao Yan's eyes glimmered with recollection. After a brief pause, he conjured another divine light. I remember now. Someone came to our aid. With that, another harrowing memory unfolded. In the heart of a collapsed mountain range, a figure clad in gray sat cross-legged, beset by fierce winds and shrouded in ominous mist, their gender indiscernible, exuding an aura of profound loneliness and desolation. Surrounding this figure was a terrifying amalgamation of strange and ominous forces, two unfathomably potent energies. Yao Yan was astounded. Someone could withstand these legendary taboo powers. It was known that while emperors wielded great strength, these two taboo forces could completely counteract an emperor's might, the strange force and the ominous force. In that moment, Yao Yan was struck with disbelief. Someone had been tainted by both taboo forces simultaneously. The gray-clad figure was a high-star emperor. Yet even so, amidst the maelstrom of these two forbidden powers, this formidable being swayed precariously, akin to a flickering candle. Yao Yan could not help but feel a surge of empathy. His voice trembling as he implored, Elder, might you lend your strength to save this child? No sooner had his words fallen than the gray-clad emperor abruptly turned, their eyes shining like the sun and moon, piercing through the mist of the two taboo forces. Tao Rhythm, Emperor's Might. The gray-clad emperor unleashed an unparalleled power that transcended Yao Yan's comprehension. Witnessing this, Yao Yan was filled with awe. The strength of this gray-clad emperor was beyond terrifying. With merely a glance, they tore through the forces of the ancient Forbidden Zone, their might surpassing even that of the Yao clan's mightiest ancestors. At this moment, the gray-clad emperor's gaze fell upon the infant in Yao Yan's arms. Their eyes narrowed slightly. What is his name? Yao Yan bowed respectfully. Yi Chen. The gray-clad emperor fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, their voice echoing with profound resonance. I sense a thread of causality. Yao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Senior, what do you mean? The voice of the gray-robed emperor echoed, elusive and enigmatic. Today's actions yield tomorrow's consequences. I have been tainted by the strange and ominous. Hope. The subsequent words were lost on Yao Yan, enveloped in confusion. The essence of causality? What could it signify? In an instant, Yao Yan beheld the gray-robed emperor sweeping his sleeve, an overwhelming force seemingly transcending time itself, directly reversing the laws and momentum of this realm, casting Yao Yan and Yi Chen out of the ancient Forbidden Zone. In just a few breaths, Yao Yan found himself standing at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Zone, engulfed in profound astonishment. Who was this gray-robed emperor? Could it be a figure from the ancient times? The ancient emperors possessed celestial prowess, incomparable to the emperors of this era. According to ancient texts, some of these great emperors, in their twilight years, became afflicted by sinister powers. Yet in that moment, although Yao Yan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, he had no time to ponder such thoughts. His spirit retained a flicker of strength. Ultimately, he entrusted Yi Chen to his father, the patriarch of the Yi family. As the scene concluded, Yi Chen stood frozen, a tempest brewing in his mind. An emperor. Was this what an emperor truly was? So terrifying. And the legendary ancient Forbidden Zone, along with that celestial gray-robed emperor. Everything was overwhelmingly shocking. However, now that his master had absorbed the strange power within him, he was free to cultivate once more. A flame ignited within him. Cultivation. Without entering the imperial realm, he would remain as insignificant as an ant. Yi Chen could rise again. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled that his master had effortlessly wielded an imperial weapon capable of suppressing that strange power. Did this not imply that his master was as formidable as the gray-robed emperor, if not even stronger? Reflecting on this, Yi Chen gazed at Lu Xuan with profound astonishment. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Did he perceive a hint of admiration in Yi Chen's eyes? What thoughts were brewing in this young man's mind? At that moment, Yi Chen scrutinized Lu Xuan's form. Something felt amiss. Compared to the gray-robed emperor, his master emanated an extraordinary aura, imbued with an ethereal quality, as if a celestial being had descended, untouched by the slightest trace of the strange and ominous. Contemplating these revelations, Yi Chen's heart surged like a mighty wave. He could ascertain that his master was indeed more powerful than the gray-robed emperor. Master! Yi Chen's voice trembled as he gazed at Lu Xuan, bowing in reverent admiration. Lu Xuan chuckled softly and approached Yi Chen, gently patting his shoulder. Yi Chen's body quivered. Lu Xuan remarked, Yi Chen, you should truly express gratitude to Senior Yao Yan. It was he who led you out of the ancient forbidden zone. And for all these years, he has been assisting you in contending with the strange power within you. Yi Chen offered an awkward smile. Chapter 27. Refining essence and draining marrow. Yi Chen's ears flushed with embarrassment. He had acted hastily. Immediately, he turned around and respectfully bowed to Yao Yan. His expression filled with contrition. His face was crimson. I am sorry, he exclaimed loudly. Moments earlier, when Yao Yan had emerged from the jade pendant on his chest, Yi Chen had scolded him without hesitation. In hindsight, it was possible that Yao Yan was related to his mother. With cupped fists, Yi Chen said, I was too reckless. Yao Yan stroked his beard and chuckled, dismissing the reprimand. It's all right. You have endured much ridicule and scorn over the years. It is only natural to vent your frustrations. The fact that you have persevered to this day is commendable. As he spoke, admiration gleamed in Yao Yan's eyes. He had witnessed Yi Chen's growth over the past 16 years within the jade pendant. Despite the decline in his cultivation over the past 7 years, Yi Chen had often contemplated giving up, but had never followed through. Recalling this, Yao Yan spoke earnestly. Yi Chen, during these 7 years, it was your spiritual energy that I drew upon to help you withstand the peculiar forces. Unfortunately, my strength was exhausted 7 years ago, leaving me only able to provide minimal assistance. I apologize. However, it is precisely because you did not forsake your cultivation that you survived. Have you considered that the trials you faced over these 7 years have significantly enriched your state of mind? At these words, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yao Yan was right. Loss in the east, gain in the west. Over these 16 years, he had ascended to great heights and also plummeted into despair. Both experiences had imparted invaluable lessons. With this in mind, Yi Chen bowed respectfully to Yao Yan. Thank you, Senior Yao Yan. I am grateful for your guidance over these years. Rest assured, one day I will assist you in reforming your body. Yao Yan smiled gently. It matters not. I am but a remnant soul now. Witnessing your recovery has eased my lingering attachments. The task entrusted to me by your mother, Yao Liuli, is finally complete. Yi Chen murmured the name Yao Liuli, pondering. Is this my mother's name? Yao Yan nodded. Your mother is a divine maiden of my Yao family from the southern wilderness. Her gifts are extraordinary, and her beauty is unparalleled. She is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of our clan. Yi Chen was taken aback. Learning about his mother ignited a longing within him, a desire to meet her. After a brief silence, he looked at Yao Yan, realizing the deep connection Yao Yan must have with his mother. Senior Yao Yan, how should I address you? Yao Yan chuckled. I am one of the ancestors of your mother's lineage. You may call me Yao Lao. Yao Lao. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Lu Xuan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, a slight smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Yao Yan turned his attention to Lu Xuan, his expression a mix of wariness and curiosity. He attempted to probe Lu Xuan's presence, yet he found it utterly inscrutable. Clearly, Lu Xuan's power far surpassed his own. Yi Chen had already become a disciple, and this white-clad youth had the ability to absorb the legendary peculiar forces, truly astonishing. He had never heard of anyone capable of absorbing such powers. Could it be that this white-clad youth was even mightier than the gray-robed emperor he had encountered in the ancient Forbidden Zone? Realizing this, Yao Yan smiled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, introduce your master. At this, Yi Chen was taken aback. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had yet to inquire about his master's name, only knowing that he was the leader of the Changsheng Peak of the Dao sect. Wait, Changsheng Peak? That rings a bell. My father mentioned it once, but it was so long ago that I cannot recall the details. Yi Chun's face flushed with awkwardness as he respectfully bowed to Lu Xuan, scratching his head. Master, I still haven't asked your name. Yao Yan's smile faltered momentarily. This, Lu Xuan replied with a faint smile, my name is Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan. A bolt of lightning struck through Yi Chen's mind. He suddenly remembered. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon thinking of Changsheng Peak. The three keywords Changsheng Peak, Lu Xuan, Dao Sect, immediately reminded him of the sage of the Yi family's warnings to countless prodigies. If one day you venture to the Dao Sect, never become a disciple of Lu Xuan of Changsheng Peak. If you take Lu Xuan as your master, your life will be forfeit. Lu Xuan is a waste. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Chen's face turned crimson. Lu Xuan discerned Yi Chen's thoughts. Disciple, what do you wish to ask? Yi Chen rubbed his nose, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, you are not the same Lu Xuan as the one rumored in the outside world, are you? Lu Xuan smiled lightly. Indeed, I am. Yi Chen. He was utterly stunned. How could his master, so formidable, possibly be a waste? The rumors must be erroneous. Observing Yi Chen's expression, Yao Yan inquired, what is the matter? Yi Chen relayed the rumors regarding Lu Xuan to Yao Yan. Yao Yan furrowed his brow and shook his head repeatedly. Your master is someone I cannot even fathom. He has mastered the art of absorbing peculiar forces. Before me, he stands as an insurmountable mountain. Senior Lu Xuan must be the high-star emperor. Lu Xuan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. At this, both Yi Chen and Yao Yan became increasingly convinced. Is this what a transcendent powerhouse embodies? Indifferent to external discussions, transcending the mundane. Suddenly, Yao Yan's heart shook with realization. Could it be? Could it be that the ancient forbidden zones? He contemplated a frightening possibility. For within that ancient forbidden zone, the gray-robed emperor had been tainted by peculiar and ominous forces. He had mentioned the power of causation. Could it be? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yao Yan refrained from voicing them. For the heavenly principles of causation are forces beyond comprehension. To speak of them might shatter that very causation. He was astounded. Quickly, Yao Yan suppressed the surging suspicions within him, knowing that matters involving emperors, even ancient ones, were secrets beyond his capacity to bear. Such matters are unspeakable, untouchable. At this moment, Yi Chen inquired about his mother. Yao Yan shook his head gently. I will tell you more about your mother, Yao Liuli, in the future. You are not yet qualified to know. Yi Chen was taken aback. What do you mean, Yao Lao? Yao Yan closed his eyes. When you step into the Xiansheng realm, I will share it with you. Yi Chen hesitated momentarily, choosing not to press further. Lu Xuan patted Yi Chen's shoulder. For now, do not dwell on this. The matters concerning your mother are too distant for you. What you face now is the challenge of the heir and the annulment of your engagement in 7 days. Yi Chen snapped back to reality. Master, please lend me your strength. Yao Yan nodded. Your master speaks wisely. In these few days, focus on enhancing your strength. After this turmoil passes, I will teach you the art of alchemy. The art of alchemy. Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. It is well known that in the southern wilderness, the status of alchemists is exalted. High-tier alchemists are greatly respected, capable of commanding entire factions. Lu Xuan smiled indeed. Yao Yan looked at Yi Chen with appreciation. Yi Chen, the blood of my Yao family flows within you. Our family rose in the southern wilderness through the art of alchemy. Show me your alchemical talent when the time comes. But I believe your aptitude for alchemy will be remarkable. At these words, Yi Chen revealed a glimmer of anticipation. As the saying goes, skills never weigh one down. For now, let him rise swiftly under his master's guidance. With a flash, Yao Yan transformed into a beam of light, entering the jade pendant upon Yi Chen's chest. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Apprentice cultivation task issued. Within 7 days, elevate your second apprentice, Yi Chen, to the Xianhuang realm. The dispensation of emoluments will be contingent upon the degree of fulfillment. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The cultivation task, albeit belated, has arrived. Excellent. Lu Xuan turned to Yi Chen. Very well. Now is not the time for extraneous thoughts. In the time that remains, I shall assist you in ascending to the Xianhuang realm. Yi Chen was visibly elated, retrieving a transmission jade slip from his storage ring. He informed his father that he was not to be disturbed for the duration. He had already established sealing enchantments, as he intended to cultivate assiduously. Having done this, Yi Chen composed himself, turning to Lu Xuan. Master, what must I do? Lu Xuan nodded, flicking his finger, causing a stream of divine radiance to surge into Yi Chen's body, circulating throughout his meridians. He discerned the issues within Yi Chen's physique. After 7 years of dormancy and cultivation, Yi Chen's inner world had not been subjected to the ablution and impact of spiritual energy. It had become somewhat congealed, akin to a choked riverbed, rife with accumulated silt and detritus. Lu Xuan then spoke. First, ingest the marrow cleansing elixir. I shall safeguard you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen sat in a meditative posture, regulating his breathing. He withdrew a collection of mid-grade spirit stones and the celestial marrow cleansing elixir. Gazing at the 9 alchemic halos adorning the pill, Yi Chen was momentarily dazed. This was, after all, a 9th-grade celestial marrow cleansing elixir, and he was about to consume it. With a slight tremor in his hand, Yi Chen directly swallowed the elixir. A thunderous reverberation echoed within Yi Chen's inner world as the elixir's potency coursed through him like lightning, with mystical and transcendent energy perpetually emanating from his being. In that instant, Yi Chen was enveloped in shimmering light. Profound and arcane Tao patterns incessantly interwove within his inner world, subsiding within his blood, flowing through his marrow, and permeating his meridians, a thorough purification. This was a transcendent force, verging on the very principles of the cosmos. Yi Chen's breathing intensified as his comprehension seemed to heighten, as if he could witness the resonance of the great Tao of the universe. Profound truths illuminated his form, with an aura of unparalleled and formidable magnificence contending for prominence. Soon, Yi Chen's body was drenched, with perspiration ceaselessly seeping out, a dark, viscous fluid. Gradually, aside from the dark sweat, a substantial quantity of black impurities was also expelled. Chapter 28. The hidden support behind the Yi family. Yi Chen appeared as though he were coated in a layer of black mud, giving him a somewhat eerie presence. Lu Xuan occasionally intervened to suppress the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Chen. It is worth noting that this was a celestial-grade cleansing elixir. Had it not been for Lu Xuan's mastery over the controlling method bestowed upon him by the system, consuming this elixir would likely have resulted in Yi Chen's immediate demise. After all, he was merely at the qi refinement stage, utterly unqualified to withstand such formidable power. Meanwhile, within the jade pendant, Yao Yan sensed everything and was profoundly shocked. A 9th-tier celestial-grade elixir. The power it contained was terrifying beyond comparison. Yet, Yi Chen's master manipulated it with such ease. In that moment, Yao Yan's reverence for Lu Xuan increased significantly. Yi Chen's decision to take Lu Xuan as his master was indeed a stroke of fortune. He was astonished to learn that the Dao sect concealed such an exalted presence. At this juncture, Yi Chen had entered an extraordinarily peculiar state. This cleansing elixir, being of the 9th tier, not only purified the marrow but also infused him with the essence of Tao and rhythm. Although Yi Chen had never encountered such profound mysteries, the Tao and rhythm actively inscribed Tao patterns and imprints within his body. He oscillated between lucidity and confusion. The power of the celestial-grade elixir far exceeded his capacity to endure. He could only passively receive it. 3 layers of qi refinement. 7 layers of qi refinement. Early stage of the Xian Master Realm. Xian Spirit Realm. Merely by absorbing the power of the cleansing elixir, Yi Chen's cultivation soared directly to the Xian Spirit Realm. Ding. The cultivation of the host's second disciple is on the rise. Synchronization initiated. The system's voice resounded. Lu Xuan smiled faintly, relishing the sensation of his own cultivation foundation being invigorated. It was a familiar feeling. Refreshing. At this moment, Fuyao was also continuously reporting her cultivation progress. Ding. The cultivation of the host's eldest disciple is on the rise. Synchronization initiated. Lu Xuan's rate of cultivation growth had significantly accelerated. Excellent. Excellent. A slight smile graced Lu Xuan's lips. He had sown the seeds, and now the harvest had begun. Not long after, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, astonished to discover that his body had undergone a dramatic transformation. His bones glimmered with a translucent brilliance, radiating a sacred aura. His dantian resembled a starry sky, akin to a vast domain, and his inner world was immaculate. Even his hair had become remarkably lustrous. This was the result of the cleansing elixir's potency. Moreover, he felt his crown chakra shining with unprecedented clarity, as if he were in communion with celestial beings, capable of comprehending the intricacies of any technique at any moment. Lu Xuan advised gently, "Do not rush to rise just yet. Take some time to digest the power of the elixir. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen began to circulate his spiritual formula, feeling the residual energy of the cleansing elixir flowing within him. His heart was serene, and his Tao heart was illuminated. Yi Chen felt as if he were submerged in a crystal-clear river, continuously bathed in sacred waters, progressing toward an ethereal realm. After another half-day, the radiance surrounding Yi Chen began to dim. It did not vanish. Rather, it became more subtle. At this point, Yi Chen had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Lu Xuan nodded in approval. Everything was now prepared. Yi Chen could commence his cultivation. Yi Chen gazed gratefully at Lu Xuan, expressing his thanks. Lu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, curious to see if Yi Chen's cultivation speed could surpass Ji Fuyao's. At that moment, the communication jade slip in Yi Chen's possession vibrated incessantly. He retrieved it, infused it with spiritual energy, and heard his father's voice, tinged with urgency. "Chener, I have attempted to contact you numerous times without a response." Yi Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "Father, I was in the midst of cultivating." The clan leader let out a barely perceptible sigh, unsure of how to respond. "Chener, I visited your room several times and noticed you had set up ceiling restrictions, so I chose not to disturb you." Upon hearing his father's tone, Yi Chen understood that his father was worried about him and reassured, "Father, there is no need to worry. I am perfectly fine." The clan leader breathed a sigh of relief. "Chener, if anything arises, you must inform me." Yi Chen affirmed, "Rest assured, Father, I will not act recklessly." The clan leader continued, "Oh, by the way, I may need to visit the ancestral land in the coming days. The ancestor has summoned me for a matter of utmost importance." Yi Chen furrowed his brows. "A matter of utmost importance." The clan leader's tone grew grave, and he lowered his voice significantly. "This concerns a secret of our Yi family. The existence of our clan is due to a formidable being. We, the Yi family, are loyal to that being." Yi Chen was taken aback. How had he never heard of this before? The clan leader whispered, "However, this matter does not concern you. Currently, the higher-ups of the Yi family are preparing for the arrival of this powerful entity. Nevertheless, the challenge between Yi Liangshan and your prince will continue. Moreover, we have not rescinded the engagement with Nangong by Shui. The timing of the powerful one's arrival is still being communicated by the ancestor." Yi Chen was left speechless. Who was this powerful being? The clan leader smiled lightly. "Chener, there is no need for you to worry about this for now. Perhaps when that powerful being arrives, you will have your own opportunities." Yi Chen's lips curled upwards slightly, eager to share with his father that he had already taken on a master, but he held back. At the family conference, he would astonish them all. The clan leader concluded, "All right, I must depart for the ancestral land." Yi Chen replied, "Understood." He put away the communication jade slip and shared the matter with Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan frowned slightly. A powerful being is set to arrive? The fact that it has stirred the ancestral patriarch of the Yi family must indicate it is an emperor-level figure. However, Lu Xuan remained unperturbed. He still possessed a one-star emperor experience card. At this moment, Yi Chen confidently stated, "Master, even if that powerful being arrives, they likely would not be your match." Lu Xuan nodded indifferently. Yi Chen continued, "Master, I shall resume my cultivation." Lu Xuan produced several vials of elixirs, saying, "You may consume these." Yi Chen accepted the elixirs, examining them in astonishment. They were all earth-grade elixirs. The quality was astonishingly high. These elixirs were designed to enhance his cultivation foundation. During the family conference, it was highly likely that Yi Liangshan would step into the Xian Emperor realm. Thus, he too must reach the Xian Emperor realm. With this thought, Yi Chen swallowed several elixirs and began to circulate his techniques, fervently absorbing the mid-grade spirit stones before him. Soon, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Synchronizing the cultivation of second disciple Yi Chen. Ding. Synchronizing the cultivation of eldest disciple Ji Fuyao. Ding. Synchronizing the insights of eldest disciple Ji Fuyao. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lu Xuan's body, relentlessly impacting his limbs and bones. The sensation was exhilarating. Lu Xuan regarded Yi Chen with admiration. Yi Chen's cultivation speed rivaled that of Ji Fuyao. If paired with celestial-grade techniques in the future, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Now, with 2 disciples, his cultivation growth had already accelerated so rapidly. Just imagining the possibilities with 3 or 4 disciples filled him with thrill. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen diligently cultivated, Lu Xuan reclined upon Yi Chen's bed, resting without a trace of guilt. Ding. Ding. the melodious sound continued to resonate. In the ancestral land of the Yi family, ancient colossal pillars soared into the sky, etched with the imposing image of azure dragons. These massive pillars formed an immense formation, drawing terrifying spiritual energy towards their location. This place was laden with enigmatic Tao patterns, and the power of the quasi-emperor gradually cascaded outward. The ancestral land, vast and profound, had been transformed by the hands of the Yi family's ancestors, presenting a majestic aura that appeared utterly sacred. On this day, the patriarch of the Yi family, along with the esteemed elders, were summoned to this place. Boom! From the depths of the Yi family's domain, several formidable figures slowly emerged from the mist. They were the ancestors of the Yi family. Led by the three quasi-emperor ancestors, they were accompanied by half-emperor ancestors and several saintly king ancestors. This represented the pinnacle of the Yi family's heritage. In this moment, they all chose to emerge from their seclusion. The patriarch and the others gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. The quasi-emperor and half-emperor ancestors had manifested, although they had seemingly suppressed their presence. An inadvertent aura of quasi-emperor might still leak from them. The patriarch and his companions confronted the three quasi-emperor ancestors, feeling as though they were caught in a tempest, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The half-emperor and saintly king ancestors followed silently behind the three quasi-emperor ancestors, their gazes filled with reverence. The eyes of the three ancestors swept away the murkiness of the past, fixing their burning gaze upon the patriarch and his companions, their eyes resembling two blazing suns, causing a sharp pain to pierce the souls of the patriarch and his companions. They were utterly shocked. It was important to note that they had previously encountered the three quasi-emperor ancestors. At that time, the three ancestors appeared as if they were on the verge of death. Their auras decayed, akin to flickering candle flames. But today, they were transformed. Even their presence had revitalized, as if withered trees had encountered the spring once more, rising anew. The patriarch and his companions, in awe, gazed upon the three quasi-emperor ancestors and immediately knelt in reverence. Thud, thud, like a tide, the patriarch and his companions prostrated themselves. Congratulations, ancestors, on the successful culmination of your cultivation. Congratulations, ancestors, on the successful culmination of your cultivation. The three ancestors smiled faintly, for it was not merely the success of their cultivation, but the true dragon that the Yi family revered was returning to its rightful place. Upon hearing this, the patriarch and the grand elder exchanged glances. They spoke of the powerful being above the Yi family. The ancestors had previously mentioned that once this being returned, the Yi family would certainly establish a heavenly oath, pledging allegiance to it. They had awaited this for 3,000 years. The three ancestors waved their sleeves, and a force of celestial magnitude surged forth, sealing off this small realm. Instantly, the void above became stagnant, shimmering with dazzling divine radiance, isolating the ancestral ground from the outside world. After accomplishing this, the ancestors, still uneasy, cast down several streams of divine light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They directly placed restrictions within the bodies of the patriarch and the others present. Witnessing this, the expressions of the patriarch and his companions changed dramatically. At this moment, the three quasi-emperor ancestors surveyed the crowd, addressing the descendants of the Yi family, stating, "What I am about to reveal pertains to the secrets of the Yi family. Previously, we may have touched upon the background of the Yi family in vague terms, but we have not elaborated on the true foundation of our clan." The crowd was taken aback. The expression of the Yi family ancestors grew solemn, their imperial might radiating, as they continued. Behind the Yi family stands a genuine great emperor. Her name is Empress Fuyao. Her dominion is known as the Fuyao Dynasty. Chapter 29. Under the command of Fuyao, the Yi family of Changsheng, the Fuyao Dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the clan leader and the elders were engulfed in astonishment. They had previously heard whispers of this, yet they never anticipated that their support would come from the long-fallen Fuyao Dynasty. 3,000 years ago, our Yi family was a force beneath the command of the Empress Fuyao. In the final battle, the Fuyao Dynasty was ambushed by the Tianluo Palace, compounded by internal betrayal, leading to the near destruction of the dynasty. However, the Empress single-handedly withstood the three great emperors of Tianluo Palace, dividing her elite forces into three, allowing them to escape. Our Yi family was among them. Subsequently, the Empress utilized ancient secret methods to seek a glimmer of hope, and now she has returned to reclaim her strength. After 3 millennia, Our Yi family has lost several quasi-emperors and half-emperors, and we have finally awaited the Empress's return. The three of us have already established contact with her. She will descend upon our family assembly. As the words echoed, it resonated through the ancestral grounds like thunder. Everyone was taken aback. A glimmer of hope flickered in the clan leader's mind as he respectfully inquired, "Ancestor, if the Empress arrives, could she assist in suppressing the peculiar power within China?" Upon hearing this, a gray-robed elder shook his head lightly. No. The clan leader was momentarily stunned. Why not? The gray-robed elder sighed and replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to request the Empress's aid, but she is currently in the process of reclaiming her strength, and her cultivation has yet to reach the saint level. She is not even a saint." The clan leader's hopes were dashed once more. At that moment, an elder furrowed his brow and asked, "Ancestor, the Empress is no longer at her peak. Does she still possess the qualifications to lead our Yi family?" The gray-robed elder chuckled softly and began to elucidate. "Firstly, we have all sworn an oath. Upon the Empress's return, should she call, we shall answer. Secondly, the Empress's first force, the Imperial Dragon Guard, still exists. If our Yi family chooses to betray her, we will only meet with destruction." As his voice fell, the expressions of the many elders of the Yi family turned grave. Given the circumstances, they could only adhere to the elders' arrangements. In the assembly, discussions erupted. If the Empress could facilitate the resurgence of our Yi family, there would be no shame in serving under her once more. Yet, our enemies would be the Tianluo Palace. Over the past millennium, the Tianluo Palace has only grown in strength, responsible for numerous tragedies across the southern wilderness, with no one able to impose justice. Our Yi family is merely a quasi-emperor level force, leaving us with little room for choice. Moments later, the three great elders waved their sleeves, silencing the discussions. "In the coming days, I shall impart upon you some supreme secret techniques of the Fuyao Dynasty. Your combat power will be significantly enhanced. The Empress will surely be pleased upon witnessing this." The many saints of the Yi family were filled with excitement. Supreme secret techniques. At this moment, the Grand Elder frowned and asked, "Ancestor, the family assembly is just days away, and the Nangong family may also arrive. Will this not cause a conflict?" The gray-robed elder smiled faintly. "You wish to inquire about the prince's challenge and the matter of the annulment? Those are trivial matters. The title of prince is merely a competition among the younger generation. Let them contend. As for the Nangong family's annulment, our Yi family will once again pledge allegiance to the Empress. The Nangong family's betrayal is of little consequence." Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The most pressing matter for the Yi family now was the arrival of the Empress Fuyao. As for the prince's challenge and the annulment involving Nangong Baiyue, such matters were inconsequential. The elder did not take them to heart. Subsequently, the three great elders sat cross-legged, suspended in the void, their bodies radiating brilliant quasi-emperor patterns as they slowly began to impart the long-sealed supreme secret techniques of the Fuyao Dynasty. As the three elders conveyed their teachings, it resonated like the sacred sound of the Tao, intertwining the principles of existence and rhythm within this realm, a mysterious aura flowing throughout the gathering. The many saints of the Yi family began to listen intently, sitting cross-legged and channeling their spiritual formulas. In an instant, the ancestral grounds of the Yi family sparkled with divine brilliance, akin to a starry domain, like a meandering river. In the Black Flame Mountain Range, Ji Fuyao had been cultivating for over 10 days. Within the pavilion, clad in a flowing red gown, her alluring figure was enveloped in radiant light. Mysterious patterns emerging upon her body, as flawless as ice and jade, akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. She slowly opened her eyes. Having reached the late stage of the profound sect, the path of spiritual fire was but a step away from perfection. Furthermore, she had been diligently refining her foundation using the Tao Sutra, transforming it into an incredibly translucent state, faint Tao patterns emerging, gradually evolving towards the direction of a perfect Tao platform. All thanks to her master for providing her with the Tao Sutra. Before her, the visage of Lu Xuan materialized in her mind. "I wonder how my master is faring now?" Ji Fuyao murmured, "Master, once I conclude my affairs with the Yi family, I will return to Qingxian Peak immediately." Moments later, she rose gracefully, concealing her aura as she exited the pavilion. Outside, Wang Man and Qing Yin, among others, were already awaiting her, their faces brimming with joy, having learned of Ji Fuyao's remarkable growth in cultivation. They smiled. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." You are now closer to the peak of your former self. Ji Fuyao inclined her snow-white neck slightly and inquired, "Are there any fiery beasts in the Black Flame Mountain range?" Qing Yin promptly produced a jade slip of a map, immersed her consciousness within it, and after a moment, she smiled, "Your Majesty, there happens to be a territory of fiery beasts nearby, but their leader is at the profound sovereign level." Ji Fuyao nodded, "Just a profound sovereign. Wait for me to hunt the fiery beasts, and we shall proceed to the Yi family of Changsheng." Wang Man and Qing Yin replied respectfully, "As you command." "We have already contacted the Yi family of Changsheng. Coincidentally, the family assembly is in a few days. We can go and observe." Ji Fuyao replied nonchalantly, "That works." Soon after, Ji Fuyao soared into the sky, a divine rainbow appearing beneath her feet as she flew directly towards the territory of the fiery beasts. Half a day later, Ji Fuyao arrived at the domain of the fiery beasts. Here, the fiery beasts were numerous, their bodies ablaze with terrifying flames, resembling colossal suns. Each fiery beast was immensely large, akin to a small mountain, far surpassing the fire beast of the first layer of the fire abyss secret realm in strength. Ji Fuyao wore a calm expression. This battle was the perfect opportunity for her to attain perfection in the path of spiritual fire. A faint divine brilliance surged around her, and an overwhelming aura erupted as she launched her attack. Like a fierce wind sweeping through fallen leaves, her terrifying onslaught obliterated the fiery beasts. It was a complete massacre. In mere hundreds of breaths, all the fiery beasts lay slain. Ji Fuyao sensed the shift in her power, standing amidst the storm of spiritual fire, directly channeling the heavenly burning decision to begin comprehending the path of spiritual fire. In an instant, her aura began to surge explosively. In Changsheng, the Yi family, Yi Chun was still immersed in his cultivation. For days had passed. Yi Chun had now successfully entered the mid-stage of the great profound king realm. Breaking through to the profound emperor realm was merely a matter of time. Lu Xuan observed Yi Chun's diligent practice with satisfaction. A genius is indeed a genius. Yi Chun's cultivation talent rivaled that of Ji Fuyao, both embodying the potential of emperors, their speed of advancement truly remarkable. Now, with both disciples diligently honing their skills, Lu Xuan's own cultivation foundation was rapidly ascending. In recent days, Lu Xuan had directly entered the third level of the profound sovereign realm. He had been lying on Yi Chun's bed for several days. Meanwhile, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently practicing, with Yao Lao occasionally providing guidance, and sometimes seeking Lu Xuan's opinion. Lu Xuan often responded with simple affirmations. Such behavior only deepened Yao Yan's sense of mystery regarding Lu Xuan. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. "Ding. The host's esteemed disciple, Ji Fuyao, is currently comprehending the power of spiritual fire. Commencing synchronization." Chapter 30. The Supreme Secret Art of the Fuyao Dynasty. Ding. The host's chief disciple, Ji Fuyao, is comprehending the power of spiritual fire. Synchronization begins. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual fire comprehension flooded into Lu Xuan's mind. He had never witnessed such an abundance of spiritual fire understanding. Was Fuyao on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual fire path? Lu Xuan checked the system. Indeed, Ji Fuyao had attained perfection in the spiritual fire path. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Ji Fuyao's talent for spiritual fire was truly extraordinary. No wonder she had once attained the status of an emperor through the spiritual fire path in her past life. Soon, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. The host's chief disciple's cultivation is advancing. Synchronization begins. Lu Xuan sensed a torrent of spiritual energy surging through his meridians, far greater than anything he had experienced before. On Ji Fuyao's panel, her realm leaped from the late stage of the Xian sect to the first level of the Xian Emperor realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan ascended directly to the fourth level of the Xian Emperor realm. Feeling the immense and tumultuous spiritual energy within him, Lu Xuan felt a surge of excitement. In less than 2 months, he had stepped into the Xian Emperor realm without lifting a finger, merely by lying down. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Before long, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, joy illuminating his face as he gazed at Lu Xuan. "Master, I have reached the mid-stage of the great Xian King realm." He examined his body in disbelief, filled with exhilaration. Lu Xuan smiled lightly. "There are 3 days remaining. After that, refrain from taking pills or absorbing spirit stones. I will assist you in devouring the bone-cold ghost fire seed." Yi Chun was taken aback. "The seed of the bone-cold ghost fire?" Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest, and Yao Yin sprang forth. Haha, devouring the seed? That is precisely my area of expertise. Yao Yin, having arrived uninvited, offered his assistance to help Yi Chen swallow the bone-cold ghost fire. Lu Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Since Elder Yao is so confident, I leave it in your hands." Yi Chen promptly retrieved the bone-cold ghost fire from his storage ring. Whoosh! Despite being enveloped in seals and restrictions, a terrifying aura emanated from the bone-cold ghost fire as it reappeared in the room. It was chilling to the core. Yi Chen could sense the terrifying power contained within this seed. Seeing this, Yao Yin became somewhat excited. As a pill master, he dealt with spiritual fire daily. Yet this was his first time witnessing a heavenly up close. With such an opportunity, he naturally proposed to assist Lu Xuan in the devouring process. After all, this was merely a seed, not a fully developed heavenly. Yao Yin was confident in his ability to suppress the bone-cold ghost fire. He extended his right hand, and the bone-cold ghost fire flew before him. He began to carefully observe the seed, murmuring, "Yi Chen, allow me to prepare. Devouring is simple, but this harbors terrifying power, and I must ensure it does not harm your foundation. Give me a moment. Oh, by the way, once the seed seal is lifted, it will surely attract a phenomenon from heaven and earth. I will help you suppress it." Yi Chen respectfully replied, "Thank you, Elder Yao." Yao Yin nodded, and a faint divine radiance surged from him as he began to gradually lift the sealing power from the bone-cold ghost fire. His path of spiritual fire was that of the extraordinary realm, making it not too difficult to suppress this spiritual fire. Perfection, great perfection, extraordinary. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, the three great ancestors sat cross-legged in the depths of the void, slowly imparting teachings. What they transmitted was none other than the supreme secret art of the Fuyao Dynasty. This was the very foundation that allowed the Yi family to stand tall. Once, they had become one of the three great powers under the command of the Empress by relying on this supreme secret art, as the three great ancestors conveyed their teachings. The mysteries of the supreme secret art surged forth, akin to a great path validating itself, coalescing into resplendent divine light within this realm. The void was painted by the divine light, resembling a starry river descending. The three great ancestors appeared amidst a starry expanse, looking profoundly majestic. They gazed down upon the Yi family patriarch and others, all of whom possessed remarkable talent and had already stepped into the sacred realm. According to the three great ancestors' estimations, with the transmission of this supreme secret art, many among them would surely grasp some of its profound mysteries. With this thought, the three great ancestors waited in silence. In the gathering, the patriarch and the grand elder exuded dazzling radiance, and a faint battle intent began to coalesce, manifesting heavenly phenomena in the void. Above the firmament, the gathering of battle power transformed into a myriad of overwhelming images. The patriarch had successfully cultivated. A towering spear appeared above his head, soaring like a dragon, swimming across the seas, causing the oceans to boil and mountains to shatter, splitting stones and piercing clouds. Terrifying. The grand elder followed suit, comprehending the same. A sea of spiritual fire manifested above his head, resembling a divine abyss of flames, continuously boiling, sending waves of heat into the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. Soon, several other sacred elders also grasped the teachings. Their heads too bore the manifestation of heavenly phenomena. However, due to the heavenly seal laid down by the three great ancestors, these phenomena did not materialize within the Yi family's domain, and those outside remained oblivious. The three great ancestors nodded in approval. Indeed, to comprehend to this extent indicates your talents are commendable. The grand elder, somewhat astonished, asked, "Ancestors, does this supreme secret art awaken our own Tao? I follow the spiritual fire path, and my attacking power has increased several-fold, even producing heavenly phenomena during attacks." The gray-robed elder nodded. Indeed, this supreme secret art can awaken the potential of cultivators. Continue your cultivation. The heavenly phenomena are but one aspect. You will experience many more benefits thereafter. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Yi family felt a surge of excitement. The supreme secret art of the Fuyao Dynasty was indeed profoundly mysterious. This was the foundation of an emperor-level power. Seeing this scene, the three great ancestors felt a tinge of regret. Although talents like the patriarch and the grand elder were commendable, they had only been cultivating for less than a millennium, merely stepping into the sacred realm. However, With the support of this supreme secret art, entering the Sacred King realm was merely a matter of time. More importantly, their combat prowess would multiply among peers. Unless they encountered exceptional talents, they would be virtually invincible. At this moment, the Grand Elder inquired, "Ancestors, may I pass this supreme secret art to my son, Liangchen?" The gray-robed quasi-emperor nodded. "Of course, you may. Our Yi family is about to return under the Empress's command, and it is imperative that we enhance our overall strength." The patriarch sighed softly. He too wished to pass this supreme secret art to Yichun. However, the issue was not with combat power, but with the peculiar force within him, which rendered him unable to cultivate. Contemplating this, the patriarch glanced at the Grand Elder. Perhaps the Empress has a solution. It would be ideal if the challenge to the heir could be cancelled. The Grand Elder, sensing the patriarch's gaze, discerned his thoughts and remarked, "Our Yi family, now returning under the Empress's command, cannot have a cultivator unable to cultivate as the heir." I hope the patriarch considers the bigger picture. The Empress has yet to regain her full strength, and this is her first descent upon our Yi family in 3,000 years. I hope the patriarch refrains from making excessive requests, as offending the Empress, however minor, could be an issue, but if her strength were to be compromised, the patriarch may not bear the consequences. The patriarch's expression turned icy. During the previous patriarchal contest, he and the Grand Elder had conflicts, leading to ongoing disputes. Especially in recent years, as Yi Chen's cultivation had plummeted, the Grand Elder had continuously targeted him. This time, the Empress has descended, igniting a flicker of hope within the clan leader's heart. If only the Empress could aid Yi Chen in dispelling the peculiar force within him, he would gladly relinquish his position as clan leader. At that moment, the gray-robed ancestor of the quasi-emperor glanced at the clan leader and spoke slowly. "Changfeng, for now, refrain from mentioning the strange power within Chener. When the time is ripe, I shall naturally seek the Empress's counsel." The clan leader's expression darkened considerably as he cast a cold glance at the Grand Elder and could only respond respectfully, "As you command." The Grand Elder chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Immediately, the three ancestors waved their sleeves and, with grave expressions, declared, "Considering the time, the Empress should arrive at our Yi family in 3 to 4 days. I have just conferred with General Longwei, and it is uncertain whether the Empress will be present during the clan meeting. Prepare yourselves. Remember one thing. This matter must be conducted discreetly. When the Empress arrives, it is of utmost importance that not a whisper of this is revealed. For now, let us retreat into seclusion within our ancestral land, and when the Empress descends, we shall make our appearance." As their voices faded, the clan leader and the Grand Elder, along with others, responded in unison, "As you command." The three ancestors waved their sleeves, lifting the restrictions on the ancestral land. The clan leader and others slowly departed from the Yi family's sacred grounds. The Grand Elder approached the clan leader, stating, "I must remind you once more to prioritize the greater good. On the path to the Yi family's resurgence, some useless elements must be sacrificed. 7 years have passed, and do you still harbor illusions about certain wasteful individuals?" Upon hearing this, the clan leader's expression twisted in fury, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The Grand Elder's voice was low and hoarse as he continued, "At the heir meeting, I shall present you with a significant gift." With that, the Grand Elder departed, his spirits high. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see his son, Yi Liangchen. The revelation of the supreme secrets of the Fuyao Dynasty to them was incredibly timely. When the Fuyao Empress arrives, he would showcase Yi Liangchen's talents. Although Yi Liangchen's gifts may not rival the peak Yi Chen of yore, he is nonetheless the second prodigy of the Yi family. Indeed, he is now the foremost talent. This impending arrival of the Fuyao Empress represents an extraordinary opportunity for Yi Liangchen. The Grand Elder murmured to himself, "If my son Liangchen can manifest a celestial phenomenon, it will undoubtedly captivate the Empress. Perhaps he will even be accepted as her disciple." Haraha. As for the clan leader's faction, the day of the heir competition will mark their demise. Once Yi Liangchen eliminates Yi Chun, the clan leader will surely intervene, and in that moment, he shall strike down the clan leader. The clan leader's lineage need not continue to exist. Not far away, the clan leader observed the Grand Elder's exuberance, his own countenance growing increasingly grim. How will Yi Chen face the clan meeting? Who will come to his rescue? Chapter 31. His ambition to conquer the Empress fulfills the patriarch's heart was in turmoil. The feud between him and the Grand Elder was long-standing, now irreconcilable. The prior contention for the position of patriarch remained unresolved, now transformed into a rivalry between heirs. Alas, Yi Chen was caught in the crossfire. With this in mind, the patriarch quickly made his way to Yi Chen's chambers. He was slightly taken aback. The sealing enchantment on Yi Chen's door remained intact. He attempted to send a telepathic message to Yi Chen, but there was no response. However, within his communication ring, he found several recorded messages from Yi Chen. Father, I will not emerge from my chambers before the family assembly. Trust me, I will present you with an immense surprise at the assembly. Upon hearing this, the patriarch frowned slightly and shook his head gently. He had heard similar words countless times before. In the days leading up to the family assembly in previous years, Yi Chen had also secluded himself in his room, hoping to conjure a miracle. Yet, that enigmatic power was beyond even the reach of the quasi-emperor ancestors. How could Yi Chen possibly resolve it on his own? Nevertheless, a warmth stirred within his heart. My son, you are exceptional. You are your father's pride. For 7 years, you have never relinquished hope. Who else can claim such tenacity? Surely, your mother would be overjoyed if she knew. With these thoughts, the patriarch departed from Yi Chen's residence. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder had arrived at the abode of his son, Yi Liangchen. Ah, faster, brother Liangchen. From within the room, a series of feminine moans echoed. The Grand Elder's face twitched, and he clenched his fist, feigning a cough. He knew his son well, with his proclivity for dalliances. The Grand Elder did not view this as a flaw, for as the foremost prodigy of the Yi family, there was no shortage of exquisite women eager to offer their affections. His son had always been carnal, never sentimental. Thus, he believed it was of no consequence, but rather conducive to cultivation, a means of relaxing the mind and achieving a balance between work and leisure, under normal circumstances. Upon realizing that his son was engaged in amorous activities, he would discreetly withdraw. But this was not the case now. He was in haste. He had to ensure that his son, Yi Liangchen, cultivated the supreme art of the floating cloud dynasty as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. He had to impart this supreme art to Yi Liangchen immediately, so that he might gain some insight, preferably even manifest a celestial phenomenon, thereby giving them something to boast about to the Empress. However, the amorous moans from within the room persisted unabated. The Grand Elder's expression grew somewhat displeased, and he began to knock on the door directly. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a disgruntled voice emanated from within the room. Father, is something amiss? Yi Liangchen, clad in a robe, emerged barefoot. Creak. The door opened. The Grand Elder's expression was one of great excitement. Liangchen, allow me to enter. I bring tidings of great fortune. This may be the opportunity of a lifetime for you. Within the room, two fair-skinned beauties huddled together, clinging to each other on the bed. Their allure was exposed, their beauty enchanting. Startled by the Grand Elder's entrance, they trembled in fear. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, glanced at the two women, and said indifferently, leave. Soon, the two exquisite women hastily gathered their garments, haphazardly concealing their delicate forms, and fled. The Grand Elder closed the door. With a wave of his hand, he erected a sacred sealing enchantment within the room. Instantly, radiant spiritual patterns surged forth, isolating the room. Yi Liangchen looked at his father in astonishment. It seemed that his father's sudden intrusion signified an event of great importance. The Grand Elder immediately informed Yi Liangchen of the Empress's impending arrival. Yi Liangchen was stunned. What? Our Yi family was once a subordinate force of the floating cloud dynasty? Now the Empress has returned, seeking to reclaim our family? A tidal wave of emotion surged within him. That was a true emperor, the realm of emperors. At this moment, the Grand Elder said with a solemn expression, the Empress's descent this time is an excellent opportunity for you to distinguish yourself. You are currently the foremost prodigy of the younger generation of the Yi family. Perhaps you will receive guidance from the Empress, or even be accepted as her disciple. Yi Liangchen was slightly taken aback, and two flames ignited in his eyes. If he could become the Empress's disciple, his path would be boundless. Yi Liangchen said, Father, I understand the importance of this matter. It is even more significant than the position of heir. The Grand Elder nodded, indeed. With that, the Grand Elder touched Yi Liangchen's brow with his finger. I shall impart to you the supreme art of the floating cloud dynasty. You have only 3 days. If you can glean something from it, all the better. If you can trigger a celestial phenomenon, you will surely be appreciated by the Empress. Chirp. A divine radiance surged into Yi Liangchen's mind. It was the information transmitted by the Yi family's ancestor. A vast amount of information exploded within Yi Liangchen's sea of consciousness. He realized with shock the terrifying nature of this supreme art. The Grand Elder said, "My son, you and I both cultivate the path of spiritual fire. I have already triggered a celestial phenomenon in the family's territory. I can share my insights with you as a reference. I hope that you, too, can trigger a celestial phenomenon." Yi Liangchen nodded, greatly excited. The Grand Elder continued, "During the air challenge, you should directly kill Yi Chun. This child is cunning and calculating. 7 years of mockery and ridicule have not made him give up. He must not be allowed to live." Yi Liangchen scoffed, "Just a useless wretch." The Grand Elder's expression grew somber, and he shook his head. No. The situation has changed. The Empress is coming, and she might have a way to resolve the enigmatic power." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen's expression became exceedingly unpleasant. "Father, you are right. We must eradicate the weeds at the roots, or they will grow back in the spring breeze. Yi Chun, I will surely kill you." The Grand Elder nodded, pleased with his son. "By the way, if you kill Yi Chun, his father, Yi Chanfeng, will surely seek revenge. Then I can seize the opportunity to strike and kill the patriarch. That way, I can rightfully become the patriarch." As the words fell, Yi Liangchen was stunned. "Father, this is a brilliant plan. It is a chain of schemes. It seems I have much to learn from your wisdom." The Grand Elder smiled gently, enjoying Yi Liangchen's flattery. "My son, you will surpass me in the future." After a moment of silence, Yi Liangchen suddenly asked, "Father, I just remembered something." The Grand Elder asked, "What is it?" Yi Liangchen asked, "You said the floating cloud Empress has returned, but she is no longer in the Emperor realm?" The Grand Elder thought for a moment and said, "The ancestor said she is below the sacred realm, but etiquette must be observed. The Empress's authority cannot be questioned." At this moment, the corners of Yi Liangchen's mouth curled up slightly. "Father, it seems that the floating cloud Empress must have been severely injured in that battle. Perhaps she still has injuries within her body? Perhaps her mind has not fully recovered?" The Grand Elder asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Yi Liangchen lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Father, what if I could make the floating cloud Empress develop feelings for me, and then submit to me?" The Grand Elder was stunned. What? Yi Liangchen was planning to seduce the Empress? How could he have such a bold idea? Why hadn't he thought of it? But what if it actually worked? The Empress was the Empress, but she was not yet in the Emperor realm. Yi Liangchen suddenly exuded confidence. "Father, I have bedded no fewer than 800 women, if not 1,000. I know how to manipulate women, whether they are the favored daughters of heaven or ordinary women. I can handle them with ease. Do you believe I possess the capability to conquer Her Majesty the Empress?" The mere thought fills one with a thrill akin to that experienced by a certain Yi Liangchen. Arousal ensues. She is, after all, the Empress. Should I succeed in subduing her? And then, the very notion propels me to the zenith of ecstasy. With this in mind, a fervent passion ignites within Yi Liangchen's heart. "Father," he declares, "I shall master this supreme esoteric art. The Empress will undoubtedly be captivated." The Grand Elder nods in acknowledgement. Cautioning, Liangchen, exercise restraint in your pursuit. If you truly aspire to win over the Empress, proceed with subtlety and avoid detection. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Yi Liangchen offers a faint smile. "Father, I am aware. The Empress is but a mortal, susceptible to emotions and desires. The hundreds of women I have conquered over the years have provided me with ample experience in the art of seduction." The Grand Elder responds, "Very well. Commence your comprehension of that supreme esoteric art. It is the initial step toward approaching Her Majesty the Empress." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen assumes a meditative posture and begins to circulate his spiritual incantation. Boom! A terrifying and unparalleled spiritual flame erupts from within his body, instantly coalescing into a swirling vortex that ascends skyward. Yi Liangchen then begins to peruse the insights imparted to him by the Grand Elder. Luminous spiritual patterns shimmer incessantly upon his person, and his aura becomes increasingly profound. Observing this, the Grand Elder slowly retreats from the chamber, ceasing his intrusion. He murmurs to himself, "My son, may you manifest a celestial phenomenon. Both you and I tread the path of spiritual fire, and your talent is no less than mine. You are capable, my son." Inside Yi Chen's chamber, Lu Xuan observes from the sidelines. He has entrusted Yao Yan with the task of assisting Yi Chun in devouring the confident in his abilities. It is evident that Yao Yan possesses exceptional expertise in the art of spiritual fire, as he tends to the bone-chilling with utmost dedication. Yi Chun, not one to remain idle, occupies himself with the spiritual fire insights imparted by Yao Yan, preparing himself for the impending devouring of the bone-chilling. As Yi Chun delves into the intricacies of spiritual fire, a notification from the system resonates within Lu Xuan's mind. The second disciple, Yi Chun, has gained spiritual fire insights and is currently synchronizing. Lu Xuan smiles faintly, anticipating the rapid advancement of Yi Chun's spiritual fire mastery with the guidance of the venerable Yao Yan. Excellent. At this moment, Yao Yan inquires, Yi Chun, how fares your comprehension? Yi Chun, his expression tinged with bitterness, replies, Master Yao, I find certain aspects obscure and lack clarity. Yao Yan chuckles, fear not. Imprint the knowledge of spiritual fire that I have bestowed upon you, and enlightenment shall dawn upon you during the devouring of the bone-chilling. Yi Chun nods, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Chapter 32. I, Yi Liangchun, am a genius. An hour later. Crack, crack. The ceiling barrier over the bone-cold ghost fire began to shatter continuously. Yao Yan, harnessing the power of a quasi-emperor, carefully suspended the ghost fire before him, scrutinizing it with great eagerness. His heart raced with excitement. This was indeed the heavenly fire of the world. He had once embarked on a quest for such celestial flames. Yet fate had eluded him until now. Witnessing the bone-cold ghost fire so close, Yao Yan's breath quickened. After a moment, he gathered his thoughts and began to investigate this extraordinary fire. It was crucial to note that Yi Chun was merely at the mid-stage of the grand profound king realm. He could not withstand the power of this fire directly. Not only did he need to inform Yi Chun of what to be wary of, but he also needed to act as his protector. Soon, with his exceptional understanding of spiritual fire, Yao Yan discerned several critical aspects regarding the absorption of this otherworldly flame. He conveyed these insights to Yi Chun. Although I shall provide you with assistance, the process of absorbing this fire will be excruciating. If you endure it, you will successfully consume this flame. However, should you falter, you will perish in the endeavor. The bone-cold ghost fire appears frigid, yet it harbors another ferocious power. Thus, during the absorption, you will encounter two distinct transformations. The first transformation involves the icy power of the bone-cold ghost fire's exterior, plunging you into an abyss of unending cold. The second transformation entails the fiery essence within, engulfing you in relentless flames. If you can survive these dual transformations, you will completely absorb this otherworldly fire, and it shall merge with your very being. Yi Chun listened intently, committing every word to memory. With a grave expression, Yao Yan inquired, Yi Chun, are you prepared? I am ready, Yi Chun replied. With a flick of his consciousness, Yao Yan guided the bone-cold ghost fire to slowly drift toward Yi Chun. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Yao Yan executed a spiritual incantation, and the seed of the bone-cold ghost fire directly entered Yi Chun's dantian. Instantly, a source of chilling energy surged through his limbs and bones, sweeping through his inner world like torrents of white water. In mere moments, frost began to form on Yi Chun's body. His hair, eyebrows, and face became frozen. The room felt like an icy tomb, suffused with a bone-chilling cold. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, his consciousness succumbing to the terrifying chill that encased him. His flesh was frozen. His spirit was frozen. Only his unwavering determination remained. Desperately holding on, Yao Yan furrowed his brow deeply. At this juncture, he could not intervene. Whether Yi Chun could enter the second transformation now depended solely on his fate. Beside them, Lu Xuan maintained an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed. After all, Yi Chun possessed the bearing of an emperor. He was the quintessential protagonist. How could he falter before this minor challenge of the otherworldly fire? Yao Yan expressed his surprise. Lu Sectmaster, are you not concerned? Lu Xuan smiled lightly. If my disciple cannot even absorb the seed of the otherworldly fire, then I have truly misjudged him. Yao Yan's expression twitched as he turned his gaze back to Yi Chun. Yi Chun's body trembled as the icy force seemed to invade his very memories. Scenes began to unfold in his mind. For 7 years, the waste of the Yi family had no face to remain amongst them. In a futile attempt to restore this waste, the ancestors had expended countless cultivation resources to no avail. What could Yi Chun offer in repayment? He ought to be expelled from the Yi family. Yet, that was not the most painful truth. Deep within his heart lay a sealed sentiment. Nangong Baiwe. Once, the ancestors of the Yi and Nangong families had survived a perilous encounter in a secret realm, forging a bond. Thus, when Yi Chun was but an infant, a betrothal was established with Nangong Baiwe. During those years, she resided in the Yi family. They played together, cultivated together. Yi Chun once believed that Nangong Baiwe was his destined partner. Yichen Gij, your cultivation speed is astonishing. Yichen Gij, I don't quite understand this technique. Could you teach me? Nagong Baiwei always gazed at him with admiration, often seeking his playful discipline. The so-called discipline involved pouting and pecking him on the cheek before scampering away. Yi Chun would tenderly stroke her silken hair, his heart brimming with tranquility. Until 7 years ago, his cultivation fell, and despite his father's desperate attempts, no solution was found. The ancestors had squandered immense treasures to no avail. Then, Nagong Baiwei vanished. In that moment, Yi Chun felt a pang in his heart. Slowly, the jeers of the Yi family echoed in his ears. Until one day, Nagong Baiwei reappeared before him. Her gaze was filled with pity, a look of disappointment. Crack! Yi Chun's heart shattered. Yi Chun, I spent the best years of my life with you, yet you have let me down terribly. With that, Nagong Baiwei departed, as if resolute in her decision. The scene shifted to a few days prior. In his chamber, his father wept. Yi Chun suddenly realized that his father had aged, his hair turned white. His father cried for him. Yi Chun's heart ached anew, a profound pain. A man may encounter profound grief twice in his life, once from the betrayal of a beloved woman, and once from the tears of a father. This agonizing sentiment burned relentlessly within Yi Chun's heart. He roared internally, is my life truly destined to be like this? No, I refuse to accept it. The power of his obsession surged forth like a tempest, crashing into the depths of his being, akin to mighty rivers. Simultaneously, the spiritual fire insights imparted by Yao Yan began to subtly take effect. In a state of extreme duress, Yi Chun summoned forth a blazing spiritual fire within his inner world, beginning to counteract the icy power of the bone-cold ghost fire. Crack! Crack! The frost enveloping Yi Chun shattered entirely. Witnessing this, Yao Yan released a slow breath of relief. A day had passed. Yi Chun had finally overcome the first transformation of the bone-cold ghost fire. Next came the second transformation of the bone-cold ghost fire. In an instant, the icy and fiery forces clashed violently, igniting Yi Chun's body in flames. He was drenched in sweat, trembling as if he could not endure any longer. In stark contrast to the icy power that had sealed all his senses, this fiery force assailed every nerve and pore, as if every fiber of his being was ablaze. Even the flames flickered within his eyes. 1 hour, 2 hours. A day passed. Yi Chun continued to persevere. Yao Yan grew increasingly anxious. With every breath, Yi Chun risked succumbing. Should he falter, all would be lost, and Yi Chun would self-immolate. He murmured, obsession is a cultivator's final weapon. For Yi Chun now, it is a battle of will. Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. He too perceived that Yi Chun had exhausted all but the power of his obsession. As long as his will remained unbroken, though the bone-cold ghost fire was formidable, it was ultimately an inanimate entity. At this moment, within Yi Chun's inner world, his obsession battled fiercely against the might and arrogance of the bone-cold ghost fire, gradually consuming it piece by piece. Yi Chun sensed that during this process of absorption, his body was reaping tremendous benefits. His bones, blood, and even veins, as well as his very soul, felt as though they were ensconced within a terrifying furnace of relentless flames, continuously scorched, consumed, and tempered. A surging power emanated from his dantian, while the spiritual energy within him transformed into a vivid crimson, boiling incessantly, as impurities were eradicated, impacting his divine abode. Time flowed without notice. The essence of the medicinal flames imparted to Yi Chun began to take effect. Instinctively, Yi Chun wielded the spiritual fire within his body. Gradually, contours of spiritual flames emerged around him, resembling an invisible domain that illuminated this small world. Had it not been for the formation laid by Lu Xuan, it would have undoubtedly burst forth from the room, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. After half a day passed, a remarkably intense divine radiance erupted from within Yi Chun, embodying the power of the cold, ghostly flames, intertwining crimson and cool white, ascending skyward. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yan was instantly taken aback, hastily attempting to thwart the soaring anomaly. Yet it was too late. The overwhelming manifestation shattered the formation set by Lu Xuan. Yao Yan was filled with alarm. Yi Chun's absorption of this otherworldly fire was of grave significance, and now was not the time for exposure. What shall we do, Master Lu? The celestial phenomenon has already appeared. Lu Xuan smiled lightly. No matter. I possess a star-level Emperor experience card. Even if the ancestor of the Yi family appears. What of it? Yao Yan felt a slight sense of calm, gazing upward into the void. His hand transformed the spiritual incantation. directly invoking quasi-emperor power to conceal the source of this celestial phenomenon. Boom. Above the Yi family, an overwhelming sea of spiritual fires suddenly coalesced. The cold white spiritual power and crimson spiritual power were distinctly delineated, continuously evolving into terrifying patterns, causing even the sun to appear somewhat dim. These two forces merged, akin to converging rivers, erupting with celestial might. The power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. In an instant, the entire Qing city was stirred. The celestial phenomenon. Was someone in the Yi family cultivating a peerless technique, or had someone attained sudden enlightenment? At that moment, Yi Liangshan experienced a surge of inspiration and excitedly conveyed to the Grand Elder, "Father, I have comprehended something. I have comprehended something." The Grand Elder was taken aback, then immediately engulfed in joy. "What? My son Liangshan, do you realize? You have triggered a celestial phenomenon." Yi Liangshan was momentarily stunned. Celestial phenomenon. He felt as though he had not invoked such an event. Was it truly his doing? The Grand Elder chuckled, "No doubt you are my son. I just observed that a fierce spiritual fire burst forth from your room, and unexpectedly, in an instant, it manifested an anomaly in the void." Hearing this, Yi Liangshan erupted into laughter. "Indeed. Aside from me, does the Yi family have other geniuses? This is the celestial phenomenon I manifested." He had not anticipated that a mere moment of comprehension would lead to such an extraordinary manifestation. "I, Yi Liangshan, am truly a genius." Chapter 33. Overwhelmed by the Empress of Fuyao. "I, Yi Liangshan, am a genius." Yi Liangshan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. His heart surged with fervor as vivid images of his encounter with the Empress of Fuyao danced in his mind. Upon meeting her, she was astounded by his extraordinary cultivation talent and expressed her desire to take him on as her disciple. In the days that followed, he trained alongside the Empress, who became increasingly impressed with his abilities. "Liangshan, your talent for cultivation is unparalleled," she marveled, and he, day by day, grew closer to her. Eventually, he sensed a burgeoning affection from the Empress. Seizing opportunities, he would feign accidental touches against her delicate skin, then shyly apologize, "Master, forgive me." The Empress's cheeks flushed slightly, responding, "It's all right, my disciple." Gradually, he grew bolder, taking her slender hand in his, pretending to let her feel his spiritual energy. The Empress gazed at him with tender eyes, leaning closer, yet he evaded her advances. This tactic was known as baiting and retreating. With a soft sigh, the Empress exhibited a hint of disappointment. One fateful day, while she was bathing, Yi Liangshan feigned an inquiry and inadvertently stumbled into her chamber. Immediately, he covered his eyes and apologized, "Master, forgive me, I shall leave at once." To his surprise, the Empress, blushing, beckoned, "Liangshan, come here." He pretended to hesitate, asking, "Master, is it truly permissible?" But she took his hand and placed it upon her bosom, whispering, "If it is you, I am willing." In a breathtaking moment, her luscious lips met his, and he was utterly overwhelmed. Thus began a blissful life with the Empress of Fuyao. In reflection, Yi Liangshan let out a primal roar. His muscles tensed, and he felt a surge of power. "Ah!" he shouted, his body trembling. Yet shortly thereafter, a void settled within him, as if something precious had been lost. Alas, it was all but a fantasy. He even envisioned the names of children they would have together. "I must conquer the Empress of Fuyao," he vowed silently. Meanwhile, the Yi family was in uproar. The three ancient ancestors, sensing the celestial phenomenon, sought to uncover the identity of the one responsible. Alas, their efforts yielded no results. Resigned, they began to repel other forces from Qingsheng that sought to investigate. One elder murmured, "Surely, the one who triggered this phenomenon wishes to remain concealed. However, since it is a member of the Yi family, the truth will eventually come to light." Another elder concurred, "Indeed." The three elders soon withdrew their consciousness back to their ancestral grounds. At that moment, the Grand Elder began to transmit messages to the other elders of the Yi family. "Congratulations! My son Liangshan has comprehended the supreme secret art, causing this celestial phenomenon." The elders gasped in astonishment. "Grand Elder, is it truly Yi Liangshan?" The Grand Elder chuckled, "You may inquire among the Yi family, aside from my son. Who else could have grasped such a supreme art?" The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. From a distance, the clan leader observed the commotion, sighing deeply. Could it truly be Yi Liangshan who caused this celestial phenomenon? The scale of it is astounding, he murmured. If only it were Chinner. Meanwhile, the elders congratulated the Grand Elder, Grand Elder, once Liangchen has won the favor of Her Majesty, do ensure he pays heed to our branch. I have always asserted that the Yi family possesses only one unparalleled prodigy, Yi Liangchen. Heaven bless my Yi family. Soon, the celestial phenomenon dissipated. In his chamber, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with spiritual power. With a mere thought, a cold white flame manifested in his palm, resembling a flawless work of art. Gracefully rotating and exuding a subtle aura of authority, Yi Chen had begun to master the control of this bone-cold spectral flame. Filled with exhilaration, he turned to his masters. Master, Elder Yao, I have succeeded. He had fully subdued the bone-cold spectral flame. In 2 days, he had descended from heaven to hell and risen back to the mortal realm. Lu Xuan smiled. Well done, my disciple. Elder Yao, drenched in cold sweat, finally relaxed. While Lu Xuan maintained his calm demeanor throughout the ordeal, Elder Yao reflected, this is the gap between me and Master Lu. I lack the mindset of a true powerhouse. With this thought, he cast a look of reverence toward Lu Xuan. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Yi Chen, crashing through his limbs like a mighty river. His cultivation sword. Mid-stage of the Great Profound King. Late stage of the Great Profound King. Early stage of the Profound Emperor. Ultimately, he stabilized at mid-stage of the Profound Emperor. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xuan in astonishment. Master, what is happening? Elder Yao explained. The seed of the bone-cold spectral flame contains terrifying power. By subduing it, you are receiving a substantial boost to your cultivation foundation. Yi Chen was astounded. Lu Xuan smiled lightly. An announcement from the system rang out. The host's second disciple, Yi Chen, experiences a surge in cultivation, triggering a synchronization of abilities. As this occurred, Lu Xuan felt an immense flow of energy surge into his dantian, propelling him into the 5th level of the profound venerable realm. Moreover, his mastery of spiritual fire reached a state of perfection. It was noteworthy that Yi Chen's absorption of the bone-cold spectral flame, combined with the insights Elder Yao had imparted, granted him immense benefits, enhancing his spiritual fire mastery significantly, all occurring within his subconscious. With a thought, the bone-cold spectral flame before him began to shift and transform, the surrounding air crystallizing with frost, even warping slightly. Elder Yao couldn't help but marvel. Truly the celestial flames. Even in its infancy, it exudes such daunting power. Lu Xuan chuckled. Yi Chen, take a moment to familiarize yourself with this extraordinary flame. Yi Chen nodded, shifting the hand seals and beginning to manipulate the bone-cold spectral flame. Elder Yao watched Yi Chen with satisfaction. You are indeed fortunate. Your master not only helped you eliminate the dangers of the strange power, but also facilitated your absorption of this celestial flame. Yi Chen, touched, gazed appreciatively at Lu Xuan. In his heart, Lu Xuan had reached the pinnacle of his esteem. This was a life-altering grace. Tomorrow marks the Yi family clan meeting, Lu Xuan remarked with a smile. You will surely make a resounding impact. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. Indeed, tomorrow is the clan meeting. He felt invigorated, his spirit lifted. He even found Yi Liangchen's challenge somewhat laughable. As for Nangong by Shui, his heart remained undisturbed. Most importantly, his father could finally rest easy. The clan meeting would be his stage. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan lay down to rest, having completed his tasks, awaiting the rewards of the next day. In Yi Liangchen's chamber, the Grand Elder gazed at him with admiration, awaiting the conclusion of his insights. This time, Yi Liangchen had caused a sensation throughout Qiqing. The celestial phenomenon continued to resonate within his heart. It is imperative to convey this matter to Her Majesty the Empress. Such extraordinary talent in cultivation will undoubtedly earn Her Majesty's favor. Not long after, Yi Liangchen slowly opened his eyes, retracting the aura surrounding him. Thank you, Father. The Grand Elder nodded. Tomorrow, at the family assembly's commencement, you shall immediately challenge Yi Chen. There is no need to adhere to other formalities. The ancestors will only appear after the arrival of the Empress, so this time gap allows you to eliminate Yi Chen. Otherwise, when the Empress descends and the ancestors appear, they will likely intervene should you attempt to harm Yi Chen. Yi Liangchen nodded. Understood, Father. Once I have slain Yi Chen, you shall take action against the clan leader. By the time the ancestors arrive, it will be too late for them to intervene. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Indeed, the clan leader is no match for me. I can eliminate him before the ancestors arrive. As for the other elders, I have already made arrangements. They will not interfere. Yi Liangchen laughed joyfully. Excellent. The Grand Elder patted Yi Liangchen on the shoulder. Now, rest for a while. With that, the Grand Elder departed. Once the Grand Elder vanished, Yi Liangchen quickly retrieved a communication jade slip. Secret voice transmission. Soon, several enchanting maidens gracefully entered Yi Liangchen's chamber. Young Master Yi, I have missed you dearly. Yi Liangchen playfully patted the voluptuous forms of the beautiful women, you temptresses. The maidens swayed their bodies, their gossamer garments slipping away, revealing mesmerizing sights. Yi Liangchen felt a surge of desire. He had been fantasizing about the Empress, and a fire had been kindled within him. Climb up, Yi Liangchen commanded. The maidens trembled, rising like white waves. Leaning close to one maiden's ear, he whispered, You shall refer to me as this emperor, and I will call you your majesty. Do you understand? The maiden giggled, Young Master Yi, are we to indulge in roleplay? Yi Liangchen promptly responded, Your majesty. The maiden began to sensuously sway her body. This emperor desires. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth and growled, This is the feeling. In the room, the waves surged and flowed. The next day, Lu Xuan stretched lazily and got out of bed. He noticed Yi Chen still engrossed in cultivation, having not rested throughout the night. Yi Chen smiled, Master, good morning. Lu Xuan nodded. Ding. Synchronizing Yi Chen's cultivation. The system's voice echoed. Boom. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Lu Xuan's body, enhancing his cultivation once more. Refreshing. Lu Xuan inquired, System, what about my time-limited task reward? The system replied, It's here. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the time-limited disciple nurturing task. Chapter 34. I am the Emperor of the Wasteland. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6-star Imperial level technique, Wasteland technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a substantial foundation of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1-star Emperor experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a long-distance communication jade slip and a long-distance teleportation jade slip. Ding. The task has been exceeded, and the host has acquired invincible posture. As the voice faded, the cultivation foundation within Lu Xuan surged once more, propelling him directly into the realm of the 6-fold mysterious sovereign. Subsequently, he began to examine the Wasteland technique. I am the Emperor of the Wasteland, suppressing all enemies in the world. A domineering voice echoed through Lu Xuan's mind, as if transcending the river of time. Merely reviewing the technique unleashed a terrifying martial will, akin to an indomitable torrent crashing against Lu Xuan's consciousness. Lu Xuan was somewhat astonished. Could it be that man? This technique is overwhelmingly powerful. Even its will alone is extraordinarily formidable. Once mastered to perfection, its offensive capabilities would likely be unrivaled. Lu Xuan murmured to himself, After the Yi family clan meeting, I shall pass this technique to Yi Chen. He certainly had no intention of cultivating it himself. It was unnecessary. Next, Lu Xuan inspected the 2 communication jade slips and the teleportation jade slip. The system stated that even across millions of miles, spanning 10 great continents, communication could be established, but it was limited to a single use. The teleportation jade slip shared the same capability, allowing the host to traverse vast distances at the expense of energy. Lu Xuan inquired, If I continually shuttle between the Great Dao sect and the Yi family, how many uses would I have? The system replied, Perhaps a dozen times. Lu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This reward was indeed commendable, especially with the addition of a 1-star Emperor experience card. He then began to examine invincible posture. The system promptly informed him that the so-called invincible posture allows the host to directly disregard a significant realm, achieving victories over opponents of higher ranks. Lu Xuan asked, Now that I am at the 6-fold mysterious sovereign realm, can I directly defeat a 1-star mysterious saint? The system affirmed, Indeed. Hearing this, Lu Xuan felt a surge of excitement. A mere mysterious sovereign could now stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint. It is known that the mysterious saint realm is a critical juncture. It has been said, beneath saint, all are but ants. The mysterious sovereign merely harnesses the powers of the heavens and can touch upon the faintest echoes of the Tao, while the mysterious saint steps forth on their own path. Yet now, he has crossed the chasm of the mysterious saint realm and can directly defeat a 1-star mysterious saint. The family head and the elder of the Yi family are precisely 1-star mysterious saints. Unbeknownst to him, his combat prowess had surpassed theirs. With this thought, Lu Xuan felt a thrill of exhilaration. It is worth noting that in addition to invincible posture, he possesses immunity to all techniques, rendering him truly invincible. After a moment, Lu Xuan composed himself and turned to Yi Chun. After the clan meeting concludes, you shall return with me to the great Dao sect. At that time, I will present you with another gift. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Another gift. The previous gifts were all extraordinary treasures. What could this one possibly be? Yi Chun was filled with anticipation, marveling at his master's lavish generosity. Lu Xuan smiled gently, for you are my disciple. At that moment, the communication jade slip in Yi Chun's possession began to vibrate. The voice of the clan head emerged. Chinner, the clan meeting is about to commence. Yi Chun replied, Father, I am prepared. The clan head hesitated slightly. When Yi Liangchen challenges you later, you must concede immediately. Otherwise, he may resort to lethal force. Yi Chun chuckled, Father. Rest assured, I am well aware. The clan head said, Good, then hurry over. Yi Chun responded, Yes, Father. He stowed away the communication jade slip, a sly smile gracing his face. Master, could you perhaps help me conceal my cultivation? Lu Xuan chuckled, Certainly. Yi Chun is attempting to play the part of a pig to eat the tiger. He extended his hand and directly concealed Yi Chun's cultivation. To outsiders, Yi Chun still appeared to be at the third level of the qi refinement stage. Lu Xuan's lips curved upward. Disciple, since you are hidden, I too shall cloak my presence. Saying this, Lu Xuan enveloped himself in a black cloak. In an instant, Yi Chun could no longer sense Lu Xuan's presence. Lu Xuan raised his hand to break the seals of the room, and together, he and Yi Chun exited the residence of the heir. At this moment, the Yi family was bustling with activity. The clan meeting was an annual grand event for the Yi family. All primary and branch lineages of the Yi family would return to partake in this celebration. The Yi family was teeming with people, flowing like a tide towards the main hall. Boom. The clan head and others joined forces to activate the protective formation of the Yi family. In an instant, resplendent spiritual patterns surged forth, forming a colossal dome that enveloped the realm, with divine radiance permeating the surroundings, akin to a great pearl embedded in the earth. Several prominent forces in Qingcheng extended their divine senses, casting their gaze towards the Yi family. They were puzzled. This year, the Yi family had not extended any invitations to them for the clan meeting. Absurd. At this moment, before the main hall of the Yi family, numerous elders and disciples crowded together. The square was utterly packed. Today was the stage for the younger generation of the Yi family, and many young disciples donned splendid attire, their faces radiant with excitement as they awaited the commencement of the clan meeting. Yi Liangchen, clad in a green robe, held a folding fan in his hand, with an ancient jade pendant hanging at his waist. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stood among the other talented individuals of the Yi family, completely aloof from them. Today, he had meticulously adorned himself, surely aiming to attract the attention of the Empress of Fuyao. A disciple in gray robes frowned and inquired, Where is that waist? Yi Chun. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chun gradually appeared in the distance. Some disciples sneered, Truly a waist, indeed. Yi Liangchen cast a glance at Yi Chun, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He coldly mocked inwardly. That fool Yi Chun likely has no idea that his demise is imminent. As Yi Chun traversed through the crowd, he caught snippets of whisperings, all mocking and deriding. In that moment, it was as if time had circled back. Yet today, he had already undergone a profound transformation. Yi Chun gazed towards the clan head, who quickly smiled at him and communicated through the jade slip. Chinner, remember, when the heir challenges you, be sure to concede at the very first moment. Yi Chun replied, Father, I understand. Before long, all branches had gathered. The ancestors had yet to appear from the ancestral grounds, as they awaited the arrival of the Empress of Fuyao. As for the Nangong family, they had yet to arrive. Nangong Baixue had already informed the clan head that she would only descend after the clan meeting concluded. The clan head sighed internally, aware that the relationship between Nangong Baixue and Yi Chun had soured. Now, she even wished to avoid witnessing Yi Chun's battles. He glanced at Yi Chun, a hint of worry etched on his face. First, the heir's challenge, then the annulment of the engagement. Yi Chun is but a child. Can he bear this? The clan head felt deep remorse, believing he had failed in his responsibilities as a father. Moments later, the clan head gathered his thoughts, looked at everyone, and began to announce, the Yi family clan meeting is now officially underway. The first item remains the competitions among the disciples of the Yi family. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Liangchen suddenly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the clan head. Clan head, today's clan meeting is somewhat special. Why not advance the challenge between me and Yi Chun, to set an example for everyone? The clan head's expression darkened significantly. I agree. A voice resonated. Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward. The clan head hurriedly gestured for Yi Chen to retreat. Nevertheless, Yi Chen proceeded towards the dueling platform, inciting a clamor among the Yi family. While his courage was commendable, the impending battle seemed decisively one-sided, giving Yi Liangchen's ascension to the Xian Huang realm. How could Yi Chen, merely at the qi refining stage, possibly contend? It appeared to be a futile endeavor. At that juncture, the Grand Elder stepped forward, suggesting that an early commencement of the heir contest might not be entirely undesirable, as it was a spectacle many yearned to witness. The Yi family members were visibly stirred. Yi Chen's 7-year tenure as heir following his cultivation decline had long fueled discontent among them. As the patriarch rose to speak, Yi Chen had already ascended the dueling platform. Yi Liangchen, I am prepared. For this heir challenge, I choose a death match. The declaration plunged the arena into stunned silence. All eyes were fixed on Yi Chen in utter disbelief. Had they heard correctly? A death match. Was Yi Chen deliberately courting death? With a resounding boom, Yi Liangchen soared through the air, landing on the dueling platform. A sardonic smile played on his lips as he remarked, You all heard it. Yi Chen desires a death match. And I certainly won't refuse. The patriarch's countenance darkened considerably as he turned to the Grand Elder, saying, We are all family here. A contest of skill is sufficient. There's no need for fatalities. Let us not push things to extremes. Yi Liangchen responded with a cold sneer, Patriarch, in my estimation, a good-for-nothing is undeserving of being considered family. The Grand Elder chuckled, Liangchen speaks true. Our Yi family does not harbor idlers. The useless are either banished or meet their end, thus conserving our family's resources. Upon hearing these words, the patriarch's face contorted into a grimace. Grand Elder, do you so eagerly desire Chenner's demise? The Grand Elder scoffed, he is not Chenner, but a mere piece of trash. Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Many elders watched the Grand Elder and the patriarch with astonishment. Aware of the deep-seated animosity between the two, was the Grand Elder finally revealing his hand? The Grand Elder wore an expression of amusement, convinced that Yi Chen and his father were as good as dead. Yi Liangchen would slay Yi Chen, and he, in turn, would eliminate the patriarch. With that thought, the Grand Elder declared in a deep voice, Liangchen, kill Yi Chen. Let the heir challenge commence. Yi Liangchen immediately lunged toward Yi Chen, unleashing a terrifying spirit fire attack with all his might. He aimed not only to kill Yi Chen, but also to showcase the supreme secret art he had mastered in the past 2 days to the entire Yi family. In an instant, the horrifying spirit fire roared, transforming into a sea of flames. The intense spiritual energy surged like an abyss, and the oppressive force of the Xian Huang realm bore down on Yi Chen. The Yi family members were taken aback. Was such force necessary to eliminate a mere chicken? With this attack, Yi Chen would likely be reduced to ashes. Yet, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Yi Chen smiled faintly, casually raising his hand and delivering a punch that annihilated Yi Liangchen's attack. Yi Liangchen froze in disbelief. Before he could react, Yi Chen was already upon him. Yi Liangchen stared at Yi Chen in utter shock, his mouth agape. How have you, a piece of trash, become so powerful? Yi Chen had effortlessly extinguished his attack. How could this be? It was his most formidable strike. In the next instant, Yi Chen's fist struck Yi Liangchen's chest. Crack! A bloody hole appeared in Yi Liangchen's chest, and blood splattered. Yi Liangchen looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, his voice trembling. Brother Chen, spare me. Brother Chen, I was wrong. Chapter 35. Lu Xuan battles the Emperor. Chenggu, I was wrong, I was wrong. Yi Liangchen felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his scalp tingling. He could not die. He could not perish. He had yet to win the favor of the Empress Fuyao. As long as he could see the Empress, there was still hope. He had manifested a celestial phenomenon. The Empress would surely protect him. Your Majesty, when will you descend? Yi Liangchen continued to fantasize about the Empress coming to his rescue. With this thought, he frantically pleaded for mercy. Chenggu, it's me. Have you forgotten? I was always your little brother when we were young. Chenggu, I was wrong. Will you spare me? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen seized Yi Liangchen by the throat, lifting him into the air. A murderous intent surged in Yi Chen's eyes. Witnessing this scene, the entire Yi family stood frozen in shock. How could this be? Yi Chen's cultivation had not diminished. He was in the mid-stage of the Xian Emperor realm. Yi Liangchen had no power to fight back against Yi Chen. What was happening? The strange power within Yi Chen. Wasn't it said to baffle even the ancestors? The crowd turned to the clan leader, who was equally bewildered. his expression one of utter disbelief. At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted, "Yichun, let us talk it out. We are family." Yichun smiled, recalling how they had dismissed him as a waste just moments ago. A waste. A waste. The words fell, and Yichun crushed Yi Liangchun's throat with a sharp crack. Yi Liangchun gazed at Yichun in disbelief, his breath leaving him in an instant. Yichun callously discarded Yi Liangchun's lifeless body from the arena and coldly regarded the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face contorted in rage as he lunged towards the arena. Snarling, "I will kill you, you little beast." Boom. The Grand Elder unleashed the oppressive force of the Xian Saint realm. A terrifying aura that pressed down like a tidal wave, reminiscent of 100,000 mountains, bearing down on Yichun. Seeing this, the clan leader's killing intent flared. "Who dares to touch my son?" Boom. The clan leader also released the pressure of the Xian Saint realm, soaring into the air to confront the Grand Elder. The atmosphere erupted with their overwhelming power, a storm of spiritual energy sweeping outwards. In the blink of an eye, neither the clan leader nor the Grand Elder held back. Their battle unleashed a tempest of energy, their strikes creating a cacophony that filled the heavens, vibrant divine light rising to the skies. The terrifying shockwaves radiated outwards in ripples. Each raised hand was a deadly strike. A fire-type holy weapon appeared in the Grand Elder's hand, his thoughts igniting it into a brilliant blaze aimed at the clan leader. In an instant, a sea of flames surged forth, engulfing the space above the main hall as if it could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. The clan leader similarly summoned a holy tear spear, its cold brilliance striking first, the spear thrusting forth like a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The onlookers from the Yi family were dumbfounded. How had things escalated to this point? No one had anticipated that Yi Liangchun would be so swiftly eliminated by Yichun. When had Yichun regained his strength? Even the clan leader was unaware. This child had been so patient. Some of the younger members of the Yi family trembled as they recalled their mockery of Yichun just days prior, and the thought sent chills down their spines. At this moment, several elders from the Yi family shouted into the void, "Today's family assembly must not continue this way." The Grand Elder sneered, "Yichun must die today? Only one of us, myself or the clan leader, can remain in the Yi family." A chill ran through the crowd. The accumulated grievances had reached an irreparable point. The clash between the two saints threatened to tear the heavens apart. A genuine life and death struggle where both the clan leader and the Grand Elder unleashed their ultimate powers, determining both victory and fate. On the arena, a flicker of concern crossed Yichun's eyes. His father was not a match for the Grand Elder. He was being overwhelmed. Moments later, the Grand Elder let out a sinister laugh and struck out, sending the clan leader hurtling back hundreds of feet, blood spewing as he crashed heavily to the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed where he landed. "Father!" Yichun cried out in alarm. The Grand Elder descended, placing his foot upon the clan leader's chest, declaring, "Die." Witnessing this, Yichun roared, "Master!" In the next instant, Lu Xuan's figure suddenly appeared before the Grand Elder, delivering a powerful punch. The Grand Elder was sent flying hundreds of feet, crashing to the ground. Crack! The ground beneath him shattered like a spider's web. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. The Grand Elder hissed, Who are you?" Lu Xuan replied coolly, "I am Yichun's master." The members of the Yi family were struck dumb. Yichun's master? When had Yichun taken a master? This man was astonishingly powerful, nearly obliterating the Grand Elder with a single punch. At that moment, the clan leader rose from the ground, staring at Lu Xuan in shock, then turned to Yichun and asked, "Chener, who is your master?" Yichun approached the clan leader, stating, "Father, my master is the head of the Qingxian peak of the great Dao sect, Lu Xuan." As those words left his lips, the arena fell into a profound silence. The head of Qingxian peak, Lu Xuan? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wasn't Lu Xuan supposed to be the useless peak master of the great Dao sect? How could he possess such terrifying strength? What was happening? Yichun explained, "The rumors from the outside world are false. It's merely because my master is low-key and indifferent to others' opinions, leading the outside world to mistakenly believe he is a waste." The clan leader was flabbergasted. The members of the Yi family stared in astonishment. They attempted to gauge Lu Xuan's strength, but found nothing. A wave of apprehension washed over them. Had he concealed his power, or was he simply beyond their comprehension? Just then, the Grand Elder, with a menacing expression, glared at Lu Xuan, saying, "This is a private matter of the Yi family. Do you know what day it is? You are courting death." The crowd paused. recalling that today was not only the day of the Yi family assembly, but also the day of the Empress Fuyao's arrival. The family assembly was trivial, yet the Empress's descent was of paramount importance. It was known that, aside from Lu Xuan, everyone present was a member of the Yi family. The arrival of the Empress Fuyao involved secrets from 3,000 years ago. How could outsiders be privy to this? The Grand Elder sneered, preparing to activate his jade tablet. Once our ancestor descends, you will surely die. Before he could finish, Lu Xuan struck down with a single palm. Boom. A colossal hand materialized, immense beyond measure, resembling a small mountain, with the intricate patterns of the palm visible, pressing down upon the Grand Elder. In an instant, the Grand Elder could not even emit a cry before being reduced to dust. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Instant annihilation. Suddenly, several saints from the Grand Elder's faction charged forth, exclaiming, Lu Xuan, you seek death. You are merely a waste elder from the great Dao sect, daring to kill in the Yi family. In an instant, several one-star saints surrounded Lu Xuan. The oppressive force of the Xian saint realm surged like a mighty river in the void, the overwhelming killing intent almost palpable as the saints radiated brilliant spiritual inscriptions, summoning their holy weapons to eliminate Lu Xuan. The clan leader turned to Yi Chun, asking, Your master. Yi Chun whispered, Do not worry, father. My master can annihilate an emperor with a mere snap of his fingers. The clan leader was astonished. Was Lu Xuan truly that fearsome? At that moment, Lu Xuan remained calm and composed, undeterred by the encirclement. He was now at the 6th level of the Xian Venerable Realm, possessing the invincible ability to obliterate enemies one great realm above him. This meant he could easily dispatch one-star Xian saints. Even if 100 one-star Xian saints came at him, they would still be no match for Lu Xuan. With an air of composure, Lu Xuan acted decisively, his hand extending to obliterate a sage's head in a mere breath. Crimson ichor splattered as the bodies of several other sages detonated in the firmament, a scarlet rain cascading down. The Yi family watched, their hearts awash with astonishment. Just how formidable was Lu Xuan? Sages were being extinguished as effortlessly as chickens. The rumors of Lu Xuan being a mere waste were clearly unfounded. The Great Elders faction cried out, urging their ancestors to intervene, shattering communication jade tokens. In response, 3 formidable auras stirred within the Yi clan's domain, permeating towards the main hall. The Yi family was in awe, for their 3 quasi-emperor ancestors were about to make their presence known. The land within 1,000 miles of the Yi family pulsed with radiant Dao patterns, as if the very fabric of reality was igniting. The quasi-emperor's might poured forth like an abyssal ocean, and colossal figures began to materialize in the sky. The Yi family trembled, instinctively wanting to prostrate themselves before such power. 3 such figures emerged, the quasi-emperor ancestors having conjured their quasi-emperor avatars. These towering figures, dozens of feet in height, stood between heaven and earth, akin to colossal mountains or descending stars. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the strength of a quasi-emperor. The 3 Yi family ancestors gazed down upon him, their eyes burning like miniature suns. Their silver hair cascaded down like waterfalls as they spoke, their voices sonorous. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you may not leave the Yi family alive. Lu Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. An explanation? Mere quasi-emperors. The Yi family ancestors frowned. They had hesitated to act, unable to discern Lu Xuan's true strength. Despite perceiving vulnerabilities in Lu Xuan, an ominous premonition lingered, a sense that any action against him would result in their demise. An impasse ensued. Within the Yi family's ancestral lands, hundreds more auras awakened, the clan's half-emperors and sage kings. These formidable presences converged upon the main hall like a torrent, adding pressure to Lu Xuan. Hundreds of half-emperors and sage kings arrayed themselves behind the 3 ancestors, their collective might bearing down on Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan remained unperturbed. Out of consideration for his disciple, Yi Chun, he wished to avoid a full-blown conflict with the Yi family. However, should the Yi family ancestors prove unreasonable, he would not hesitate to send them into the cycle of reincarnation. After all, his 1-star Great Emperor experience card was ready to be activated at any moment. At that moment, members of the Great Elders faction clamored towards the Yi family ancestors, imploring them to take charge, claiming that Lu Xuan was merely putting on a show. They argued that if Lu Xuan truly possessed strength surpassing the ancestors, he would have already acted. Chapter 36. Master, what are you doing here? I implore the ancestor to eliminate Lu Xuan. As the words reverberated, Yi Chun, seized by a sudden apprehension, promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Esteemed ancestor, I beseech you, refrain from intervening. My master possesses unfathomable power. Any intervention from your side risks a calamitous demise." In Yi Chen's perception, Lu Xuan was no less than a high-star emperor. In his master's eyes, even the ancestors of the Yi family were mere insignificant beings. He was loath to witness the ancestors meet their end here. After a moment of contemplation, the three venerable ancestors of the Yi family resolved to take action. Boom! An aura of unparalleled imperial might surged forth like a tidal wave. Upon the colossal, multi-avatars of the three ancestors, resplendent Tao patterns shimmered, coalescing into an boundless celestial river. Before them, primordial spiritual flames raged, akin to a tempestuous ocean. As the three ancestors of the Yi family marshaled their ultimate techniques, intent on obliterating Yi Chun with a single strike, Lu Xuan remarked placidly, "You have made a grave error in judgment." He was on the verge of activating the one-star Emperor experience card when, abruptly, the Yi family's protective array underwent a transformation, its radiant array patterns igniting. In the ensuing instant, a figure adorned in a fiery red gown descended gracefully, her countenance exquisitely beautiful, radiating a subtle divine aura. Her curvaceous figure presented a flawless silhouette as she cast her gaze upon the Yi family members below, her brow furrowing slightly. The one who had arrived was none other than Ji Fuyao. In her wake, Wang Mang and Qing Yin, two dragon guards, trailed closely, exuding a faint aura of quasi-emperors. Accompanying them were dozens of other quasi-emperors and half-emperors. Ji Fuyao extended her slender hand, instantly invoking the aura of the Fuyao token. Luminous Tao patterns emanated in all directions, suffusing the surroundings with an ancient, timeless aura. Instantly, the three venerable ancestors of the Yi family trembled, their gazes directed towards the void. "Your Majesty, the Empress, you have returned." Ji Fuyao inclined her snow-white neck slightly, offering a subtle nod. Upon hearing this, the three venerable ancestors of the Yi family declared in solemn tones, "The Yi family welcomes your Majesty, the Empress, back." As their voices faded, the three venerable ancestors of the Yi family prostrated themselves before Ji Fuyao. Thump, thump. Witnessing this, the Yi family members, as if swept by a tidal wave, followed suit, kneeling en masse. "We welcome your Majesty, the Empress, back. We welcome your Majesty, the Empress, back." Yi Chen's knees began to buckle slightly, but Lu Xuan, in a swift motion, approached him, preventing him from kneeling. He smiled gently, "You need not kneel." Yi Chen was taken aback. At that moment, only Lu Xuan and Yi Chen remained standing in the entire venue. An ancestor of the Yi family rebuked, "Chener, kneel." Yi Chen turned to Lu Xuan, who gently patted his shoulder, urging him to relax. He then turned his gaze towards the void above, uttering slowly, "Fuyao, you have come." These words caused the Yi family members to freeze in astonishment. What is happening? Lu Xuan knows Empress Fuyao? How is this possible? At that moment, Ji Fuyao's delicate frame trembled. Only then did she notice Lu Xuan. Earlier, the quasi-emperor aura of the Yi family's ancestor had been too overwhelming, and Lu Xuan had been submerged within it, causing her to overlook him. In an instant, Ji Fuyao traversed the void towards Lu Xuan, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Master, how did you come to be at the Yi family as well?" The crowd was dumbstruck. "Master?" Ji Fuyao addressed Lu Xuan as master. They must be mistaken. The Yi family's ancestor felt his scalp prickle, his face contorting in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Xuan, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Your Majesty, the Empress, is Lu Xuan truly your master?" Ji Fuyao nodded, casting a smiling glance at Lu Xuan. The venue descended into an eerie silence. Everyone was utterly flabbergasted. It turned out that Lu Xuan was Empress Fuyao's master. But Yi Chen had just said that Lu Xuan was his master. Could such a coincidence be possible? Lu Xuan smiled at Ji Fuyao. "Fuyao, your cultivation has improved significantly this past month." Ji Fuyao nodded, her gaze gentle. Upon witnessing this, Dragon Guard Commander Wang Mang and Qing Yin immediately descended from the void. Arriving at Lu Xuan's side, they gazed at Lu Xuan with profound astonishment. This is Her Majesty, the Empress's master. They had not expected to meet him so soon. Recalling Ji Fuyao's admonitions, they promptly bowed respectfully to Lu Xuan. "We pay our respects to Peak Lord Lu." Lu Xuan nodded slightly, turning to Ji Fuyao. "Are these all your subordinates?" Ji Fuyao's starry eyes twinkled, revealing a hint of apology. "I apologize, master. I have not yet had the opportunity to inform you of the secrets I harbor." Lu Xuan smiled, "It matters not. Attend to your own affairs first." My arrival at the Yi family was also a matter of serendipity, for the purpose of accepting a disciple. As he spoke, Lu Xuan gestured towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun, quickly address your eldest senior sister. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Ji Fuyao. Eldest senior sister. He had not fully grasped the situation. The Yi family's patron had transformed into his eldest senior sister. It felt like a dream. At that moment, cough, cough, cough. Not far away, the three ancestors of the Yi family, still kneeling on the ground, coughed dryly. Their Yi family was under the Empress Fuyao's banner. Now, Yi Chun had become Her Majesty, the Empress's junior brother. The seniority had become utterly chaotic. Yi Chun turned to the ancestor. Ancestor, is there anything amiss? The Yi family's ancestor's face twitched as he replied, nothing, nothing at all. Ji Fuyao examined Yi Chun. Junior brother, your talent is exceptional. Master truly possesses discerning eyes. Yi Chun's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is all thanks to Master's guidance. My body was tainted by a wisp of eerie power, causing my cultivation to plummet. Even the ancestors were helpless, but Master suppressed it for me. Ji Fuyao's expression shifted, her eyes filled with astonishment. Eerie power? She gazed at Lu Xuan with shock. This was one of the forbidden powers in the cultivation world, one being the power of ill omen, and the other being the eerie power. Even high-star emperors would suffer greatly from these forbidden powers and be rendered powerless. Yet, her master, Lu Xuan, possessed such heaven-defying abilities? At this moment, the Yi family's ancestor inhaled deeply. Hiss. They had actually contemplated taking action against Lu Xuan. What gave them the courage? This was a ruthless individual who could even suppress the eerie power. Fortunately, Her Majesty, the Empress, had arrived in time, and they were all on the same side. Otherwise, they might have been obliterated by Lu Xuan. The thought sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Fuyao, attend to your own affairs first. We shall converse later. Ji Fuyao nodded, turning her gaze towards the Yi family members and declaring, all of you, rise. The Yi family members slowly rose to their feet. Qin Yan turned to the three Yi family quasi-emperors. Now that Her Majesty, the Empress, has arrived, it is time for you to swear the oath of the heavenly Tao. The Yi family's ancestor nodded, turning to the members of the Grand Elder's lineage. Your Majesty, the Empress, before your arrival at the Yi family, certain events transpired within our clan. Chinner, please recount the events to Her Majesty, the Empress. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun recounted the events of the Yi family to Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had not anticipated such events to have occurred within the Yi family. The struggle for the position of heir apparent, had it not been for Lu Xuan's arrival and his assistance in Yi Chun's rise, she would have likely been greeted by the corpses of Yi Chun and his father upon her arrival today. The Yi family's ancestor wore a bitter expression, explaining, Your Majesty, the Empress, I am guilty. I condone the actions of the Grand Elder's lineage. I believe that since you were about to descend upon the Yi family, the struggle for the position of heir apparent was a trivial matter, and I did not intervene. I had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Ji Fuyao turned to Yi Chun. Junior brother, the decision is yours. Yi Chun was taken aback. In an instant, all the members of the Grand Elder's lineage prostrated themselves before Yi Chun, as if swept by a tidal wave. Thump, thump. They knew that Yi Chun now held absolute dominion over their lives. If Yi Chun desired their demise, they were certain to meet their end. The crowd began to plead with Yi Chun for mercy. Chinner, it was all the Grand Elder's intention to target you and the clan leader. It had nothing to do with us. Chinner, allow us to pledge our allegiance to Her Majesty, the Empress. However, Yi Chun's expression remained icy. He was well aware of the actions taken by the Grand Elder's faction against him and his father throughout the years. It was not merely the Grand Elder and Yi Liangchen. The animosity between the two factions had festered for far too long, rendering reconciliation impossible. Contemplating this, Yi Chun turned towards the ancestor, beseeching, Ancestor, let it be done. Even if they swear oaths to the heavens, I cannot place my trust in them. As long as they live, I fear their vengeance. Upon hearing this, a gray-robed ancestor nodded solemnly and raised his hand towards the members of the Grand Elder's faction. Boom. A terrifying palm descended. The Grand Elder's faction was utterly eradicated. In an instant, the other branches of the Yi family were thrown into chaos. Although they had not opposed the patriarch as openly as the Grand Elder's faction, the younger generation among them had ridiculed Yi Chun. With Yi Chun's formidable rise, how would they face the consequences? The elders from various branches looked at Yi Chun with trepidation. Chinner, We acknowledge that we have indeed neglected you over the years and even mocked you at times. However, we must speak candidly. It was all for the sake of the Yi family. Today, we apologize for previously abandoning you. Yi Chen sighed softly in response. Elders, I understand. Let us leave it at that. He chose not to pursue retribution further. The grievances among these branches did not amount to mortal enmity. They were merely conflicts of interest within the Yi family. If he were to seek vengeance for their past neglect, the Yi family might be left in ruins. This was not a fate he wished to see. He too was a member of the Yi family. Witnessing this, the ancestor of the Yi family let out a sigh of relief. He feared that Yi Chen might demand the destruction of these branches. If that were to happen, the Yi family would likely cease to exist. The three ancestors of the Yi family, seeing that matters had been resolved, swiftly led the members of the family in a solemn oath to the heavens. One gray-robed ancestor drew forth a spiritual sword from his waist. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed, its aura spreading like an ocean, the chilling intent cascading around them. Qingyan gazed at the spiritual sword, recalling past events, and sighed. Yi Beichun, it was with this very sword that you slew 2 quasi-emperors of the Tianluo Hall, though you yourself were gravely wounded. The gray-robed ancestor lamented, indeed. Our survival is owed to Her Majesty the Empress. Had she not single-handedly halted all the powerful beings of the Tianluo Hall, we would have had no chance to escape. As he spoke, the stronger members of the Yi family, those above the rank of Saint King, felt their eyes welling with tears. They had lived through that battle. It was a scene of unimaginable brutality. The Empress fought against 3 mighty emperors and managed to thwart other quasi-emperors, allowing them to escape the Fuyao Dynasty in 3 separate factions. That memory was indelible. How many lives did the Tianluo Hall claim from their Fuyao Dynasty? The faction to which the Yi family belonged suffered countless casualties. Their existence to this day was solely to await the Empress's return. The vengeance of the past remained unavenged. The hatred in their hearts, when would it be extinguished? Contemplating this, the spiritual sword in the ancestor's hand resonated, emanating a brilliant cold light. The intent to kill surged forth. Before the emperor, the old sword gleamed anew, its cold light as fierce as in years past. In an instant, the ancestor of the Yi family was filled with fervor, leading the members of the Yi family in a resolute oath to the heavens. We of the Yi family are willing to endure any hardship for Her Majesty the Empress. Giving our all. Chapter 37. Ji Fuyao conquers the Yi clan. The Nangong family calls off the engagement. I, the Yi clan, am willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress. Boom. A tremor resonated in the void. The oath of the heavenly Tao was validated. Soon, an imperceptible mark surged within the bodies of the Yi clan members. This was the contract of the heavenly Tao's oath. If violated, one would face annihilation by the heavenly Tao itself. Witnessing this scene, Ji Fuyao nodded lightly. At present, 2 of the 3 ancient factions of the Fuyao Dynasty had been gathered, the Imperial Dragon Guards and the Yi clan of Qingqing. Ji Fuyao turned her gaze to Yi Beichun. For now, you must continue to remain dormant. The time is not yet ripe. Yi Beichun's voice trembled, Your Majesty. When several other quasi-emperors and half-emperors of the Yi clan perished, they still held on to their beliefs, hoping you would return to lead them in battle. Alas, they did not live to see this day. Ji Fuyao felt a pang of emotion. Rest assured, I shall annihilate the Tianluo Palace. Yi Beichun's eyes glistened with red. In the final battle, I, Yi Beichun, shall burn my lifespan and soul to slay as many scoundrels of the Tianluo Palace as possible. Qingyan and Wang Man echoed. Now that Her Majesty has returned, we shall await your commands. Yi Beichun affirmed, as you command. At this moment, Ji Fuyao smiled at Lu Xuan, Master. I apologize for my earlier concealment. Lu Xuan chuckled, no harm done. Ji Fuyao spoke slowly. Years ago, I ascended to the throne of the Empress through the path of spiritual fire, crafting the Fuyao Dynasty with my own hands. Yet, before the dynasty could truly reach its zenith, it was obliterated by the Tianluo Palace. Lu Xuan inquired. The Tianluo Palace is infamous in the southern wilderness. It has eradicated numerous factions over the past millennium. Ji Fuyao whispered to Lu Xuan, Master. The reason I am alive is that I utilized an ancient secret technique to reincarnate. Only my most loyal subordinates are aware of this matter. Lu Xuan nodded, understanding the gravity of such a revelation. The existence of reincarnation involves the power of the cycle of life and death, which holds a fatal allure for the most formidable emperors. especially for those tainted by the sinister and ominous, who suffer greatly and are powerless to change their fate. If they were to learn of Ji Fuyao's reincarnation technique, they might invade the Dao sect to forcibly demand it. Ji Fuyao was somewhat astonished. When she mentioned the technique of reincarnation, her master's expression remained utterly unchanged. Did he already know of this? Or perhaps he regarded it with indifference. Master. She could not fathom his thoughts. At this moment, the elder of the Yi clan asked, Master Lu, are you now a high-star emperor? Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao, Yi Chun, and the members of the Yi clan all turned to Lu Xuan, eager to know his true realm. Lu Xuan shook his head lightly. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that he was above the realm of emperors? Lu Xuan chuckled, bemused by the elder's wild imaginings. The elder of the Yi clan, puzzled, remarked, but how can someone as powerful as Master Lu be burdened with the title of waste? Lu Xian's face twitched. Was that truly the case? The truth was, he had once been a waste. At this moment, the clan leader let out a slight groan. Yi Chun immediately turned to the elder. Elder, can you assist in treating my father's injuries? He has been gravely wounded. The elder nodded and approached the clan leader, producing a healing elixir from his palm. Take this, Changfeng. The clan leader swallowed the elixir, and soon, a surge of pure energy coursed through his body, cleansing his injuries like a gentle spring breeze. Before long, the clan leader's condition had improved significantly, and he bowed respectfully. Thank you, elder. The elder nodded lightly and invited Ji Fuyao, Your Majesty the Empress, let us move to the main hall. Ji Fuyao nodded, and, accompanied by Lu Xuan and others, entered the main hall. The elder inquired, Your Majesty, what is the status of our other faction? Qing Yin's face revealed a hint of anger. The other faction has now risen and established an organization called the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. They are aware of your return, yet they hesitate to express their position. The elder's expression darkened with fury, such audacity. When they fled, they took with them a significant amount of our Fuyao Dynasty's resources. Their rise in the auction and precious goods trade relies entirely on our foundation. Why should they refuse to once again submit to Her Majesty? Ji Fuyao's eyes glimmered with determination. In due time, we shall pay a visit to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's headquarters. Wang Man's face hardened with intent. If they fail to recognize their place, I shall not hesitate to ensure their eradication. Ji Fuyao nodded in agreement. In that moment, the members of the Fuyao dynasty were filled with righteous indignation. Had it not been for the Empress's defense against the Tianluo Palace's onslaught, how could they have escaped? The Empress could have abandoned them and fled, yet she chose not to. Their lives were bestowed upon them by the Empress. If the Drunken Immortal Pavilion refused to submit, then they deserved to be obliterated. A moment later, the clan leader's communication jade slipped from his grasp, vibrating incessantly. He retrieved the jade and infused it with spiritual energy. A haughty voice resonated. Yi Changfeng, we shall arrive at Qingsheng in a short while. Is the Yi clan prepared? My daughter, Nangong Baiyue, will also be present. The speaker was none other than Nangong Baiyue's father, Nangong Baiqiu. The clan leader furrowed his brow. I understand. He slowly put away the communication jade and turned to Yi Chun. Chen'er, Nangong Baiyue has come to call off the engagement. Call off the engagement. The faces of the Yi clan members darkened considerably. The elder of the Yi clan addressed everyone. Prepare to activate the protective array to welcome the Nangong family. Boom. Several elders waved their sleeves, producing a black array disc. As they enacted their hand seals, the vast protective array shimmered with flowing spiritual patterns, the resplendent divine light dimming into a serene azure. Moments later, the Nangong family descended upon the Yi clan's main hall. The patriarch of the Nangong family, Nangong Baiqiu, wore an arrogant expression, glancing dismissively at several quasi-emperor elders of the Yi clan before striding directly into the guest seat, as if he had entered his own hall. Let us get straight to the point, shall we? Although the elder of the Yi clan was furious, they refrained from expressing it in the presence of Ji Fuyao. Behind Nangong Baiqiu stood a stunningly beautiful young woman, radiating as if she were a flower in bloom. Clad in a flowing gown, her delicate features resembled spring buds. Her skin smooth and fair, and her long figure displayed perfect curves, with abundant bosom and cascading silver hair like a waterfall. It was none other than Nangong Baiyue. Nangong Baiyue regarded Yi Chun with a disdainful smile, her expression one of mockery and pity. Yi Chun let out a cold laugh. The members of the Nangong family took their seats, and the atmosphere in the hall became taut, as if foes had met. Nangong Baiyue turned to Yi Changfeng, remaining seated. Her face icy and her voice cold. Yi clan leader, I have now joined the Supreme Xian sect, and I stand worlds apart from Yi Chun. I have come today to dissolve the engagement with Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Nangong Baiwa, your path has grown narrow. Yi Chun remained expressionless, his heart devoid of turmoil. He glanced at Lu Xian and quietly transmitted, Master, I apologize for the embarrassment. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. No harm done. Meanwhile, the clan leader Yi Changfeng's expression turned exceedingly grim, although he had braced himself for it. Witnessing the scene unfold before him was nonetheless a profound humiliation. It was a blatant affront. The attitude of the Nangong family, in particular, was galling. Despite being of comparable standing as quasi-emperor tier forces, they acted as if they were superior to the Yi family, which was utterly preposterous. Nangong Baishua turned to Yi Chun, her voice dripping with disdain. Yi Chun, you are nothing more than a flash in the pan, a has-been. Now, you are confined to your limited perspective. A toad lusting after a swan. You are not even worthy of looking up at me. Yi Chun scoffed. Worthy of looking up, indeed. Yi Changfeng yearned to roar. My son, Yi Chun, is not a good-for-nothing. He has risen again. But a glare from the Yi family's patriarch silenced him. At that moment, Nangong Baishua extended her delicate hand, a pill materializing in her palm. She said coldly, Yi Chun, I bestow upon you this profound-grade qi-gathering pill, in the hope that you will make the most of it. Oh, and by the way, I am now an alchemist. With that, Nangong Baishua thrust out her proud, ample bosom, once again looking down upon Yi Chun with disdain. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the qi-gathering pill at Yi Chun's feet. A profound-grade pill, with 3 pill halos. Then, Nangong Baichio chuckled coldly, glancing at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, accept it. This pill was specially concocted for you by my daughter. From this day forward, you and my daughter shall tread different paths, never to cross again. Yi Changfeng's gaze turned glacial, feeling boundless humiliation. In the past, Chun'er had gifted Nangong Baishua numerous Saint King tier treasures, not to mention a wealth of spirit stones, talismans, and array plates. And now, they sought to fob off the Yi family with a mere profound-grade pill? Nangong Baishua's face bore a contemptuous expression. Yi Chun begged me to accept them. If your Yi family is lacking in such trifles, I shall have my master, Nanyang Pill Saint, return them to your Yi family another day. Upon hearing this, the Yi family members' faces turned exceedingly cold. Nanyang Pill Saint was a celestial-grade alchemist of the Supreme Mystic Sect. The Yi family was like ants before the Supreme Mystic Sect, insignificant and negligible. Nangong Baichio's face was rather self-satisfied as he said, Yi Changfeng, my daughter, Baishua, joined the Supreme Mystic Sect half a year ago, becoming a direct disciple under Yunyang Pill Saint. In just half a year, she has already ascended to the rank of profound-grade first-rank alchemist. As the words fell, the Yi family members were all taken aback. A profound-grade first-rank alchemist. One must know that the path of alchemy is divided into yellow grade, mortal grade, jade grade, profound grade, king grade, earth grade, and celestial grade, with each grade further divided into 9 ranks. Nangong Baishua had actually entered the realm of profound-grade alchemist in just half a year. With such talent, her future achievements in alchemy were immeasurable. One must know that Nangong Baishua had joined the Supreme Mystic Sect. The Supreme Mystic Sect was a renowned Overlord-level force in the southern wilderness. Moreover, Nangong Baishua's master was the long-established and renowned Yunyang Pill Saint of the southern wilderness. In the future, the Nangong family might rise to prominence through alchemy. At that moment, Yi Chun gazed at the pill before him and crushed it with a single grip. Watching the pill's powder scatter, Nangong Baishua scoffed. Yi Chun, this is a pill that you could never concoct in your entire life. Yi Chun clenched his fists. For the first time, he harbored the idea of becoming an alchemist. An alchemist. At that moment, Yao Yan's voice slowly appeared in Yi Chun's mind. Chun'er, there is no need to envy her. You have the bloodline of my Yao family's saintess flowing through your veins. My Yao family is an alchemical family. That Nangong Baishua is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Chapter 38. The Violent Beating of Nangong Baishua. Chun'er, there is no need to envy her. Your veins flow with the blood of the sacred maiden of the Yao clan. Our family is a lineage of alchemists. That mere Nangong Baishua isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Yi Chun was slightly taken aback. Could it be that old Yao's alchemical skills were so exceptional? Soon, he collected his thoughts and turned to Nangong Baishua. You wish to break off our engagement? I cannot allow that to happen. Nangong Baishua frowned and stood up, her face flushed with anger. Yi Chen, my guess was not wrong. You truly intend to cling on stubbornly. Yi Chen scoffed, cling on? You are mistaken. Even if you stood before me, completely unclothed, I would hold no interest in you. Nangong by Shui gritted her teeth. Are you seeking death, you worthless fool? Yi Chen grinned menacingly. The command of our ancestors is not a trifling matter. The marriage contract has been sealed, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Yet, I have long wished to sever ties with you. As he spoke, a radiant aura surged from Yi Chen's hand, and he inscribed a single character upon the engagement document, break. With a thunderous boom, the pressure of the Xianhuang realm carved a striking mark upon the paper. The marriage contract was transformed into a divorce decree. Yi Chen laughed coldly. From now on, you shall follow your own path, while I tread my own. Nangong by Shui's slender body trembled slightly as she gazed incredulously at the divorce decree before her. Yi Chen actually dared to reject her. Flames ignited in her eyes. What qualification do you have to cast me aside? Yi Chen coldly snorted, you may leave. At that moment, Nangong Beiqiu looked at Yi Changfeng in astonishment. Yi Changfeng. When did Yi Chen begin to cultivate? The elders of the Nangong family were left speechless. Who could have anticipated that the so-called waste, Yi Chen, would suddenly recover? Moreover, he was already in the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm. Could it be that Yi Chen was on the verge of a resurgence? Yi Changfeng replied icily. Since Nangong by Shui has already annulled her engagement with Chener, there is no need for further discussion. The members of the Nangong family paused momentarily. Ha! Suddenly, Nangong by Shui's hair billowed as she smiled at Yi Chen. What does it matter if you are in the Xianhuang realm? You are still a waste. I have already joined the Taishangshan sect. The gap between us will only widen. Yi Chen chuckled derisively, choosing to ignore her. Nangong by Shui extended her delicate hand, revealing a translucent jewel that shimmered with brilliance, exuding a terrifying aura that spread outward. A sacred king-tier treasure. Nangong Beiqiu's face displayed a proud smile. Bai Shui, explain to them the origin of this item. Nangong Bai Shui fixed her gaze on Yi Chen, her eyes flashing with disdain. This is the Cloud Sea Pearl, a token of love given to me by Qin Xiao, the heir of the ancient Qin family. Upon hearing this, the Yi family members felt a chill run down their spines. The ancient Qin family was a dominant power in the southern wilderness, capable of crushing the Yi family with ease. It was no wonder that the Nangong family was so arrogant today. At that moment, Yi Chen shrugged. His eyes remained indifferent. So what? What does it have to do with me? Nangong Bai Shui revealed a smirk. Yi Chen, you may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. You claim to be unconcerned, yet deep down, you care immensely. Don't think I am unaware. I merely wish to inform you that even if you regain your cultivation, I have long since become one with Qin Xiao, and he has also joined the Taishangshan sect. Before she could finish, Yi Chen closed his eyes and said lightly, I am not interested. Nangong Bai Shui laughed mockingly. Hee. Yi Chen, what does it matter if you can cultivate? You will never be my match, nor will you ever stand a chance against my partner, Qin Xiao. Yi Chen retorted, Qin Xiao? I have never heard of him. But when I meet him, I will trample him underfoot. As his words fell, Nangong Bai Shui vanished from her position, advancing toward Yi Chen through the air. Her expression was frigid. Qin Xiao is my husband and destined to become the divine son of the Taishangshan sect. I will give you 10 breaths to apologize to him. Yi Chen regarded Nangong Bai Shui coolly. Fool. Boom. Nangong Bai Shui extended her hand towards Yi Chen, launching an attack. Yi Chen, I am just a step away from entering the Xin sect realm. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between us. Suddenly, Nangong Bai Shui erupted with the full might of the late-stage Xianhuang realm, her aura resembling a raging ocean, a terrifying force swirling within the main hall. She unleashed her full strength with a palm strike aimed at Yi Chen. Observing this, Nangong Beiqiu did not intervene. Instead, he smiled at Yi Changfeng. Let the younger generation resolve their own conflicts. Yi Chen may jest with Bai Shui, but ridiculing Qin Xiao is where he overstepped. If the ancient Qin family pursued the matter, they could easily annihilate the Yi family. Before he could finish, Nangong Beiqiu was left stunned. Slap. Yi Chen effortlessly neutralized Nangong Bai Shui's attack and appeared before her, delivering a sharp slap. A crisp sound resonated throughout the hall. Puff. Nangong Bai Shui was sent flying several yards, her left cheek swelling painfully as she coughed up blood. Boom. She crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the members of the Nangong family were dumbfounded. How could this be? Yi Chen was merely in the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm. Nangong Bai Shui was at the peak of the late-stage Xianhuang realm. Why was she not his opponent? In the next moment, Yi Chen suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing before Nangong by Shui, who was attempting to rise from the ground. Slap! Yi Chen struck her right cheek. Nangong by Shui's face contorted in rage. You! Slap! Yi Chen delivered another blow. She cursed, I! Slap! Another strike. Nangong by Shui's face was reduced to a swollen mess. At this moment, Nangong Beiqiu's expression darkened significantly. Yi Chen, cease this at once. Yi Changfeng merely smiled faintly, blocking Nangong Beiqiu. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Nangong Beiqiu's face turned grim. Had Yi Chen truly made a full recovery? He had surpassed 2 minor realms, overwhelming Nangong by Shui. At this time, Ji Fuyao whispered to Lu Xuan, your junior brother's strength is commendable. Lu Xuan jested, perhaps you should consider who his senior brother is. Ji Fuyao chuckled softly. In the hall, Nangong by Shui's once delicate and fair face was now grotesquely swollen, resembling a small mountain, rendering her a pitiable sight. She gazed incredulously at Yi Chen. How dare you strike her? Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at him, wishing to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. Yi Chen, do you think yourself invincible? Yi Chen scoffed, remaining silent. Nangong by Shui spat a mouthful of blood, gritting her teeth. My partner, Qin Xiao, is 1,000 times stronger than you. He is already in the late-stage Xian sect realm, and once he becomes the divine son of the Taishang Xian sect, you will stand no chance against him. Yi Chen chuckled. The fact that Nangong by Shui could not defeat him, yet resorted to invoking Qin Xiao, was amusing. Yi Chen swung a fist toward Nangong by Shui's eye. You wretched girl, it seems Qin Xiao has trained you well. Bang! Nangong by Shui clutched her eye, rolling on the ground in pain. Moments later, with her hair disheveled, Nangong by Shui let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha! Yi Chen, you may not realize the vast gulf between the Yi and Qin families. The Qin family is a dominant power in the southern wilderness. Now that Qin Xiao has also entered the Taishang Xian sect, he is destined for greatness. What do you have to compare with Qin Xiao? Bang! Just as she finished speaking, Nangong by Shui received another punch from Yi Chen. Her eyes transformed into bruised orbs, presenting a truly miserable appearance. At this moment, Nangong Beiqiu could no longer contain himself. He turned to the ancestors of the Yi family. Ancestral elder, has Yi Chen not had enough? With each blow he lands, he brings further calamity upon the Yi family. Do you wish to see the annihilation of our clan? The sound descended. The ancestral figure of the Yi family unleashed a terrifying quasi-emperor power, cascading towards the members of the Nangong family like the waters of a vast ocean. What? Are you threatening the Yi family? Nangong Beiqiu gritted his teeth, bracing against the oppressive force of the quasi-emperor. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he growled, Ancestor, do not push matters to an irrevocable conclusion. Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. The expression on the Yi family ancestor's face darkened significantly. The Qin family is a dominant force in the southern wilderness. Possessing a lineage that includes an emperor, the Yi family stands no chance. If the Qin family sets their sights upon them, the Yi family is doomed. With this thought, the Yi family ancestor retracted the quasi-emperor pressure and spoke slowly. Chener, let us end this here. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen forcefully kicked Nangong by Shui several paces away, causing her to crash heavily to the ground with a pained cry. Yi Chen, may you meet a wretched end. Nangong by Shui struggled to her feet, returning to stand beside Nangong Beiqiu, whose expression was as cold as ice. He produced a pill for Nangong by Shui to consume. Shortly thereafter, her visage returned to its original state. Nangong Beiqiu cast a glance at Yi Changfeng and proclaimed, Today, I shall inform you. My daughter has awakened the Taiyin origin body, and the Qin family has made an agreement with our Nangong family. Once Qin Xiao enters the sacred realm, he will marry by Shui, the Taiyin origin body. The Yi family ancestor was slightly taken aback. This is a special constitution possessed by women, allowing for dual cultivation with a partner, enabling them to share substantial cultivation power. Moreover, the first dual cultivation session yields an immense amount of power. No wonder the Qin family is enamored with Nangong by Shui. She is merely a vessel. At that moment, Nangong by Shui glared at Yi Chen, her voice icy and filled with venom, as if she were a scorned woman. Yi Chen, I shall remember this. Chapter 39. The heavens did not give birth to Lu Xuan. Eternity is like a long night. Yi Chen, I shall remember this matter. Today, I have indeed lost to you, but our gap will only widen. You shall ultimately be beneath my feet. Even if the entirety of the Yi family's foundation is amassed upon you, you shall remain no match for me. Behind me stands the Qin family and the Supreme Xin sect. And you, apart from the Yi family, what else do you possess? Yi Chun turned to bow respectfully to Lu Xuan behind him, stating, I have a master. The gazes of the Nangong family members all shifted towards Lu Xuan. Master? This young man is your master? Which faction does he belong to? Yi Chen's eyes gleamed as he declared, the Dao sect. Upon hearing this, Nangong Baiqiu's expression stiffened. The Dao sect. The Dao sect has endured through numerous epochs in the southern wilderness, standing tall as a hegemonic force, comparable to the Supreme Xin sect. How could Yi Chun, this waste, possibly become a disciple of the Dao sect? The expressions of the Nangong family members instantly transformed into one of reverence as they bowed to Lu Xuan, inquiring, which esteemed expert from the Dao sect is this elder? Yi Chun puffed out his chest and introduced, the Dao sect, Qingxian Peak, Lu Xuan. The Nangong family members were left utterly stunned. Wait a moment. Why does this name sound so familiar? They quickly recalled. Lu Xuan, is he not the infamous peak master of the Dao sect? Over the years, whenever significant events occurred in the southern wilderness, numerous powerful factions would jest about Lu Xuan of the Dao sect. After all, it is exceedingly rare for someone in the Qi training stage to hold the position of peak master in a hegemonic force. In an instant, the Nangong family members could not contain their laughter, the reverence on their faces evaporating. Nangong Baiqiu laughed heartily. You truly have found a splendid master. I always wondered how a waste like you could attract the attention of the Dao sect. It turns out to be this way. The members of the Nangong family felt a weight lift off their shoulders, all of them exhaling in relief. It is widely rumored in the southern wilderness that if one takes Lu Xuan as a master, they are doomed for life. Yi Chun is now a waste, having transitioned from one form of uselessness to another. Witnessing this, Yi Chun clenched his fists in anger. You do not comprehend my master's might. He is invincible. Nangong Baiqiu laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach in amusement. Powerful? Invincible? Yi Chun maintained a serious demeanor, stating, when a holy king meets my master, it is akin to a frog in a well. When an emperor meets my master, it is as a mayfly before the vast ocean. As his words fell, the members of the Nangong family were left speechless. Are you implying that Lu Xuan is even more formidable than the ancestors of the Dao sect? They genuinely wished to laugh. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Does Yi Chun harbor some misunderstanding regarding his strength? However, the more he speaks, the better. He enjoys it. Yi Chun continued, if my master were not born, the southern wilderness would remain in eternal darkness. Who stands at the peak at the end of the imperial realm? Upon meeting my master, all is rendered void. The Nangong family members. Their inner circle remained unperturbed, even finding it amusing. Yi Chun spoke earnestly, yet the Nangong family members perceived it as a mere jest. If Lu Xuan were truly so powerful, how could he bear the title of the wasteful peak master for so long, becoming a target of ridicule in the southern wilderness? Nangong Baiqiu scoffed. Yi Chun, are you so eager to validate your future? I will never change my mind. You may as well give up. Yi Chun coldly snorted. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. The faces of the Nangong family members bore expressions of mockery. However, the members of the Yi family, including Ji Fuyao, firmly believed in Yi Chun's words. Lu Xuan's strength is truly terrifying. Ji Fuyao gazed at Lu Xuan, who appeared calm and unconcerned. She sighed softly. My master is too low-key. No wonder he has been misunderstood for so many years. Back when she first arrived at Qingxian Peak, she did not comprehend it. But now she understood. Lu Xuan is transcendent, completely indifferent to the masses. This is my master, Lu Xuan, a modest and introverted absolute powerhouse. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan observed the reverence and awe in Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen's eyes, feeling momentarily bewildered. What could these two disciples be thinking? At that moment, Nangong Baiqiu suddenly waved his sleeves, disregarding the Yi family members, and stood up to exit the great hall, saying, let us go. The Yi family is already finished. The faces of the Yi family members turned icy. Such arrogance. Lu Xuan looked at Yi Chun, asking, do you need me to intervene and deal with them? Yi Chun shook his head. Master, leave it to me. He could not rely on his master for everything. Otherwise, would he not become a mere dependent? In the vastness above, Nangong Baiqiu transmitted a cold voice to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, after a while, I will prepare a surprise for you. Yi Chun snorted coldly. Watching the Nangong family depart, the elder of the Yi family sighed deeply. No one expected the situation to develop in this manner. After today's parting, the Nangong family and the Yi family have forged a grudge. The Nagong family is far too arrogant. Do they truly believe that their backing from the southern wilderness hegemon, the Qin family, allows them to so easily belittle the Yi family? If not for the Empress Fuyao and Peak Master Lu, they would surely bow their heads. Yet with the Empress Fuyao present, and more importantly, the immense strength of Peak Master Lu, the Yi family possesses their own confidence. Moments later, the clan leader, Yi Changfeng, turned to the elder, stating, "This time, Yichen has already formed enmity with Nangong by Shui. If she informs Qin Shao of this matter, and the Qin family descends upon Qiqing in a fit of rage to annihilate us, what shall we do?" Several elders of the Yi family chuckled, their gazes shifting towards Lu Xuan, remarking, "If the Qin family dares to come, Peak Master Lu will obliterate them with a mere gesture." They are currently quite inflated with confidence. Peak Master Lu is capable of suppressing even bizarre powers. Why would he fear a Qin family? What does it matter if they are the hegemon of the southern wilderness? The Qin family certainly possesses several great emperors, but before Lu Xuan, they are nothing. At this moment, Lu Xuan inquired, "What is the strength of the emperors in the Qin family?" An elder of the Yi family pondered briefly, responding, "The most powerful emperor currently emerging from the Qin family should be the 7-star emperor. Besides that, the Qin family has a few lower-star emperors as well." Lu Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. If the 7-star emperor from the Qin family were to descend, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. He currently possesses only one 1-star emperor experience card. With an invincible stance, he can disregard one major realm and annihilate his enemies. Above the imperial realm, each star level is divided into 3 sublevels: early, mid, and late stages. Thus, disregarding one major realm allows him to easily defeat a 2-star emperor. However, within the imperial realm, each star represents a world. The difference between one star and another is like the disparity between clouds and mud. He certainly cannot contend with the 7-star emperor. Seeing Lu Xuan's furrowed brow, the elders of the Yi family chuckled, wondering if Peak Master Lu considers the Qin family's elders too weak. Upon hearing this, the Yi family members all smiled. The 7-star emperor is but an ant in the presence of Lu Xuan. Yichen remarked, "When the time comes, my master will act, and the ancient Qin family will be directly annihilated." Lu Xuan was left dumbfounded. What? Who told them he was this powerful? Do not stir up trouble. He was bewildered. Why does everyone think he possesses such overwhelming strength, capable of dominating all? He pondered, had he ever claimed to be invincible? Ji Fuyao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as her delicate lips parted slightly. "My master is relatively low-key, but that does not mean he will endure everything in silence." The members of the Yi family recalled how Lu Xuan had rampaged through the clan meeting, effortlessly dispatching dozens of saints from various elder factions. This is Lu Xuan. He does not seek trouble, but is not afraid of it either. At that moment, Yichen languidly inquired, "Master, if that day truly comes, will you take action?" Lu Xuan could only brace himself and respond, "It matters not. I will intervene." Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi family fell into a frenzy of joy. Yichen has now taken Lu Xuan as his master, firmly grasping hold of an immensely powerful ally. The Yi family is destined to rise in the southern wilderness, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Lu Xuan observed the excited expressions of the Yi family members, feeling utterly speechless. Had he truly been so ostentatious? Yet, having reached this point, he could only continue to maintain the Fuyao. The path he had chosen compelled him to persist in the charade. After all, one's identity in the outside world is a mantle one chooses for oneself. At this moment, Qing Yin smiled and remarked, however, "I believe the Qin family will not take action against the Yi family, at least not openly." The elder of the Yi family furrowed his brow. "Oh?" Qing Yin elaborated. "Firstly, the Qin family and the Yi family are not on the same level. What would be the significance of annihilating the Yi family? The entire southern wilderness knows that Nangong by Shui has been cast aside. For a hegemonic power, the loss of face would be too great. Secondly, Yichen is now a disciple of the Dao sect. The Dao sect is renowned in the southern wilderness for its protection of its disciples. It possesses profound depth, with countless emperors lying in slumber. If the Qin family dares to bully the weak, the Dao sect will undoubtedly intervene." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Yi family nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. "Indeed, we also have Master Lu, regardless of whether the Qin family comes. Even if the Supreme Xian sect were to attack, what of it?" Qing Yin smiled. "Thus, I believe that even if Nangong by Shui wishes to inform Qin Shao, the Nangong family would likely intervene to prevent it. This matter would only serve as a source of ridicule, bringing shame to the Qin family." The members of the Yi family nodded in agreement. It was indeed so. The elder of the Yi family sighed softly, lamenting that he would not witness Master Lu in action. Just the thought of Master Lu effortlessly vanquishing an emperor stirred excitement within him. Lu Xian's expression darkened. He wished he could do so as well, but his current strength did not permit it. What was wrong with these people? Fuyao's starry eyes twinkled as she calmly stated, "My master prefers to keep a low profile. You must not divulge anything regarding my master's strength." The Yi family members nodded in compliance, their resolve strengthening. In that moment, they perceived Lu Xian's image as even more formidable. Was this what an unparalleled powerhouse looked like? Lu Xian glanced at Fuyao, satisfaction evident on his face. His eldest disciple truly understood him. He had yet to fully develop. What need was there for ostentation? Perhaps one day, when he took on a disciple of the Great Star Emperor, he could reconsider. Yet, would he even need to act then? It seemed he could simply recline in ease. The future brimmed with promise. At that moment, Fuyao turned to Yi Chun. While the senior members of the Qin family may not strike at you, their younger generation will certainly target you. Yi Chun smiled faintly, "Senior sister, they will all be trampled beneath my feet. I will not disappoint my master." Yi Changfeng clapped his hands in hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. As expected of my son. What if Qin Shao possesses the bearing of an emperor? My son possesses it too." Yi Chen's face flushed slightly. Following this, Fuyao conveyed several matters to the elder of the Yi family. Regarding the drunken immortal tower, Qin Yin and Wang Man would be in charge of establishing contact. Soon, she would return to the Dao sect with Lu Xian. However, before departing, Fuyao looked at Lu Xian and said, "Master, it has been a long time since I prepared a meal for you. Shall we eat before we leave?" Cooking. The members of the Yi family, including Wang Man and the Dragon Guards, were left astounded. A powerhouse of Lu Xian's caliber had yet to undergo fasting? They gaped in disbelief. But then they realized. How could they presume to gauge the actions of someone like Lu Xian? Fuyao smiled. "Actually, when I was on Changsheng Peak, I often cooked for my master." The crowd was rendered speechless. This was the Empress, after all. When had she ever deigned to cook for someone else? Only for someone like Master Lu, a figure of such strength, could the Empress lower herself. In no time, Fuyao entered the kitchen. The elder of the Yi family, along with Qin Yin, Wang Man, and others, scrambled to assist her. "Your Majesty, I shall wash the vegetables." "Your Majesty, I shall cut the meat." But all were firmly rejected by Fuyao, who promptly shooed them out of the kitchen. "You all go out. I'll handle it myself." A throng gathered at the kitchen door, secretly observing. Inside, only Yi Chun and Fuyao remained. As for Lu Xian, he had already returned to Yi Chen's room to take a nap. He could not fathom why such a multitude of quasi-emperors and half-emperors had mobilized for something as simple as cooking. Was it truly necessary? Would it somehow enhance the flavor of the meal? At that moment, everyone watched Fuyao's deft movements as she chopped vegetables and tended the fire. Her skill both impressive and heart-wrenching. Yi Chen observed closely, whispering, "Master, what do you usually do on Changsheng Peak?" Fuyao chuckled, "Eat, lie around. Perhaps occasionally compose poetry or paint." Yi Chen was astonished. "Does the master not cultivate?" Fuyao replied, "Not really." Yi Chen scratched his head in confusion. Fuyao continued, "However, my master enjoys dining, and you could delve into that as well. Furthermore, let me tell you, cooking is quite an art. It is also a form of cultivation." Chapter 40, The Emperor of Storms. However, since master enjoys dining, you might want to delve into it as well. Moreover, I must tell you that cooking is quite an art, and it serves as a form of cultivation. Yi Chun, though somewhat perplexed, pondered, "Is cooking truly a form of cultivation?" Fuyao explained patiently that cultivating is akin to preparing a delicate dish. It requires not only techniques but also a serene mindset, as well as an understanding of the natural way. This principle is reflected in cooking. Yi Chun suddenly grasped the concept. Could this be the unique method of cultivation that master had devised? It even allows for relaxation. Fuyao smiled and added, "Let me provide you with another example. When cooking, one must utilize spiritual fire, which also enhances the way of spiritual fire. As for other aspects, you are free to explore them yourself." Yi Chen comprehended. Fuyao cautioned him to pay close attention to every word master had spoken, for they were laden with profound meaning. Master often subtly offers guidance. If one fails to seize these moments, they may lose valuable opportunities. Yi Chun etched Fuyao's advice into his heart, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." He secretly mused that Master was indeed extraordinary. He felt a growing anticipation for life upon reaching Changsheng Peak. An hour later, Fuyao triumphantly completed the feast. She promptly transmitted a message to Lu Xuan, Master. It is time to dine. Lu Xuan awoke leisurely and made his way to a grand hall. There, a lavish banquet awaited, with the ancestors of the Yi family and Wang Man standing nearby, eager for Lu Xuan to take his seat. The gathering was filled with a sense of wonder. This time, they had the fortune of dining on dishes personally prepared by the Empress Fuyao. Such an honor was beyond their wildest dreams. Lu Xuan was invited to the main seat, flanked by Fuyao and Yi Chun, while the others took their places. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes: braised fiery beast, spicy spirit chicken, boiled mystical fish, and smashed spirit cucumbers. Several bottles of spiritual wine graced the table as well. Lu Xuan nodded approvingly, turning to Fuyao. My disciple, you have put in great effort. It was evident that Fuyao had studied the dish's jade slip he had entrusted to her. The others looked at Lu Xuan, feeling somewhat restrained. Lu Xuan waved his hand, urging them to eat without formality. However, they hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. After tasting a piece of fiery beast meat, Lu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, prompting everyone to begin their meal. The ancestor of the Yi family raised a bottle of wine, addressing Lu Xuan, Leader Lu. This is a spiritual wine aged for 820 years. I have never had the chance to enjoy it. Allow me to pour you a glass. Fuyao smiled lightly. Please pour me some as well. The Yi family ancestor paused momentarily. Your Majesty, Fuyao replied, since we are gathered here, I shall indulge a little. Laughter erupted among the group. Subsequently, the Yi family ancestor and Wang Man began to lavish praise upon Fuyao's cooking. Your Majesty, this is simply exquisite. Your Majesty, you are the culinary goddess of the southern wilderness. To have the fortune of tasting your dishes feels like a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The atmosphere was jubilant. The Yi family ancestor glanced at Yi Chun. Chun'er, once we return to Changsheng Peak, you must seek guidance from Her Majesty and Leader Lu. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Before long, the feast concluded, and everyone moved to the main hall. The Yi family members understood that Empress Fuyao and Yi Chun would soon depart. The Yi family ancestor focused his thoughts and retrieved an ancient spiritual artifact from his storage ring. This artifact resembled a dark treasure, its surface entirely black and exuding an eerie aura. As the Yi family ancestor gently tapped it, an overwhelming power surged forth, and brilliant Dao patterns expanded into the main hall, enveloping the space in an imposing aura of quasi-emperor might. This was a quasi-emperor weapon. The Yi family ancestor smiled at Yi Chun. Chun'er, this is the clan's treasured artifact, the quasi-emperor weapon, Heavenly Origin Ink box, which I acquired in an ancient secret realm. As you are leaving the Yi family, take this quasi-emperor weapon with you. Yi Chun shook his head. Ancestor, I do not require it. The Yi family ancestor insisted. Accept it. You have offended Qin Shao. Should the Qin family target you, this quasi-emperor weapon will at least buy you some time until Leader Lu can come to your aid. Yi Chun replied, Ancestor, I have no need for it, as Master has already bestowed upon me a superior treasure. The Yu family ancestor was taken aback. What might that be? Yi Chun looked at Lu Xuan, who nodded slightly. Yi Chun then produced the emperor weapon, the Dao Lock. Ancestor, this is the emperor weapon Master gifted me. The Dao Lock. The Dao Lock shimmered with radiant Dao patterns, ancient and cryptic, as if it contained an unfathomable power. As the onlookers gazed upon it, they felt a shiver run down their spines. In an instant, an imposing emperor's pressure surged through the main hall, overwhelming the hearts of all present, causing a collective sense of trepidation. An emperor weapon. Lu Xuan had actually gifted Yi Chun an emperor weapon. The Yi family ancestor and others regarded Yi Chun with envy. Chun'er, may I take a look? Yi Chun presented the Dao Lock to the Yi family ancestor, who immediately extended his spiritual sense to examine it closely. However, as soon as a strand of spiritual sense penetrated the Dao Lock, it was promptly engulfed by an enigmatic black force. This power sent chills down the spines of the 3 ancient quasi-emperor ancestors of the Yi family. An uncanny force. The Yi family ancestor exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling. Chun'er, could it be that the power sealed within this chain is the mysterious force within you? Yi Chun nodded. The crowd gazed in shock at the Dao Lock. This was the mysterious force. The 3 ancient ancestors of the Yi family had once expended countless resources to suppress it, yet it had now been sealed within the Dao Lock by Lu Xuan. Fuyao, intrigued, remarked, Is this the mysterious force? The Yi family ancestor respectfully presented the Dao lock to Ji Fuyao. Wang Man and the dragon guards also gathered around. Ji Fuyao grasped the Dao lock. Observing the enigmatic power contained within, the mysterious force swirled like black smoke within the Dao lock, causing her heart to tremble slightly. It evoked a primal fear. This was the rumored forbidden power. Even the mightiest emperors quaked at its presence. Once tainted by the mysterious force, it is nearly impossible to eradicate. In the hall, everyone examined the Dao lock, their hearts filled with gratitude that they had encountered Lu Xuan. Otherwise, the mysterious force might still linger within Yi Chun. The Yi family ancestor, still shaken, remarked, "Your Majesty, we initially intended to wait for your arrival to see if you could resolve this mysterious force. But we never anticipated that Leader Lu would visit our Yi family." Ji Fuyao shook her head. "Even at my peak, I would have been powerless." The crowd was left speechless. They looked at Lu Xuan, increasingly astonished. Just how powerful was Leader Lu? Able to effortlessly suppress the mysterious force with the emperor weapon he casually bestowed upon Yi Chen? Moments later, Yi Chen stored the Dao lock away. The Yi family ancestor then retrieved several ancient jade slips. "Since your master has gifted you an emperor weapon, your cultivation method should not be inferior. These are quasi-emperor level techniques I have collected over millennia, including sword arts, fist techniques, and saber methods. You may peruse them and select one for your practice." Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. Quasi-emperor level techniques. Just as he was about to approach, Lu Xuan spoke nonchalantly. "There is no need. Quasi-emperor level techniques are rather mediocre." The Yi family ancestor was left dumbfounded. "What? Mediocre, you say?" Lu Xuan turned to Yi Chun. "Producing a jade slip for techniques. Yi Chun, do you remember I mentioned giving you a gift upon returning to Changsheng Peak?" Yi Chun nodded, recalling the promise. Lu Xuan smiled. "I shall present it to you now, as you are in need of a higher tier technique." As he spoke, Lu Xuan flicked his finger, sending the jade slip of the cultivation method soaring towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun, filled with excitement, caught the slip eagerly. He was keenly anticipating the rank of this technique. His master had just remarked that the methods at the quasi-emperor level were somewhat inferior. Thus, it must certainly be an emperor-level technique. An emperor-level technique? He was already ahead at the starting line. Soon, Yi Chun delved into his consciousness to examine the technique. The title read Huang Tianju. In an instant, the scenery before him shifted, transporting him into an ethereal realm. Boom. A magnificent figure clad in green robes gradually ascended from the void, his back against the vast cosmos, radiating divine brilliance that illuminated the heavens. His long hair cascaded down, intricate patterns glimmered upon his form, and as his eyes remained closed, thunder rumbled, shaking the very foundations of existence. Yi Chun was utterly astounded. What a formidable being this was. The man in green effortlessly supported an immense world with one hand, while before him stood countless alien foes, all of whom were great emperors. The might of the emperor realm was as deep as the abyss, obliterating stars and piercing the firmament, capable of tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. With a gaze that looked down upon his adversaries, the green-robed man spoke slowly. "Even while holding up this vast world, I remain invincible. I am the emperor of Huang Tian, destined to suppress all enemies in this world." As his words faded, the green-clad figure suddenly vanished. Each step he took spanned millions of miles, treading upon the very stars as he moved. Boom! A single punch was unleashed. It shattered the universe, akin to the collapse of galaxies. In an explosive surge, an unfathomable force cascaded upon all heavens. This punch exuded an aura of invincibility, obliterating everything in its wake, as resplendent patterns coalesced into ethereal shapes, descending upon the multitude of alien foes with overwhelming might. In the next moment, countless alien adversaries were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Yi Chun felt a wave of disorientation as he abruptly emerged from the preceding spectacle. The Huang Tianju had imparted its astonishing legacy through the vivid imagery he had just witnessed. Yi Chun stood dazed, sweat streaming down his body, completely immersed in the recent vision, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Who was this powerful being? How could he exude such overwhelming dominance, seemingly transcending time, rising through the void, and annihilating countless great emperors with a single punch? The crowd gazed at Yi Chun in astonishment. Once Yi Chun's gaze returned to normal, they cautiously inquired, "Chinner, could it be that this technique is extraordinarily powerful?" Yi Chun nodded firmly. "Master has bestowed upon me the 6-star emperor-level technique. Huang Tianju. This technique embodies terrifying Daoan momentum, infused with an indomitable will. The members of the Yi family stood in shock, utterly speechless. Chapter 41. A Desire for Yi Chen's Demise. 6-star Imperial Technique. The Desolate Heaven Art. Their gazes turned towards Lu Xuan, their excitement palpable, their teeth trembling. The depth of Lu Fengzhu's foundation was astonishing, as he casually produced a 6-star Imperial Technique. At this moment, Lu Xuan remained composed, a serene expression gracing his face as he slowly remarked that it was nothing extraordinary. He possessed many such treasures. Upon hearing this, the crowd was further astonished. The elder of the Yi family licked his lips, feeling a desire to take Lu Xuan as his master, though it seemed somewhat shameless. The prospect of obtaining an imperial weapon and an imperial technique rendered his pride insignificant. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated. He could seek to be a disciple, but Lu Xuan might not accept him. If Lu Xuan refused, he would be left in an awkward predicament. After all, Lu Xuan had descended upon the Yi family specifically for Yi Chun. After some contemplation, the elder of the Yi family relinquished his thoughts. At that moment, as a quasi-imperial elder, he felt a deep and genuine envy. Just then, Yi Chun, suppressing his aura, respectfully bowed to Lu Xuan, saying, "Master, thank you." Lu Xuan smiled and advised him to remember to practice diligently, stating that he had no other demands. Oh, and perhaps learn to cook as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was nearly moved to tears. Such was the nature of a master. He had given so much while asking for nothing in return. The Desolate Heaven art was incredibly powerful, and he was confident that with this technique, he could sweep aside all other prodigies and rise triumphantly. Suddenly, Yi Chun pondered that since his master so casually bestowed this technique upon him, it must signify that he was indeed more formidable than that man in the green robe. A wave of shock surged within Yi Chun. Just how powerful was his master? Had he transcended the imperial realm? While Yi Chun was lost in thought, the elder of the Yi family, filled with excitement, inquired, "Chun'er, did Lu Fengzhu bestow upon you anything else?" This was not out of greed. He was genuinely eager to witness more treasures. In his lifetime, he had never been so close to so many precious artifacts. Yi Chun smiled and replied, "Elder, my master also gifted me a seed of a rare heavenly flame, the bone-chilling ghost fire." As he spoke, with a mere thought, a wisp of grayish-white flame danced at his fingertips, flickering gently. Instantly, the temperature within the main hall plummeted, as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. The members of the Yi family were once again astounded. A seed of a rare heavenly flame. Many emperors coveted such treasures. Once this item came to light, even emperors would fight fiercely over it. Lu Xuan had actually given this to Yi Chun. Even more significantly, this flame seed could grow alongside Yi Chun, possessing virtually no limits. The elder of the Yi family patted his chest, struggling to regain his composure, and cautioned, "Chun'er, while these treasures may be trivial to Lu Fengzhu, should they attract the attention of other quasi-imperial or imperial powerhouses from the southern wilderness, it could bring you peril. Innocent men can suffer for possessing precious stones. You must not reveal this heavenly flame seed carelessly." Yi Chun nodded, "Elder, I understand." The elder of the Yi family, licking his lips, excitedly asked, "Is there more?" Yi Chun replied, "Elder, there's another secret. My cultivation level rose from the Qi refinement realm to the Xianhuang realm in just 7 days. My master gave me a heavenly grade purification pill." What? The members of the Yi family sprang from their seats, their faces flushed with excitement. A heavenly grade purification pill. They could not afford a single one even if they sold the entire Yi family. Just how profound was Lu Xuan's foundation? The treasures he casually produced were earth-shattering. It was not that they lacked experience. These treasures were simply too extraordinary. Even the most powerful factions, like the Qin family or the Supreme Xian sect, could hardly bestow such riches upon their disciples. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lu Fengzhu. They were utterly impressed, truly awed. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyao and the Royal Dragon Guards were equally dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that Lu Xuan would present such outrageous gifts? These treasures were simply beyond comprehension. Ji Fuyao gazed intently at Lu Xuan, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. Previously, when she was on Qingxian Peak, Lu Xuan had given her a heavenly grade supreme Dao foundation pill, followed by a 6-star imperial technique, burning heaven art. She thought that was an incredible stroke of fortune. She felt completely satisfied. Yet, to her surprise, her master had bestowed so many treasures upon her junior brother Yi Chun. For some reason, A flicker of envy stirred within her heart. Compared to Yi Chun, the gifts her master had given her seemed rather meager. At this moment, the three elders of the Yi family, their faces flushed, continued to inquire, "Chener, is there more? Is there more?" Yi Chen's face twitched. He responded, "No more. This is already too much. What else could I want?" He felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Xuan chuckled lightly. "Who said there is nothing more? Once we return to Qingxian Peak, I shall present you with another gift." He still had a sky-swallowing alchemy furnace stored in his system space. This was not only an alchemy furnace, but could also serve as a weapon of imperial caliber. If upon returning to Qingxian Peak, Yi Chen proved to have an aptitude for alchemy through Yaoyan's tests, it would not be impossible for him to pursue both alchemy and martial arts. At that point, Yi Chen would walk the dual paths of alchemy and martial arts. Meanwhile, the elders of the Yi family gasped in astonishment. My heavens! They could no longer contain their excitement. Lu Xuan was also going to gift another treasure? Yi Chen, feeling a bit shy, said, "Master, this is a bit too much. Perhaps you could give it to senior sister." Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she endeavored to rein in her emotions. When Yi Chen mentioned that Lu Xuan would give him another treasure, her mindset shifted slightly. Was it truly too much to bestow upon her junior brother Yi Chen? Her master could not play favorites. Despite having been an emperor in her past life, every treasure Lu Xuan gifted was extraordinary, and she found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. In her previous life, she had been a one-star emperor, yet Lu Xuan's treasures were all of higher star imperial caliber. Noticing Ji Fuyao's expression, Lu Xuan smiled. He suddenly realized that compared to Yi Chun, the gifts he had given Ji Fuyao did seem a bit sparse. However, that was of little consequence. There would be plenty more in the future. Lu Xuan smiled gently. "Fuyao, Yi Chun, rest assured. What I have given thus far is merely a drop in the ocean. As long as you both work diligently, I possess many treasures." He began to weave grand visions. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao inclined her graceful neck slightly and replied, "Master, I will." Yi Chen clenched his fists, declaring, "Master, I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently." Lu Xuan nodded approvingly. Shortly afterward, Ji Fuyao conveyed some matters to the elders of the Yi family and bid them farewell. Qing Yan, Wang Man, and the other royal dragon guards departed for the headquarters of the drunken immortal pavilion in Sangzhou. Wang Man's eyes sparkled with determination. "Your Majesty, we shall ascertain the drunken immortal pavilion's stance. Should they refuse, we have no qualms about erasing their presence from Sangzhou." Ji Fuyao nodded in agreement. As she was leaving, Yi Changfeng patted Yi Chen's shoulder, saying, "Chener, upon entering the great Dao sect, you must work diligently and heed your master's words." Yi Chen nodded earnestly, whispering, "Father, I will definitely strive to cultivate. One day, I shall enter the medicine family and rescue my mother." Yi Changfeng's body trembled suddenly, his voice quivering as he replied, "Good." With Yi Chen taking Lu Xuan as his master, and Lu Xuan being so powerful, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The medicine family was a dominant force in the southern wilderness. The gap between them and the Yi family was vast. Yet with Lu Xuan present, he and Yi Chen now possessed the leverage to negotiate with the medicine family. He firmly believed that under Lu Xuan's guidance, Yi Chen would one day rescue his mother, and their family would be reunited. With this thought in mind, Yi Changfeng smiled and said, "Chener, go ahead." Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lu Xuan produced a communication jade slip and handed it to Yi Changfeng, saying, "Just in case, if the Qin family dares to make a move against the Yi family, send me a message." Yi Changfeng accepted the jade slip, his excitement evident as he nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chen, Lu Xuan, and Ji Fuyao departed from the Yi family. The trio promptly headed to the teleportation array near Qingcheng, preparing to leave Qingcheng and return to the Dao sect. Boom. As they stepped out of the teleportation array, Yi Chen gazed at the vanishing Qingcheng, feeling a moment of disorientation. The events of the past few days had indeed been surreal. Once he entered the Dao sect, he vowed to devote himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, at the Nangong family, Nangong Beiqiu and his entourage returned to their clan, and he immediately took Nangong by Shui to the ancestral grounds. The ancestral site was vast and mysterious, adorned with shimmering Dao patterns that flowed continuously, exuding an air of enigma. Within several caves, a formidable pressure of quasi-emperor level power permeated the atmosphere. Here, several quasi-emperor ancestors lay in slumber. Nangong Beiqiu respectfully paid his respects to the ancestral grounds, exclaiming, "Old ancestor, Something serious has occurred. Instantly, a voice emerged from within one of the caves, the aura of a quasi-emperor retracting. Ah, Bai Shui has returned. Come in. Upon hearing this, the father-daughter duo stepped into the cave of the quasi-emperor ancestor. Inside the cave, an elderly man clad in gray robes sat cross-legged on a mat, his hands weaving intricate seals as an ancient and profound power coalesced, gradually becoming formless. Nangong Bai Shui recounted the events that transpired at the Yi family to the ancestor. The gray-robed elder slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing with concern. Is it truly so? Yi Chun has indeed cultivated, and has even reached the Xianhuang realm? Even Bai Shui is no match for him? At this moment, Nangong Bai Shui burst into tears, letting two streams of clear tears cascade down her cheeks as she threw herself into the elder's embrace, sobbing, "Old ancestor, you must stand up for me. That way dares to treat me this way. This is the first time I've ever been struck." The gray-robed elder gently patted Nangong Bai Shui's back, saying, There. This matter requires careful deliberation." Nangong Bai Shui frowned and replied, "Old ancestor, I can inform Qin Xiao and have the Qin family take action to eliminate the Yi family." The gray-robed elder shook his head, interjecting, "That is not advisable." Nangong Bai Shui asked, "Why not?" The elder explained, "The current Yi Chun is not the Yi Chun of the past. Firstly, he has become a disciple of the Dao sect. Although Lu Xuan is known as a waste, he is still affiliated with the Dao sect, a power that our Nangong family cannot afford to provoke. Secondly, if you were to inform Qin Xiao of this matter, even if the Qin family acted, they would lose face. After all, many forces are aware of your engagement with Yi Chen, and given your humiliation at the Yi family, should the Yi family be destroyed, the Qin family would face criticism from other major forces." Nangong Bai Shui gritted her teeth and declared, "Then what shall we do? I want that waste Yi Chen dead right now." Chapter 42. Come up and act on your own. The elder in the gray robe chuckled, remarking that the Qin family and the Yi family were not even in the same league. Opportunities abound. As for your altercation with Yi Chen, do not disclose this to Qin Xiao. If you do, the Qin family may perceive our Nangong family as incompetent. Nangong Bai Shui inquired, "But if we remain silent, what if the Yi family spreads the news?" The elder sneered, "That is impossible. The elder of the Yi family is not foolish, should this matter come to light. The Qin family will undoubtedly intervene." At that moment, Nangong Bai Shui furrowed his brows and asked, "Elder, has the Yi family found some kind of backing?" Upon my entry into the Yi family, I distinctly sensed a change. The elder in the gray robe pondered for a moment. It is highly probable. The power within Yi Chun is something even the elder of the Yi family cannot resolve. There must be a formidable figure involved. Nangong Bai Shui's expression turned icy. That wretched waste. Yi Chun, how could he possess such fortune? She clenched her fists, her rage palpable. She truly wished to eliminate Yi Chun on the spot. The elder sighed, "In this world, there exists a predetermined fate. The bond between you and Yi Chun has already been severed. However, the Yi family has embarked on a path to ruin. Bai Shui, rest assured, the Yi family will undoubtedly perish. That scoundrel Yi Bai Chun. I indeed had some connections with him in an ancient secret realm, yet now he stands idly by as Yi Chun faces disgrace. My ties with him are now irrevocably severed." Nangong Bai Shui frowned. "Elder, you should not have arranged the betrothal between me and Yi Chun with that old man." The elder's countenance darkened. "Indeed, this is my fault. At that time, having narrowly escaped from the ancient secret realm, we were elated and discussed the family's talents without much thought, leading to your engagement." Nangong Bai Shui pouted in frustration. "Although that waste, Yi Chen, can now cultivate again. He pales in comparison to my husband, Qin Xiao. No, to compare that waste to Qin Xiao is an insult to my husband." The elder nodded, gazing at Nangong Bai Shui with boundless expectation. "Bai Shui, the future of the Nangong family rests upon your shoulders. Do not concern yourself with Yi Chen and the Yi family. Yi Chen is doomed, and the Yi family will surely fall. Your task now is to firmly secure Qin Xiao and establish a stronghold in the Tai Shangxian sect." Nangong Bai Shui nodded. "Understood, elder." Just then, a jade slip from her spatial ring vibrated gently. She retrieved the jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. A middle-aged man's voice gradually emerged. "Bai Shui, how has the matter of withdrawing from the marriage with the Yi family progressed?" The speaker was none other than Nangong Bai Shui's master, Yunao Dansheng. Nangong Bai Shui hesitated for a moment before replying. "Master, it has been handled." Yunao Dansheng responded nonchalantly. "Good, then return to the sect as soon as possible. In 3 months, I will conduct special training for you. Nangong by Shui was taken aback. Special training? Master, is there something amiss? Yinyao Dansheng smiled. The century-old alchemy exchange conference will commence in 3 months. This time, it will be held at the Dan Peak of the Didao sect. And I will take you there. Didao sect, Dan Peak. Upon hearing the name of the Didao sect, Nangong by Shui's heart tightened. Yi Chun is also in the Didao sect. What a pity, that waste cannot even concoct pills. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to trample him. Unfortunately, Yinyao Dansheng continued. By Shui, return to the sect within 3 days. Nangong by Shui nodded. Master, I shall obey. After putting away the jade slip, she conveyed this matter to the elder and her father. The elder in the gray robe's gaze turned murky. What a coincidence. Nangong by Shui displayed a look of disgust. Elder, I truly do not wish to see that waste again. He repulses me. If I must encounter him, I wish to see nothing but the corpse of that waste. Yi Chun, the elder spoke solemnly. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Yi Chun's fate is already sealed. For the next 3 months, focus on learning the art of alchemy under your master. Then, when you reach the Didao sect, astonish the other talents. Nangong by Shui nodded. Understood, elder. Soon after, she departed from her family and utilized the teleportation array to head towards the Tai Shangxian sect. At the Didao sect, on the Qingxian peak, the sect leader, draped in a gray robe, descended with a thunderous presence. Where is everyone? Why have they not yet returned? Both Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao's abodes were empty. The sect leader knew that Ji Fuyao had taken on a sect mission and had gone out. But what of Lu Xuan? What could he be doing? The sect leader was at a loss. What business does a qi refining stage cultivator have outside the sect? Nearly a month has passed. Fortunately, within the Didao Hall, the soul tokens of Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao remained undisturbed. This indicated that they were safe. The sect leader inspected the grass hut. Inside, numerous bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. Upon seeing this, his irritation surged. A cultivator who cannot even practice fasting. What is the point of their cultivation? Consuming some spirit beast meat might be acceptable, but Lu Xuan eats daily. Who can tolerate that? The crux of the matter is that he has led Ji Fuyao astray. With this thought, the sect leader sighed deeply. However, due to Ji Fuyao's influence, Elder Tsongxian had ordered that Lu Xuan no longer be constrained. Thus, he could not use this incident to reprimand Lu Xuan. Shaking his head, the sect leader prepared to leave Qingxian Peak. Suddenly, a brilliant divine light shot up into the sky from outside Qingxian Peak, soaring toward its direction. The sect leader's consciousness swept over, and he was momentarily stunned. Lu Xuan has returned. Ji Fuyao has also returned. They actually came back together. The sect leader frowned slightly. Muttering to himself, could it be that Lu Xuan sought out Ji Fuyao? Wait a moment. Who is that other young man? Boom. Moments later, Lu Xuan, Ji Fuyao, and Yi Chun landed on Qingxian Peak. Upon seeing the sect leader, Lu Xuan appeared somewhat surprised. The sect leader intended to probe Lu Xuan's cultivation level, but found it shrouded by a force. He grimaced. So, Lu Xuan has truly taken a liking to this sensation of concealing his cultivation? He then turned his gaze to Ji Fuyao, asking with pleasant surprise, Fuyao, your cultivation has actually broken through to the first level of the Xianzun realm. Ji Fuyao smiled lightly. This time of external training has granted me some opportunities. The sect leader nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied. Very good, very good. Your aura seems somewhat restrained. It appears you have gained significantly. Meanwhile, Yi Chun observed the sect leader, somewhat bewildered. Is the sect leader merely at the Saint King realm? Judging by the sect leader's demeanor, he seems to favor the senior sister more. The sect leader appears to be somewhat neglectful of his master. At that moment, the sect leader looked at Lu Xuan, puzzled. What have you been up to for this past month? Lu Xuan replied casually, I went out for a stroll, to enjoy the scenery and such. The sect leader's face was filled with confusion. After a brief silence, the sect leader solemnly said, Lu Xuan, you are merely at the qi refining stage. Do not wander about aimlessly when there is nothing to do. The southern wilderness is vast and chaotic. Your cultivation level puts you in danger wherever you go. Lu Xuan replied, understood. Yi Chun's expression twitched. What? His master is a top-tier powerhouse in the southern wilderness. The master's strength has surpassed his comprehension. Yet, the sect leader seems unaware. In that moment, Yi Chun finally understood why, over the years, Lu Xuan had been criticized and belittled by the Didao sect and many powerful factions. His master is just too low-key, clearly so strong, yet unwilling to reveal his cultivation. Indeed, the master's realm is far too high for him to comprehend. The sect leader, employing a wisp of his divine perception, scrutinized Yi Chun, and after a moment, he was utterly astonished. Yi Chun's physique was immaculate and pristine, his foundation virtually flawless. Despite being merely 16 years of age, he had already achieved the mid-stage of the profound sovereign realm, and his cultivation base was remarkably solid. A subtle, enigmatic aura emanated from Yi Chun, one that the sect leader found inscrutable. Where did this prodigy come from? The sect leader turned to Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, did you bring back this genius? Lu Xuan was taken aback. What? Shouldn't he be asking me? Ji Fuyao offered a radiant smile. Sect leader, this is a disciple accepted by my master. The sect leader furrowed his brow, regarding Lu Xuan with disbelief. What? A disciple of yours, Lu Xuan? Lu Xuan affirmed. Indeed. Yi Chun stepped forward and greeted the sect leader respectfully. Greetings, sect leader. My name is Yi Chun, and I am my master's second disciple. The sect leader responded with a non-committal "oh." He found it difficult to believe that Lu Xuan had brought him back. After all, Lu Xuan was merely at the qi refining stage. What could he possibly offer to attract such a prodigy? His brief examination had led him to conclude that this young man's talent rivaled that of Ji Fuyao. Not even the entirety of the Azure Profound Sage's legacy could entice such a talent to become Lu Xuan's disciple. Therefore, there must be a hidden reason. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon the sect leader. After Ji Fuyao's departure, Lu Xuan had also left. Ji Fuyao had ties to the Fuyao Dynasty, but she wished to conceal them. Thus, Lu Xuan accompanied her when she left the sect. In reality, Yi Chun must be closely connected to Ji Fuyao. Upon their return, he feigned discipleship under Lu Xuan. With this thought, the sect leader felt everything made sense. No wonder Lu Xuan had left the sect. No wonder Ji Fuyao had evaded the pursuit of the Sage Guardian. It was because Ji Fuyao had gone to find this genius. The sect leader smiled faintly, having deduced the entire sequence of events. However, since Ji Fuyao claimed that Lu Xuan had brought him back, he would not expose the truth. The Great Tao sect had gained another talented disciple, which was a positive development. As for Lu Xuan, he was merely providing cover for Ji Fuyao. The sect leader said with a smile, Lu Xuan, well done. You have brought back a talented disciple. Later, have Yi Chun visit Elder Mu at the Great Tao Hall to assess his talent and receive his identity token from our Great Tao sect. Yi Chun looked at Lu Xuan, who nodded in agreement. Go later. The sect leader looked at Ji Fuyao with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Ji Fuyao, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, did not quite understand the sect leader's meaning. The sect leader patted Lu Xuan's shoulder. Lu Xuan, old ancestor Xuan has instructed me not to interfere in your affairs any longer. You are free to do as you please within the Great Tao sect. Lu Xuan inquired. I can go wherever I want? The sect leader replied, as you wish. Do whatever you please. After all, you are merely at the qi refining stage. What trouble could you possibly cause? Lu Xuan was speechless for a moment, then shrugged. Never mind, I still prefer to stay on Azure Profound Peak. The sect leader smiled faintly, having seen through Lu Xuan's nature. A lazy person who would never stand when he could sit, and never sit when he could lie down. Even when engaging in intimate acts, he would likely say, get on top and do it yourself. He had no ambition and was content to laze around. Nevertheless, the sect leader was in high spirits, as Ji Fuyao had brought back a peerless genius. He smiled at Yi Chun and said, very well. I will await you at the Great Tao Hall. Your senior sister has already resonated with the Great Tao Bell, a treasure of our Great Tao sect. I eagerly anticipate the extent of your talent. Chapter 43, The Forceful Abduction of Yi Chun. I eagerly anticipate the extent of your cultivation talent. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a surge of anxiety. If his cultivation aptitude was not exceptional, would he not bring shame to his master? After all, the senior sister had resonated with the esteemed treasure of the Great Tao sect, the Grand Tao Bell. Soon, the sect leader rose into the air, a divine rainbow appearing beneath his feet as he gracefully departed. Ji Fuyao said, Master, I will first head to the mission hall to submit a task. Lu Xuan nodded. Go ahead. Once Ji Fuyao had left, Lu Xuan turned to Yi Chun, stating, all right, Yi Chun, choose a cave dwelling, make your preparations, and then proceed to the Great Tao Hall. Yi Chun nodded. Master, where have you and senior sister chosen your cave dwellings? Lu Xuan pointed in a direction. Yi Chun selected a cave dwelling adjacent to Lu Xuan's. Shortly after, Yi Chun exited his cave, bowed to Lu Xuan, who tossed him a jade slip, saying, here, take this. It is the map of the Great Tao sect. Yi Chun accepted it, probing it with his spiritual energy, and immediately soared into the air. a divine rainbow forming beneath his feet as he flew towards the great Tao Hall. He gazed far and wide, witnessing the great Tao sect, which spanned tens of thousands of miles, vast and boundless, with spiritual peaks rising abruptly, rich in spiritual energy and shrouded in purple mist. Auspicious magical beasts soared in the skies, emitting melodious cries, while countless cave dwellings dotted the landscape, appearing like a celestial paradise under the billowing clouds. In the distance, numerous towering palaces shimmered with resplendent Tao patterns, glittering like stars, and the entire great Tao sect exuded an overwhelming aura, suffused with crimson light, magnificent and grand. Yi Chun sighed inwardly. Is this truly the great Tao sect, the dominant force of the southern wilderness? Soon, Yi Chun arrived at the great Tao Hall. Deep within, Old Mu, clad in a gray robe, emanated a faint authority as he sat behind a wooden table, while the sect leader watched Yi Chun with a smile. Yi Chun, you have arrived. This is Old Mu. Yi Chun respectfully bowed to the sect leader and then to Old Mu, greeting them both. Old Mu extended his right hand, a wisp of divine light shooting towards Yi Chun. Moments later, Old Mu's murky gaze became clear, his face revealing mild astonishment. Yi Chun's foundation is exceptionally perfect. His cultivation essence is refined, his bones crystalline, and his inner world immaculate. At such a young age, he possesses such a flawless physique. Observing Old Mu's expression, the sect leader smiled, indicating that even Old Mu was astonished. The sect leader inquired, Yi Chun, from which force do you hail? Yi Chun replied, Qingzhou, Qingcheng, the Yi family. The sect leader frowned slightly. Qingzhou? A weathered jade slip appeared in his hand, and with a thought, brilliant spiritual patterns surged forth, instantly revealing a phantom map of the southern wilderness. The vast expanse of the southern wilderness was dotted with numerous large states, twinkling like stars. Soon, the sect leader pinpointed the location of Qingzhou. Compared to other continents, Qingzhou was pitifully small, rather remote. As the sect leader continued to examine the map, he noted that the prominent forces marked were entirely devoid of the Yi family. It appeared the Yi family was not a significant power in Qingzhou. A hint of bitterness crossed Yi Chen's face. Sect leader, my Yi family is considered a major power in Qingcheng, but it does not rank in Qingzhou. It is known that each state generally harbors an emperor-level force, and Qingzhou is no exception. The Yi family is merely a quasi-emperor-level force, and thus holds little significance here. The sect leader nodded, retracting the ancient jade slip. Ah, I see. Old Mu produced a token and handed it to Yi Chun. This is the identity token of our great Tao sect. Once you return to Qingxian Peak, you can activate it. Upon activation, you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Once the oath is established, you will officially be a disciple of our great Tao sect. Yi Chun accepted the identity token, expressing his gratitude to Old Mu. Old Mu added, this token grants access to information about our sect's martial arts pavilion, secret realms, trial towers, and much more, while also recording your contribution points. You may study it upon your return. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. The sect leader smiled. All right, Yi Chun. Let us proceed to the Talent Stone Tablet. The Talent Stone Tablet. This is a treasure used to test disciples' talents at the Great Tao Hall. Moments later, the sect leader and Old Mu led Yi Chun into the air, divine lights swirling beneath them as they flew towards the Talent Stone Tablet. Along the way, the sect leader notified the other peak masters. Upon hearing the news, many peak masters began to chatter, some expressing grievances. What? Another unparalleled genius has arrived at Qingxian Peak. Did Ji Fuyao bring him back? I must see the Talent Stone Tablet immediately. In an instant, on the Pill Peak, Misty Peak, Body Refinement Peak, and many other spiritual peaks, dazzling auras flickered as numerous saint kings and saints made their way towards the Talent Stone Tablet. Boom. Old Mu and the sect leader landed before the Talent Stone Tablet with Yi Chun. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why have so many people suddenly arrived? The master of the Pill Peak scrutinized Yi Chun and remarked, is this the disciple Ji Fuyao brought back? He appears to possess commendable talent and foundation. The saint from the Sword Peak's eyes sparkled with brilliance, proclaiming, this child should join my Sword Peak and cultivate the supreme sword path. The saint from the Body Refinement Peak shook his head. No. With such a perfect physique, he must embark on the path of body refinement and restore the glory of our lineage. Before Yi Chun could even test his talent, the peak masters were already vying for him. Old Mu waved his hand lightly. Enough. Let Yi Chun test his talent first. Feeling the tension, Yi Chun grew anxious. Was it merely a test of cultivation talent? Why was it attracting so many saint kings and saints? Soon, Yi Chun stood before the talent stone tablet, channeling his spiritual energy as he placed his palm upon it. Whoosh! A chilling sensation surged through him, and Yi Chun felt a moment of disorientation. The talent stone tablet erupted in an intense radiance, causing Yi Chun's eyes to widen as the dazzling light nearly blinded him, shooting skyward. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 90 zhang, 100 zhang. The terrifying divine light surged into the depths of the void, illuminating the heavens like a colossal sun, creating a towering beam of light in the vicinity. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood frozen in place. 100 zhang of radiance. This signified that Yi Chun's talent was extraordinarily monstrous. In the next moment, the great Dao sect's treasure, the Grand Dao Bell, suddenly manifested in the void, its resonant chime echoing throughout the great Dao sect. In an instant, the entire great Dao sect was stirred. Countless divine senses and thoughts reached out into the void, revealing an ancient bell that loomed large, as if a small mountain. Its surface bore the marks of time, and the intricate, ancient Dao patterns flowed with a faint luminescence. As the Grand Dao Bell rang, its sound was ethereal and profound, cleansing the hearts of all who heard it, providing a sense of tranquility and clarity. Everyone was utterly astonished. What had transpired? What could possibly have triggered the manifestation of the great Dao Bell? Someone exclaimed, "Look! At the place of the talent steel, 100 zhang of divine radiance illuminates the void." The crowd stood in stunned silence. Had the Dao sect given rise to another exceptional prodigy? Terrifying. At that moment, at the talent steel, the onlookers gazed at Yi Chun, their hearts stirred once more. Yi Chun's talent had indeed invoked the great Dao Bell, just like Fuyao. A fervent flame ignited in the eyes of many peak masters, eager to unravel Yi Chun layer by layer. Yi Chun's body trembled slightly. The sect master's voice quivered with excitement. Excellent. 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 Yi Chun, your talent rivals that of Fuyao, who also resonated with the great Dao Bell. Yi Chun sighed in relief. He had not embarrassed his master. That was sufficient. He raised his gaze towards the depths of the void where the great Dao Bell resided. Feeling a profound tremor within him, it was evidently an imperial artifact of high rank. After several breaths, the great Dao Bell gradually vanished into the void. Suddenly, a majestic quasi-imperial aura quietly emanated from the hidden depths of the Dao sect, rushing towards the talent steel. Upon witnessing this, the sect master and others respectfully bowed. Changsheng, old ancestor. Boom. An ethereal figure coalesced. A sprightly elder in gray robes appeared before Yi Chun, a projection of a quasi-imperial being. Changsheng, old ancestor, stroked his beard and smiled lightly, surveying Yi Chun from head to toe. Not bad. Not bad. Our Dao sect has gained another extraordinary prodigy. At that moment, the master of the Pill Peak stepped forward. Yi Chun, do you wish to join my Pill Peak and take me as your master? Before he could finish, the master of the Sword Peak pushed him aside. Yi Chun, I perceive a trace of martial intent within you. Cultivate the Sword Dao and join the Sword Peak. Your future achievements will be immeasurable. The master of the Battle Peak chimed in cheerfully. The Battle Peak has nurtured many emperors. We have profound foundations. Join the Battle Peak. Instantly, the scene became somewhat chaotic, as everyone vied to take Yi Chun as their disciple. Yi Chun rubbed his nose and respectfully bowed to the many peak masters. Esteemed seniors, I apologize, but I already have a master, and I cannot leave Master Lu Xuan. As his words fell, the area fell into an immediate silence. The crowd frowned slightly. Lu Xuan, a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, what can he teach you? Such talent must not be buried under Lu Xuan's hands. Now that Fuyao has remained at the Changsheng Peak, we cannot let Lu Xuan squander you as well. Yi Chun's face twitched. It seemed the many seniors of the Dao sect harbored deep misunderstandings about his master. His master was too low-key and never explained himself. No wonder, over the years, Lu Xuan's reputation as the Waste Peak Master had spread widely. The sect master chuckled, seizing Yi Chun. Yi Chun, come with me to the other spiritual peaks. You cannot remain at Changsheng Peak any longer. Chapter 44. Cling to Lu Xuan's coattails. This disciple of yours absolutely cannot remain on Azure Peak any longer. Upon hearing this, the various peak masters concurred with a nod. Rumble. Instantly, the assembly soared into the firmament, divine rainbows erupting and surging towards Azure Peak, their resplendent trails illuminating numerous spiritual peaks. Many elders and disciples were stirred. Is that the sect leader, Elder Mu, Ancestor Changsheng, and the peak masters? Which spiritual peak are they heading towards? Look closely. Isn't that youth the very prodigy who resonated with the Grand Dao Bell? Heavens! In just a few months, two such monstrous talents have emerged, and now this new genius. Who is he? Meanwhile, Lu Xuan reclined in front of his thatched hut, basking in the sun's embrace. Having just completed her assigned task, returned. Master, the task is finished. I've earned 10,000 contribution points. Lu Xuan smiled. Excellent. Inclined her fair neck, her eyes gleaming with brilliance. That junior brother resonated with the Grand Dao Bell was not entirely unexpected. Lu Xuan nodded. Both of you possess exceptional talent. Grumble. Lu Xuan's stomach suddenly voiced its discontent, offered a radiant smile, and entered the hut. Master, I shall prepare a meal presently. Lu Xuan acquiesced. Very well. Rumble. In the distance, a cataclysmic divine radiance bore down upon Azure Peak, its terrifying force akin to an overwhelming tidal wave. Soon, the sect leader, accompanied by Yi Chun and the rest, descended upon Azure Peak. Lu Xuan slowly rose from his recliner. The assembly frowned subtly, finding Lu Xuan lounging about upon their arrival. This fellow has completely resigned himself, abandoning cultivation altogether. A flicker of annoyance ignited within them. Lu Xuan inquired leisurely, sect leader, is Yu Chen's talent not up to par? I noticed he resonated with the Grand Dao Bell. The sect leader nodded, his gaze fervent. We have come precisely for this matter. Lu Xuan appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Suddenly, the peak master of Pill Peak furrowed his brow deeply. Is cooking? Lu Xuan chuckled. Indeed, it's nearly mealtime. The peak masters exchanged incredulous glances. This is a peerless genius. And you have cooking? What kind of master are you? Teaching is out of the question. But exploitation is in full swing. A surge of indignation welled up within them. This is excessive. The sect leader's face twitched as he addressed the others. In truth, I've been aware of this matter for some time, but I refrained from informing you. The peak masters lamented. Sect leader, you should have told us sooner. This is simply outrageous. Emerged from the hut, offering a slight bow to the assembly. Sect leader, my master is not to blame. This is entirely of my own volition. The assembly fell into silence, casting stern glares at Lu Xuan. What has Lu Xuan said to? She's been completely brainwashed. They now realized that, despite his myriad shortcomings, Lu Xuan possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. If had become their disciple, they couldn't guarantee such unwavering obedience. She was utterly devoted. Ancestor Changsheng sighed. Enough. As I've stated before, shall continue to cultivate under Lu Xuan's tutelage. Lu Xuan can do as he pleases. Please carry on. The assembly was taken aback. There was no denying that Lu Xuan's treatment was unprecedented in the history of the Grand Dao sect. Ancestor Changsheng was now giving Lu Xuan free rein. A Qi refinement cultivator serving as the master of a great emperor candidate. This must be a first in the southern wilderness. With this thought, the assembly glared at Ancestor Changsheng, their teeth grinding. Ancestor, Yi Chun must not remain on Azure Peak. Hearing this, Ancestor Changsheng nodded and turned to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, allow Yi Chun to join another spiritual peak. Lu Xuan was taken aback. Yi Chun is already my disciple. Ancestor Changsheng coughed twice. Ahem. You can relinquish him. Lu Xuan smiled, then asked Yi Chun himself. A wave of elation washed over the assembly as they turned their attention to Yi Chun. Suddenly, Yi Chun rushed towards Lu Xuan, clinging tightly to his leg. Master, I won't go anywhere. I want to stay on Azure Peak. Master is the real deal. These quasi-emperor ancestors and Saint King Peak masters are mere juniors in his presence. How could he possibly leave Azure Peak to join another spiritual peak? Witnessing this scene, the assembly was utterly dumbfounded. What's wrong with you, Yi Chun? What is it about Lu Xuan that's so appealing? There's a whole host of Saint Kings and Saints here, yet you choose the weakest of them all. Isn't this absurd? Ancestor Changsheng's face twitched. In his millennia of cultivation, he had never encountered such a situation. He couldn't comprehend it. Lu Xuan spread his hands helplessly. Ancestor, you see, there's nothing I can do. The assembly was speechless. Is this kid putting on an act? At that moment, Yi Chun rose slowly and offered a deep bow to the assembly. Ancestor, I have long since become my master's disciple. Had I not encountered my master, I would have gladly joined another spiritual peak. However, the master-disciple ceremony has been completed, and tradition cannot be disregarded. Therefore, I apologize for disappointing all of you. Lu Xuan was slightly surprised. This kid knows how to talk. The ancestors exchanged glances. This kid is truly stubborn. Just like, having reached this point, they could only swallow their pride and forcefully take Yu Chen away. The peak masters reached out to seize Yichen, offering a faint smile. This is not up to you. Lu Xuan was stunned. Are they even shameless? Yichen doesn't want to go, and they're going to forcibly abduct him. Seeing this, Yichen frantically resisted. Esteemed seniors, even if you take me away, my body may be on your spiritual peak, but my heart will remain on Azure Peak. Upon hearing this, the assembly hesitated, embarrassed to proceed. This kid is too headstrong. He's been successfully brainwashed by Lu Xuan. Ancestor Changsheng sighed softly. Let it be for now. Allow Yi Chun to cultivate on Azure Peak for a while and observe. Lu Xuan smiled. Another wager? Ancestor Changsheng's face darkened. No wager. The peak masters glanced at Ancestor Changsheng, unwilling to concede. But with the matter settled, and Yi Chun having spoken his mind, they had no choice but to accept it. The sect leader took a deep breath. We shall revisit this matter at a later date. The assembly prepared to depart. Lu Xuan asked, would you like to stay for a meal before you leave? It's almost ready. The assembly immediately took to the skies, not wanting to speak to Lu Xuan any further. Infuriating. All he knows is how to eat. Soon, Ancestor Changsheng and the rest departed from Azure Peak. Watching their departing figures, Lu Xuan patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. Yi Chun, well said. Yi Chun blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before long, brought out the steaming dishes. Today's meal consisted of stir-fried fire beast meat, cold spirit herbs. The trio began to eat. Offered a radiant smile. Master, why not reveal your emperor-level cultivation directly? Who would dare to disapprove of you then? Yi Chun also looked at Lu Xuan. Yes, master. Lu Xuan's face twitched. He wants to reveal it too. But the truth is, he's not an emperor-level cultivator. Lu Xuan realized that, in his two disciples' eyes, he was already invincible. But now, he had no choice but to continue the charade. Lu Xuan said leisurely, if they knew, they would surely burden me with tasks. Why bother? Yi Chun and exchanged knowing smiles. Understood. He's simply too lazy, or rather, too detached. Yi Chun said, senior sister. I shall begin learning to cook tomorrow. Nodded. Very well. Soon, after finishing their meal, Lu Xuan reclined contentedly in his chair, gazing at the scenery on the horizon. Now, another person has joined Qingxian Peak, creating a sense of warmth akin to that of a family. This feeling is truly delightful. As if time stands still and all is well. My heart is tranquil. At this moment, Yaoan emerged from Yi Chen's jade pendant, saying, Master Lu, I apologize for disturbing your rest. We should expedite the assessment of Yi Chen's alchemical talent to better plan his cultivation path. Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Yi Chen, follow me. The three entered the cave dwelling. Yaoyan and Yi Chun were immediately captivated by Lu Xuan's whimsical poetry and his depiction of Jiang Taigong fishing with a net. They were left speechless. Could such ideas truly originate from a human mind? It felt peculiar, yet enlightening. Truly, Lu Xuan is remarkable. Yaoyan turned to Yi Chun and slowly stated, in alchemy, the three most crucial elements are mastery of spiritual herbs, spiritual fire, and soul power. Firstly, mastery of spiritual herbs entails an intimate familiarity with their medicinal properties and characteristics. Secondly, spiritual fire, the higher the grade, the more potent the power it harbors, making the alchemical process significantly more efficient. You already possess the bone-cooling ghost fire, thus fulfilling this requirement. Thirdly, soul power is vital. The control of spiritual fire's heat and temperature is paramount. Each step determines whether the elixir can be successfully refined. Generally, an alchemist's soul power surpasses that of other cultivators of the same rank. Yi Chen nodded attentively, absorbing the information. Yaoyan produced a black jade stone, from which a dark gas swirled continuously. This is a soul stone, used to test soul power. The dark gas within represents soul energy. I will adjust the soul stone to the Shenhuang realm and assess your level of soul power, he explained. Yi Chen inquired, Elder Yao, what must I do? Channel your soul power to impact the soul energy within the stone. The stronger your soul power, the brighter the stone will shine, Yaoyan instructed. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen placed his hand upon the soul stone and began to channel his soul power. In mere moments, the dark gas began to recede. After several breaths, the soul stone transformed into a brilliant white, with all the dark gas dissipating. Yaoyan, astonished, remarked, Chun'er, your soul power is extraordinary. It rivals that of the prodigies of my Yao family. Yi Chun, filled with excitement, asked, Elder Yao, can I practice alchemy? Everything is in place, except for the spiritual herb mastery. Yaoyan replied, producing an ancient jade slip. This is the first volume of our Yao family's herbology. Alchemist ranks are divided into Huang, Run, Yu, Xian, Wang, Di, and Tian levels. If you comprehend this first volume, your mastery of spiritual herbs will reach the Xian level. Yichen questioned. Negong Baiwei entered the Xian level of alchemy within 6 months. What level is that? Yaowen chuckled. That qualifies as a genius in alchemy. However, even within the Xian level, there are 9 grades, and disparities exist among them. Yet, I firmly believe your alchemical talent will undoubtedly surpass Nangong Baiwei's. For the blood of the Yao family flows within you. Yichen nodded earnestly. Elder Yao, Master, I will strive to improve. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. At that moment, a voice from the system rang out. Ding. A time-limited disciple training task has been issued. Elevate Yichen's alchemical prowess to the Xian level within 1 month. Rewards will be distributed based on task completion. Chapter 45. Overthrowing Nangong by Shui. Within a month, elevate Yichen's alchemical skills to the profound tier. Rewards will be distributed based on task completion. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It is known that the path of alchemy is categorized into various levels: yellow tier, human tier, jade tier, profound tier, king tier, earth tier, and heaven tier. To transition from complete ignorance to a profound tier alchemist in just 1 month poses a significant challenge. Yao Yin turned to Lu Xuan and inquired, Lu Peak Master, what do you think about making Chun a jade tier alchemist within a month? Lu Xuan smiled gently and replied, Old Yao, I have a task for you. Make Yichen a profound tier alchemist within a month. How does that sound? Old Yao's expression twitched as he responded, Lu Peak Master, that may prove exceedingly difficult. Lu Xuan chuckled and said, Old Yao, if it were anyone else teaching Yichen, it might be impossible, but with your expertise, it should be a piece of cake, no? Old Yao's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment from such unexpected praise. This commendation came from the esteemed Lu Peak Master, a peak powerhouse. With a hint of excitement, Old Yao declared, Lu Peak Master, I will do my utmost. Yichen clenched his fists and affirmed, Rest assured, Master. Within a month, I shall undoubtedly become a profound tier alchemist. Lu Xuan smiled approvingly. Excellent. You see, this is not merely me exerting pressure on my disciple. It is Yichen's own volition. With a calm demeanor, Lu Xuan continued, Now that you are about to embark on your alchemical journey, I shall present you with the gift I promised. As he spoke, Lu Xuan's thoughts stirred, and the heaven-swallowing furnace materialized before Yichen. Both Yichen and Old Yao were left utterly astounded. The heaven-swallowing furnace, with its ancient and robust corners, exuded an overwhelming aura. Adorned with countless inscriptions depicting mountains and rivers, as well as magnificent creatures, its intricate patterns shimmered, embodying a profound essence of Tao and might. This was merely the sealed state of the heaven-swallowing furnace. Should the seal be lifted, its 6-star Emperor tier status would undoubtedly evoke extraordinary phenomena. Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief. Another Emperor-grade artifact. Just how many does Master possess? Old Yao's voice trembled slightly as he asked, Lu Peak Master, what tier is this Emperor artifact? Lu Xuan replied nonchalantly, It is merely a 6-star Emperor tier. Take it and use it. By the way, this heaven-swallowing furnace not only excels in alchemy, but also possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Old Yao stood dumbfounded, realizing the immense value of a 6-star Emperor tier alchemical furnace. He pondered how many Emperor-grade treasures Lu Xuan had already gifted Yichen. The depth of Lu Xuan's resources was simply staggering. Even the Yao family, as the sovereigns of the southern wilderness, could not compare to Lu Xuan's extravagant generosity. To casually bestow Emperor artifacts and Emperor tier techniques was unheard of. No one in the entire Yao family enjoyed such treatment, not even the divine offspring. Lu Xuan treated Yichen with unparalleled kindness. Old Yao extended his ethereal spiritual form, caressing the heaven-swallowing furnace with palpable excitement. In his lifetime, he had never utilized an Emperor tier alchemical furnace. And now, a novice like Yichen was about to begin using one? The disparity was incomprehensible. With this Emperor tier alchemical furnace, coupled with the seeds of heavenly fire, if he failed to cultivate Yichen into a profound tier alchemist, he would rather dash his head against a wall in despair. Acknowledging this, Old Yao fervently declared, Lu Peak Master, I guarantee that within a month, I will elevate Yichen to the status of a profound tier alchemist. Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. Very well. At this moment, Yichen cautiously inquired, cough, cough. Master, how many Emperor artifacts do you possess? Lu Xuan pondered briefly and replied, None left. This time, I truly have none. Yi Chun pouted in disbelief, convinced that Master possessed many more treasures. Old Yao said, "Chen, let us return to your cave abode. We will begin with the mastery of spiritual fire, and I will slowly impart to you the various techniques of alchemy." Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. "All right." Lu Xuan waved his hand. "Off you go." Once the two departed, he resumed his rest. Exiting Lu Xian's cave, Yi Chen encountered Ji Fuyao emerging from her humble abode. With a smile, Yi Chen announced, "Senior sister, I have promised Master that I will become a profound tier alchemist within a month. When that time comes, I will concoct elixirs for you." Ji Fuyao smiled back. "That sounds wonderful." Yi Chen grinned. "Senior sister, I'm not boasting. But can you guess what marvelous gift Master has bestowed upon me this time?" Ji Fuyao raised an eyebrow and asked, "An emperor artifact?" Yi Chen revealed the heaven-swallowing furnace, exclaiming, "A 6-star emperor tier alchemical furnace, the heaven-swallowing furnace. Not only can it refine elixirs, but it is also a powerful killing treasure." Ji Fuyao gazed at the heaven-swallowing furnace in astonishment, waves of emotion surging within her. A 6-star emperor tier alchemical furnace. Yi Chen then whispered, "Senior sister, does Master's gift to you surpass mine by a significant margin?" Ji Fuyao smiled gently, her starry eyes glimmering. "Not at all." Yi Chen chuckled, unconvinced. He stored the heaven-swallowing furnace and remarked, "It seems I must work even harder." Ji Fuyao beamed brightly and nodded in agreement. Yi Chen declared, "Senior sister, I shall return to my cultivation now. In this coming month, I aim not only to become a profound tier alchemist, but also to advance in my training." Ji Fuyao responded, "Very well." Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Ji Fuyao felt a tempest of emotions surging within her. Just how many emperor artifacts does Master possess? His resources are unfathomably deep. Soon after, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave, calming her mind as she sat cross-legged. Her flowing crimson gown cascaded elegantly, and with her delicate hands, she performed a series of spiritual gestures, summoning a wisp of spiritual fire. She began her cultivation. Meanwhile, within Lu Xian's cave, he reclined leisurely, perusing various texts. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, is enhancing her cultivation. Synchronization commencing. Ding! The host's second disciple's mastery of spiritual herbs is advancing. Synchronization commencing." In an instant, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body, bringing an immense sense of comfort. Simultaneously, insights into the properties and characteristics of various spiritual herbs blossomed within his mind. Lu Xian was astonished. Indeed, knowledge entered his consciousness in a peculiar manner. This sensation was strange yet exhilarating, as he suddenly found himself familiar with several spiritual herbs: 3-star herb, flame herb, dragon flame root, thorny mud moss. Lu Xian murmured, "The mastery of spiritual herbs can also synchronize? Quite impressive." The system responded, "This can be considered a form of enlightenment." Lu Xian nodded. "Oh." He then opened his system panel to review its contents. Host, Lu Xian. Disciples, Empress Fuyao. Yi Chen. Realm, 6th level of Profound Venerable Realm. Techniques, Burning Heaven Decision. Great Tao Scripture. Spiritual Artifacts, none. Insights, Path of Spiritual Fire, Great Perfection. Great Tao Scripture, not yet initiated. Mastery of Spiritual Herbs, not yet initiated. After a brief moment, Lu Xian closed the system and continued to immerse himself in the narrative. How delightful! In the Taishang Xuan Zone, a realm abundant with 10,000 mountains, the peaks shimmered with emerald brilliance, an atmosphere rich with spiritual essence spreading across the surroundings. The spiritual energy surged like tides, and these spiritual peaks bore intricate Tao patterns that flowed with subtle complexity. As a dominant force in the southern wilderness, the Taishang Xuan Zone's territory spanned vast distances, reaching thousands of miles. Amidst the endless spiritual peaks, caves were densely scattered, bathed in radiant light, and the rich spiritual energy enveloped them. Below the peaks, several rivers flowed tumultuously, crashing against the shores with a magnificent roar. This place was a treasure trove of natural wonders, concealing the mysteries of heaven and earth, where auspicious beasts soared through the sky, emanating harmonious sounds of good fortune. Nangong by Shui, clad in an elegant long gown, soared towards Cloud Yang Peak on a shimmering divine rainbow. Inside the cave, Dan Saint of Cloud Yang had been waiting patiently. "Bai Shui, you have returned." The Dan Saint, draped in a gray robe, stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Nangong Bai Shui with a warm smile. "Did the Yi family give you any trouble?" Nangong by Shui hesitated momentarily before responding, no. Yunyang Dansheng nodded, very well. For the next 3 months, you shall remain on Yunyang Peak, by my side, to learn the art of alchemy. Nangong by Shui replied, as you command. With a smile, Yunyang Dansheng elaborated, every century. Numerous formidable factions of the southern wilderness hold an alchemical exchange conference, and this time, it is organized by the Taoist sect. This alchemical exchange has evolved into a stage for the competition of alchemical prodigies, not only including my Chen Changsheng sect, but also the renowned Yu family and other great powers with alchemical legacies. After years of evolution, this event has become a platform for showcasing talent. Bai Shui, your aptitude for alchemy is remarkable. I am certain you will shine brightly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Bai Shui felt a surge of excitement. Master, I will strive to do my utmost. Yunyang Dansheng nodded. Among the many alchemical legacies in the southern wilderness, the ancient Yao family stands at the pinnacle. However, our Tai Changsheng sect is not to be underestimated, while the Taoist sect lags slightly behind. This time, I do not expect you to secure the first place among the many prodigies. As long as you can make your mark and witness the brilliance of other alchemical talents from the southern wilderness, I shall be content. Nangong Bai Shui replied earnestly, understood. Master, Yunyang Dansheng then said, now, if you have any matters to attend to, you may do so. You must return to Yunyang Peak within a day. Nangong Bai Shui smiled gently. Thank you, master. Her master was truly kind, understanding that she wished to meet her destined partner, Qin Xiao. With that thought, Nangong Bai Shui bowed to Yunyang Dansheng and slowly exited the cave, soaring toward Taishang Peak, where Qin Xiao resided. Taishang Peak, the foremost peak of the Tai Changsheng sect. All candidates for the title of Divine Child trained upon this spiritual peak. Qin Xiao's master was none other than the illustrious Xin Yisheng Wang, known for his unparalleled prowess in battle, said to be unmatched among the holy kings. Soon, Nangong Bai Shui descended upon Taishang Peak. The peak rose majestically into the clouds, its midsection shrouded in swirling mist, resembling a celestial realm. Numerous caves adorned the spiritual peak, radiating with ethereal glimmers. The spiritual energy here was abundant, almost palpable. Nangong Bai Shui inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated by the rich spiritual essence. She murmured, Taishang Peak is far superior to my master's Yunyang Peak. How I wish I could cultivate here. She promptly arrived at Qin Xiao's cave. Dressed in exquisite robes, Qin Xiao possessed a striking visage, wielding a folding fan in one hand, with an ancient jade pendant hanging from his waist, exuding the aura of a noble lineage. Qin Xiao, Nangong Bai Shui called out, leaping into his embrace, her hands exploring his form. I missed you so much. With a casual wave, Qin Xiao cast a sealing enchantment within the cave. He lifted Nangong Bai Shui and carried her to the depths of the cave, onto a purple phoenix wood bed, where his hands began to roam. Nangong Bai Shui let out a soft sigh. Qin Xiao. Chapter 46. Lu Xuan's instantaneous elimination of the emperor. As the peaks of Nangong Bai Shui pressed heavily against Qin Xiao's chest, he felt an overwhelming pressure. A burning heat surged within him, and he yearned to undress Nangong Bai Shui. Have all matters been settled at the Yi family? Nangong Bai Shui nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. However, she soon forced out a tear and began to weep softly. Qin Xiao's face instantly hardened with a murderous intent as he coldly inquired, has the Yi family given you trouble? Nangong Bai Shui remained silent. With a scoff, Qin Xiao remarked, the Yi family seeks their own demise. Nangong Bai Shui gently caressed Qin Xiao's face, saying, Qin Xiao, that useless Yi Chun has begun to cultivate again. This time when I visited the Yi family, he had already stepped into the Xian Huang realm. She refrained from mentioning her defeat at the hands of Yi Chun. It was far too humiliating. Despite her higher cultivation level, she had been thoroughly beaten, unable to retaliate at all. If Qin Xiao were to learn of this, he would surely think less of her. Qin Xiao let out a derisive laugh. A mere Qingzhou, a trivial place, and the Yi family, nothing more than ants. Even if Yi Chun breaks through to the Xian Huang realm, he would be but a finger snap away from annihilation in my presence. Nangong Bai Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed, that good-for-nothing Yi Chun is utterly incomparable to you. Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, fear not, I will find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Chun. However, the Divine Sun contest is about to commence, leaving me no time to be distracted. Nangong Bai Shui pressed against Qin Xiao once more, but he furrowed his brow and asked, but what? Nangong Bai Shui lamented, That useless Yi Chun has inexplicably gained some fortune and has joined the Dao sect. But do not worry, he has entered the Qingxian peak, where his master is that useless Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan? Qin Shao paused, the name resonating with familiarity. Soon, he recalled that this was the infamous peak master of the Dao sect. He had once wandered among various sects, including the Tai Shangxian sect and Dao sect, ultimately choosing the former. At that time, the elder of the Qin family had specifically warned him not to join the Dao sect, particularly avoiding Qingxian peak, as its master was a good-for-nothing. Recalling this, Qin Shao burst into laughter. Indeed, waste begets waste. I can hardly imagine what kind of uselessness will arise from the combination of two failures. Nangong Bai Shui interjected. Qin Shao, I still want Yi Chen dead. I will be your woman, and I wish for all that I am to belong to you. If Yi Chen remains alive, I feel incomplete. Qin Shao nodded. Rest assured, if we were in the Yi family, there would be little chance to strike at Yi Chen. Now that this waste has joined the Dao sect, we can act with justification. Nangong Bai Shui looked at Qin Shao with adoration and said, Oh, right, Qin Shao? In 3 months, there will be an alchemy exchange conference at the Dao sect, and my master will take me there. Qin Shao replied, Go ahead. If the opportunity arises, it would be splendid to rid myself of that waste. I can arrange matters accordingly. Nangong Bai Shui smiled. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's body shuddered as he tightly embraced Nangong Bai Shui. Bai Shui, fear not. In a year's time at the Divine Sun contest, I will rise above the other candidates. By then, I shall have stepped into the Xianzun realm, drawing ever closer to the Xianxing realm. Nangong Bai Shui's body writhed in response. Qin Shao, I long to give you. Qin Zhao's expression turned bitter. I also desire it, but we must exercise restraint. You must understand that Nangong Bai Shui is a Tai Yin Yuan body, an exceptional furnace physique. Cultivating together would yield immense benefits. But I must first step into the Xianxing realm to maximize the gains. More importantly, he needed to maintain his purity until the age of 18 while practicing the supreme techniques of the Qin family. Yet, faced with such a captivating beauty as Nangong Bai Shui, he found it increasingly difficult to hold back. After several breaths, Qin Shao let out a muffled groan and collapsed onto the purple wood bed, feeling that everything had lost its flavor. Nangong Bai Shui said, Qin Shao, I will accompany you for a day, but I must enter seclusion for the next 3 months. Qin Shao expressed his regret. Then these next 3 months will be hard for me to endure. Nangong Bai Shui smiled. Before I leave the Tai Shangxian sect, I will come to find you again. Qin Shao nodded, resuming his explorations of Nangong Bai Shui's body. After a few breaths, he lay beside her. Suddenly, Nangong Bai Shui began to cry. Qin Shao looked at her. Bai Shui, what is wrong? Tell me, did you suffer any grievances at the Yi family? Nangong Bai Shui nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Upon seeing this, Qin Zhao's expression darkened, and he growled, My woman cannot be wronged. Nangong Bai Shui grasped Qin Zhao's hand. Husband, the Qin family's reputation in the southern wilderness is well known. If we act against the Yi family, we may face criticism. Qin Shao gently wiped away her tears. I will arrange it. Just wait for the news of the Yi family's downfall. Nangong Bai Shui smiled. I can hardly imagine Yi Chen's expression upon learning of the Yi family's destruction. It would likely be more painful than killing him. A smirk crept across Qin Zhao's lips as he promptly retrieved a communication jade slip. Elder Qin Song, I require you to discreetly handle a matter for me. Elder Qin Song's deep voice responded, Young master, speak. Qin Shao whispered, Secretly find an assassin organization to annihilate the Qingxing Yi family. Make haste. Qin Song inquired. What about Yi Chen? Qin Shao sneered. Let that bastard live for now. Once the Yi family is destroyed, he will undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Song nodded. Understood, young master. I will make arrangements and ensure no one catches wind of our involvement. Qin Shao replied, Good. Elder Qin Song was a 2-star emperor, capable of effortlessly obliterating the Qingxing Yi family. However, if the Dao sect were to uncover evidence linking him to the act, it would be problematic. Thus, enlisting an assassin organization was the more prudent choice. Qin Song swiftly took action, entering an assassin organization known as Blood Slaughter Tower. Cloaked in black, he directly approached the leader of Blood Slaughter Tower and tossed out a storage ring. The leader of Blood Slaughter Tower extended his consciousness to examine the ring. His shock palpable. Inside lay a 1-star emperor weapon. He immediately asked, Who is the target? Qin Song stated, Eliminate a quasi-emperor tier force, the Qingxing Yi family. The leader of Blood Slaughter Tower was elated. Just a quasi-emperor tier force can be exchanged for an emperor weapon? This is a massive profit. He laughed. Where's the Qingqing Yi family? Just point me in the right direction. Qin Song produced a map of Qingzhou. The leader of Blood Slaughter Tower laughed heartily. Qingzhou. A mere speck, with the strongest emperor being only a 2-star emperor. Our strongest emperor at Blood Slaughter Tower is also just a 2-star emperor. This is a done deal. There will be no one in Qingzhou to stop us. This time, we need not even involve myself. A 1-star emperor will suffice. With this thought, the leader of Blood Slaughter Tower declared, I accept this task. You will have results within 3 days. Qin Song nodded, make it clean. The leader of Blood Slaughter Tower assured him, naturally. Qin Song quickly departed from Blood Slaughter Tower, standing in the depths of the void, coldly observing the organization. Once Blood Slaughter Tower completed the task, he would wash it in blood. By then, even if the Dedao sect were to investigate, they would uncover nothing. He recalled the leader of Blood Slaughter Tower's excited expression and couldn't help but sneer, what a fool. Soon, the leader of Blood Slaughter Tower dispatched a 1-star emperor to covertly head to Qingzhou. Clad in gray robes, he swiftly traversed the void, sneering, the Yi family is nothing. I can obliterate them with a mere snap of my fingers. At the Dedao sect, the revered ancestor Changsheng, the sect master, and numerous peak masters gathered in the grand hall of the Dedao sect. Mu Lao furrowed his brow deeply. What do you think enabled Lu Xuan to achieve this? Ji Fuyao and Yi Chun are both seemingly unwilling to leave Qingxian Peak. The sect leader shook his head, clearly recognizing the genuine respect they held for Lu Xuan. Devoid of any pretense, the many peak masters wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend the reasons behind this phenomenon. How has Lu Xuan, of all people, managed to acquire a disciple? What merit does he possess? They found it particularly intolerable that Ji Fuyao willingly cooked for him. Absurd. Ancestor Changsheng remarked lightly. If I am not mistaken, Lu Xuan, Ji Fuyao, and Yi Chen share some connections with the Fuyao Dynasty. Their reluctance to part from Lu Xuan is understandable. The sect leader pondered for a moment, recalling that when the sage of Qingxian brought Lu Xuan into the fold, he was an orphan. Ancestor Changsheng shook his head. However, that was 3,000 years ago. It is far too distant. Looking back, Ji Fuyao likely had her intentions set to join Qingxian Peak when she entered the sect. Such matters cannot be forced. At this moment, the master of the Alchemy Peak spoke with a bitter expression, Ancestor, in 3 months, the Alchemy Exchange Conference will take place, where many influential alchemical powers from the southern wilderness will arrive. Lu Xuan will undoubtedly be mocked once again. The crowd sighed softly, recalling how in the past, whenever the Dedao sect participated in trials of the southern wilderness, other powers would mock them using Lu Xuan as a point of jest. Now, however, Lu Xuan had 2 talented disciples. How could the Supreme Xian sect and the Yao family not ridicule them? The thought of it made their heads ache. They hoped Lu Xuan would remain within Qingxian and avoid causing trouble. Ancestor Changsheng turned to the master of the Alchemy Peak, Gui Weifang, this time. Many sects with profound alchemical heritage from the southern wilderness will be present. You and the sect leader should make arrangements in advance. Gui Weifang nodded, understood. Soon after, the assembly dispersed. Upon returning to Ling Peak, Gui Weifang summoned the alchemical prodigies of the Alchemy Peak. In 3 months, the Alchemy Exchange Conference will commence. During this time, I will personally guide you. If all goes well, the first prize will likely be claimed by the Yao family. So all you need to do is give it your all. As his words echoed, the alchemical geniuses responded in unison, yes, Peak Master. Before long, news of Lu Xuan accepting a second disciple spread throughout the Dedao sect, leaving all elders and disciples in stunned silence. This was a disciple whose resonance could stir the Dedao bell. Such talent was on par with Ji Fuyao. How had he become Lu Xuan's disciple? Their discontent regarding Ji Fuyao's situation was already palpable, and now another genius had been taken by Lu Xuan. The crowd found it exceedingly difficult to accept. On Qingxian Peak, Lu Xuan reclined on his ice-cold bed, leisurely perusing his storybook. The system's voice chimed repeatedly. Ding! The host's first disciple, Ji Fuyao, has made progress in her cultivation. Synchronizing. Ding! The host's first disciple has gained insights into the Tao scripture. Synchronizing. Ding! The host's second disciple, Yi Chun, has made breakthroughs in his understanding of spiritual herbs. In the following days, aside from dining, Yi Chun and Ji Fuyao were entirely absorbed in their cultivation. Yi Chun was particularly diligent, even contemplating the characteristics and medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs during mealtimes. Lu Xuan reminded them, Fuyao, Yi Chun, remember to balance work and rest. He felt a tad embarrassed, knowing that while he slept at night, his two disciples were tirelessly cultivating. Lu Xuan couldn't help but reflect on their industriousness. They were practically embodiments of diligence. If not for the necessity of alternating cooking duties, they might never have stepped out of the cave. In contrast, Lu Xuan was relishing the comfort of lying down. This reminded him of his experiences working in Blue Star, where he had longed for a moment of rest, a wish now realized. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in his ear. Master Lu, help! A Star Emperor has invaded the Yi family and seeks to annihilate us. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan's expression soured considerably. Damn, the Qin family truly has no shame, secretly attacking the Yi family. Fortunately, he had previously taken precautions by providing Yi Qin's father with a long-distance communication jade slip. With that thought, Lu Xuan activated the jade slip. Boom. A mysterious force enveloped him, transforming his body into a streak of light, vanishing from the cave. Meanwhile, the gray-robed Emperor of Bloodslaughter Tower stood in the void, having already set up a barrier around the Yi family using Dao patterns. The other factions in Changsheng showed no reaction. The gray-robed Emperor sneered. Killing the Yi family will be like taking candy from a child. The Yi family's quasi-emperor ancestors emerged, coldly gazing into the void. Who dares to attack the Yi family? The gray-robed Emperor coldly retorted, the dead need not know so much. Saying this, he struck down with a palm. The Yi family's defensive array shattered instantly. Boom. Crack. The Yi family members panicked. Suddenly, Lu Xuan, clad in white robes, his divine aura shrouding his visage like a gentle breeze, stood beside Yi Changfeng, casually stating, I have arrived. Everyone in the Yi family was stunned. Master Lu. Yi Qin's father gaped in astonishment. He had just sent a message, and within mere breaths, Master Lu had arrived. Master Lu is incredibly powerful. Lu Xuan immediately activated the Star Emperor experience card. Instantly, his cultivation surged. Mystic Saint, Half-Emperor, Quasi-Emperor, Star Emperor. Lu Xuan's white robe billowed as he soared into the air, gazing at the gray-robed Emperor with a calm demeanor, too weak. The gray-robed Emperor glared at Lu Xuan, unable to fathom his strength. Moreover, this figure in white had appeared out of nowhere. The gray-robed Emperor suddenly lunged at Lu Xuan. Boom. A terrifying force surged like a tidal wave, the might of the Emperor realm obliterating everything in its path. A powerful blow aimed at Lu Xuan's head. Lu Xuan remained unmoved, for he was impervious to all. The gray-robed Emperor, merely a Star Emperor, could not harm him in the slightest. Boom, boom, boom. The gray-robed Emperor unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet it was to no avail. Nothing happened. Lu Xuan nonchalantly stated, now it is my turn. He directly approached the gray-robed Emperor and began to search his soul. The gray-robed Emperor was astonished to find himself like a puppet before Lu Xuan, completely under his control. Moments later, Lu Xuan perused the gray-robed Emperor's memories, discovering that he had come from Bloodslaughter Tower, but the identity of his employer remained unknown. Nevertheless, it was obvious that the Qin family was behind it. The gray-robed Emperor begged, spare me. Lu Xuan chuckled coldly and swiftly crushed his head with a mighty grip. Pop! His body exploded like a watermelon, and he perished. Witnessing this scene, the Yi family members were left utterly dumbfounded. Master Lu is terrifying. Lu Xuan tossed the gray-robed Emperor's storage ring to the Yi family ancestor. Use this as you wish. I will go eradicate the faction behind this emperor. The crowd gasped in shock, but Lu Xuan had already transformed into a streak of light, disappearing. He activated the transmission jade slip and instantly arrived at Bloodslaughter Tower. Here lay a mountain range. Upon his arrival, Lu Xuan made no effort to conceal his Star Emperor pressure, directly slamming his hand down. The master of Bloodslaughter Tower flew out, questioning, who is this Star Emperor daring to act recklessly in my Bloodslaughter Tower? Lu Xuan coldly smiled, having read the gray-robed Emperor's memories, immediately recognizing the Tower Master. He coolly commanded, come here. The master of Bloodslaughter Tower chuckled. A Star Emperor is but a world unto itself. You, a mere Star Emperor. Before he could finish, Lu Xuan's massive hand struck out, pulling the Tower Master closer. What the hell? The Tower Master was left stunned. What in the heavens is transpiring? He has been taken captive by a mere first Star Emperor. The multitude of elders within the Blood Fiend Hall were equally astounded. Lu Xuan initiated a soul search, and swiftly discerned that Qin Tsang, cloaked in a sable robe, had engaged in negotiations with the Blood Fiend Hall's master. Lu Xuan scoffed, his suspicions confirmed. It was undoubtedly the Qin family's doing. With this realization, Lu Xuan smote the Blood Fiend Hall Master's cranium. Poof! His head detonated instantly. Annihilation. Such was the countenance of invincibility, transcending levels to obliterate foes. The denizens of the Blood Fiend Hall were petrified at this spectacle. A first-star Emperor annihilating a second-star Emperor? What manner of sorcery was this? As the Blood Fiend Hall's occupants remained in their stupor, Lu Xuan unleashed another strike, his palm transforming into a divine rainbow, its momentum akin to the heavens ablaze. Boom! The all-encompassing palm imprint descended upon the Blood Fiend Hall, an unstoppable force. Crack! Boom! Like a celestial river inundating the Blood Fiend Hall, the divine luminescence engulfed this domain. The Blood Fiend Hall's defensive array activated with a resounding crash, shattering in an instant, as if the firmament itself had been rent asunder. The void fractured, and space contorted. The denizens of the Blood Fiend Hall erupted in anguished cries. Aya, cease your assault, venerable one. How have we offended thee? Damn that master! What preposterous task did you accept, incurring the wrath of such a formidable being? No, master, curse your ancestors. In that instant, the heavens reverberated, and the terrifying force swept through like a tempest, like a whirlwind devouring leaves. Lu Xuan's boundless power mercilessly annihilated the Blood Fiend Hall. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lu Xuan seized the Blood Fiend Hall's treasury and the myriad of storage rings. From the Blood Fiend Hall Master's ring, he extracted a communication jade slip, the very one used to liaise with Chen Changsheng. Lu Xuan transmitted a message to Chen Changsheng, declaring, "The deed is done. The Yi family has been eradicated. However, there are certain complications." Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" Lu Xuan retorted, "The price has been increased." Chen Changsheng chuckled. "Very well. Increase the price?" He would arrive forthwith to obliterate the Blood Fiend Hall, ensuring no evidence remained. An hour later, Chen Changsheng arrived, utterly aghast at the carnage he beheld. "By the heavens, I have been ensnared." Chen Changsheng turned to flee. Chapter 47. Lu Xuan's Bloodbath at the Qin Family. At this moment, Lu Xuan appeared like a ghost before Chen Changsheng, seizing him by the throat. Startled, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "Who are you?" Despite being a 2-star emperor, he found himself unable to resist. Could it be that this person is a 3-star emperor? Without hesitation, Lu Xuan searched his soul. Moments later, he glimpsed the scene of Qin Shao communicating with Chen Changsheng. Lu Xuan sneered. "Is this the sort of underhanded trickery your Qin family enjoys?" Immediately, Chen Changsheng begged for mercy. "Esteemed elder of the great Dao sect, my Qin family swears it will never happen again. We can offer our apologies." Lu Xuan scoffed. What could our apologies? With a resounding slap, he crushed Chen Changsheng's skull. Instant kill. Blood sprayed everywhere. Disposing of Chen Changsheng's corpse, Lu Xuan thought, "Damn it. The Qin family must feel the sting. Otherwise, if they continue their petty schemes, who can endure it?" Nevertheless, he knew he could not confront the Qin family openly. After all, they had 7-star and 8-star emperors. If he were captured by a 7-star emperor, he would be obliterated instantly. Soon, an idea formed in Lu Xuan's mind. He would utilize a teleportation jade slip to attack the Qin family's assets, forcing them to negotiate. In the South Wilderness, it was an unwritten rule that grievances among the younger generation must be resolved by themselves. This time, the Qin family had crossed the line. If everyone resorted to bullying the weak, the talents of the South Wilderness would never flourish. With that in mind, Lu Xuan took action. From Chen Changsheng's memories, he had already learned the locations of numerous Qin family properties. Lu Xuan began his slaughter. Within a single day, he decimated 10 of the Qin family's holdings, turning the streets into rivers of blood. Among his victims were 4 1-star emperors slain by Lu Xuan in an instant. The Qin family was furious. Lu Xuan left clues for them to meet at a tavern for discussion. Soon, they dispatched a 5-star emperor to negotiate. Lu Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. What if this 5-star emperor was a brute, and he was crushed in an instant? The Qin family's 5-star emperor inquired, "Which emperor of the great Dao sect are you?" Enveloped in divine radiance, Lu Xuan was invisible to others. Without a word, he struck the emperor. Enough with the chatter. Slap. The Qin family emperor was left stunned. It seemed this elder was far more powerful than he had anticipated. After a brief silence, he respectfully asked, "Elder, we of the Qin family are willing to compromise. Can we keep this matter between us?" After all, they understood that their strength paled in comparison to that of the great Dao sect. If a war truly broke out, the Qin family would face annihilation. The feud between Yi Chun and Qin Shao must be resolved by the younger generation themselves. Lu Xuan coldly laughed. "Next time?" The Qin family will face extermination. The Qin family emperor, terrified, quickly nodded, understood, esteemed elder. He hastily presented a spatial ring. This is our Qin family's offering. I implore you to keep this matter quiet. Lu Xuan snorted and activated the teleportation jade slip, vanishing from sight. Witnessing Lu Xuan's terrifying mastery of space, the Qin family emperor broke into a cold sweat, relieved that this elder did not strike. Otherwise, he might have met his end. Upon returning to the Qin family, he relayed the events to Qin Shao. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shao vowed, I will personally kill Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan was also drenched in sweat. Thinking how thrilling the encounter had been, he swiftly returned to the Yi family to share the news. The members of the Yi family were astonished. Lu Xuan waved his hand and returned to Changsheng Peak, departing with elegance. He informed Yi Chun of the events, leaving Yi Chun deeply shocked. Lu Xuan smiled and retreated to his cave to rest. This adventure had been incredibly intense. Upon returning to the Great Dao sect, Lu Xuan found that the teleportation jade slip had run out of energy. The next day, as Lu Xuan awoke, the communication jade slip in his arms vibrated slightly. Infusing it with spiritual power, he soon heard the voice of the sect master. Lu Xuan, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow. What is it, sect master? The sect master spoke solemnly. In 3 months, our Great Dao sect will host an alchemy exchange conference. At that time, major forces such as the Supreme Shen sect, the Yao family, and the Danxiang sect will attend. During the conference, I hope you refrain from wandering about and stay at Changsheng Peak. Lu Xuan was taken aback. An alchemy exchange conference? Indeed. This conference is held once every 100 years, and it is now our Great Dao sect's turn. You understand what I mean. Do not roam around the sect when the time comes. Lu Xuan's expression twitched. The sect master believed his hint was quite clear. If Lu Xuan did not appear, other major forces would likely exercise some restraint. Suddenly, Lu Xuan thought, since the Supreme Shen sect was coming, Nangong by Shui would probably attend as well. Realizing this, Lu Xuan replied, Understood, sect master. However, I have news regarding Yi Chun that pertains to the Supreme Shen sect and this upcoming alchemy exchange conference. The sect master's brows knitted together in curiosity. Oh, what about Yi Chun? Lu Xuan recounted the incident of Yi Chun calling off his engagement with Nangong by Shui. The sect master was stunned. Such a thing occurred? You and Yi Chun should make sure to stay at Changsheng Peak and not venture out. Lu Xuan. The sect master promptly informed Elder Mu and Ancestor Tsang Xian of the matter. Both elders were somewhat astonished. What a coincidence. After a moment of silence, Ancestor Tsang Xian chuckled. Perhaps Qin Shao is still unaware that Yi Chun has already recovered and possesses exceptional talent. It seems inevitable that they will clash in the future. The sect master nodded. The position of Holy Son of our Great Dao sect has been vacant for many years. As far as I know, Qin Shao is a candidate for the Divine Son. In a year, the Supreme Shen sect will initiate the contest for the Divine Son. Ancestor Tsang Xian suggested. Let us discuss the Holy Son's position after the Alchemy Exchange Conference. The sect master and Elder Mu agreed. Very well. 5 days later, Yi Chun excitedly arrived at Lu Xuan's cave. Master, I have already memorized the first volume of the herb scripture. Yao Yan emerged from Yi Chun's jade pendant. Lord Peak Master, this child possesses extraordinary talent. In just 5 days, his performance rivals that of the Yao family's prodigies. Lu Xuan smiled faintly and nodded. He was already aware, as the system continually reminded him of his growing mastery of spiritual herbs. Yao Yan looked at Lu Xuan with excitement. Lord Peak Master, I will now teach Yi Chun the art of alchemy. Lu Xuan nodded. Very well, Elder Yao, I leave it to you. Yao Yan replied, Understood. Yi Chun raised his fist confidently. Master, trust me, I will not disappoint you and will become a profound great alchemist. Before long, Yi Chun and Yao Yan returned to the cave. Yao Yan began to explain the alchemical process. First, you need to nurture the alchemical furnace. With your current mastery of spiritual fire, this step will pose no difficulty for you. The second step is to extract the essence of the spiritual herbs and place them into the alchemical furnace. The third step involves refining the alchemy to condense the essence into a pill. Yi Chun listened intently. Elder Yao, I understand. Yao Yan smiled. The first pill a budding alchemist creates is always the qi-gathering pill. Although it is a yellow-grade pill, even some human-grade alchemists struggle to perfect it. The qi-gathering pill, despite its low rank, is comprehensive. If you grasp the method of refining the qi-gathering pill, mastering one method will lead to mastery of all. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun took out the swallowing heaven alchemy furnace. With a thought, The bone-cold spectral fire appeared within the cave. Yao Yin smiled lightly. Yi Chun, I will now demonstrate the process for you. Pay close attention. Yi Chun replied, all right. Yao Yin's spiritual will surged, causing the swallowing heaven alchemy furnace to float in the air. He utilized his soul power to control the bone-cold spectral fire, continuously nurturing the swallowing heaven alchemy furnace. As the power of the bone-chilling ghost fire gradually infiltrated the furnace body, the surface of the devouring heaven cauldron shimmered with resplendent divine light, and a mysterious aura began to emanate outward. The engraved mountains, rivers, flying birds, beasts, and the silhouettes of powerful beings slowly materialized. Yao Yin couldn't help but express his awe. Truly, this was an imperial-grade alchemy furnace, imbued with such profound Taoan rhythm. After the burning of half an incense stick, Yao Yin extracted the essence of the spiritual herbs silver leaf grass, flying red flower, and earth root grass, which were used to concoct the qi-gathering pill, and tossed them into the alchemy furnace. His hand gestures shifted with precision, and the bone-chilling ghost fire continuously morphed, adjusting its temperature accordingly. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted from the devouring heaven cauldron, refreshing the senses. With a light command, the lid of the furnace gently rose, revealing 9 pills within. Each pill radiated a distinct aura, with the finest among them exhibiting 9 luminous rings. Yi Chun was taken aback. A qi-gathering pill with 9 luminous rings. Truly, he was a heavenly-grade alchemist. Yao Yin stroked his beard, shaking his head slightly, yet a smile revealed his delight, albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity. Yi Chun chuckled. Yao Yin handed the devouring heaven cauldron to Yi Chun, indicating that it was now his turn. Yi Chun nodded and followed suit. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy and not entirely fluid, he executed the entire process meticulously without error. Half an hour later, the enchanting fragrance once again emerged from the cauldron. With a thought, Yi Chun opened the alchemy furnace. Once more, 9 pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Yao Yan's expression shifted, producing 9 pills on the very first attempt. Wait, this was the luminous aura. Each pill was adorned with a luminous ring. One of them even boasted 6 luminous rings. Witnessing this, Yao Yan stared at Yi Chun in disbelief. Could this young man be a natural-born alchemist? This was his first attempt at alchemy, and he had directly produced 9 pills? It's worth noting that for an average alchemist, successfully concocting even a single pill on the first try would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Moreover, one of these pills had 6 luminous rings. This was a remarkable achievement, even among yellow-grade alchemists. Yet, Yi Chun shook his head nonchalantly, expressing dissatisfaction. Old Yao, my technique feels a bit awkward, somewhat unrefined. Yao Yan's face twitched. This young man's talent for alchemy was undeniably extraordinary. Subsequently, Yi Chun continued to strive diligently. Finally, after several days, he successfully concocted a pill with 9 luminous rings. Yi Chun, filled with excitement, asked, Old Yao, can we begin attempting to refine human-grade pills now? Old Yao chuckled and shook his head. No need. We'll leap directly to refining jade-grade pills. Yi Chun was astonished. Why? Old Yao replied. You have crafted 9 pills with 9 luminous rings. Do you realize how astonishing that is? And you've only been practicing for a few days. Your current level already surpasses that of an average human-grade alchemist. Yi Chun rubbed his nose, acknowledging, but I feel I still have much to improve. Old Yao cleared his throat. You, my young friend, will now refine the jade-grade 5th-tier condensing spirit pill. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan was leisurely reclining within his cave dwelling. The system's voice resonated. Ding. The host's second disciple, Yi Chun, has broken through to jade grade in alchemical prowess. Synchronizing comprehension. Lu Xuan was slightly taken aback. In just a few days, Yi Chun had ascended to the ranks of jade grade alchemists. His talent for alchemy was indeed extraordinary. Moments later, an array of alchemical techniques and insights appeared in Lu Xuan's mind. Thanks to the system's double rewards, he directly ascended to the rank of mysterious grade alchemist. At that moment, if a cauldron appeared before Lu Xuan, he could effortlessly refine pills relying solely on his subconscious. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's might. This double reward was astonishing. Lying idle, he had transformed into a mysterious grade alchemist. Truly remarkable. Ding. The host's eldest disciple, Fuyao, is experiencing a rise in cultivation. Synchronizing. Suddenly, a surge of foundational cultivation essence flooded into Lu Xuan's body, crashing through his limbs and bones, instantly stirring the essence within his dantian. Lu Xuan ascended to the 7th level of the mysterious sovereign realm. He glanced at Fuyao's system panel. She had entered the second level of the mysterious sovereign realm. Lu Xuan smiled lightly. Not bad. Not bad. Both of my disciples are making strides. Soon, it was mealtime. Today, Yi Chun was in charge of cooking, his mood buoyant. A smile gracing his face as he prepared the meal. After half an incense stick's time, Yi Chun approached with a smile, carrying the simmered spirit chicken. The spirit chicken is ready, and the soup is here. Around the stone table sat Lu Xuan and the others. Ji Fuyao smiled brightly. Junior brother, why are you so cheerful today? Yi Chun replied, Senior sister, I am now a jade-grade alchemist. After we finish eating, I will begin attempting to refine the jade-grade 5th tier condensing spirit pill. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes sparkled with shock. In just a few days, you have become a jade-grade alchemist? Yi Chun smiled. It's all thanks to Master S guidance. Lu Xuan interjected, don't exaggerate. I haven't taught him anything. It was all old Yao's instruction. Yi Chun then produced a chi-gathering pill adorned with 9 luminous rings from his storage ring and offered it to Ji Fuyao. Senior sister, this is the first pill I refined with 9 luminous rings. Would you care to taste it? Ji Fuyao accepted it, scrutinizing the chi-gathering pill closely. Waves of emotion stirring within her. 9 luminous rings. Though merely a yellow-grade pill, it was likely beyond the capabilities of many jade-grade alchemists. What do luminous rings signify? They represent the near-total condensation of the essence of spiritual herbs, reflecting the depth of one's alchemical mastery. Yi Chun remarked with a smile, rest assured, senior sister. Once I become a heavenly-grade alchemist, I will refine heavenly-grade pills for you. Ji Fuyao inclined her delicate neck slightly and nodded. She could envision that in the future, Yi Chun would gain considerable renown in the southern wilderness for his alchemical prowess. With this thought in mind, she brought the chi-gathering pill to her lips, her tender petals parting slightly as she swallowed it whole. Instantly, a wave of pure spiritual energy surged into her dantian, though not vast. It was the quintessence of spiritual energy. Ji Fuyao nodded with a smile, junior brother, not bad. Lu Xuan too nodded in agreement, patting Yi Chun's shoulder, encouraging him to continue his efforts. Yi Chun responded, all right. Oh, by the way, master, I haven't neglected my cultivation either. Look, I'm nearing the late stage of the mysterious emperor realm. Lu Xuan smiled lightly. Let us set a small goal for you. In this month, aim to step into the mysterious sect realm. Yi Chun's expression froze. That seems a bit challenging. He regretted mentioning cultivation just moments ago. Lu Xuan pointed at Ji Fuyao, casually stating, Yi Chun, Fuyao once advanced from the mysterious king realm to the mid-stage of the mysterious sect realm in a month. He aimed to apply some pressure on Yi Chun. During this time, Lu Xuan had noticed that Yi Chun had been competing silently with Ji Fuyao, not wanting to lag too far behind his senior sister. As expected, upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, Yi Chun thumped his chest and declared, Master, rest assured, I will certainly step into the mysterious sect realm. Lu Xuan nodded approvingly. After dinner, Ji Fuyao turned to Lu Xuan, smiling sweetly, Master, I shall return to my cultivation now. Lu Xuan nodded, marveling at the dedication of his 2 disciples. Ji Fuyao had always been diligent in her training, but now, with Yi Chun's arrival at Changsheng Peak, an invisible pressure had spurred her to strive even harder. They were both subtly competing. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Time-limited disciple nurturing task issued. Within half a month, elevate the eldest disciple Ji Fuyao's spiritual fire path to half-step perfection. Chapter 48, Abundant Harvest. Within a fortnight, the grand disciple Ji Fuyao had made significant strides in her mastery of the path of spirit fire, approaching the threshold of semi-completion. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, finally deciding to issue Ji Fuyao a development task. Otherwise, he truly had little of worth to offer her. During this period, he had bestowed numerous treasures upon Yi Chun, leaving Ji Fuyao, his esteemed senior sister, at a disadvantage. As her master, he could not show favoritism. With this in mind, Lu Xuan called out to Ji Fuyao, inquiring whether she had made progress in her understanding of the path of spirit fire, aiming for semi-completion. Ji Fuyao trembled slightly, surprised that her master had assigned her a task. Did he believe her advancement in spirit fire was too sluggish? She was acutely aware that her junior brother Yi Chun had been tirelessly refining pills, significantly enhancing his skills, and was likely to reach completion by the upcoming Alchemy Exchange Conference in 3 months. She felt a flicker of pressure. With this thought, Ji Fuyao nodded, declaring, Master, I shall strive diligently. In a few days, I will enter the Fire Abyss secret realm for further cultivation. Lu Xuan nodded in approval. In the ensuing days, Lu Xuan continued to live a leisurely life. With ample time on his hands, he indulged in poetry, painting, and reading stories to pass the time, living in utmost comfort. Each day, the system's melodious notifications rang out without interruption. Ding! Host Grand Disciple Ji Fuyao has attained an understanding of spirit fire. Synchronization commencing. Ding! Host's second disciple's alchemy skills are on the rise. Synchronization commencing. Ah, how delightful it was to elevate one's realm and comprehension while reclining. Truly a benevolent system. During this time, the sect master and others grew curious about the unusual tranquility of Changsheng Peak. Yichen spent his days either eating or sequestered within his cave dwelling. While Ji Fuyao had already advanced to the second layer of the Fire Abyss secret realm for cultivation. Lu Xuan, they felt, was utterly carefree, as usual. The sect master remarked to Elder Mu, Lu Xuan's role as a master is exceedingly relaxed. He need not concern himself with anything. Both disciples are well aware of their pursuits. Elder Mu smiled faintly. It appears that joining Lu Xuan's tutelage, while lacking guidance, affords them a degree of freedom. For such prodigies, unless they encounter a bottleneck, they often require little intervention. The sect master nodded in agreement, indeed. Fuyao has shattered several records in the Xian sect while cultivating in the second layer. Elder Mu's gaze deepened, lamenting, Lu Xuan's two disciples are indeed promising. The sect master chuckled. However, their presence at Changsheng Peak continues to evoke unease among us. Elder Mu shared the sentiment. After a brief silence, Elder Mu suddenly inquired, how is the preparation for the Alchemy Exchange Conference progressing? The sect master responded, it is proceeding as planned, with no significant issues. Elder Mu remarked, excellent. Meanwhile, at the Taishanxian sect, Nangong by Shui reluctantly departed from Qinshao, returning to Yunyang Peak. The Yunyang alchemist, clad in a gray robe and smiling, stated by Shui, your visit to the Yi family has resolved the past. Your heart is now free of lingering attachments. With the severance of Yi Chen's record, your mental shackles have been lifted, and henceforth, your cultivation will flourish exponentially. Nangong by Shui furrowed her brow slightly. Master, there were unexpected developments during my visit to the Yi family. The Yunyang alchemist inquired, oh, what unexpected events? Nangong by Shui replied, that useless Yi Chun has suddenly resumed his cultivation and has joined the Dao sect. The Yunyang alchemist's expression shifted. Such a thing has occurred? Do you know which spiritual peak he has joined? Nangong by Shui responded, Qixin Peak, under Lu Xuan. Upon hearing this, the Yunyang alchemist chuckled softly. There is no need to concern yourself with Yi Chen anymore. Having joined Qixin Peak, he is virtually finished. Moreover, fate has intertwined and unraveled. And you share no further ties. Nangong by Shui nodded, understood. The Yunyang alchemist continued, rest assured, should Yi Chen prove unwise upon joining the Dao sect, I will advocate on your behalf. Nangong by Shui bowed. Thank you, master. Subsequently, Nangong by Shui entered seclusion. On the other side, at Taishang Peak, Qin Shao continued his preparations for the contest of the Son of God. The Qin family provided him with abundant cultivation resources. Should Qin Shao succeed in becoming the Son of God of Taishanxian sect, the Qin family's influence in the South Wilderness would soar once more. One day, an elder from the Qin family arrived at Taishanxian sect, bestowing upon Qin Shao a wealth of exquisite spirit stones and elixirs. Qin Shao recounted his experiences at the Yi family's visit to the elder. The elder nodded indifferently, since the engagement has been called off. There is no longer any connection with the Yi family. Qin Shao queried, is it possible to eradicate the Yi family? They are rather bothersome. The elder frowned. Let us discuss this matter later. At least wait until you have secured the position of Son of God. If my Qin family were to act against the Yi family now, it would be akin to a giant bullying an ant, tarnishing our reputation. However, as for Yi Chun, since he has joined the Dao sect, we might seize the opportunity to arrange a life and death challenge with some prodigies to eliminate him. Qin Shao nodded, understood. Everything must prioritize the contest for the Son of God. The elder affirmed, precisely. Qin Shao added, my master has already exchanged for the first volume of the Taishang Sutra. This technique is indeed the hallmark of Taishanxian sect, possessing formidable offensive power. If combined with my Qin family's supreme techniques, my combat prowess could increase tenfold. The elder contemplated thoughtfully. The Taishang Sutra ranks among the top 10 imperial tier techniques within the South Wilderness, even surpassing the Dao Sutra. While the Dao Sutra focuses on the natural path, embodying terrifying principles, the Taishang Sutra emphasizes offense, making it particularly suitable for you. This was why we encouraged your joining of Tai Shangxian's sect. Chen Changsheng declared, Elder, when you return, please inform my father and ancestor that the position of Son of God is my destined goal. The elder left with a satisfied expression. As Qin Shao watched the elder's departing figure, he couldn't help but think of Yi Chun, sneering, just an ant, at the Dao sect's Qingxian peak. A fortnight swiftly passed. During this time, Ji Fuyao diligently cultivated within the Fire Abyss secret realm, while Yi Chen balanced both alchemy and cultivation. Ji Fuyao's realm had ascended to the third level of Xianzun, with her understanding of the path of spirit fire merely a strand away from semi-completion. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had become proficient in refining jade-level elixirs, and his realm had reached the late stage of Xianzun, nearing completion. Lu Xuan's gains were considerable indeed. He had directly advanced to the 8th level of Xianzun. His mastery of the path of spirit fire continued to progress toward the extraordinary realm. One day, while Lu Xuan basked in the sun before his thatched cottage, the system's voice abruptly resonated. Ding! Ji Fuyao's path of spirit fire has reached semi-completion. Synchronization of comprehension commencing. Boom! Lu Xuan felt his understanding of the path of spirit fire deepen profoundly. Upon achieving completion in the path of spirit fire, one could transcend into the extraordinary realm. This extraordinary realm signifies a gradual grasp of the true essence of spirit fire, potentially leading to the attainment of enlightenment through the path of spirit fire in the future. The extraordinary realm comprises 10 levels. The medicinal flame represents the 5th level of the spirit fire extraordinary realm. Now, Ji Fuyao had accomplished this in under 3 months, advancing from a minor completion to semi-completion, truly astonishing. Lu Xuan smiled slightly, pleased that Fuyao had finished her task just in time. At that moment, the jade slip in Lu Xuan's hands vibrated gently. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, Yi Chen's voice emerged, somewhat embarrassed, Master. I will be entering seclusion for the next few days to break through to the Xian-level alchemist. I shall refrain from cooking for you. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will make it up to you. Lu Xuan smiled gently. No problem, you may enter seclusion. Yi Chen replied, Thank you, Master. Lu Xuan nodded. Very well. Now that Ji Fuyao's disciple nurturing task is accomplished, but Yi Chen's remains unfinished with only a few days left. Progressing from Jade Tier Alchemist to Profound Tier Alchemist presents a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan is confident that Yi Chen will undoubtedly ascend to the Profound Tier. Soon, it was time for supper. Lu Xuan personally took to the kitchen today. In high spirits, he commenced frying spirit chicken meat for a celebratory meal, featuring spirit chicken cutlets, nuggets, and a full bucket. Sizzle. Oil splattered. Suddenly, a melodious, sprightly voice echoed outside the thatched cottage. Master. Lu Xuan turned to see Ji Fuyao, adorned in a fiery red dress, standing at the doorway, her smile as radiant as summer blossoms. Lu Xuan smiled back. Fuyao, you're back? Ji Fuyao inclined her snowy neck and nodded. Master, I have completed my task and lived up to your expectations. Today, she had finally achieved near perfection in the way of spiritual fire and immediately wanted to share the good news with her master. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Then rest and savor my cooking. Yi Chen will be in seclusion for the next few days, so it will just be the two of us dining. All right. Ji Fuyao remained at the entrance, observing Lu Xuan preparing the meal. Lu Xuan's cooking was seamless and fluid, executed with remarkable grace. Ji Fuyao scrutinized each of his movements, comparing them to her own. Lu Xuan's manipulation of the spiritual fire was effortless, its power controlled with precision, exuding an innate harmony. Soon, Ji Fuyao reached a conclusion. She needed more practice. She deeply internalized Lu Xuan's words that cooking was a form of cultivation. She sensed an inherent simplicity and naturalness in her master, a profound insight gleaned from the Great Tao Sutra. The Great Tao Sutra proclaims, the Tao follows nature. True masters do not rely on external objects. Transcending the mundane, they no longer depend on arduous cultivation. Instead, their Tao harmonizes with the heavens and earth, cultivating imperceptibly. Ji Fuyao felt that Lu Xuan had long entered this state. She sighed softly, realizing the vast chasm between herself and her master. She was aware that in her previous life, she had attained the Emperor realm through the way of spiritual fire, but largely through rigorous cultivation. In this life, under Lu Xuan's guidance, her understanding of the way of spiritual fire had deepened considerably. Her rapid progress was primarily due to enlightenment. To cultivate without contemplation is futile. To contemplate without cultivation is perilous. In this life, Following Lu Xuan, she balanced both cultivation and contemplation, resulting in rapid progress and heightened mastery of spiritual fire. With this in mind, Fuyao inquired, "Master, now that I am at the semi-perfect stage, what should I do to attain true perfection and comprehend the way of nature?" Chapter 49. Fuyao's Departure. To truly attain the state of great perfection, one must comprehend the path of nature. What do you think I should do? Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He pondered how to articulate the explanation. The so-called great perfection signifies the initial touch upon the ultimate Tao, which aligns with the natural way. Yet, can the essence of nature be encapsulated in mere words? Although Lu Xuan had achieved the realm of spiritual fire's great perfection due to the system, elucidating this principle proved to be no simple task. There is a saying, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." As Lu Xuan prepared a spiritual chicken dish, he contemplated how to explain it to Fuyao. Noticing Lu Xuan's silence, Fuyao shifted her gaze to observe his movements. His actions flowed like water, seemingly in harmony with the natural way. Suddenly, Fuyao's delicate body trembled. She realized that her master was teaching through his actions. Moments later, she softly declared, "Master, thank you for your guidance. I understand now." Lu Xuan was taken aback. I haven't said anything yet. How could Fuyao come to such an understanding? However, at that moment, Fuyao had already entered a state of enlightenment. Lu Xuan's fluid movements resonated with her perception of the natural way. In an instant, a formidable spiritual fire surged forth from Fuyao. This fire transformed continuously, at times blazing like a dragon engulfing the heavens, and at others dimming like a flickering candle. Ultimately, under Fuyao's control, this spiritual fire began to evolve into a peculiar state. As incense burned, Fuyao continued her contemplation. After several incense sticks had passed, her aura gradually returned to a state of natural harmony, and the power of the spiritual fire manifested a mysterious quality, seemingly integrated with the humble cottage, yet concealing boundless potential. Lu Xuan was somewhat astonished. Fuyao had grasped something extraordinary. The spiritual fire she wielded now blended seamlessly with the environment, harboring latent danger. Any slight disturbance could provoke a violent transformation of this fire. This was the natural way that Fuyao had comprehended. Moments later, she slowly opened her eyes, extending her delicate hand as the spiritual fire gradually diminished, finally condensing within her palm. With excitement sparkling in her gaze, she exclaimed, "Master, I now know the path I must take." The power of the spiritual fire, in tune with nature, appeared feeble yet could unleash terrifying strength through the forces of the universe. She had merely grasped a nascent form. If she were to achieve full enlightenment in the future, she would far surpass her previous incarnation. Reflecting on her past life, although she had attained the status of emperor through the path of spiritual fire, she had rushed through it without deep comprehension. Under Lu Xuan's guidance in this life, she had already surpassed her former self by a wide margin. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Lu Xuan's ears. Ding! Synchronizing Fuyao's understanding of spiritual fire. Instantly, a tremendous influx of spiritual fire comprehension surged into Lu Xuan's mind. He was taken aback. Fuyao had uncovered the path to future ascension as emperor. It lay in harmonizing with the universe, returning to nature, and harnessing the power of the cosmos to unleash the most formidable force. This time, Lu Xuan had taken a significant step toward the extraordinary realm of spiritual fire. The rewards were immense. Beyond the great perfection of the spiritual fire path lies the extraordinary realm. Moments later, Lu Xuan calmed his mind and smiled at Fuyao. "Fuyao, you have done remarkably well this time." Fuyao's face flushed slightly. "If it weren't for master teaching by example, I wouldn't have grasped it. I have found the Tao for this life to attain the title of emperor." Lu Xuan nodded approvingly. "Excellent. However, let us commence our meal." He reheated the spiritual chicken feast. Fuyao, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Master, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Lu Xuan smiled gently. "No worries." Soon, Lu Xuan placed the spiritual chicken feast upon the stone table. It was Fuyao's first time tasting it. She exclaimed with delight, "Master, this is absolutely delicious. I want to learn how to make it." Grease smudged her delicate lips, making her already enchanting beauty even more alluring. Lu Xuan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Fuyao's cheeks turned crimson as she touched her face. "Master, is there something on my face?" Lu Xuan chuckled lightly. "Nothing at all." Before long, Lu Xuan and Ji Fuyao finished their meal, both feeling content. Accompanying Lu Xuan had made her less averse to dining. In fact, she discovered a plethora of delectable dishes waiting to be explored. After eating, Lu Xuan reclined outside the cottage to rest, while Ji Fuyao washed the dishes inside. Lu Xuan remarked, "Oh, by the way, Fuyao, come to my cave tomorrow. I have some gifts for you." Tomorrow, the system would distribute rewards. It was time to replenish Ji Fuyao's treasures, accelerating her cultivation speed. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao's body trembled slightly. Is Master going to give me good things again? To be honest, during this period, Master had bestowed many precious items upon junior brother Yi Chun, far more than upon her. A trace of envy stirred within her heart. Ji Fuyao couldn't help but speculate on what Master might present her tomorrow. She felt a flicker of anticipation. After a while, Ji Fuyao tidied up the cottage and said to Lu Xuan, "Master, I shall return to my cultivation now. What I just comprehended was merely a preliminary form. I need to ponder it further." Lu Xuan nodded. "All right." Ji Fuyao departed gracefully. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Xuan couldn't help but sigh. My disciples are so diligent. Despite their extraordinary talents, they remain so hardworking. How can the other prodigies of the southern wilderness compare? On the other side, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave, sitting cross-legged. The flowing red robe accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. As she extended her delicate hand, preparing to cultivate, the transmission jade slip in her spatial ring suddenly vibrated. Ji Fuyao infused her spiritual power into it. The voice of Qing Yan, the commander of the Long Way, emerged. "Your Majesty, we have arrived in Changzhou and proceeded to the headquarters of the drunken immortal tower." Ji Fuyao inquired, "What is the situation?" Qing Yan replied with some indignation. "These individuals have turned their backs on us. Despite my possession of your Majesty's token, they refuse to acknowledge it and insist on your personal appearance." At this moment, Wang Man coldly stated, "Your Majesty, I suggest we directly deploy the Long Way and the Yi family to eradicate the drunken immortal tower. Such ungrateful scoundrels do not deserve to exist." Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze shimmering with determination. "If that is the case, it seems I must journey to Changzhou." Wang Man cautioned, "Your Majesty, I fear that even with your personal arrival, they may still refuse to submit." Ji Fuyao's face revealed a hint of anger. "Then the drunken immortal tower has no reason to exist." Wang Man asked, "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" Ji Fuyao replied calmly, "Let us first return to the Black Flame Mountain Range." Qing Yan and the others promptly responded, "Understood. We shall await your Majesty's arrival at the Black Flame Mountain Range." Ji Fuyao nodded. Moments later, she stored the transmission jade slip and a glimmer of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. It should be known that during that battle years ago, among her 3 former aides, the drunken immortal tower had almost carried away most of the cultivation resources of the Fuyao Dynasty. This was the resource of an entire dynasty. Yet now they dared to betray the Fuyao Dynasty? She could not allow this. However, 3,000 years was a long time. There may have been unforeseen changes. Whether the drunken immortal tower had truly switched sides was not a conclusion to be drawn lightly. Ji Fuyao resolved to visit Changzhou and confront the drunken immortal tower. Reflecting on this, she murmured, "I must part from Master once more, and this time, it may take a while." As she gathered her thoughts, she commenced her cultivation. The following day, Lu Xuan awoke naturally, stretching languidly on his icy bed, his spirits elevated. The system's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Ding! Synchronizing the enlightenment of the host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, regarding the essence of spiritual fire. Ding! Synchronizing the alchemical insights of the host's second disciple, Yi Chun. Soon, an overwhelming surge of comprehension flooded into his mind, as if a wealth of knowledge had been forcefully crammed within. It felt peculiar, yet exhilarating. Subsequently, the voice of the system reverberated once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the time-sensitive nurturing task for the eldest disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a substantial foundation of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6-star Imperial-grade spiritual spear, Leershan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Path of Fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 million premium spirit stones. As the final note faded, a torrent of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xuan's body, crashing through him like a mighty river, the tingling sensation coursing through him akin to lightning. He trembled slightly as his cultivation soared, directly breaking through a minor realm and stepping into the 9th level of Xianzun. Next, Lu Xuan began to examine the rewards from the system. With a mere thought, the 6-star Imperial weapon, the spear Liertian, materialized in his grasp. This was a fire-attributed Imperial weapon. Although sealed, it pulsed with fierce and violent power. As Lu Xuan placed his hand upon the spear, waves of spiritual fire flickered, swirling around the shaft like bolts of lightning. He could sense the terrifying willpower embedded within this spear. The path of spiritual fire embodies the essence of lethality. The spear Liertian emanated a formidable imperial might, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent and battle fervor, its aura imposing beyond measure. Lu Xuan could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent spear!" After a brief moment, he stored the imperial weapon Liertian and retrieved the path of fire for further observation. This path of fire was currently sealed, resembling a small cube, no larger than a palm. Yet, one could still perceive the terrifying power it contained. It seemed that once the seal was broken, it could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas, refining the cosmos, illuminating all realms. The path of fire was imbued with an extraordinarily rich essence of the Tao, not a mere fragment or a remnant, but remarkably complete. Within its seal, it continuously evolved into various mysterious forms, sometimes condensing into a fiery abyss, at other times transforming into a colossal sun, or coalescing into a vein of fire. Lu Xuan was inwardly astonished. What effects would the fusion of the path of fire yield? The system elucidated, stating that once someone merges with the path of fire, it signifies an inevitable ascension to the imperial realm. Lu Xuan was taken aback. Inevitable ascension to the imperial realm. The system continued, explaining that the imperial realm entails the mutual validation of one's Tao with the universe. The path of fire could be regarded as a Tao already acknowledged by the heavens. Lu Xuan paused momentarily. In other words, this path of fire is officially recognized by the heavenly Tao. Merging with the path of fire would guarantee an ascent to the status of an emperor. How utterly extraordinary. Indeed, this principle of the fire Tao is quite remarkable, Lu Xuan mused, securing it away. He then regarded the 10 million superior-grade spirit stones within his system space. His heart stirred with anticipation. They were amassed into a veritable hillock. His nominal mentor, Sage Qingxian, had bequeathed him a substantial quantity of spirit stones, yet they numbered only in the hundreds of thousands. The system's munificence was truly extraordinary. Lu Xuan exhaled deeply, commending the system. This time, your reward is commendable. The system responded, "Call me father?" Lu Xuan was taken aback. The system was reverting to its playful nature. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xuan telepathically summoned Ji Fuyao. Presently, Ji Fuyao, adorned in a scarlet gown, gracefully entered Lu Xuan's abode. Her countenance was exquisitely delicate, her curvaceous figure forming a flawless silhouette, emanating a subtle divine aura, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Xuan greeted her with a smile. "Fuyao, I have 3 gifts to bestow upon you." Ji Fuyao's frame trembled slightly. 3 gifts exceeded her expectations. Lu Xuan smiled gently, retrieving the Emperor Tier spear, Rift Sky, and introducing it. This Emperor Tier weapon, imbued with fire attributes and designed for combat, is well suited to you. Ji Fuyao gazed upon the Emperor Tier weapon in astonishment. A 6-star Emperor Tier treasure. Lu Xuan presented Rift Sky to Ji Fuyao. As Ji Fuyao caressed Rift Sky, the overwhelmingly potent spiritual fire energy resonated with her being. She sensed the formidable will contained within the weapon, as if it were custom-made for her. Rift Sky surpassed her previous life's 1-star Emperor Tier weapon by a significant margin. Had she possessed Rift Sky in her past life, she would have undoubtedly vanquished the 3 great emperors of the sky Luo Hall. Lu Xuan chuckled, extending his hand to touch Ji Fuyao's brow. A radiant divine light surged into Ji Fuyao's mind. Lu Xuan said, "Accept it. I have imparted the method of recognition. Furthermore, this Emperor Tier Rift Sky is sealed with multiple layers, which will gradually unlock as your cultivation progresses. However, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, you can forcibly unlock the next layer." Ji Fuyao inclined her head slightly, her bosom heaving, and bowed respectfully to Lu Xuan. "Thank you, Master." Lu Xuan smiled. "The second gift is the principle of the fire Tao." As he spoke, a mysterious cube appeared in Lu Xuan's hand, within which the principle of the fire Tao continuously transformed and pulsated wildly. Ji Fuyao received the principle of the fire Tao, utterly stunned. She detected the aura of Tao and rhythm, the cube containing a terrifying source of power. In her previous life, she had attained emperorhood through the Tao of spiritual fire. acquiring a great emperor's origin, which possessed a similar aura, albeit significantly weaker than the object before her. A possibility occurred to her. Ji Fuyao's voice trembled. Master, could this be the legendary principle of the Fire Dao? Lu Xuan replied, indeed. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes glimmered, gazing at Lu Xuan in utter astonishment. This was a legendary artifact. Once fused and refined, it would undoubtedly lead to emperorhood. And if a great emperor were to refine it, they might even have the opportunity to touch the realm beyond emperorhood. A tidal wave surged within the depths of Ji Fuyao's heart. If this item were to appear in the world, it would likely attract the attention of some emperor realm giants. Ji Fuyao's gaze was fervent, her breathing quickening. Now that she possessed the sky-scorching decree and the Grand Dao Sutra, if she were to refine this principle of the Fire Dao, she was confident that she could ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm in the future. With this in mind, Ji Fuyao's slender hands trembled slightly. Master, this is far too precious. This item could create an unparalleled great emperor. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. A mere principle of the Fire Dao. Take it and use it. Master has plenty of good things here. Ji Fuyao was utterly stunned, as expected of her master, casually producing the 6-star Emperor Tier Rift Sky and the principle of the Fire Dao. After a moment of hesitation, she finally accepted the principle of the Fire Dao. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. With the addition of this item, your cultivation speed will be even faster. Ji Fuyu replied, Master, I will certainly cultivate diligently. Lu Xuan nodded. In high spirits, this was precisely what he wanted to hear. His investment was guaranteed to yield immense profits without fail. Ji Fuyao hesitated for a moment. Master, I may have to leave you for a while again. I need to attend to matters concerning the Fuyao Dynasty. Lu Xuan recalled. What is the attitude of your drunken, immortal pavilion? Ji Fuyao inclined her head slightly and shook it. Qin Yan and the others have been there. But the drunken, immortal pavilion's attitude is unclear. Lu Xuan frowned slightly. If they dare to betray, eliminate them directly, without mercy. Ji Fuyao nodded. Lu Xuan said, Go then. Your junior brother is at Qinxian Peak, so there shouldn't be any problems. Oh, take these spirit stones with you. As he spoke, Lu Xuan tossed a storage ring towards Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao received it and probed it with her divine sense, immediately stunned. 5 million superior-grade spirit stones were piled up into a mountain, shimmering with dazzling light. She quickly composed herself. After all, her master had casually given her the 6-star Emperor Tier Rift Sky and the principle of the Fire Dao, so these 5 million superior-grade spirit stones were probably nothing to him. Ji Fuyao accepted the storage ring, smiled sweetly. Master, then I will go to the mission hall to accept a mission before I leave. Lu Xuan said, All right. Be careful after you leave. Ji Fuyu replied, Soon, Ji Fuyao prepared and bid farewell to Lu Xuan. A divine rainbow appeared beneath her feet, and she soared into the sky, leaving Qingxian Peak. She accepted a 3-month mission at the mission hall and then left via teleportation array. A few days later, Lu Xuan lay on the Xianbing bed in his cave, leisurely reading a storybook. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second disciple's limited-time nurturing mission. Lu Xuan checked Yichen's system panel. Second disciple, Yichen. Realm, early profound sect realm. Cultivation technique, desolate heaven art. Alchemy skill, profound rank 5 alchemist. Treasures, great Dao lock. Heaven swallowing furnace. Bone chilling nether fire. Lu Xuan nodded, very satisfied. Not bad. In a month's time, Yichen has not only become a profound rank alchemist, but has also broken through to the profound sect realm. Alchemy and cultivation are not delayed. Lu Xuan thought to himself. He told Yichen to combine work with rest, so that when he was tired from alchemy, he could take a break. Not to cultivate the desolate heaven art when he was tired from alchemy. Did the disciple misunderstand? With this in mind, Lu Xuan smiled and shook his head. Such high talent and so much effort. As for me, actually, it's pretty good too. At this moment, the system's melodious voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation foundation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the memory of a 5-star pill emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining half a plant of ancient elixir. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a jade slip for attack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for additionally obtaining a corner of the supreme great emperor array pattern. As the voice fell, a pure spiritual energy poured into Lu Xuan's body. He directly broke through to the late stage of the ninefold profound venerable realm. After a moment, Lu Xuan restrained his aura and smiled faintly. just one step away from entering the profound saint realm. This cultivation speed was simply too fast. In less than 3 months, he had gone from the chi refining realm to the ninefold profound venerable realm. If his nominal master was still alive, he would be overjoyed. Then, Lu Xuan's mind moved, and a wisp of extremely brilliant light appeared in his palm. It was the memory of the 5-star Pill Emperor. Lu Xuan could feel the terrifying amount of information contained in this light group. If he were to suddenly immerse himself in his mind, his brain would undoubtedly explode. At that moment, the system prompted, "Rest assured, host, I have sealed this memory of the Pill Emperor multiple times. It will only unravel gradually." Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. He put away the Pill Emperor's memory and took out a half-root of an ancient medicinal herb. Although it was only the size of an arm and appeared unremarkable, an incredibly rich vitality instantly permeated the atmosphere, flooding Lu Xuan's body with an overwhelming force. A potent allure seemed to tempt Lu Xuan to consume the ancient herb. Lu Xuan patted the roots of the ancient herb and chuckled. "Heh, you think you can make me swallow you? Not a chance." The ancient herb, having developed a certain sentience, quivered its roots in response, ceasing to emanate that enticing power. Lu Xuan scrutinized it closely and remarked, "Is this the ancient medicinal herb that even the emperors of the Forbidden Zones covet? It seems rather ordinary." The ancient herb trembled slightly, as if expressing its discontent. Lu Xuan laughed, "Quite proud, aren't you?" With that, he placed the ancient herb into the system space. He then retrieved the attack jade slip for inspection. The system informed, "This jade slip can be activated 10 times, instantly annihilating anything below the emperor level." Lu Xuan smirked, "That will do." He then produced a palm-sized crystal, probing with his consciousness. Instantly, the interior of the crystal erupted with a blazing divine radiance, its brilliant light manifesting terrifying spiritual patterns, akin to a galaxy. This was a fragment of the Emperor's array. Within this array lay a manifestation of a vast domain, circulating with an obscure and ancient aura, exceedingly mysterious. The system explained, "Host, this is a reward for completing an additional task. You can refine it, allowing you to traverse the void in the southern wilderness at will, reaching your destination in an instant." Lu Xuan was somewhat astonished. "This is excellent. From now on, the vast southern wilderness is mine to roam." The system provided Lu Xuan with the method of refinement. Sitting cross-legged, he altered his hand seals and muttered incantations. "The heavens are boundless, where my mind reaches. The distance is but a step." Soon, this fragment of the Supreme Emperor's array was directly refined by Lu Xuan. He gained a moment of clarity. The so-called fragment of the Emperor's array was, in fact, the rule power of the array Emperor, but this fragment could be used infinitely. Lu Xuan couldn't help but praise the system. "Well done, my dear system." The system replied, "If you think so, do say more." Lu Xuan. Before long, Lu Xuan summoned Yichun. Yichun approached with a respectful bow, a smile gracing his face. "Master." Lu Xuan nodded. "Yichun, you have ascended to the level of an advanced alchemist. I have observed your efforts during this period. Do you enjoy alchemy?" Yichun replied, "Master, I love alchemy, but I do not wish to abandon my martial cultivation." Lu Xuan's lips curled slightly. "Yichun, do you aspire to attain emperor status through the path of alchemy?" Yichun's gaze brightened, excitement radiating from him. "Master, I do." Upon hearing this, the medicinal flame soared from the jade pendant at Yichun's chest. The flame gazed at Lu Xuan in astonishment, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. "Master Lu, do you possess a method for alchemical ascension?" Lu Xuan smiled faintly, flicking his fingers to conjure a dazzling orb of light before Yichun. Yichun stared at the orb in shock, feeling the terrifying power it contained. His voice trembled. "Master, what is this?" Lu Xuan replied, "The memory of a 5-star Pill Emperor." Chapter 51. General Wei Yin of the northern town. Yao Yin was left utterly astounded, his mind racing with the memories of the 5-star Alchemy Emperor. Yichun found himself overwhelmed with excitement. Should he integrate the memories of this 5-star Alchemy Emperor, he would ascend upon the shoulders of a great emperor. Achieving the status of an emperor in alchemy would merely be a matter of time. Lu Xuan smiled and shared the refined spiritual formula with Yichun, explaining that he had placed several seals within this memory. These seals would gradually unlock as Yichun's cultivation level increased. Yao Yan's ethereal soul trembled as he turned to Lu Xuan. "Master Lu, may I also witness the memories of the 5-star Alchemy Emperor? I am willing to pay any price." The Alchemy Emperor. This was the pinnacle of attainment he had pursued his entire life. to hear the truth of the Tao in the morning and be willing to die by evening. Now, with an opportunity to attain the status of an emperor laid before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? Yao Yin was prepared to give everything in exchange for this chance. Lu Xuan casually replied, "Old Yao, you are Yi Chen's mentor in the art of alchemy and also his kin. Naturally, you may view the memories." Buzz. In an instant, Yao Yan's mind was filled with exhilaration. He could also comprehend the memories of the Alchemy Emperor. His soul quivered with excitement. Struggling to find words, he sought confirmation. "Master Lu, if I comprehend these memories, are there any conditions?" Lu Xuan replied nonchalantly, "It is merely the memory of a 5-star alchemy emperor, not a rare treasure." Yao Yan was momentarily taken aback. A tempest surged within his heart. To him, the 5-star alchemy emperor was an unreachable figure. Yet, Lu Xuan, a person of such caliber, regarded it as insignificant. This stark contrast illustrated the vast chasm between him and Lu Xuan. In that moment, Lu Xuan appeared to Yao Yan as an insurmountable mountain, an object of reverence. Lu Xuan chuckled, "Old Yao, you assist Yi Chun in refining this memory." Yao Yan solemnly nodded, "Understood." Memories of a powerful being from the ancient forbidden zone, cloaked in mystery and foreboding, echoed in his mind. Today's actions would yield results in the future. He had devoted everything to escorting Yi Chen away from that perilous realm, believing it would be the end of his journey, only to unexpectedly encounter an opportunity for ascension. All of this was worth it. Meanwhile, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, manipulating the spiritual formula as he began to refine the memory of the Alchemy Emperor. Yao Yan stood guard beside him. A torrent of information surged into Yi Chen's mind, akin to a mighty river crashing against his soul. Half a day later, within Yi Chun's sea of consciousness lay an endless, resplendent galaxy. This was the sealed memory of the Alchemy Emperor. With Yi Chen's current cultivation level, the memory was like the vastness of the ocean. He could only grasp a mere drop. Through the fragmented starlight of the Alchemy Emperor's memory, Yi Chen witnessed profoundly shocking scenes of alchemical practices. Whether it was the path of spiritual fire, the mastery of herbs, or alchemical techniques, the Alchemy Emperor's skills were transcendent, causing Yi Chen to tremble in body and spirit. Naturally, Yi Chen could not fully bear this memory alone. But with Yao Yan's assistance, he could seize a tributary of wisdom. His heart raced with excitement. His master's casual gesture was such a terrifying gift. It was overwhelmingly astonishing. Yi Chen reflected on how since Lu Xuan had taken him as a disciple, he had bestowed countless treasures upon him without ever asking for anything in return. Such selflessness was truly remarkable. With this thought, a determination ignited within Yi Chen. He must strive to become stronger, to reach the pinnacle of cultivation, and repay his master. Moments later, Yi Chen reined in his aura and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Lu Xuan with gratitude, "Thank you, master." Lu Xuan nodded. "There are still 2 months until the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Prepare well." Yi Chen affirmed, "Understood." Lu Xuan turned to Yao Yan. "During this time, I will rely on old Yao to provide guidance." Yao Yan hurriedly waved his hands. "I am unworthy, unworthy." Lu Xuan smiled. "Very well. Yi Chen, during this time, while practicing alchemy, do not forget to continue your cultivation." Yi Chen replied, "Master, I understand." With that, Yi Chen took his leave, eager to return to his chamber and delve into the memories of the Alchemy Emperor. Upon returning to his chamber, Yao Yan immediately floated out. Astonished as he spoke, "Chener, I just discovered something astonishing within your master's abode." Yi Chen inquired, "What is it?" Yao Yan continued, "Your master's chamber contains a presence of ancient, divine herbs. It cannot be mistaken." Yi Chen stood frozen in place. Ancient divine herbs. Such treasures were coveted even by emperor-level beings. The fact that his master possessed such items was truly remarkable. Yao Yan exhaled softly. "Chener, your master is indeed unfathomable. Not only is his cultivation extraordinary, but his depth of resources is profound. I now suspect that his foundation surpasses that of our entire Yao family." "What?" Yi Chen gasped in disbelief. The Yao family was a dominant power in the southern wilderness, with an immeasurable legacy spanning several epochs. Now, Yao Yan believed that his master was even more formidable than the Yao family? Yao Yan's voice trembled, "At least within my Yao family. Such terrifying emperor-grade treasures would never be casually bestowed." Lu Xuan had reshaped his understanding. When did emperor-grade treasures become as common as cabbages? Yao Yan said mysteriously, "Chener, I speculate that your master has actually been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, or even longer." His youthful appearance is likely due to his continuous consumption of ancient divine herbs. Yi Chen was taken aback. His master appeared so young. Yet he was truly an ancient being who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. In that moment, Yi Chen felt an even deeper reverence and respect for Lu Xuan. Yao Yin sighed. In the southern wilderness, dominant powers are not the pinnacle. However, I believe your master has already entered that echelon. Who would have imagined that the Dao sect concealed such a hidden powerhouse? Yi Chen nodded. The key is that my master is exceedingly low-key, preferring to remain misunderstood while quietly residing on Qingxian Peak. Yao Yin expressed with admiration. That is the mark of a true strongman, transcending the mundane. Yi Chen's face revealed a longing expression. There was so much he wished to learn from his master. Yet he felt it was never enough. Yao Yin turned to Yi Chen. With only 2 months remaining until the Alchemy Exchange Conference, major powers such as the Taishang Xuanzong, the Yao family, the Danxiang sect, and the Tsangmu Academy will all attend. It will be a grand gathering for alchemical geniuses, and you must showcase your talents to bring honor to your master. Yi Chen nodded firmly. I will strive to excel. In the realm of alchemy, Yi Chen had already reached the Xian-level alchemist, with the next levels being King, Earth, and Heaven. The path ahead would become increasingly arduous. However, with the memory of the Alchemy Emperor, he felt an unwavering confidence that he would shine brightly in the realm of alchemy. Yao Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. Perhaps Nangong by Shui will also arrive at the Dao sect. Yi Chen's face turned cold as he replied, I have no ties to her anymore. Yao Yin sighed in agreement. Chener, I was initially contemplating whether to pass down the Yao family's alchemical techniques to you. But now with the memories of the Alchemy Emperor, all worries have been dispelled. Yi Chen expressed, Master, you are so considerate. With that, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the memories of the Alchemy Emperor. Yao Yin activated the supreme secret arts of the Yao family, assisting Yi Chen in continuously refining the formidable memories of the Alchemy Emperor. These memories surged like a river from the heavens, cascading down for miles. Even Yao Yan's quasi-emperor soul could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of awe. In that moment, both Yao Yin and Yi Chen felt as if they were a small boat, tossed about in the torrent of the Alchemy Emperor's memories. Yao Yin marveled. Is this how one can practice alchemy? Astonishing. Yi Chen was equally shaken. How terrifying. The two immersed themselves tirelessly in their studies. In the Black Flame Mountains, boundless spiritual woods rise majestically like an ocean, shrouding the undulating mountain ranges within. Deep within the mountains, countless spiritual beasts roar, while strange mists drift above the vast peaks, rendering the Black Flame Mountains exceedingly mysterious. Ji Fuyao, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, gracefully descends upon the territory of the Imperial Dragon Guard. The commander Wang Man and Qing Yin promptly step forward to greet her, Your Majesty. Ji Fuyao inclines her snowy neck slightly, offering a subtle nod. Wang Man and the others usher Ji Fuyao into a pavilion. As they settle down, Qing Yan's brow furrows slightly as she begins to report on the matters concerning the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Your Majesty, the attitude of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is profoundly disappointing. Even after I presented your token, the owners still expressed disbelief in your return. Wang Man coldly interjects, this is merely their pretext. I observe that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is currently thriving in Sangzhou and has established connections with several major forces there. They simply refuse to return to our Fuyao Dynasty. Ji Fuyao, pondering thoughtfully, inquires, who currently oversees the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Qin Yin responds, the former northern general of the dynasty, Wei Yin. Wang Man adds, Your Majesty, I have long viewed Wei Yin as untrustworthy. He harbors treachery and will undoubtedly rebel. It is indeed as I suspected. Qin Yin gestures dismissively, casting a glare at Wang Man. We cannot jump to conclusions just yet. Wang Man mutters through gritted teeth. That despicable Wei Yin took away the majority of our Fuyao Dynasty's cultivation resources, which has become their capital for rising in Sangzhou. Now that they have ascended, they begin to sever ties. Ji Fuyao calmly asserts, once I reach the Xianxing realm, I will pay a visit to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Xianxing realm. Qin Yin and Wang Man exchange astonished glances. They were somewhat taken aback. It is known that Ji Fuyao is currently at the 3rd level of the Xianzun realm. To ascend to the Xianxing realm, even with Her Majesty's extraordinary talent, would require several years or perhaps even longer. Qin Yin nods, Your Majesty speaks wisely. We must not act rashly. Everything requires careful deliberation. After a few years, once Your Majesty reaches the Xianxing realm, We shall proceed to Cangzhou. Ji Fuyao smiles lightly. There is no need for such a long period. 2 months will suffice. Upon hearing this, the dragon guards were left in stunned silence. Transitioning from the 3rd level of Xianzun to Xianxing in just 2 months? How could this be possible? Ji Fuyao extends her delicate hand. And a fiery Tao essence, a crimson square the size of a fist, slowly materializes in her palm. Instantly, the entire pavilion becomes overwhelmingly intense. As a terrifying pressure of spiritual fire surges forth like a tidal wave, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The dragon guards, even those as formidable as quasi-emperors and half-emperors, felt a profound sense of trepidation upon witnessing this fiery Tao essence. The crimson square appeared to conceal a fiery abyss, reminiscent of a colossal sun, radiating boundless might. Qing Yin and Wang Man, along with the others, stood in shock, their voices trembling. Your Majesty, this is... They sensed the primordial power of the spiritual fire. Such power could only be wielded by those in the true imperial realm. Ji Fuyao chuckled softly. This is the fiery Tao essence gifted to me by my master. Chapter 52. Sovereign, Lu Xuan, do not stir up trouble. This is the fire Tao principle bestowed upon me by my master. Upon hearing this, Qing Yin and Wang Man were left utterly speechless. They understood the profound implications. The fire Tao principle, once integrated and refined, would undoubtedly lead to the attainment of the spirit fire Tao and the elevation to the emperor realm. The Tao principles of the southern wilderness were said to have long been seized by the most formidable beings. Yet, how could Lu Xuan possess the fire Tao principle? Moreover, he had conferred it upon the Empress Fuyao. Wang Man exclaimed in astonishment, Master Lu is indeed a divine being. The peaks of Qing Yin rose and fell, her breath quickening. Throughout the southern wilderness, it seemed only Master Lu would regard emperor-level treasures with such indifference. They had witnessed, just days prior at the Yi family estate, Lu Xuan bestow numerous emperor-level treasures upon Yi Chun. Such extravagance. Soon, Qing Yin and the others realized why the Empress had proclaimed her intention to step into the Xian sacred realm within 2 months. As long as she refined and integrated the fire Tao principle, entering the Xian sacred realm would be a mere formality. More importantly, in this lifetime, the Empress Fuyao had acquired an abundance of treasures. Once she became an emperor, her achievements would far exceed those of her previous life. Perhaps, she could reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm, becoming a true titan and a figure of legend in the southern wilderness. With this thought, Wang Man and Qing Yin knelt before Empress Fuyao. Thud, thud, they declared, we are willing to follow the Empress for eternity. Empress Fuyao nodded, rise. In the future, I shall rebuild the Fuyao Empire, and you shall undoubtedly take another step forward. Wang Man and the others were filled with excitement. To take another step forward meant ascending to the emperor realm. They firmly believed in Ji Fuyao's words, knowing she had Master Lu backing her. The resources of Master Lu were boundless. Should he choose to bestow opportunities upon them for the sake of the Empress, they could easily ascend to emperor. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of bright prospects, their hearts brimming with ambition. Ji Fuyao inquired, is there a place of intense spirit fire within the Black Flame Mountains? Qing Yin pondered briefly before responding, Your Majesty, in the eastern part of the Black Flame Mountains, there exists a place known as the Lihua Valley. Ji Fuyao continued, what is the grade of the spirit fire power there? Qing Yin replied, it is below the Saint King level. Ji Fuyao nodded, it suits me well. Lead the way. Shortly thereafter, Wang Man, Qing Yin, and Ji Fuyao soared through the air towards the Lihua Valley. Qing Yin cautioned, Your Majesty, there are some saint-level fire beasts within the Lihua Valley. You must exercise caution. Ji Fuyao responded nonchalantly, it matters not. Mere saint-level fire beasts pose no threat to me. Several hours later, they arrived above the Lihua Valley. The valley stretched endlessly. As if the earth had been torn asunder, flames leaping toward the heavens, resembling a colossal furnace where spirit fire burned eternally, exuding an ancient aura. Boom. Columns of spirit fire surged skyward, incinerating nearby spiritual wood into powder. Deep within the Lihua Valley, countless fire beasts rampaged, appearing exceedingly ferocious. Ji Fuyao looked at Qing Yin and the others. You may withdraw. Qing Yin and Wang Man exchanged worried glances. With a delicate wave of her hand, Ji Fuyao urged them several miles back, where they concealed their presence, ready to protect her from the shadows. In the next moment, Ji Fuyao, clad in a flowing red gown, shot into the Lihua Valley. Soon, a multitude of fire beasts began to roar, charging toward her. A 9-star Xian sacred fire beast growled menacingly. Human, dare to trespass in my Lihua Valley? Prepare to die. As the words fell, the Xian sacred fire beast channeled the spirit fire power of the valley, manifesting a terrifying killing force that surged toward Ji Fuyao. Unfazed, Ji Fuyao's delicate hand suddenly wielded a long spear. Emperor weapon, split the heavens. Crack. Whoosh. With a thought, the first seal of the Emperor weapon split the heavens was released, and the spear flickered with crimson spirit fire lightning, intertwining like dragons. Ji Fuyao resonated with the Emperor weapon, sweeping it downward. The spear's radiance blazed forth, the might of the spirit fire incinerating the Xian sacred fire beast's attack in an instant. The Xian sacred fire beast's expression morphed into one of sheer horror as it hastily summoned the valley's power for defense. Yet, it was futile. The Emperor weapon split the heavens lived up to its name, splitting the heavens with a single strike. Boom. The Xian sacred fire beast's form shattered, blood spraying forth. Its enraged cries echoing through the air. Damn it. This is an Emperor weapon. How can a mere 9-star Xian sacred being face an Emperor weapon? The human woman showed no regard for martial ethics. In an instant, the strongest fire beast of the Lihua Valley was obliterated, its form reduced to ashes. Ji Fuyao sheathed the Emperor weapon, split the heavens, and descended deep into the valley. The surrounding fire beasts scattered like a receding tide. Terror gripped them. The mightiest fire beast had been slain in an instant by this woman. They dared not linger. At that moment, countless fire beasts fled in a panic, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yin and the others were left in shock. An Emperor weapon spear. Moreover, a high-tier Emperor weapon. They realized this was certainly not the Empress's original weapon. Wang Man's voice trembled. This Emperor weapon must have been bestowed upon the Empress by Master Lu. The others nodded, their hearts filled with awe. How many treasures did Lu Xuan possess? This was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyao sat cross-legged, her fire-red gown cascading beside her, accentuating her perfect figure and alluring curves. With a graceful hand, she summoned the Fire Dao principle into her palm. Ji Fuyao harmonized her spirit and began to refine and integrate the Fire Dao principle. A delicate sheen of sweat glistened on her exquisite face, making her appear irresistibly enchanting. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Ji Fuyao entered a deep meditative state, continuously merging with the principle while consuming its power. Her cultivation soared. 3-fold Xian Zun realm. 4-fold Xian Zun realm. 5-fold Xian Zun realm. At the Dead Dao sect, Qing Xian Peak, Lu Xuan reclined in his cave dwelling, leisurely creating abstract art. The voice of the system rang in his ears. Ding. Ji Fuyao's cultivation is rising, beginning to synchronize. Ding. Ji Fuyao's mastery of spirit fire is improving, beginning to synchronize. Ding. Yichen's alchemical skills are advancing. As the notifications faded, pure cultivation energy surged into his meridians, ultimately coalescing in his dantian, a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock, leaving Lu Xuan feeling utterly refreshed. Over a month had passed. Lu Xuan had stepped into the 1-star Xian sacred realm, without encountering any bottlenecks. For other cultivators, entering the Xian sacred realm required substantial foundational power, the consumption of barrier-breaking pills, and the pursuit of their own path. But Lu Xuan needed none of that. He merely absorbed his disciples' foundational power. Realization? His disciples' insights became his own. Now Lu Xuan had traversed 3 great paths: alchemy, the spirit fire Dao, martial Dao. Ji Fuyao had already integrated most of the Fire Dao principle and had entered the 8-star Xianzun realm. Once she fully merged with the Fire Dao principle, she would undoubtedly step into the Xian sacred realm. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Yao Yan, Yi Chun had begun to refine king-grade pills. His cultivation remained unyielding. Lu Xuan has entrusted the remaining 5 million top-grade spirit stones to Yi Chun, propelling him directly into the mid-stage of the Xian sect realm. During this time, Yi Chun has been wholly absorbed in alchemy and cultivation, living a life defined by the routine of traveling between his grass hut and cave abode. He has not taken a single day off. Even Lu Xuan could not bear to witness such fervor. Not even the donkeys in the production teams labor as tirelessly as Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun finds joy in his pursuits, viewing meals merely as moments of respite. The physiques of cultivators differ significantly from those of ordinary mortals. Lu Xuan, being an exception, despite currently being at the Xian Saint realm, still requires over 6 hours of sleep each day. Meanwhile, the The sect master has been preoccupied with the upcoming Alchemy Exchange Conference and has not set foot on Changsheng Peak. Lu Xuan relishes the tranquility, indulging in poetry, painting, reading tales, and admiring the scenery on the horizon. This is the life he once dreamed of on Blue Star, and now it has become a reality. He feels no need to impose excessive pressure upon himself, as the burden resides with his disciple. Before long, only a few days remain until the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Fuyao has successfully ascended to the 1-star Xian Saint realm. Lu Xuan checked the system and confirmed that Fuyao has fused with the essence of the Path of Fire. From this moment forth, her cultivation speed has multiplied several times. Lu Xuan feels an immense satisfaction. Previously, the flow of power within him was but a trickle, but now it resembles a mighty river. Spiritual energy surges through his limbs and bones, flooding into his dantian, bestowing upon him a sense of unparalleled comfort. In recent days, the Dedao sect has noticeably buzzed with activity. Various dominant forces from the southern wilderness, possessing legacies in alchemy, have begun to converge upon the Dedao sect. This time, the Supreme Xian sect, the Danxiang sect, the Cangmu Academy, and the Yao family, among others, will also be in attendance. Those arriving are all Tier 1 alchemists. Although their realms may not be exceedingly high, with the most powerful among them being only half-emperors, the status of Tier 1 alchemists remains exalted. Even emperors must treat them with the utmost respect. This is the standing of alchemists in the southern wilderness. The century-old Alchemy Exchange Conference is indeed the pinnacle gathering for alchemists in the region. These Tier 1 alchemists will not only engage in discussions, but their disciples will also partake in a grand alchemy contest. The Dedao sect has publicly announced the proceedings of the Alchemy Conference, spanning 10 days. The first 3 days will feature lectures and demonstrations by the Tier 1 alchemists from these dominant forces, while the final 7 days will showcase the much-anticipated contests among the prodigious alchemists. Invited dominant forces may directly descend upon the Dedao sect, while other factions or independent cultivators wishing to observe must pay a certain price. This time, the Dedao sect has opened a limited number of spots, requiring either a sacred weapon or equivalent cultivation resources. Exchanging a sacred weapon for the opportunity to witness 10 days of the Alchemy Exchange Conference is indeed a significant cost. Nevertheless, numerous factions from the southern wilderness are eager to participate due to the limited spots. Such an opportunity is undeniably worthwhile. For once one gains insights, a mere sacred weapon becomes trivial. For alchemists, it merely translates to the ability to refine more pills. In these days, within the vast territory of the Dedao sect, countless spirit peaks shimmer with divine radiance, and brilliant Dao patterns flicker like a galaxy, while ancient energies cascade in all directions, showcasing the profound foundations of several dominant forces in the southern wilderness. Numerous auspicious beasts soar through the skies, emitting melodious cries. In the air, an abundance of spiritual vessels and flying artifacts traverse, their divine lights sparkling as they flit between the various spirit peaks. All the spirit peaks of the Dedao sect are harmonizing with the Alchemy Peak. Many peak masters traverse the skies of the Dedao sect, creating arcs of divine rainbows that illuminate the heavens in resplendent glory. The atmosphere of the grand event is brewing. Lu Xuan reclines before his grass hut, gazing up at the vast sky. He cannot help but be awestruck by the spectacle before him. Just then, the jade slip in his possession vibrates gently. He retrieves the slip and infuses it with spiritual energy. The voice of the sect master emerges. Lu Xuan, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Lu Xuan responds. Sect master, please go ahead. The sect master continues. In a few days, the Alchemist Exchange Conference will commence. I advise you to remain at Changsheng Peak. Refrain from wandering and avoid causing any disturbances. What do you think? Chapter 53. The heavens and the earth serve as a furnace, and nature plays the role of the craftsman. Do not stir, do not create disturbances. How about that? Lu Xuan casually remarked, I understand. Knowing is one thing, but he would undoubtedly have Yi Chen participate in the Alchemy Exchange Conference. This is an opportunity for communication among celestial tier alchemists, which would greatly benefit Yi Chen. Suddenly, the sound of the system echoed. Ding. The task of nurturing the disciple has been issued. Ensure that your second disciple, Yi Chen, secures first place in the alchemy competition for the younger generation at the Exchange Conference. With the sound fading, Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It appears that participation in this competition is imperative. Apologies, sect master, he said. At that moment, Lu Xuan looked up to see an enormous shadow looming in the sky. A colossal spiritual vessel, its towers soaring high, resembling a great mountain or a vast realm, with dazzling spiritual patterns swirling upon it. A massive flag atop the vessel fluttered vigorously in the gale of the void. The Danxiang sect, a dominant force in the southern wilderness. This immense spiritual vessel emanated an overwhelming pressure, causing the void to tremble and the space to warp, stirring a commotion within the Dao sect. Boom! The peak master of Danfeng, Gu Yuefeng, soared into the sky, a divine rainbow forming beneath his feet to welcome the arrival of the Danxiang sect. Friends from the Danxiang sect, please follow me. Upon hearing this, a celestial tier alchemist from the Danxiang sect smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Gu Yuefeng, long time no see. The two exchanged smiles. Lu Xuan sighed, truly. The grandeur of a powerful sect is unmatched. Before long, Yi Chun emerged from his cave dwelling, preparing to cook for Lu Xuan. He looked up at the sky and said with a smile, Master, many powerful sects have been visiting our sect lately. Lu Xuan nodded. This was Yi Chun's first encounter with such grandeur. Previously, he thought the grand gatherings of the major forces in Changsheng were already monumental, but now he felt they were nothing in comparison. Yi Chun's heart raced with excitement. This time, he would be competing against other alchemists at the exchange conference. He felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. After all, his master had provided him with abundant resources for cultivation. If he were to be overshadowed by other young prodigies, would that not bring shame to his master? As Yi Chun approached the grass hut to begin cooking, he decided to prepare sweet and sour spiritual fish. He scaled the fish, making a few incisions, and then applied Lu Xuan's honey glaze before commencing the cooking process. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, displaying a level of skill that was heartwarming. After nearly 3 months of practice, Yi Chun's culinary skills had significantly improved. Each time Lu Xuan praised him, it fueled Yi Chun's motivation. As Yi Chun methodically cooked the spiritual fish, he reminisced about Lu Xuan's words. In his memories, his master seemed to value his culinary skills the most, not alchemy or martial arts. This realization left Yi Chun feeling a twinge of disappointment. Before long, Yi Chun placed the steaming sweet and sour spiritual fish on the stone table. Master, it's time to eat. Lu Xuan quickly took his seat, sampling a bite. Not bad. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Halfway through the meal, Lu Xuan smiled and said, Yi Chun, I have a small request regarding the upcoming Alchemy Exchange Conference. Yi Chun's expression turned serious. Master, please speak. Lu Xuan continued, in the competition for the younger generation, you must secure first place. Yi Chun was taken aback. First place? That would be quite a challenge. After all, he was merely a king-tier alchemist. At that moment, the voice of Yao Yin emerged from the jade pendant. Sect Master Lu. Achieving first place may prove excessively difficult. Lu Xuan inquired. Why is that? Yao Yin explained, Sect Master Lu. It is likely that there will be earth-tier alchemists among the younger generation at this exchange conference. Currently, Yi Chun is only a king-tier alchemist, and there is a significant gap. Lu Xuan frowned slightly. Earth-tier alchemists are participating too? This seems rather unfair. Noticing Lu Xuan's confusion, Yao Yin elaborated. In our field of alchemy, due to the lengthy and arduous process of an alchemist breaking through to a higher tier, we have a more lenient age limit for participants at this exchange conference. Anyone under 300 years of age is eligible to compete. Lu Xuan was left speechless. 300-year-old alchemists are considered the younger generation? Yao Yin sighed. It is already astonishing that Yi Chun has reached the Jade Tier Alchemist level in just 3 months. If he had more time, he might truly attain the Earth Tier level. In that case, he could potentially claim first place. After a moment of silence, Yi Chun suddenly looked at Lu Xuan with unwavering determination in his eyes. Master, I will certainly secure first place. Lu Xuan regarded Yi Chun with surprise. Yi Chun smiled faintly. Master, you have bestowed upon me such ample opportunities for alchemy, the swallowing heaven cauldron, the bone-chilling ghost flame, and the memories of the alchemy emperor. If I cannot achieve first place with these advantages, then I would truly be a failure. Yao Yin fell silent. Yi Chun was young and full of passion, which was admirable, but the gap between King Tier and Earth Tier was not something that sheer will could bridge. At that moment, Yi Chun clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. He looked at Lu Xuan earnestly, his voice quivering. Master, for 7 years, I have been regarded as a failure. Now, this opportunity lies before me. How can I not prove myself? This alchemy exchange conference is not only for my own validation, but also to honor my master. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan clapped his hands in laughter. Good, good, good. The tides surge, and the youth remains undefeated in their fervor. This is the spirit of youth. 7 years enduring the bitter cold, yet his passion remains unquenched. Yi Chun gazed at Lu Xuan with a newfound reverence. If you believe in me, master, then I shall succeed. The reason I have not reached the Earth-tier alchemist level must be due to some inadequacies on my part. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Why was Yi Chun suddenly reflecting on himself? That was not his intention. In just 3 months, Yi Chun becoming a king-tier alchemist was already extraordinary. The request for first place was merely a task from the system. Yao Yin, feeling a surge of emotion, gritted his teeth and declared, Sect Master Lu. With only a few days left, I will spare no effort to assist Yi Chun. Perhaps we can truly create a miracle. He was visibly excited. 3 months to become an Earth-tier alchemist. If this were to materialize, it would indeed create a marvel in the realm of alchemy in the southern wilderness. At that moment, Lu Xuan turned to Yao Yin and asked, Elder Yao, what do you believe distinguishes an Earth-tier alchemist from a King-tier alchemist? Yao Yin replied, the difference between King-tier and Earth-tier is not merely a matter of skill in alchemy. It is a matter of spirituality. Lu Xuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yao Yin elaborated. Spirituality refers to the path an Earth-tier alchemist carves for themselves. Alchemy ceases to be a monotonous task of manipulating spiritual formulas and controlling spiritual flames. It involves creativity and imagination. Yi Chun was taken aback, feeling as though he did not fully comprehend. Elder Yao, could you elaborate? Yao Yin explained, before reaching the Earth tier. Alchemy is simply alchemy, while for Earth tier alchemists, alchemy transcends mere alchemy. Yi Chun's expression turned perplexed as he began to ponder the profound meaning behind Elder Yao's words. Lu Xuan smiled gently. In other words, the journey of alchemy is akin to observing a mountain. In the first realm, a mountain is simply a mountain. In the second realm, a mountain is not merely a mountain. And in the third realm, a mountain is once again recognized as a mountain. With this, Yao Yin was left in awe. It was the first time he had heard such a refreshingly profound explanation. He was astonished. Could it be that Lu Xuan also understood the path of alchemy? Yi Chun's mind buzzed as if he had touched upon something extraordinary. A mystical aura began to flow around him, a gentle breeze stirred, and faint light began to envelop him. Yi Chun slipped into a state of enlightenment. No wonder he always felt that his alchemy was encountering a bottleneck. It turned out he had been confined within the rigid framework of the Book of Herbs. Mastering fire control and the techniques of alchemy. Although the memories of the Alchemy Emperor represented a lofty pinnacle, they inadvertently ensnared him in a state of passivity. During this period, he had been meticulously following the alchemical path of the 5-star Alchemy Emperor. Yi Chun murmured to himself, those who imitate me thrive. Those who resemble me perish. He had an epiphany. He must forge his own path. The 5-star Alchemy Emperor was indeed a summit. Yet he would rise above it to construct a magnificent edifice. In an instant, within Yi Chun's mind, the insights gained over 3 months transformed into a torrent of memories. Continuously merging together, tens of thousands of spiritual herbs radiated as resplendent lights, floating and colliding, beginning to reorganize. He suddenly comprehended numerous concepts, the characteristics and medicinal properties of different herbs, the laws governing spiritual fire control, and the extraction of the essence of spiritual herbs. Yi Chun felt that he could even innovate certain royal-grade alchemical formulas, for his understanding of spiritual herbs had ascended to new heights. After several hours, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes and, filled with excitement, gazed at Lu Xuan. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. A single word from you is worth more than the refining of countless elixirs. Yao Yin was equally exhilarated. He sensed that Lu Xuan possessed a unique understanding of alchemy. He was eager to inquire about deeper questions. With this thought in mind, Yao Yin asked Lu Xuan, Master Lu, what do you believe alchemy is? Lu Xuan replied with a calm demeanor, the great Tao originates from the same source, and the methods of the Tao follow nature. Everything is akin to alchemy. And alchemy mirrors all things. Yao Yin furrowed his brow, bewildered. Yi Chun fell into contemplation, unsure of Lu Xuan's meaning. Lu Xuan continued, cooking resembles alchemy. The ingredients are like spiritual herbs, and the iron pot functions as the alchemical furnace. Yao Yin suddenly understood. Yi Chun was astounded as he looked at his master. Master is right. Isn't cooking just another form of alchemy? Lu Xuan smiled, expanding the horizons of thought and imagination. If you perceive alchemy merely as alchemy, You will not grasp its deeper significance. Yao Yan inquired further, what else can be considered alchemy? Lu Xuan casually pointed at Yi Chun, stating, cultivation is akin to alchemy. The physical body serves as the furnace, the power of heaven and earth acts as the spiritual fire, condensing the essence of spiritual power to enhance the foundation of one's cultivation. Is this not also alchemy? Yao Yan was left speechless. This theory of alchemy was indeed rather avant-garde. He had never contemplated it in such a manner before. In that moment, his reverence for Lu Xuan deepened significantly. Yao Yan asked once more, Master Lu, what do you consider to be the ultimate goal of alchemy? Lu Xuan smiled faintly. What do you perceive it to be? Yao Yan, filled with fervor, excitedly replied, to concoct a supreme elixir, inscribed with 10 rings of alchemical aura, invoking the thunder of heaven and earth, ensuring that none of the essence of spiritual herbs is wasted, thereby achieving a perfect elixir. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun nodded. This was likely the ultimate aspiration of any alchemist, the pursuit of perfection and the relentless quest for excellence. Lu Xuan shook his head, saying, Yao Yan, broaden your perspective and unleash your imagination. You are still at the first tier of alchemy. Yao Yan gazed at Lu Xuan in astonishment. Master Lu, you mean? Lu Xuan casually remarked, consider the heavens and earth as the furnace, creation as the artisan, yin and yang as charcoal, and all things as copper. Yao Yan was left utterly dumbfounded. The heavens and earth as the furnace, creation as the artisan, yin and yang as charcoal, all things as copper. What a grand vision. Chapter 54. The so-called supreme strength is merely the end of the road. Yao Yan was left speechless. What Lu Xuan articulated seemed to transcend the dominion of even a celestial-grade alchemist. A tempest of astonishment surged within Yao Yan's heart. He had never contemplated alchemy to such an extent. Beside him, Yi Chun was equally astounded. The profundity of Lu Xuan's words surpassed the memories of countless five-star alchemists. The realm was simply too elevated. After a considerable duration, Yao Yan and Yi Chun regained their composure, gazing at Lu Xuan as if he were a celestial being. Yao Yan's eyes now reflected additional layers of reverence as he stammered, Master Lu, it seems that only someone of your unparalleled stature could possess such vision and grandiosity. Though I am a quasi-emperor, my perspective is limited, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Today, upon hearing your words, I realize I am but an apprentice in the realm of alchemy. Perhaps a celestial-grade alchemist merely stands at the threshold of this art. Lu Xuan paused momentarily. Was the astonishment truly warranted? His statement was not entirely his own. It was a quotation from Jia Yi. He merely referenced it. Could such a simple remark truly leave a celestial-grade alchemist in awe? With a slight smirk, Lu Xuan continued, Thus, I have always maintained that one must broaden their horizons. The ultimate in alchemy can be envisioned as the cosmos as a furnace, the Tao as the spirit herb, and the river of time as the spiritual flame, concocting the myriad heavens. Yao Yan was once more taken aback. The cosmos as a furnace, the Tao as spirit herbs, the river of time as the spiritual flame, concocting the myriad heavens. This is utterly astonishing. They were merely alchemists, yet Lu Xuan's assertions transcended the conventional understanding of alchemy. Nonetheless, fundamentally, it remained alchemy. Yi Chun's eyes widened in admiration as he regarded Lu Xuan with utmost reverence. His heart raced. Truly, his master was a remarkable figure, a man standing at the pinnacle of cultivation in the southern wilderness. Such grand proclamations were beyond the vision and essence of any ordinary emperor. In an instant, Lu Xuan's status in Yi Chun's heart soared to unimaginable heights. His master was indeed a divine being. Yao Yan, brimming with excitement, turned to Lu Xuan and inquired, Master Lu, is this the ultimate of alchemy? Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Ultimate? In the path of cultivation and the art of alchemy, is there truly an end? Yao Yan asserted, the supreme being is the ultimate. Lu Xuan chuckled softly and replied, the so-called supreme strength is merely the end of the road. Upon hearing these words, Yao Yan and Yi Chun were rendered utterly speechless. They repeatedly echoed Lu Xuan's phrase, the so-called supreme strength is merely the end of the road. An end? But does the path of cultivation have a terminus? Such a realization far surpassed the comprehension of an emperor's realm. Yao Yan had once listened to the discourse of a supreme emperor, yet never had he encountered an emperor of such caliber. It was truly a spectacle to behold. This was indeed Master Lu. Master Lu must have transcended the emperor's realm. Contemplating this, Yao Yan, astonished, asked, Master Lu, have you perhaps surpassed the emperor's realm? Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. How did Yao Yin perceive this? He had merely spoken a few casual remarks. Yet, since the charade had begun, he decided to maintain it. Lu Xuan did not respond, merely smiling. To Yao Yin, this undoubtedly signified acquiescence. Yao Yin's breath quickened as he reverently stated, "Master Lu, it is an honor to engage in discourse with you." Lu Xuan remained silent, smiling. At that moment, Yichen opened his hand, revealing a jade slip that materialized slowly. "Master, I have inscribed all your words. I sense they contain profound Daoan principles. If I comprehend them, what celestial-grade alchemist could stand in my way?" Lu Xian's expression twitched. "Ah, is it truly necessary?" He was taken aback that Yi Chun had inscribed his words onto the jade slip. Was this to be treated as a scripture? Yi Chun grasped the jade slip tightly. "Master, after your guidance, I assure you I will secure first place in the Alchemy Exchange Conference." Lu Xian smiled. "I believe in you." Before long, Yao Yin and Yi Chun hurriedly departed, eager to contemplate Lu Xian's words. They were astoundingly profound. They were overwhelmed. Even Yao Yin, a quasi-emperor, was deeply moved. What more could be said about Yi Chun? They now regarded Lu Xian with utmost reverence. Watching Yi Chun's retreating figure, Lu Xian glanced at the stone table and mused. Has Yi Chun truly fled to avoid washing the dishes? However, there was little time left for Yi Chun. Lu Xian chose not to call him back, and instead proceeded to the cottage to wash the dishes. This charade had not been in vain. At the very least, it had allowed Yi Chun to gain insight. As long as the task was accomplished, that sufficed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xian tidied up and returned to his cave. Continuing to recline. Within the Taoist sect, a raucous atmosphere prevailed, with voices clamoring and spiritual vessels shattering the void. Yet, all of this seemed irrelevant to Changsheng Peak, which garnered no attention. Lu Xian was indifferent. This was preferable. It allowed him to lounge in comfort. He recalled why he had felt so exhausted on Blue Star. Beyond the labor of factories and relentless toil, another reason was the burden of unnecessary social interactions. Seemingly jovial gatherings were often masked by facades, concealing weary bodies and souls beneath. Now, at Changsheng Peak, he interacted only with his two disciples, dismissing the sect leader and others. Over the years, had he not lived quite comfortably? Simplicity is essential for genuine happiness. With this thought, Lu Xian picked up a storybook and leisurely began to read. How pleasant. Meanwhile, in Yi Chun's cave, Yao Yin took the jade slip from Yi Chun's hand, infused his consciousness into it, and repeatedly recited Lu Xian's words. The heavens and earth serve as the furnace, creation as the craftsman, yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the copper. The ultimate of alchemy can be envisioned as the cosmos as a furnace, the Tao as spirit herbs, and the river of time as the spiritual flame, concocting the myriad heavens. Ultimate, in the path of cultivation and the art of alchemy, is there truly an end? The so-called supreme strength is merely the end of the road. Each time Yao Yin recited, Yi Chun would share his excitement. These words were exceedingly profound. His master was extraordinary. Yi Chun exclaimed, "Elder Yao, I have grasped the disparity between celestial-grade alchemists and emperor-grade alchemists. The essence of spirit and the imagination of alchemy. I have touched upon it." Yao Yin nodded. "With only a few days remaining until the Alchemy Exchange Conference, I believe you shall truly shine this time. With Master Lu's guidance, you have already surpassed other talents in terms of insight, even among other celestial-grade alchemists," Yichen remarked. "Previously, I regarded the five-star alchemist as fearsome, but now I realize my master is the most formidable." Yao Yin wholeheartedly agreed, having completely surrendered his admiration to Lu Xian. "Master Lu was simply unfathomable. I suspect your master truly possesses alchemical prowess." Yichen, shocked, pondered. "So? My master not only stands at the pinnacle of cultivation, but also possesses supreme mastery in alchemy." Yao Yin sighed deeply, astonished that the Taoist sect housed such an extraordinary figure. Suddenly, Yao Yin pondered who was stronger, Lu Xian or the ominous emperor from the Forbidden Zone. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that Master Lu was undoubtedly stronger. Beside them, Yichen eagerly summoned the heaven-devouring furnace, preparing to concoct earth-grade elixirs. True understanding comes only through practice. Let us begin alchemy. At the Supreme Shin sect, Yin-Yang Peak. Boom. A terrifying wave surged outward, shattering all seals and prohibitions. Amidst the endless brilliance of divine radiance, Nangong Baishui, clad in an elegant long gown, gracefully emerged from the cave. Her face bore a triumphant smile. At that moment, the figure of Yunyang Dansheng descended lightly. He gazed at Nangong Baishui with evident satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Well done, well done. After 3 months of seclusion, you are now capable of refining 9th-grade profound pills. Your alchemical talent surpasses all my disciples. Nangong Baishui bowed respectfully to Yunyang Dansheng. Thank you for your guidance, master. With a smile, Yunyang Dansheng replied. I eagerly anticipate your performance at the upcoming Alchemical Exchange Conference. Nangong Baishui assured him, Master, I will give my utmost effort and will not bring you shame. Yunyang Dansheng nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant void, a look of expectation gracing his features. Another century has swiftly passed. This time, we, the heavenly grade alchemists, gather together to engage in discourse once more. I wonder if our fellow practitioners have made any insights. This event was one of the highlights of the Alchemical Exchange Conference, the heavenly grade alchemists engaging in philosophical discussions, a collision of alchemical ideologies. Those in attendance would gain invaluable insights if they grasped any of the concepts shared. Curiously, Nangong Baishui inquired, Master, will all the heavenly grade alchemists engage in discussion? Yunyang Dansheng shook his head. Each major faction will send forth a few alchemists to elucidate their way and principles of alchemy. Nangong Baishui smiled, Master, you are the strongest heavenly grade alchemist. A slight smile graced Yunyang Dansheng's lips, though he refrained from speaking. He was aware that he still had a distance to cover compared to the heavenly grade alchemists of the Yao family and Dansheng sect. Nonetheless, he found great pleasure in Nangong Baishui's flattery. Nangong Baishui then asked, Master, when shall we depart for the great Dao sect? Yunyang Dansheng smiled lightly. Understanding the unspoken desire behind her words, she wished to see Qin Xiao. Acknowledging this, he stated, I will grant you a day's rest. After 1 day, return to Yuyang Peak, and we shall set forth for the great Dao sect. Nangong Baishui smiled. Thank you, master. Soon after, she soared into the air, a divine rainbow appearing beneath her feet as she flew towards the Taishang Peak, where Qin Xiao waited her. Qin Xiao had long anticipated news from Nangong Baishui and had been eagerly waiting. During these 3 months without her, he had felt stifled, resorting to traditional methods to express himself. Upon her arrival, Qin Xiao embraced Nangong Baishui fervently, kissing her deeply. For some reason, her mind drifted to Yi Chen's visage. She shook her head gently, urging herself to forget his irritating face. With a wave of his hand, Qin Xiao cast a sealing prohibition outside the cave, brilliant spiritual pattern surging forth. In an instant, he carried Nangong Baishui into the depths of the cave, towards the purple wudong bed. Chapter 55. Worthy of being my eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. With a resounding thud, Qin Xiao landed heavily upon Nangong Baishui. Her peaks trembled, revealing a captivating sight. Nangong Baishui writhed beneath him, whispering, Qin Xiao, I desire. Qin Xiao swallowed hard, restraining himself. He was bound by the Qin family's supreme secret art, which demanded he remain a virgin until the age of 18. Though full union was forbidden, other intimacies were not. With that in mind, Qin Xiao ripped apart Nangong Baishui's elegant gown with a crude gesture. Nangong Baishui feigned resistance, attempting to shield her alluring form. Qin Xiao indulged himself, his touch eliciting moans from Nangong Baishui's lips. Ah! After a brief interlude, Qin Xiao lay upon the bed, his chest heaving. 3 months of anticipation culminated in a fleeting moment of pleasure. However, Qin Xiao mused, his duration was considerable, wasn't it? He doubted others could endure as long. Presently, Qin Xiao embraced Nangong Baishui, confiding, this journey to the Great Path sect demands a stellar performance. As a member of the Qin family, you are under scrutiny from numerous powerful factions. Your brilliance will reflect glory upon the Qin family. Nangong Baishui responded, I shall endeavor to excel. And you? What gains have you made these past 3 months? Qin Xiao declared, before long, I shall ascend to the profound venerable realm. Nangong Baishui exclaimed in astonishment. The profound venerable realm. Qin Xiao nodded, his gaze imperious. I find the other divine son candidates of the supreme sect to be unremarkable. Nangong Baishui nestled against Qin Xiao, murmuring, you are the most formidable, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao sighed, lamenting, alas, Yi Chen, that incompetent, cannot concoct pills. Otherwise, you could have thoroughly humiliated him this time. Nangong Baishui's expression soured with disgust. Qin Xiao, during our private moments, refrained from mentioning that wretch. His very name fills me with revulsion, threatening to induce nausea. Qin Xiao was pleased by Nangong Baishui's reaction. However, should Yi Chen appear, administer a lesson. Your strength should easily overwhelm him, correct? Nangong Baishue's face flushed crimson. Naturally, I can crush Yi Chun with a single hand. As she spoke, the memory of her brutal beating at Yi Chun's hands within the Yi family flashed through her mind. That detestable wretch, utterly devoid of chivalry. He had left her face a swollen mess. Qin Xiao reassured her, "Fear not. Once I become the divine son of the supreme sect, an opportunity to eliminate Yi Chun will arise. As a member of the Great Path sect's younger generation, Yi Chun cannot evade the battle of prodigies. Then, no elaborate scheme will be necessary. His demise will be effortless." Nangong Baishue rubbed her alabaster body against Qin Xiao, imploring, "Qin Xiao yet. I yearn to witness Yi Chun's death now, to behold his corpse, nay, to mince him into a pulp." Qin Xiao embraced Nangong Baishue tightly, his hands resuming their wandering. The two dallied through the night, leaving Qin Xiao feeling utterly drained. The following day, Nangong Baishue bid Qin Xiao farewell. "Qin Xiao, await my triumphant news. My pill concocting skills may not secure first place in the competition, but they shall not lag behind." Qin Xiao responded, "Give your best effort." Nangong Baishue soared into the sky, a divine radiance beneath her feet, as she flew towards Cloud Sun Peak. Standing at the entrance of his cave, Qin Xiao watched Nangong Baishue's departing figure, his heart filled with anticipation. In 2 years, he would reach the age of 18, but that was not enough. Once he attained the profound saint realm, he could engage in dual cultivation with Nangong Baishue and partake of her yin constitution. Soon, Nangong Baishue returned to Cloud Sun Peak. Cloud Sun Pill Saint had already summoned the other disciples. Besides Nangong Baishue, a dozen other disciples would journey to the Great Path sect. Once all had gathered, Cloud Sun Pill Saint extended his right hand. Divine light surged forth, and boundless, radiant beams materialized above Cloud Sun Peak. An immense spirit vessel appeared. At that moment, the Supreme Mystic Sect Master descended, addressing Cloud Sun Pill Saint. "This journey to the Great Path sect requires your utmost care. With the presence of the Yao family and the Pill Fragrance sect, securing the top spot in the younger generation's pill concocting competition may be unattainable. But suppressing the Great Path sect should pose no challenge, correct?" Cloud Sun Pill Saint smiled confidently. "Sect Master, rest assured. I have unwavering faith in my Cloud Sun Peak disciples. The Great Path sect's Pill Peaks Gu Yuefang has capable disciples, but they pale in comparison to Nangong Baishue and the others. We shall undoubtedly overshadow the host." The Supreme Mystic Sect Master stroked his beard and chuckled. "Excellent, excellent." Swiftly, Cloud Sun Pill Saint guided Nangong Baishue and the others into the spirit vessel. The spirit vessel erupted with intense light, tearing through the void, causing the firmament to tremble, and traversed the void with lightning speed. Aboard the spirit vessel, Cloud Sun Pill Saint turned to Nangong Baishue, inquiring, "That Yi Chun resides under Lu Xuan of Green Cloud Peak, correct?" Lu Xuan is a frequent subject of our jest. But as the Great Path sect is the host this time, we must exercise restraint. If you desire to vent your anger, I can propose a spar between you and Yi Chun to Pill Peaks Gu Yuefang. With your strength, overwhelming Yi Chun should be effortless, correct? Upon hearing this, Nangong Baishue fell silent. Although her cultivation had reached the late stage of the profound sect realm, she felt apprehensive. She sensed that she was still no match for Yi Chun. Her brutal beating at Yi Chun's hands within the Green Cloud Yi family had become a deep-seated trauma. If she were to lose in front of so many hegemonic forces, would she not shame her master and Qin Xiao? With that in mind, Nangong Baishue suggested, "Master, perhaps it is best to refrain. After all, the Great Path sect is the host. If I were to cripple Yi Chun, the situation might become awkward." Cloud Sun Pill Saint nodded in agreement. "Indeed. However, should Yi Chun prove ungrateful and disrespectful towards you, I shall intervene on your behalf." Nangong Baishue nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Black Flame Mountain Range Scorching Fire Valley Ji Fuyao descended gracefully, clad in a fiery red dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She was enveloped in a faint divine aura, appearing pure and ethereal, like a goddess gracing the mortal realm. Surrounding her, terrifying spiritual flames coalesced into a vortex, capable of boiling oceans and refining the very fabric of existence. Ji Fuyao had been cultivating within Scorching Fire Valley for nearly 3 months. Today, she had finally fully integrated and refined the Fire Dao principle. With a thought, an enigmatic aura emanated from Ji Fuyao, her body resembling a furnace, radiant as the stars. Interwoven with the essence of the Dao, and a trace of the Emperor Realm's origin power escaped. The Fire Dao principle had been assimilated into her Dao foundation. Upon her Dao foundation, the Fire Dao principle, now unconstrained, spiraled and morphed into various forms, transforming the Dao foundation into a world of spiritual fire. From this point forward, her Dao principle would be nurtured by the Fire Dao principle, growing ever stronger. Even before attaining the Emperor realm, she was already being cleansed by the power of origin. Ji Fuyao was immensely pleased, murmuring, "Master, I am grateful to you. These 3 months of seclusion have yielded immense gains. Besides integrating and refining the Fire Dao principle, my mastery of spiritual flames has also improved. I have directly reached the grand perfection level in the spiritual fire Great Dao. Having reached this level, I have comprehended the way of nature that Master Lu Xuan spoke of. Furthermore, her cultivation had reached the 1-star profound saint realm. With every gesture, Ji Fuyao exuded the might of a saint, deep and boundless, and a terrifying aura swept outwards, suppressing the endless sea of fire beneath her feet. Ji Fuyao slowly rose to her feet, and the spiritual flames of the entire Lihua Valley bowed down before her. In that moment, Ji Fuyao seemed to be the sovereign of the Lihua Valley. With a mere thought, she could summon or extinguish the spiritual flames of the valley at will. The countless fire beasts within Lihua Valley sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Ji Fuyao, and all knelt in reverence, akin to a receding tide. With a commanding gaze, Ji Fuyao surveyed her surroundings. Within the valley, fierce winds of spiritual flames surged violently, exuding an overwhelming power that threatened to consume the heavens and boil the seas. Its might rapidly expanding across the realm, a formidable pressure akin to the relentless flow of great rivers. Soon, Wang Man and Qing Yin, along with other dragon guards, sensed Ji Fuyao's presence and promptly soared through the air towards her. They were astounded by Ji Fuyao's transformation. A mere 3 months had passed, and she had ascended from the 3rd level of Xianzun to the realm of Xiansheng. The swiftness of her progress was astonishing. With the foundation laid by the Peak Master and Ji Fuyao's prodigious innate talent, her cultivation advanced like a thunderclap from the heavens, swift as the wind and lightning. In this lifetime, Ji Fuyao had surpassed her previous incarnation at the same stage by leaps and bounds. All the dragon guards were filled with fervor, sensing that Ji Fuyao's future achievements would far exceed those of her past life. Thud, thud, Wang Man, Qing Yin, and the others quickly knelt in midair, proclaiming loudly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty the Empress, on your remarkable progress. Your spiritual flames have reached great perfection." Ji Fuyao slightly inclined her graceful neck and nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, she and the dragon guards returned to their territory. Qing Yin and Wang Man swiftly made preparations. Ji Fuyao gazed into the distant void. It was time to head to the Zui Xianlu in Sangzhou. Qing Yin and Wang Man's expressions turned solemn. The Empress's presence at Zui Xianlu was momentous. If the owner, Wei Yin, and his associates remained ungrateful, then the existence of Zui Xianlu would indeed be called into question. At that moment, Qing Yin inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we relay a message to the Yi family? They should be prepared in case of an outbreak of conflict." Ji Fuyao nodded lightly, instructing them to inform the Yi family to proceed to Sangzhou and remain on standby. Qing Yin replied respectfully, "As you command." Before long, Qing Yin and the others summoned an ancient spiritual vessel, and Ji Fuyao, along with her companions, stepped aboard, tearing through the void as they shot towards Sangzhou. Their destination, Zui Xianlu. Meanwhile, at the Taoist sect, atop Qingxian Peak, Lu Xuan lounged leisurely in his cave dwelling. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Your esteemed disciple Ji Fuyao has broken through to the Xiansheng realm. Synchronizing cultivation. Ding! Your esteemed disciple Ji Fuyao has attained great perfection in the way of spiritual flames. Synchronizing comprehension. Ding! Your esteemed disciple Ji Fuyao has gained insights into Fan Tianju." As the announcements concluded, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's dantian, an exhilarating sensation that left him entranced. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Truly, she was an exceptional disciple. Lu Xian began to examine Ji Fuyao's status panel. Chapter 56. What can Lu Xian teach his disciple as a Qi refining stage practitioner? First disciple, Ji Fuyao. Realm, 1-star Xian Saint. Technique, Burning Heaven Decision. Treasure, Fire Dao Principle, Imperial Weapon Breaking Heaven. Comprehension, Mastery in Spiritual Fire. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. It was remarkable to consider that in less than half a year, Ji Fuyao had ascended from the Great Xian King realm to the Xian Saint realm. What astonishing speed! Meanwhile, the other prodigies from the Inner Gate trials, such as Feng Yin, Lu Xuan, and Luo Lingkong, were just barely stepping into the Xian Venerable realm. Now, Ji Fuyao had integrated and refined the Fire Dao principle, dramatically enhancing her cultivation speed. Lu Xuan felt a surge of excitement at this thought. With 2 disciples, he could effortlessly reap such rewards. Just imagine when he had 3 or even 4 disciples. He would ascend to the heavens. Unfortunately, the system had yet to trigger the task for a 3rd disciple. Lu Xuan inquired, "System, when shall I receive the 3rd disciple?" The system responded, "It will take some time." Lu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside his cave. "Master! Master!" Yi Chen stood at the entrance, brimming with excitement, calling out loudly. Lu Xuan beckoned, "Come in." Yi Chen approached with fervor, exclaiming, "Master, I did it. I succeeded." A medicinal flame emerged from the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest. "Master Lu, I have successfully refined a 1st-grade Earth-tier returning origin pill." As he spoke, Yi Chen produced a returning origin pill from his spatial ring. Lu Xuan accepted it and examined it closely. 3 distinct hues of pill light radiated from it. The pill still emanated a gentle warmth, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. It was evident that Yi Chen had rushed over immediately after his successful refinement to share the joyous news. The returning origin pill, when consumed, could solidify the foundation of one's cultivation and fortify one's prowess. The quality of this pill, with its 3 hues, was exceptional. Lu Xuan nodded approvingly. "Well done. Very good." Yi Chen rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Master, your alchemical theories are remarkably advanced. I feel as if my thoughts are now unfettered, soaring like a celestial steed." Perceiving alchemy as something beyond mere refinement, Lu Xuan smiled gently. "In 2 days, the Alchemical Exchange Conference will commence. Continue to exert yourself." Yi Chen clenched his fist determinedly. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not let you down." Soon, Yi Chen returned to the cave to resume his studies. Meanwhile, within the Great Dao sect, numerous supreme forces had already arrived. The void tore apart, and the space twisted. A terrifying aura reverberated from deep within the void, causing the heavens to ripple as if stirred by a tempest. In the sky, divine radiance surged, sparkling like stars. A colossal palace-shaped flying spiritual artifact emerged from the endless clouds, inscribed with intricate Dao patterns, bearing the powerful characters, Yao family. The Yao family had arrived. The peak master of Pill Peak, Gu Yuefeng, immediately soared into the air, clapping his hands in laughter. "Friend Yao Bailey, it is good to see you again." On the palace, an elder clad in gray robes stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Gu Yuefeng, you appear in fine spirits." In the next moment, a celestial tier alchemist from the Danxiang sect also ascended, smiling as he clasped his hands towards Yao Bailey. Indeed, indeed. It has been 100 years since we last met." "My friend Bailey." Yao Bailey nodded, feeling quite pleased. "Yes, indeed, Dengxiangzi. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a century has passed." As the 3 engaged in lively conversation, the sky trembled once more. Boom. The space contorted. From the rift, an ancient and massive spiritual shuttle slowly emerged. A middle-aged man in a black robe gazed down imperiously upon the Great Dao sect, while a grand banner fluttered in the turbulent winds above the shuttle. Inscribed with the 4 powerful characters, Sangmu Academy, the shuttle erupted with brilliant divine radiance, illuminating the entire void. Yao Bailey smiled faintly. "Ah, it is Tsangli, my friend." Tsangli stood atop the shuttle, nodding to everyone, addressing Gu Yuefeng. "This journey through the void has left me somewhat fatigued." Upon hearing this, Dengxiangzi and the others exchanged glances. Tsangli was known for his peculiar character, being somewhat reclusive and aloof. Gu Yuefeng clapped his hands, and a sage from Pill Peak promptly appeared, respectfully bowing to Tsangli. "Senior Tsangli, please follow me. We have arranged accommodations for you and the geniuses of Tsangmu Academy." Tsangli nodded, retracting his shuttle, and departed with the sage from Pill Peak. Watching Tsangli's retreating figure, Dengxiangzi and Yao Bailey exchanged glances, sighing. Alas, Tsangli has always been this way. This is a grand gathering of celestial tier alchemists. Yet Tsangli's demeanor can sometimes be quite disheartening. They recalled previous alchemical exchange conferences, where Tsangli would merely listen and expound upon alchemical theories without sharing insights of his own. Although they were all celestial tier alchemists and knew each other well, A century had passed, and everyone had gleaned various insights. Yet Songli's reticence was somewhat disheartening. Gui Wefang cleared his throat, ahem. As the host of this alchemical exchange conference, it is not fitting for me to comment on Songli. However, Deng Xiangzi and Yao Bailey lamented openly. Deng Xiangzi whispered, Songli is notoriously strict with his disciples, and it is said that several talented students have gone mad under his rigorous training. Yao Bailey grimaced, indeed, in Yunzhou, Songlu Academy is undoubtedly a dominant force, and Songli is a renowned alchemist within it. Countless individuals seek his alchemical expertise. Who would dare criticize him? Deng Xiangzi nodded. I hope that during this exchange, Songli will share some genuine insights. We cannot allow him to merely take advantage of our alchemical wisdom. Yao Bailey concurred. At that moment, another resounding boom echoed. The void split once more, and a wave of terrifying energy rippled across the heavens. In the next instant, a massive spiritual boat burst forth from the rift, its hull adorned with ancient and obscure Tao patterns that intertwined like lightning. Taishang Xuanzong. Upon witnessing this, Deng Xiangzi smiled faintly. Ah, the Yunyao alchemist has arrived. Dressed in gray robes, the Yunyao alchemist stood with his hands clasped behind him atop the spiritual boat, smiling as he gazed at Gui Wefang and the others. Greetings. My friends, it has been a long time. As he spoke, he descended with Nangong Baiwei and others before the gathering. Nangong Baiwei, in her elegant long dress, possessed an exquisitely delicate visage, curiously surveying her surroundings. She was eager to discover the whereabouts of Qingxian Peak, not out of a desire to meet Yi Chun, but rather to distance herself from him. She felt that sharing the same air as Yi Chun was somewhat beneath her dignity. At this moment, Gui Wefang recalled the sect master's advice, suggesting it was best to avoid any appearances by Lu Xuan and Yi Chun. The sect master had already briefed Gui Wefang about the situation regarding Yi Chun and Nangong Baiwei. Gui Wefang had also conferred with the Yunyao alchemist about Nangong Baiwei's attendance. Observing the only female disciple of Taishang Xuanzong, Gui Wefang knew without a doubt that this was indeed Nangong Baiwei. Her beauty was unparalleled, her figure striking, a woman of exquisite charm. Gui Wefang shook his head lightly, reflecting on Yi Chun with a hint of melancholy. This situation had already unfolded, and with Nangong Baiwei having gone to the Yi family to cancel the engagement, the rift between the Yi family and the Nangong family was irreparable. Nangong Baiwei and Yi Chun were now on divergent paths, as if strangers in the world. After a moment, Gui Wefang suppressed his thoughts, displaying a faint smile. Yunyao Deng Xiangzi, Yao Bailey, I will now arrange accommodations for you. The Alchemical Exchange Conference is only 2 days away, so feel free to make any requests you may have. As the voices subsided, Dan Xiangzi and the others spoke casually, expressing no particular demands, simply stating that it was up to Taoist Guyu to make the arrangements. However, at that moment, Nangong Baishui murmured softly, wishing that the residence of the Supreme Xian sect would be situated far from Qingxian Peak. Although her voice was barely a whisper, the celestial alchemists present were formidable beings, with the weakest among them being at the Sacred King level. Her words reached everyone's ears. Qingxian Peak. Upon mentioning it, they all recalled Lu Xuan, who was indeed a remarkable anomaly within the great Tao sect. A mere mortal in the Qi refinement stage had held the position of Peak Master for 7 long years. This was utterly absurd in the eyes of the dominant forces of the southern wilderness. Nevertheless, they could comprehend the great Tao sect's stance as Lu Xuan's master. The saint of Qingxian had sustained grave injuries while on a sect mission, ultimately succumbing to a tragic demise. Thus, the great Tao sect was rather lenient towards Lu Xuan. Yao Bailey, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Oh, by the way, I recall that according to the regulations of the great Tao sect, if a peak master fails to recruit disciples within 7 years, they must be expelled. Has Lu Xuan failed to recruit anyone?" Upon hearing this, Guyu's expression shifted slightly. "Ah, you have brought up Lu Xuan again. Nangong Baishui truly has a knack for touching upon sensitive topics." Guyu replied ambiguously, cough, cough. The sect master has decided to grant Lu Xuan certain privileges. Even if he does not recruit disciples, he may remain within the great Tao sect. He refrained from mentioning Ji Fuyao and Yi Chun, for if others were to learn that Lu Xuan had taken in 2 extraordinary talents, it would surely provoke laughter among the members of the great Tao sect. After all, the fact that Lu Xuan had accepted 2 prodigious disciples still left many peak masters within the sect feeling unsettled. At this, Yao Bailey and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Although Lu Xuan possessed abysmal cultivation talent and was notoriously lazy, he was nonetheless the sole disciple of the saint of Changsheng, which compelled them to turn a blind eye. At that moment, Nangong by Shui murmured again, "Didn't Lu Xuan take in Qingzhou's Qingcheng and Yichen?" As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned to Gu Yu. What? Lu Xuan actually took in disciples. What could a Qi refinement stage cultivator possibly teach? Who would be foolish enough to become his disciple? Nearby, the esteemed Dan Seijun Yang coughed vigorously, hinting that Nangong by Shui was speaking too freely. Her cheeks flushed slightly. It was intentional. Dan Xiangzi and the others gazed at Gu Yu with curiosity. Taoist Gu Yu, would you kindly elaborate? It is well known that Lu Xuan is quite famous in the southern wilderness. During every trial of the celestial prodigies or the opening of the secret realms, the dominant forces gather to share jests about Lu Xuan. Now that he has actually accepted disciples, it is simply unprecedented. Chapter 57. The sect leader contemplates expelling Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan's acceptance of a disciple has sent shockwaves through figures like Yao Bailey and Dan Xiangzi. They were on the verge of descending upon Qingxian Peak to investigate. However, they restrained themselves, mindful of being guests. While minor criticisms were permissible, overstepping boundaries was not. Yao Bailey's countenance differed from the others, as memories stirred within him. As an elder of Yao Liuli's lineage within the Yao family, he possessed knowledge of certain concealed matters from the past. Qizhou, Qiqing, the Yi family, Yuchen. Yao Bailey's thoughts raced back to bygone days. Years ago, Yao Liuli entrusted Yao Yin and others with delivering her child, Yi Chun, to the Yi family in Qingqing. His face twitched. Was it truly such a coincidence? How could Lu Xuan have accepted Yi Chun as a disciple? Gui Wefang remained silent. Yi Chun was the unparalleled prodigy who had resonated with the supreme treasure of the great Dao Bell. Moreover, Lu Xuan had another exceptional genius under his tutelage, Ji Fuyao. Should this matter become known, they would likely face ridicule from the great Dao sect for millennia. Confounded that Lu Xuan is truly the others. Sensing Gu Yuefang's reluctance to elaborate, turned their gazes toward Nangong Baixue, their hearts aflame with curiosity. Young friend, how did you come to know of this? Nangong Baixue blushed crimson, her expression one of utter embarrassment. Could she confess that she had gone to the Yi family to break off an engagement? She was mortified. Nangong Baixue turned to Yunyang Dansheng and whispered, "Master, may I speak of it?" Yunyang Dansheng's face twitched. "Speak," he conceded. Sooner or later, the truth would come to light. There was no point in concealing it any longer. Gu Yuefang's face darkened. Yao Bailey's face darkened. Nangong Baixue, regaining her composure, declared, "In the past, my Nangong family's ancestor and the Yi family's ancestor shared a connection in a secret realm, which led to an arranged marriage between Yi Chun and myself. However, I have never harbored affection for Yi Chun, and he has persistently pursued me. Later, Qin Shao, the scion of the ancient Qin family, and I found mutual affection. Some time ago, I went to the Yi family to terminate the engagement. Who knew that Yi Chen, in a fit of pique, would seek discipleship under Lu Xuan? I am aware that Yi Chen still harbors feelings for me, but my heart already belongs to another. Therefore, I wish to distance myself from Qingxian Peak, as I have no desire to see him." Her words left Dan Xiangzi and the others dumbfounded. They had not anticipated stumbling upon such a scandalous revelation during their visit to the great Dao sect for the Alchemic Exchange Conference. Nangong Baixue now had ties to both the ancient Qin family and the supreme mystic sect, while the Yi family had become disciples of the great Dao sect. The information was overwhelming. Gu Yuefang's face darkened as he turned to Yunyang Dansheng. Yunyang, is this your disciple?" Yunyang Dansheng frowned slightly, wondering if there was more to the story. Gu Yuefang fixed his gaze upon Nangong Baixue, his expression stern. No wonder Yi Chun had terminated the engagement with Nangong Baixue. Not a single word that came from this woman's mouth was truthful. She was a purveyor of falsehoods, spewing utter nonsense. Yao Bailey's countenance shifted between shades of uncertainty. Could it be true that Yao Liuli's son, Yi Chun, was so unworthy? He found it difficult to believe, for Yi Chun possessed the Yao family's bloodline, and the Yao family's bloodline was not so base. At that moment, Nangong Baixue turned to Gu Yuefang and bowed respectfully. "Senior, it would be best if Yi Chun did not appear at this Alchemic Exchange Conference. After all, he is incapable of alchemy." Her words ignited Gu Yuefang's fury, and he rebuked her. "You are a woman who speaks recklessly, presuming that I am ignorant of the truth?" Nangong Baixue trembled, her face flushed, and her heart filled with trepidation. Dan Xiangzi and Yao Bailey promptly stepped forward to appease Gu Yuefang. "Friend Gu Yuefang, let us put this matter to rest," they urged. Gu Yuefang's expression softened slightly as he composed himself. "I apologize for my outburst just now," he said. After a brief pause, Gu Yuefang's face brightened with a smile. "Esteemed guests, please follow me to the spiritual peaks to rest," he invited. "Very well," the others replied. Yunyang Dansheng telepathically conveyed to Nangong Baixue, "Henceforth, refrain from speaking of this matter. The more you say, the more mistakes you will make." Nangong Baixue nodded profusely. On Qingxian Peak, Lu Xuan lay upon his Xian ice bed and sneezed several times. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Which scoundrel is gossiping about my handsomeness in secret?" With that, he turned over and resumed his slumber. At that moment, the system's voice resounded in his ears. "Ding! Yu Chen's alchemic attainment is improving. Synchronization commencing." As the voice faded, a surge of alchemic comprehension flooded his mind. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had passed, and he had effortlessly become an Earth-rank alchemist. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Moreover, Lu Xian's current alchemic skill was twice that of Yu Chen's. Lu Xuan felt that if he were to practice alchemy, he could directly refine pills with 9 Dao halos. This was truly terrifying. Over the next 2 days, Yu Chen secluded himself within his cave, dedicating himself to enhancing his alchemic prowess. 2 days later, the dawn's rays painted half the sky crimson, casting a radiant glow upon the countless mountain peaks of the great Dao sect, creating a scene of ancient grandeur. In the void, countless resplendent spirit runes surged forth like shimmering stars. Above the numerous spiritual peaks, auspicious beasts soared through the heavens, emitting harmonious cries that cleansed the heart and calmed the mind. The great Dao sect was permeated with an aura of festivity. The invited Overlord-level powers were settled within the great Dao sect, and they had already begun their ascent toward Dan Peak. Meanwhile, other factions that had purchased qualifications for the Alchemic Exchange Conference were arriving from outside the great Dao sect. Dan Peak had become the focal point of attention for the entire great Dao sect. In the void, countless figures rode upon divine rainbows, soaring toward Dan Peak. The air current surged with formidable energy, creating a terrifying and overwhelming aura. At this moment, Dan Peak was adorned with dazzling Dao patterns, and the lush spiritual trees emanated a rich medicinal fragrance. Bathed in the morning light, Dan Peak appeared incomparably exquisite. The abundant spiritual energy here was almost solidifying into liquid form, eliciting exclamations of astonishment from the arriving outer sect members. The Alchemic Exchange Conference was to be held in the plaza beneath Dan Peak. It would last for 10 days. The first 3 days would be dedicated to discussions among the heaven-rank alchemists, while the remaining 7 days would feature alchemic competitions among the younger generation of alchemists. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying auras permeated the void as Dan Xiangzi, Yao Bailey, Song Li, Yunyang Dansheng, and others descended from the sky. Numerous major powers arrived at the plaza. Dan Peak's peak master, Gu Yuefang, had made all the necessary arrangements. Everyone was filled with anticipation. This was the grandest alchemic exchange event in the southern wilderness in a century. Not only would the heaven-rank alchemists engage in profound discussions, but they would also showcase their alchemic techniques. The young generation of alchemic geniuses would also participate in alchemic competitions. All of this filled the crowd with eager anticipation. As the other forces took their seats, several Overlord-level powers made their entrance, eliciting exclamations from the crowd. "It's the Yao family. Do you see that? That's Yao Bailey. The Yao family's heaven-rank alchemist. That's Elder Song Li from the Songmu Academy. Elder Song Li has not shared his alchemic insights in previous alchemic exchange conferences. I wonder if he will do so this time. That's the Supreme Mystic Sect. Look closely, that woman is Nangong Baixue, Qin Zhao's betrothed." The scene was bustling with activity, teeming with people, and filled with the clamor of voices. The sect leader also descended, his divine sense sweeping across the area. After a moment, he realized that Lu Xuan and Yi Chun were not present, and a sense of relief washed over him. He had heard that Nangong Baixue's indiscretion a few days earlier had caused some unpleasantness. As the host, he hoped to avoid any untoward incidents during this alchemic exchange conference. Meanwhile, on Qingxian Peak, Yi Chen stood in utmost reverence at Lu Xuan's abode, awaiting his master's emergence. To his dismay, his master had yet to rise. Yi Chen's gaze shifted towards the Dan Peak, where radiant clouds filled the sky, and divine light surged forth in magnificent splendor. An overwhelming aura permeated the air as figures descended, all of them sacred kings and saints. His heart raced with anticipation. Following 3 days of profound discourse, the alchemical competition would commence. He was determined to make an extraordinary impression, not only to vindicate himself, but also to honor his master. Before long, Lu Xuan leisurely emerged from his dwelling. "Yi Chen, let us depart," he said. Yi Chen, feeling a sense of urgency, noticed that his master appeared rather unperturbed. He directly suggested, "Master, let us fly there together." A divine rainbow manifested beneath Yi Chen, lifting Lu Xuan as they sped towards the Dan Peak. Lu Xuan calmly replied, "Do not fret. This grand event will truly commence only when our sect's treasured Dao Bell appears." Yi Chen paused for a moment, then relaxed. His master was right. His mindset had indeed been overly anxious. Meanwhile, in the plaza beneath the Dan Peak, the sect leader donned a gray robe. Waving his sleeve as he ascended into the air, draped in the morning light, exuding an air of solemnity, he spoke slowly, "Esteemed friends, your journey to attend our sect's alchemical exchange conference brings honor to our establishment. Now, without further ado, I trust you are exceedingly eager to witness the discussions of our heavenly tier alchemists." The crowd smiled in response. The sect leader nodded gently, declaring, "I hereby announce the commencement of the century-old alchemical exchange conference." With his proclamation, a resonant sound echoed. Suddenly, the Dao Bell materialized in the void, its ancient silhouette towering majestically. In the next instant, brilliant Dao patterns swirled upon the surface of the bell, appearing above the Dan Peak. The profound chime resonated, reverberating throughout the entire venue. Attendees closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the bell's sound, feeling their hearts washed clean and profoundly clear. They were astonished that the Dao sect had summoned the Dao Bell to inaugurate this grand occasion. Many practitioners who had purchased their viewing rights with sacred artifacts felt a surge of excitement. It was well known that the bell's chime possessed the ability to enlighten the mind. Even without immediate enlightenment, its ethereal essence was immensely beneficial to their foundational understanding of the Tao. This time, they truly profited. The bell tolled thrice, each chime elongated, as if resonating from the primordial past, traversing the river of time to the present. The crowd marveled, recognizing the grandeur of the Dao sect. The sound of the treasured Dao Bell left an indelible mark upon their foundational understanding. Following the 3 chimes, the Dao Bell gradually faded from view in the void. As the sect leader prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed a divine rainbow hurtling through the air. He stood frozen in place. Lu Xuan and Yi Chen had arrived. The sect leader's expression twitched, wishing he could send Lu Xuan flying a great distance away. Chapter 58. Lu Xuan, you ought to return to sleep. The sect master bellowed internally, "What on earth are you doing here? This is sheer nonsense." He had expressly instructed Lu Xuan to remain at Changsheng Peak. Boom. Yi Chen's divine rainbow descended with Lu Xuan upon the plaza. In an instant, countless gazes were fixed upon Lu Xuan and Yi Chen, without a doubt. They had become the most dazzling figures in the entire plaza. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The members of the Dao sect glared at Lu Xuan. Their expressions darkened. What a bother. We told Lu Xuan not to come, yet he insists on being here. And not just that, he arrives late. The sect master has already announced the commencement of the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Is this merely to stir up trouble? Among the crowd, someone recognized Lu Xuan and exclaimed, "Isn't that the master of Changsheng Peak?" And who is that beside Lu Xuan? A disciple from the Xian sect. Truly befitting of the master of Changsheng Peak, arriving neither early nor late, but precisely at this moment. Lu Xuan regarded the crowd with an air of calmness. "My apologies for being late." Yu Yufeng, the master of the Alchemy Peak, forced a smile. Lu Xuan, since you are here, please take your seat." Lu Xuan nodded and proceeded to the area designated for the Dao sect. The sect master gritted his teeth and transmitted a message to Lu Xuan. "Did I not say not to come? Who is the better alchemist, you or Yi Chen?" Lu Xuan smiled. "Sect master, I have prepared a surprise for you." The sect master pressed a hand to his chest, suppressing the urge to strike Lu Xuan. "Fine. Since you are already here, take a seat and observe." Lu Xuan replied. "Very well." The sect master reiterated, "Do not cause trouble. Do not cause trouble. Do not cause trouble." He repeated it thrice. Lu Xuan. Not far away, in the area belonging to the Yao family, Yao Bailey scrutinized Yi Chen, feeling a slight shock. Yi Chen's eyes bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Yao Liuli. Clad in white, Yi Chen's handsome visage exuded an air of heroism, undeniably captivating. Yao Bailey felt a surge of admiration. "No wonder he possesses the bloodline of my Yao family." She resolved to seek a private meeting with Yi Chen once the Alchemy Exchange Conference concluded. Soon, Lu Xuan and Yi Chen took their seats. Yi Chen turned to the side and noticed Nangong by Shui casting a cold glance at him. A hint of astonishment crossed Nangong by Shui's face. After 3 months, Yi Chen had advanced to the late stage of the Xin sect. Meanwhile, she remained at the early stage. She was no longer a match for Yi Chen. How had he achieved this? Had he resorted to consuming medicinal pills? Nangong by Shui regarded Yi Chen with disdain, thinking, even if he has surpassed me, what of it? He is still a useless wretch. Compared to my partner, Qin Xiao, he is but a speck of dust. Seeing the derisive expression on Nangong by Shui's face, Yi Chen snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring her. Nangong by Shui directly transmitted to Yi Chen, "You useless fool, what are you doing here? This is the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Do you even understand alchemy? What a disgrace." Yi Chen scoffed, "Fool." He promptly blocked Nangong by Shui's divine sense, feeling a strong aversion towards her. The minor uproar caused by Lu Xuan and Yi Chen swiftly subsided. The sect master announced, "Now, according to the established order, let us commence our discussions." As Gu Yuefang of the Dao sect ascended the high platform and began his discourse, all attention was drawn to him. Gu Yuefang sat cross-legged atop the platform, a faint divine radiance swirling around him as he began to expound on his alchemical theories. The audience listened intently. Elder Songli even retrieved a jade slip to record the profound insights presented by Gu Yuefang. Gu Yuefang's voice resonated. The Dao follows nature. Our Dao sect's approach to alchemy differs from other sections. We emphasize the integration of Dao and rhythm. The 9-colored pill is already the pinnacle, for there is always a degree of loss in alchemy. However, if we incorporate Dao and rhythm into the alchemical process, the quality of the pill will be further enhanced. The audience gasped in awe. To weave Dao and rhythm into alchemy. Truly, this is the Dao sect. The influence of the Dao scripture is profound, permeating not only alchemy, but also artifact forging, body refinement, and sword cultivation, all emphasizing the essence of Dao and rhythm. One can only imagine that a pill infused with both Dao and rhythm would possess astonishing effects. Gu Yuefang spoke for several hours, and the audience gleaned immense knowledge from his teachings. Yi Chen pondered deeply, feeling a sense of enlightenment. This was indeed a heavenly grade alchemist. They have carved their own path. Yi Chen turned to look and was momentarily stunned. Ah, this. Lu Xian's head drooped to the side. And he had fallen asleep? Yi Chen touched his nose, silently pondering. Is the master bored by Gu Yuefang's lecture? Perhaps. While Gu Yuefang's exposition on alchemy is indeed profound, it pales in comparison to my master's theories. They are simply not on the same level. He had committed all of Lu Xian's words from that day to memory. Each recitation filled him with awe. Yi Chen sighed softly. There is still much to practice and learn. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. At that moment, Lu Xian began to snore. Snore. Instantly, the atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes focused on Lu Xian and Yi Chen. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. What the? Lu Xian is actually sleeping here. This was an extraordinary opportunity, a lecture from a heavenly grade alchemist. How could one dare to sleep? Especially those alchemists who had spent a sacred artifact to attend the lecture. Their hearts bled at the sight. What merit does Lu Xian possess to act so brazenly? Yi Chen, under the weight of the crowd's gaze, felt a prick of discomfort. They were unaware of the master's formidable prowess. Yi Chen lamented, I still cannot achieve the composure my master possesses, unaffected by external circumstances. At that moment, Gu Yuefang suddenly descended from the high platform, striding toward Lu Xian. His expression was grim. He was furious, as thousands of people focused intently on his discourse. Yet Lu Xian was soundly sleeping. How could he tolerate this? This was akin to a rotting wood that could not be carved. Gu Yuefang approached Lu Xian. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xian, go back to Changsheng Peak to sleep. Lu Xian was taken aback. At that moment, he felt a sense of déjà vu, akin to a strict teacher reprimanding him. Go home to sleep. Lu Xian was at a loss for words. He genuinely did not know how to respond to Gu Yuefang's statement. Yi Chen respectfully bowed to Gu Yuefang, pleading, Master Gu, please allow my master to remain here. Gu Yuefang's expression softened slightly, showing more patience towards Yi Chen. He turned to Yi Chen and inquired, then tell me, what did I just discuss? Yi Chen replied slowly. Master Gu, you spoke of integrating Dao and rhythm into alchemy, thereby creating superior pills beyond the 9-colored pill. In an instant, Yi Chen eloquently recounted the essence of Gu Yuefeng's lecture. Gu Yuefeng nodded, genuinely pleased as he regarded Yi Chen. Well done, well done. The crowd was taken aback. Yi Chen had grasped the crux of Gu Yuefeng's discourse. It is important to note that only an alchemist could comprehend Gu Yuefeng's words. The examples he provided were exceedingly obscure and involved intricate knowledge of herbs, leaving many alchemists feeling bewildered. It was unexpected that Yi Chen could articulate it verbatim. The audience was left in awe, realizing that Yi Chen was no ordinary figure. Not far away, Yao Bailey subtly nodded in approval. The blood of the medicinal glass flows richly through Yi Chen's veins. As members of the Yao family, how could they not comprehend the art of alchemy? Meanwhile, Nangong Bai Shui wore a frosty expression, muttering to herself, "This is utterly laughable. What purpose does rote memorization serve? Alchemy is not merely about memorization." Gu Fangwei glanced at Yi Chen, then at Lu Xuan, sighing inwardly. Alas, Yi Chen is so remarkable, yet Lu Xuan is a different story altogether. However, in this setting, it was not appropriate for him to speak ill of Lu Xuan. Gu Fangwei shot Lu Xuan a fierce glare before turning to ascend the platform, addressing the gathered alchemists. Esteemed colleagues, feel free to voice any inquiries you may have. A terrestrial-level alchemist stood, his face etched with bitterness. Master Gu, our sect lacks the great Tao Sutra. How can we integrate Tao and rhythm into our alchemical practices? Gu Fangwei pondered for a moment, urging them to broaden their perspectives. Beyond the supreme techniques, once one reaches the Xiansheng realm, one has forged their own Tao. This can also be incorporated into alchemy. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Is it truly possible? In the Tsangmu Academy area, Elder Tsang Li spoke slowly. You make a valid point. Indeed, we can explore further possibilities in our alchemical endeavors. Subsequently, the attendees posed more questions, to which Gu Fangwei responded in kind. Before long, he turned to Elder Tsang Li. As per the arrangement, it was time for Elder Tsang Li to present his insights. Elder Tsang Li, please step onto the discussion platform. As his voice echoed, all eyes turned to Elder Tsang Li. He shook his head, apologetically stating, I regret to inform you that I have not had any significant revelations in alchemy over the past century. It would be best for you all to continue. The audience felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. It seemed Elder Tsang Li was hoarding his knowledge. As a celestial-level alchemist, sharing even a fraction of his insights would greatly benefit the many traveling alchemists present. Alas, Elder Tsang Li was reluctant to share. Whispers arose among the alchemists. Elder Tsang Li is being rather selfish. We have offered a sacred weapon to hear the wisdom of these alchemical giants, yet he refuses to share. What you may not realize is that although Elder Tsang Li holds considerable fame in Yunzhou, opinions on him are mixed. He charges exorbitant fees for materials compared to others, and is not particularly generous to his disciples. For hundreds of years, he has not shared even once. At that moment, Yao Bailey soared into the air, a divine brilliance shimmering beneath his feet as he ascended the discussion platform. Casting a disdainful glance at Elder Tsang Li, he thought to himself, cherishing one's own broom while being embarrassed to associate with others. Yao Bailey settled cross-legged, a faint divine radiance enveloping him, and began to eloquently articulate. The Yao family's alchemical philosophy is grounded in the principles of nature. They do not extract the essence of spiritual herbs to toss into the alchemical furnace. Rather, they place the entire herb into the furnace. The Yao family believes this approach preserves the herb's original essence. The audience listened intently, diligently recording the alchemical techniques Yao Bailey shared. At that moment, a voice emanated from the jade pendant at Yi Chen's chest. Yao Yan's voice. I never expected that this brat Yao Bailey would lead the team to the great Tao sect. Yi Chen paused slightly, pondering. Yao Lao, do you have a close relationship with Elder Yao Bailey? Chapter 59, The Ultimate Alchemy. Master Yao, are you quite close with the Elder Yao Bailey? Yao Yan smiled. He is also an elder from your mother's lineage and can be considered one of my juniors. In the past, I even guided Yao Bailey in the art of alchemy. Yi Chen expressed some surprise. Yao Yan continued. I believe Yao Bailey has already recognized you. After the alchemical exchange conference concludes, you may inquire about your mother's situation. Yi Chen's voice trembled. My mother. He struggled to envision her face, only knowing from Yao Yan's fragmented remarks that she possessed an unparalleled beauty and grace. Yao Yan replied lightly, all right, let us focus on listening to the alchemist's teachings for now. For the next 3 days, several heavenly tier alchemists took turns expounding their philosophies on alchemy. The final speaker was the revered Yunyang Dansheng from the Supreme Xian sect. Nangong by Shui and others were immensely excited. Dressed in a gray robe, Yunyang Dansheng manifested a quasi-emperor tier alchemical furnace in his hands, explaining his theoretical insights while simultaneously refining elixirs. Ethereal vapors wafted around him, creating an otherworldly aura. Yunyang Dansheng shared numerous insights and experiences from his alchemical journey, leaving the audience in awe. After several hours, he concluded, "In my view, mastery in alchemy requires not only talent but also temperament and diligence. No one can improve their alchemical prowess while idly reclining." The crowd nodded in agreement. Lu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. "Well, that doesn't apply to me. I do improve my alchemical skills while lying down." Finally, Yunyang Dansheng spoke of an ancient alchemical text he had recently perused, slowly posing the question, "What do you believe is the ultimate goal of alchemy?" The audience engaged in animated discussion. The ultimate goal of alchemy is simply to create higher-tier elixirs. Those supreme heavenly-tier elixirs are forged through the crucible of thunder, which must surely be the pinnacle of alchemy, right? However, heavenly-tier elixirs are not the limit. There must be even more profound elixirs beyond them. Listening to the discourse, Yunyang Dansheng smiled faintly. "In the ancient text I studied, there exists an elixir that transcends the heavenly tier. This elixir has attained sentience and assumes a human form, resembling an old man in a gray robe." With a wave of his sleeve, Yunyang Dansheng conjured an image of the elixir from the text. In the void above, the figure of an elderly man in gray appeared. A humanoid elixir. The audience was taken aback, their understanding of the world shattered. Could there truly be a humanoid elixir with sentience? If one were to consume such an elixir, would they not break through to the imperial realm, reaching the legendary supreme state? Lu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Frankly, the appearance of the gray-robed elder reminded him of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. However, that elixir was merely an imperial-grade embryo. On the high platform, Yunyang Dansheng chuckled. "Thus, I believe we alchemists must broaden our horizons. If our vision is confined, our alchemical mastery will stagnate." A tidal wave of excitement surged within the crowd. The notion of a humanoid elixir ignited fervor among the alchemists. They certainly did not come in vain to this alchemical exchange conference. At this moment, Yunyang Dansheng turned to the audience. "Does anyone have further insights regarding the ultimate goal of alchemy?" The venue fell silent. The revelation of the humanoid elixir had left everyone stunned. Nothing could be more exhilarating than a humanoid elixir. Yichen glanced at Lu Xuan, eager for him to share his astonishing alchemical theory. Yet, Lu Xuan appeared indifferent, as though he were an outsider. After a moment of hesitation, Yichen resolved that his master's alchemical theory should not be overlooked. He stood up. "Senior Yunyang, I have something to say." Instantly, all eyes turned to Yichen. "What? Yichen has an alchemical theory?" Nangong by Shui from the Supreme Xin sect scoffed coldly. Rising to berate him, "Sit down. You cannot even refine elixirs. What could you possibly say? Are you simply trying to show off? Don't embarrass yourself." Yichen smirked, disregarding Nangong by Shui entirely. A fool with a large chest and an empty mind. Yunyang Dansheng cleared his throat, gesturing for Nangong by Shui to sit. "By Shui, please take your seat and allow young friend Yichen to speak." In an instant, Yichen became the center of attention. Yao Bailey looked at him with keen interest, eager to hear what Yichen would articulate. Yichen gazed into the void and slowly declared, "Why must alchemy be confined to the furnace? The world itself is the furnace, and creation is the artisan. Yin and yang serve as the charcoal, and all things as the copper." As his voice resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They stared at Yichen in utter astonishment. What a remarkable theory of alchemy. To consider the world as a furnace, creation as the artisan, yin and yang as the charcoal, and all things as the copper. Even an emperor would be hard-pressed to achieve such a feat. The might of the heavens is vast, the hand of creation enigmatic, the essence of yin and yang profoundly obscure, and all things follow their own principles. Could these elements truly be integrated into the grand furnace of existence? The hearts of the audience stirred with tumultuous waves as they contemplated Yichen's terrifying notion. Suddenly, Nangong by Shui stood up, pointing at Yichen with her delicate hand, ridiculing him. "Do you even realize what you're saying? The world as a furnace. Creation as the artisan. How utterly extravagant. You're just spouting nonsense to attract attention." Her words ignited a wave of anger directed at Nangong by Shui from the crowd. Damn that Nangong by Shui. She had interrupted their thoughts. Songli stood up, coldly snorting as a pressure of a Saint King surged towards Nangong by Shui. Boom. Nangong by Shui was sent flying several hundred feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Uffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously gazing at Song Li. She was bewildered as to why Elder Song Li had suddenly turned against her. Dressed in a flowing black robe, Song Li glared icily at Yunyang Dansheng. Yunyang, control your disciple. Do not let her embarrass herself here. Witnessing this scene, the audience was left in shock. They never expected Elder Song Li would take it upon himself to discipline Nangong Bai Shui. On the high platform, Yunyang Dansheng wore a furious expression. Song Li, my disciple is not in need of your reprimanding. With that, Yunyang Dansheng waved his sleeve, sending a gentle force into Nangong Bai Shui's body. Nangong Bai Shui arose from the ground, her face flushed. Thank you, master. Yunyang Dansheng looked at her. All right. Return and refrain from speaking further. Nangong Bai Shui bit her lip, wanting to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. She glared at Yi Chun with immense resentment. In that moment, her heart was filled with murderous intent towards Yi Chun. It was all because of him that she had been humiliated in public. Yet, she still could not comprehend why Yi Chun's utterances had so profoundly shocked everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere surged with overwhelming might. The pressure of saint kings and sages like an unfathomable abyss, suddenly stirring the air. Dan Xiangzi, Yao Bailey, Gu Yuefeng, and other heavenly tier alchemists stood up, contemplative gazes fixed on Yi Chun. Yi Chun, please continue. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a fervent reaction from the heavenly tier alchemists. He glanced at Lu Xuan, who remained nonchalant, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Yi Chun sighed inwardly. My master's realm is truly remarkable. He continued, the ultimate goal of alchemy can be to use the cosmos as a furnace, the Tao as the spiritual herb, and the river of time as the spiritual fire to refine the myriad realms. Upon hearing this, the audience was once again rendered speechless. To use the cosmos as a furnace, to use the Tao as a spiritual herb, in the vast river of time, ignited by inspiration, one strives to refine the myriad realms. What a grand endeavor this is. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of even the mightiest emperors. Nonetheless, the philosophy of alchemy deeply resonates within their hearts, as if they have briefly grasped something extraordinary. Yi Chun observed the expressions of the numerous celestial great alchemists, and his own heart swelled with excitement. This is the alchemical theory of my master. Truly astonishing. The voice of Yao Yin emerged, trembling with emotion. The words of Lord Lu Feng, no matter when heard, would always evoke awe. The crowd was entranced. Although they were leagues away from the realm Yi Chun spoke of, they glimpsed the path to the future. Nangong Bai Shui furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to comprehend why everyone was so astonished. Even her master displayed a look of shock. Was Yi Chun merely spouting nonsense? She muttered softly, is it not just empty talk? I could just as easily claim to refine the ancient forbidden zone into elixirs or transform the members of the Qingqing Yi family into potions. Who cannot make such claims? Moments later, Elder Song Li slowly opened his eyes, rising into the air to land before Yi Chun. His visage was withered, etched with deep wrinkles akin to ravines, and his eyes resembled shadows of an abyss. Elder Song Li gazed at Yi Chun with immense excitement, his voice trembling. Is this the ultimate in alchemy? Yi Chun shivered at the close proximity of Elder Song Li, who appeared terrifying, like an ancient specter. Yi Chun shook his head. No? Elder Song Li looked at Yi Chun, pondering what this ultimate form of alchemy could be. Surely, there must exist supreme alchemists in this world. Perhaps one could achieve what you speak of? Yi Chun replied calmly. Ultimate? In the paths of cultivation and alchemy, where is there an ultimate? The so-called supreme is merely the end of the road. Elder Song Li stood frozen in place, silently repeating to himself. The so-called supreme is merely the end of the road. This phrase is profoundly enigmatic. Yi Chun turned to look at Lu Xuan, filled with excitement at the unexpected resonance of his master's alchemical theory. His master is truly remarkable. I would even call him divine. Observing Yi Chun's enthusiasm, Lu Xuan appeared speechless. Since when did Yi Chun memorize his original words? This is unexpected. Suddenly, Elder Song Li grasped Yi Chun's hand tightly, causing him some discomfort. Quickly, tell me, whose words are these? I wish to meet him. Lu Xuan interjected coolly. Hey, you're hurting my disciple. Elder Song Li shot a glance at Lu Xuan, dismissing him. What are you, a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, seeking attention for? I can't be bothered with you. Elder Song Li ignored Lu Xuan entirely, releasing Yi Chun. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of figures descended before Yi Chun, encircling him and Lu Xuan. They were all celestial-grade alchemists. Dan Xiangzi, Yao Bailey, Gu Fengwei, and others looked down upon Yi Chun with excitement. Yi Chun paused momentarily, addressing the esteemed seniors. What brings you here? Dan Xiangzi smiled and asked, Yi Chun, from whose lips did these words originate? Might you introduce us? Chapter 60. Yi Chun's dishonesty and Lu Xuan's shamelessness. Yi Chun, from whose lips did these words emerge? Might you introduce them? Yi Chun chuckled. At last, are we to vindicate my master? Yi Chun feigned an air of mystery, declaring, that formidable expert is present right here. Upon hearing this, Elder Tsang Li, Dan Xiangzi, and others immediately extended their spiritual senses, scanning the surroundings. The esteemed figure was indeed in this very realm. Dan Xiangzi clasped his hands in reverence, proclaiming, Senior, please reveal yourself. We have been profoundly impacted by your alchemical theories. Yao Bailey, too, donned a respectful demeanor, adding, Senior, we have several inquiries we wish to pose. Observing the crowd's reaction, Lu Xuan stood there, utterly flabbergasted. What in the world? Those were mere offhand remarks. Why the uproar? At this moment, Yi Chun smiled and remarked, Esteemed elders, that powerful individual is both far and near. Dan Xiangzi and the others were once again taken aback. Their faces a canvas of confusion. They could not detect the aura of any strong presence. Elder Song Li glared at Yi Chun, his voice laced with anger. You rascal. Tell me who it is. If you continue with these riddles, I shall strike you. Yi Chun, taken aback, pointed at Lu Xuan. The crowd was rendered speechless, gazing at Yi Chun with bewilderment. Yi Chun, what do you mean? With utmost seriousness, Yi Chun declared, all these words were imparted to me by my master. Indeed, that powerful figure is my master, Lu Xuan. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Lu Xuan? How could that be? Lu Xuan was a mere waste who could not cultivate. He likely wouldn't even remember such statements if told. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an air of leisure, while the gazes of numerous celestial-grade alchemists were fixated upon him. Yet he felt no pressure whatsoever. This only fueled the crowd's disbelief further. Elder Tsang Li fumed. Look at this useless Lu Xuan. How could he utter such profound words? Hearing this, Lu Xuan grew displeased. What do you mean by useless? Must you resort to personal attacks? Lu Xuan addressed Elder Tsang Li. Senior, I kindly ask you to speak with respect. Elder Tsang Li scoffed, dismissing Lu Xuan with a wave of his hand. You are of a different caliber. Speaking with Lu Xuan is beneath me. Yi Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nervously fidgeting. What is happening? Despite my declaration, no one believes in Lu Xuan. He was astounded. More crucially, his master remained unfazed. Yi Chun glanced at Lu Xuan, silently contemplating, Master, why not reveal your supreme prowess to enlighten everyone? Yet, he understood that Lu Xuan would not act. Perhaps he found it rather tedious. At that moment, Elder Tsang Li cast a sinister glance at Yi Chun. You brat. Are you toying with me? Yi Chun. He found himself at a loss for words. Frankly, no one believed him. Dan Xiangzi chuckled. Lu Xuan, was that truly your claim? Lu Xuan replied nonchalantly, Indeed. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted. Elder Tsang Li sneered. If it was you who spoke, I shall consume 10 pounds of dung right now. Lu Xuan. Yi Chun. Yao Yan. Elder Tsang Li waved his hand, pointing at Yi Chun and Lu Xuan, this master and disciple pair. The disciple is dishonest, and the master is shameless. Truly remarkable. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Huh, quite an apt summary. Nan Gong Bai Shui, witnessing Yi Chun's embarrassment, felt a surge of delight and muttered to herself, a waste is a waste. From where did he pilfer these words, only to flaunt them? Now that the truth is out. At that moment, Elder Tsang Li seized Yi Chun's hand, placing it beneath his bushy nostrils for a whiff. After a moment, he released Yi Chun's hand and turned to Gu Yufeng. This lad must have someone guiding him. His hand bears the scent of spiritual fire, or perhaps spiritual herbs. Gu Yufeng, could it be that you are instructing Yi Chun in alchemy? Gu Yufeng frowned slightly. Not at all. At that moment, he felt utterly perplexed. When had Yi Chun secretly practiced alchemy on Qingxin Peak? He found both Yi Chun and Ji Fuyao to be exceedingly mysterious. Who could it be? Who was secretly guiding these two? Yao Bailey smiled lightly, coming to Yi Chun's aid. All right, since Yi Chun is also an alchemist, the alchemical competition for the younger generation is tomorrow. We shall see his capabilities then. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded, finally releasing Yi Chun and Lu Xuan from scrutiny. Gu Yufeng cast a deep glance at Yi Chun. genuinely curious about who had been mentoring him over the past 3 months. As everyone departed, Yichen looked apologetically at Lu Xuan. Master, I'm sorry. It seems the misunderstanding surrounding you has deepened. Lu Xuan replied casually, it matters not. Yichen couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. Truly, it was his master. Such a mindset had already placed him at the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Could anyone else remain so composed under such circumstances? Meanwhile, numerous eyes were still fixed upon Yichen. Who would have thought that such a shocking alchemical theory would be heard at the Dao sect? And this individual was, in fact, the disciple of Lu Xuan. How absurd. This was Lu Xuan. His name stood in stark contrast to the illustrious reputation of the Dao sect. Yet, Yichen had indeed surprised them all. The alchemical competition was tomorrow, and they were curious about how Yichen would perform. Nangong by Shui glanced at Yichen, whispering, Yichen, since you are also an alchemist, I shall surely crush you tomorrow. Yichen remained silent. Nangong by Shui, brimming with pride, asserted, 3 months ago, when I visited the Yi family, I was already capable of refining a first-tier Xian-level pill, and now I can refine a 9th-tier Xian-level pill. Yichen could no longer contain himself. Is that it? That's your level? Just a mere 9th-tier Xian-level pill. He wondered where Nangong by Shui's sense of superiority stemmed from. Nangong by Shui was taken aback, snorting, I look forward to witnessing your so-called alchemical prowess, waste. I hope you do not disappoint me. Yichen ceased to respond, enveloping himself in silence. Before long, the crowd departed. Lu Xuan and Yichen returned to Changsheng Peak. As they landed, 2 beams of divine light shot forth from the distance. Boom! The sect master and the head of the Alchemy Peak, Gu Yufeng, descended from the sky, landing on Changsheng Peak. A satisfied smile graced the sect master's face. Yichen, well done. Your words have even left Elder Zhongxian somewhat astonished. Your mentor is no ordinary individual. Yichen pointed to Lu Xuan. My mentor is none other than my master. The sect master and Gu Yufeng exchanged knowing glances, laughing heartily. Yichen is quite reluctant to divulge. They chose not to press further. Perhaps that formidable figure preferred to remain low-key. The sect master scrutinized Yichen closely, realizing that over the past 3 months, he had not only been refining pills, but had not neglected his cultivation either. It seems you deceived us during the sect examination. You were indeed an alchemist all along. Yichen was at a loss for how to explain. The misunderstanding was deepening. The sect master turned to Lu Xuan, shaking his head lightly. Your disciple brings you honor. Yet as for you, Lu Xuan. Once again, Lu Xuan had gained notoriety among the many sovereign powers of the Southern Wasteland. The Southern Wasteland would not remember any Qi refining realm cultivators, except for Lu Xuan. At that moment, Gu Yufeng smiled at Yichen, saying, Do not feel too pressured for tomorrow's alchemical competition. Our Dao sect's alchemical foundation is not as strong as that of Danxiang sect or the Yao family. Yichen, simply do your best. Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yufeng's gaze sparkled. How about after this alchemical exchange, you join the Alchemy Peak? Yichen's face soured. I'm afraid I cannot, head Gu. I do not wish to part from my master. Upon hearing this, the sect master and Gu Yufeng let out a profound sigh. Alas, they have already fallen under Lu Xuan's influence. Shortly thereafter, the sect master and Gu Yufeng departed from Changsheng Peak, making their way to the hidden realms of the great Dao sect to seek out ancestor Zhongshuan. The ancestor remained seated above the flowing river, engaged in the tranquil pursuit of fishing for spiritual fish. The sect master remarked, I never anticipated that on that day. Before the stone tablet of talent, we would misjudge Yichen. Ancestor Zhongshuan smiled lightly, quite intriguing indeed. Gu Yufeng respectfully voiced his confusion. Ancestor, I have a matter that troubles me. Clearly, both Yichen and Ji Fuyao are connected to the Fuyao Empire. However, 3,000 years ago, the most powerful figure of the Fuyao Empire, the Fuyao Empress, was merely a 1-star emperor. Logically, the empire's foundation should not be profound. Yet now, the secrets surrounding Yichen and Ji Fuyao evidently transcend the 1-star emperor realm. The sect master nodded. Indeed, the cultivation pace of Yichen and Ji Fuyao is astonishing. I suspect they must possess extraordinary treasures, perhaps even imperial-grade techniques. Ancestor Zhongshuan caught a spiritual fish and gently returned it to the river. He remarked, This is fortuitous for our great Dao sect. It appears that Yichen and Ji Fuyao have formidable backing, someone whose depth is unfathomable. The sect master furrowed his brow slightly, yet we have not sensed any powerful auras atop Changsheng Peak. Ancestor Zhongshuan replied, Let this matter rest here. There is no need for further investigation. For now, it is quite satisfactory that Yi Chun and Ji Fuyao are at Qingxian Peak. The sect master and Gu Yuefang responded, "As you command." As night enveloped the great Dao sect, it radiated unparalleled beauty. Countless intricate patterns flowed gently, resembling the trajectories of a starry river, painting the skies of the sect in resplendent hues. Numerous spiritual peaks shimmered with divine brilliance, soaring upwards to intertwine with the moon and stars. A cry from an auspicious beast resonated through the void, bringing peace and clarity to the hearts of all. Elders and disciples arriving from outside the sect traversed the grounds, creating a lively atmosphere. Whispers filled the air as people pondered who could have imagined that Yi Chun from Qingxian Peak could articulate such astonishing words. This upcoming alchemical exchange conference would surely astonish the entirety of the southern wilderness. To refine the stars using the heavens as a furnace, what magnificent audacity! Amidst the discussions, many expressed their bewilderment at Yi Chun's decision to take Lu Xuan as his master. Lu Xuan had long been notorious for his ineptitude, and witnessing him firsthand confirmed the rumors. He was indeed lazy and shameless. Were it not for the Qingxian sage, how could the great Dao sect have allowed Lu Xuan to remain as the peak master? What left many unsettled was that during the discourse, Lu Xuan had audaciously fallen asleep. Such a transgression. Moreover, he claimed that the alchemical theory was his own. Never had they encountered such brazen impudence. Before long, news regarding Yi Chun and Nangong Baishui began to circulate, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Who could have imagined such explosive revelations? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the dissolution of the betrothal between Nangong Baishui and Yi Chun became a topic of fervent discussion. Baishui, now the intended bride of Qin Shao, the scion of the ancient Qin family, faced a Yi Chun who was proving to be no ordinary man. Should Yi Chun exhibit remarkable prowess in the upcoming alchemic trials, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to establish his renown throughout the southern wastelands. Yi Chun's disadvantage lay in the relative insignificance of his Yi family, a mere quasi-emperor level entity from the humble Azure province, paling in comparison to the ancient Qin lineage. The anticipation for Yi Chun's performance was palpable. Meanwhile, within the edifice occupied by alchemist Saint Yunyang, the sage, garbed in a gray robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Nangong Baishui. "Baishui, your impulsiveness today was unwarranted." Such pronouncements should not have been made in that setting. Nangong Baishui's countenance flushed with embarrassment. "Master, I was in error." Yunyang Dansheng nodded, acknowledging her contrition. "It is well that you recognize your mistake. However, that old spectre Song Li dared to injure you. I shall settle this matter with him." Nangong Baishui murmured, "Master, I still believe that Yi Chun is uttering falsehoods." Yunyang Dansheng furrowed his brow slightly. "You are allowing resentment to cloud your judgment. Whether Yi Chun's words are gleaned from hearsay or committed to memory, their import surpasses the discourse of us celestial alchemists." Nangong Baishui's lips formed a perfect O in astonishment, taken aback by her master's lofty assessment. Yunyang Dansheng continued, "Regarding Yi Chun, now that the betrothal is dissolved, cease dwelling on the matter. If he truly possesses genius, Qin Shao will not overlook him." Nangong Baishui acquiesced with a nod. The following day, the assembly reconvened at the plaza before the Dan Peak. Peak Lord Gu Yuefang of Dan Peak descended from the sky, alighting upon the platform and declaring, "The ensuing 7 days shall be dedicated to the trials of the younger generation of alchemists. The competition shall consist of 2 rounds. The initial round will assess the mastery of botanicals, with the top 10% advancing. The second round will involve alchemical refinement, with the final ranking determined by the quality of the elixirs produced." A wave of excitement swept through the crowd as the aspiring alchemists eagerly prepared for the challenge, particularly the prodigies from the Yao and Danxiang sections. Gu Yuefang proceeded to announce the rewards for the top 10, which included a quasi-emperor grade alchemic furnace, a Saint King grade beast flame, 1 million supreme grade spirit stones, and 100 saint grade spiritual herbs for the victor. The assembled talents were visibly astounded, noting the unprecedented generosity of the prizes, a testament to the profound resources of the great Dao sect. Yi Chun, though impressed, remained composed, realizing that even the first-place reward paled in comparison to what his master had bestowed upon him. It dawned on him that, influenced by his master, he had begun to regard treasures below the emperor level with indifference. He cautioned himself to maintain a low profile. Yao Yan advised, "Remember to conceal the bone-chilling nether flame and the heaven-devouring furnace during the refinement process. Displaying such treasures would incite frenzy among these celestial alchemists. Yi Chen concurred, very well, but I possess no other alchemic furnace or spiritual flame. Yao Yin suggested, perhaps you could borrow one from Peak Lord Gu Yufang? Requesting from your master might result in him producing another astonishing artifact. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Peak Lord Gu Yuefang announced the commencement of the Botanical Mastery Trial. With a wave of his sleeve, a resplendent barrier materialized in the plaza. Each participant will enter an independent space, Gu Yuefang explained. The examination of botanical mastery is a collaborative effort of several celestial alchemists, comprising 500 questions encompassing the medicinal properties, habits, and grafting of spiritual herbs. As the words echoed, Gu Yuefang, Dan Xiangzi, Yao Bailey, and dozens of other celestial alchemists unleashed radiant divine light towards the barrier, fusing their individual questions into a unified whole, inscribed upon jade scrolls. Yi Chen turned to Lu Xuan, affirming, Master, I shall secure the first position. Lu Xuan nodded indifferently. Thousands of alchemists stepped into the barrier, each finding themselves in a secluded space with a table, chair, and jade scroll. Before entering the barrier, Nangong Baixue transmitted a message to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you had best pray you do not advance to the second round, for your demise shall be assured. She intended to cripple Yi Chen during the soul duel in the refinement round. Yi Chen disregarded Nangong Baixue and entered the barrier. Above, Gu Yuefang, Dan Xiangzi, and others sat cross-legged, their divine senses permeating the barrier, observing the actions of every alchemist. Gu Yuefang remarked, this examination, with its vast array of spiritual herbs, poses a significant challenge to the alchemical mastery of these disciples, making it the most arduous in centuries. Dan Xiangzi concurred, indeed. Should anyone answer more than 80% of the questions correctly, their botanical mastery would surpass the celestial level. Yao Bailey focused his gaze on the Yao family's talents, noting their swift progress. Moments later, Dan Xiangzi exclaimed, look at Yi Chen. The collective attention of the celestial alchemists shifted to Yi Chen's space, where they were met with astonishment. Yi Chen was selecting answers with remarkable ease. Elder Tsang Li commented sardonically, swiftness is no guarantee of accuracy. Gu Yuefang remained silent. As Yi Chen had yet to exit the barrier, they could not verify his answers. Yao Bailey speculated, at this rate, Yi Chen will complete the examination in half a day. Dan Xiangzi agreed. After half a day, Yi Chen emerged from the barrier and returned to Lu Xian's side. Lu Xian inquired, how did it fare? Yi Chen replied, one question contained